Today at dawn, 12 rhythmic vibrations were detected beneath the Arctic ice.
Monitoring indicates signs of a ninth-tier sea beast, the ice abyss python, potentially breaking through the 10,000-meter-deep icy waters. The Northern Fleet's Special Abilities Task Force has entered a state of highest alert. The Capital's Association of Ability Users announced today that Lin Xiaoyu, a 17-year-old prodigy in the Spatial Abilities category, has officially joined the Dawn Alliance.
Reports suggest Lin Xiaoyu demonstrated the rare ability of 500-meter radius spatial lock during the entrance exam. The Sakura Nation's Abilities Management Bureau released a report this morning. Chizuru Fujiwara, a second-year student at Kyoto University High School, awakened the SS-grade Ice Prism domain, becoming the first double S-grade ability user in Sakura Nation in the past decade. Chizuru has been sent to the Mount Fuji Academy for ability users, where she will receive specialized combat training personally taught by Mishima Musashi. According to official reports, the Sakura Nation plans to discharge a massive amount of nuclear-contaminated water into the Pacific Ocean. This contamination is predicted to cause uncontrollable mutations in marine life. Many nations have condemned Sakura Nation for endangering the safety of Blue Star.
The Empire of Yenxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that if Sakura Nation refuses to negotiate, they will sink the country. Wang Linyuan stared at the information on his phone, his face full of disbelief. He had never imagined that he had transmigrated to a parallel world of Blue Star.
Coming to this world, and Sakura Nation is still pulling stuff like this.
Wang Linyuan glared at the phone screen, his heart trembling with fury. Indeed, he wasn't the real Wang Linyuan. He was just an ordinary high school student from Blue White Star. During a nap in class, he mysteriously transmigrated into this world filled with abilities and crises. Soon after, Wang Linyuan learned about the tragic past of his new identity. Both parents disappeared when he was a child, leaving behind a massive inheritance that barely allowed him to survive until now. Sigh, the classic orphan start.
Looks like I should have a system, right? Thinking of this, Wang Linyuan's heartbeat quickened with excitement. He shouted around his room, "System. System, are you there?"
The room echoed his voice, but there was no other sound.
Something's off. Isn't a system standard for transmigrators? Why don't I have one? Wang Linyuan's mood plummeted to rock bottom. Just then, an electronic voice sounded, "Blue-white system binding in progress." Hearing this, Wang Linyuan almost burst into tears. "Finally, you're here, my precious."
Congratulations to the host for binding with the system. This system can help the host enhance personal abilities and acquire various skills. You can gain ability points by defeating beasts or through combat. The electronic voice of the system was cold, but it made Wang Linyuan's blood boil with excitement.
"System, where's my newbie gift pack?" Wang Linyuan asked impatiently. "The newbie gift pack is being distributed. Please check your inventory." Wang Linyuan saw a gift pack appear in the system's inventory and opened it without hesitation.
Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSS grade special ability, Power of Time and Space.
Acquired the SSS grade growth weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. A look of astonishment spread across Wang Linyuan's face as he felt the overwhelming power of the SSS grade Time and Space ability.
A phrase instinctively surfaced in his mind.
Time reigns supreme, space rules as king, fate stays silent, causality crowns the emperor. When the Tao retreats, power prevails. I've awakened the power of time and space. What is this, born to rule? Wang Linyuan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. No need to worry about tomorrow's awakening ceremony now. I'm taking off, taking off. He gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear with excitement.
The spear's body was a deep crimson, with dark red scales riding across its surface as if alive, exuding a chilling aura of power. Such a heavy scent of blood. The name fits perfectly, Wang Linyuan muttered, growing more exhilarated as he swung the demon spear repeatedly in his hands. With the awakening ceremony scheduled for tomorrow, Wang Linyuan brimmed with anticipation. After a while, he stored the demon spear in his system space and lay back on his bed, imagining the future ahead. Through memories, he learned about Blue Star in this world, a realm where spiritual energy had revived, leading to rampant mutations in flora and fauna, along with extraterrestrial beasts from the far reaches of the cosmos lurking menacingly. Fortunately, people here could awaken their abilities through awakening stones, with ability levels categorized as SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The next day, Wang Linyuan woke up early, brimming with excitement as he arrived at Haicheng No. 1 High School and entered his classroom, Class 8 of Grade 12. Brother Yuan, over here." Hearing someone call him, Wang Linyuan turned to see his deskmate Lin Fei, who was brimming with excitement.
"Brother Yuan, we're about to awaken soon. Are you nervous?"
Wang Linyuan responded with a faint smile, his gaze firm. "Not nervous, because I'm sure my ability will be incredibly strong."
How do you know that, Brother Yuan? Didn't someone awaken a mere C-grade ability last time? Are you that confident?
Lin Fei asked, puzzled, while watching Wang Lingyuan casually stir his drink.
Let's wait and see, Wang Lingyuan replied with a mysterious smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Shortly after, the class teacher, Zhao Peng, entered the room and led the students toward the school field. The field was packed with people, and a cacophony of voices filled the air, creating a lively scene. Last night, I felt a force surging within me. I even dreamed I was glowing red. You glowing red? Were you sleepwalking? Why not say you were glowing white? Go away with your sleepwalking. I'm 1 in 10,000, a prodigy of abilities.
Finally, the awakening ceremony began, and the atmosphere on the field instantly turned tense.
Zhao Kai, D-grade Earth Element ability, Rock Armor. Li Lu, C-grade Wind Element ability, Whirlwind Assault. Li Guowei, B-grade Ice Element ability, Frost Domain. Zhao Qua, no ability awakened. Wang Qingqing, S-grade Wind Element ability, Flowing Cloud Mirage. The crowd erupted with exclamations. Wang Qingqing's S-grade ability caused a massive stir. An S-grade ability user emerged so soon. Such incredible luck. I want one too. Not just you, I want it too, Lin Fei exclaimed, staring at Wang Qingqing enviously. Brother Yuan, I want it too. He couldn't hold back his excitement. Want what?
I can't give you that, Wang Lingyuan replied, shaking his head helplessly. Then, without hesitation, he walked toward the awakening platform. Placing his hand on the awakening stone, he silently summoned his ability in his heart.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wang Lingyuan's heartbeat quickened, and his thoughts grew restless. Could it be that my time and space ability is delayed in awakening? Student, you.
The supervising teacher was about to ask Wang Lingyuan to step down when suddenly, the awakening stone began to emit light, an eerie black light, completely different from all the others. The murmuring crowd fell silent the moment the black light appeared. A pillar of darkness shot straight into the sky, then exploded in concentric rings.
The world instantly froze.
The once dazzling sunlight was devoured by darkness, and everything within a 100-mile radius was plunged into blackness. The supervising teacher was utterly stunned, his fingers trembling slightly as if he were nailed to the spot. The chubby man, Li, in the back row suddenly lost composure, knocking over the wooden stool behind him, exclaiming, "Look at his eyes." As Wang Lingyuan tilted his head back, his pupils were entirely consumed by a bloody vortex, with blood-red threads spreading like spiderwebs across the whites of his eyes, crawling toward his temples. His entire face appeared unnervingly strange. Overhead, a crimson crescent moon had somehow formed in the sky without anyone noticing.
At this moment, deep within an old residence in the city, an elderly man stared at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky, murmuring softly, "So, this is your purpose? Stand back. Everyone, retreat 3 zhang. Approximate 10 meters.
A silver-haired elder on the observation platform to the left suddenly stood up, his aura overwhelming.
The bizarre phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before Wang Lingyuan gradually regained his senses.
He hadn't anticipated that he would awaken an SSS-level ability, an ability underestimated by others as a dark power. In his heart, he mused that his awakened ability was named Eternal Night Monarch Abyss Devourer, possessing unparalleled might. However, the people around him were still in shock. The elder approached Wang Lingyuan, his eyes flickering with intrigue, and said with a smile, "Young man, it seems you've awakened something extraordinary." The crowd below burst into exclamations of disbelief. "Who is that? He awakened an SSS level ability? That's extremely rare. What's the use of an SSS level ability? Didn't you see the dark aura emanating from him? Rare doesn't mean good. It's too dangerous. Do you remember Li Yen from the Fire God Guild last year? He had an S-rank dark talent, terrifyingly powerful, but in the end, he went berserk and killed so many people. Do you know how many?" Wang Lingyuan finally understood. The crowd's shock stemmed from their fear of him losing control, but he wasn't afraid at all. The system had long since purified the negative effects. There was no chance he would lose control. Unfortunately, the prejudices of people were as immovable as mountains. Even if Wang Lingyuan spoke the truth, no one would believe him.
"Grandpa, what can I do? I've already awakened it. It's not like I can just give it up," Wang Lingyuan said nonchalantly, as if the ability hadn't awakened in him at all.
The elder, however, chuckled and motioned for him to follow off the awakening platform.
"Next, continue with the awakenings," the teacher maintaining order instructed, and someone else stepped forward to awaken their abilities. "Grandpa, where are you taking me?"
Wang Lingyuan asked, glancing around nervously at the towering trees and the serene yet mysterious surroundings. "Don't be alarmed, young friend. This is the back mountain of the academy, where I live, the elder answered with a gentle smile, his expression carrying a hint of mystery.
No need to be so formal.
Just call me elderly, the elder, Li Weihua, said warmly, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority.
All right, elderly. So, why did you bring me here? Wang Linyuan asked uneasily. Though his SSS level ability made him brimming with confidence, he couldn't help but feel on edge around this unfamiliar elder.
Li Weihua seemed to see through his concerns and smiled faintly.
Don't worry, Wang Linyuan. I won't harm you. In fact, I'm here to offer you a great opportunity. Elderly, can I go home?
My mom's calling me for dinner, Wang Linyuan said, his internal alarms blaring. Such unwarranted kindness made him deeply suspicious.
It's all right, Xiao Yuan. I'm just protecting you. You've awakened a powerful dark-type ability.
While it makes you formidable, it also makes others fear you.
Loneliness often accompanies the strong. Li Weihua's gaze softened, as though he was genuinely concerned for Wang Linyuan's future.
You need to strengthen yourself now, to better control your powers.
I will assist you.
Consider it my way of compensating for past regrets, Li Weihua said, his voice heavy with reminiscence.
He probably won't harm me.
Otherwise, I wouldn't still be standing here, Wang Linyuan thought, gradually setting aside his fear. Before long, Wang Linyuan followed Li Weihua to a courtyard surrounded by lush greenery, where plants of all kinds competed in beauty, creating a tranquil and mesmerizing atmosphere.
Xiao Yuan, the college entrance exams are in a month. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to attend class.
During this time, I'll train you and help you enhance your cultivation, Li Weihua said calmly, his tone firm.
All right, elderly.
I'll be here on time tomorrow. Wang Linyuan nodded resolutely, a spark of hope igniting in his heart.
Li Weihua watched Wang Linyuan's departing figure and murmured softly to himself, "Don't disappoint me, boy. Your father entrusted you to me."
He took out his phone and dialed the principal.
"Shaolin, there's no need to report that boy. I'll handle it."
At this moment, Wang Linyuan's fate quietly shifted. The path to becoming a great power awaited him, ready to be carved out.
Old Li, is this your plan? Do you even know what you're doing? Unnoticed, a figure dressed in gray silently appeared in the courtyard.
Li Weihua turned to look at him, his expression calm.
Of course I know. This is my promise. Old Qian, you mustn't touch him. Forget it. I'll seal off the information at the Ability Investigation Bureau. Just don't ruin yourself. Qianan shook his head, sighing deeply. I already owe him a great deal.
If not for his father, my son would have died long ago.
So, I must help. Thank you, old Qian, Li Weihua said earnestly, gratitude filling his voice. We don't need to be so formal. Things haven't been very peaceful lately. Take good care of him. I'm leaving now, Qianan waved, smiling as he turned and left. I've fulfilled my promise to you. You'd better come back soon.
Li Weihua gazed up at the starry sky, as if his thoughts pierced through millions of light years, filled with endless contemplation.
Returning home, Wang Linyuan couldn't wait to summon the system and check his personal panel to review his dark-type abilities.
System, open the personal panel, he commanded. Immediately, a virtual panel unfurled before his eyes.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation, Awakening, Stage 1, 0/200.
Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer.
Ability points, 0. Weapon, Eternal Night Spear. Innate skills,
1. Blood Moon Canopy. Eyes transform into crimson vortexes, effectiveness doubles at night, immune to slowing and binding effects during activation. 2. Blood Moon Descent. Summon a crimson moon to attack enemies. 3. Blood Moon's Blessing. Enter an indiscriminate berserk state, attack speed triples. 4. Eternal Night Armor. Summon the Eternal Night Armor, enhancing both offense and defense, significantly boosting combat strength.
5. Blood Servant, Soul Splitter, Summoning Skill.
1. Skill, Blood Chain Soul Link, connect the target with the host, sharing 10% damage reduction, and transferring 50% of healing to the host.
2. Self-Destruction Sacrifice, causes area damage upon death.
6. Time Rewind, revert a target to their state a few seconds prior. 7. Space Distortion Bullet, compress space power into a small energy bullet that distorts surrounding space upon impact. 8. Time Stasis Blade, imbue weapons with time stasis effects, briefly halting parts of a target's body upon contact, causing recoil damage when released. 9. Spatial Rift Slash using spatial power, forming minor rifts that deal cutting damage upon enemy contact.
10. Spacetime Teleportation, master spatial coordinates to achieve spacetime teleportation, range expands with ability growth. 11. Spatial Banishment, expel enemies or objects into chaotic spacetime streams, annihilating their true essence. Skills, none.
Wang Linyuan stared at the numerous talents displayed before him, momentarily stunned.
Is this the sense of security brought by an SSS-level ability? Truly extraordinary. It's a pity I don't have any ability points. If I did, wouldn't I be invincible?
He chuckled foolishly, his heart filled with excitement. After casually eating something, Wang Linyuan began pondering how to kill exotic beasts to earn ability points. I need to increase my strength first, otherwise, I won't even be able to handle the weakest exotic beasts. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, Wang Linyuan got up early and headed straight to the small courtyard behind the school. Before he could knock, the door opened. Standing there was a girl about his age. Her eyes sparkled like starlight, and when she smiled, her brows arched, revealing shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. Her short, neat hair swayed playfully with her movements, exuding vibrant energy.
And you are?
She looked at Wang Linyuan standing at the door, frowning slightly.
My name is Wang Linyuan. Elderly asked me to come. So you're the one. Grandpa told me about you. Hi, I'm Li Shurian.
Li Shurian's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape as she smiled adorably. Hello, Wang Linyuan replied with a slight smile. Come with me, I'll take you to see my grandpa, Li Shurian said, leading Wang Linyuan into the courtyard, where Elderly was leisurely sipping tea.
You're here, Xiao Yuan. Sit for a while and have some tea.
I'll take you to start your training shortly, Li Weihua said calmly.
Wang Linyuan didn't stand on ceremony.
He sat down, picked up a teacup, and quietly enjoyed the moment of serenity.
Grandpa, how are we going to train later? Li Shurian asked curiously. Shurian, you just awakened as well. Later, you'll spar with Xiao Yuan.
Based on your performance, I'll guide you both in your cultivation, Li Weihua said with a gentle smile.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan was silently observing the girl before him, thinking, she just awakened too? I wonder what kind of ability she has. Li Shurian noticed Wang Linyuan's gaze and walked over to sit beside him. What ability did you awaken? Nothing much, just a dark element ability.
Oh, a dark element ability, that's pretty good.
Wait, what? Dark element ability?
Li Shurian stared at Wang Linyuan in shock.
It was almost unbelievable.
Dark element abilities were incredibly powerful, even surpassing the lethality of lightning element abilities.
However, their downside was the high unpredictability and the tendency to go berserk.
At this moment, Li Shurian looked at Li Weihua with a face full of despair, thinking, Grandpa, do you not care about your precious granddaughter anymore? You're making me spar with someone who has a dark element ability.
What ability did you awaken? Wang Linyuan asked. I awakened an S-level holy light ability called Radiance of Creation. Can you go easy on me later?
Li Shurian looked at Wang Linyuan pitifully.
Don't worry, I won't lose control.
I'll be gentle, Wang Linyuan replied with a faint smile.
Alright, let's begin.
Follow me to the backyard, Li Weihua instructed. Wang Linyuan and Li Shurian followed him to the backyard. The backyard featured a large arena, just the right size for the two of them to spar.
The two of them took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Wang Linyuan, go easy on me, okay?
I'm scared, Li Shurian called out to him.
Don't worry, I definitely won't lose control.
You can relax, Wang Linyuan reassured her.
Wang Linyuan then assumed his combat stance.
You two little ones, keep it to sparring and don't get hurt, Li Weihua said lightly.
A thick, bloody aura emanated from Wang Linyuan.
He looked up at the sky, his eyes instantly transforming into blood-red whirlpools, with endless crimson energy surging within them. In a deep voice, he said, Blood Moon Canopy, activate.
In an instant, the entire sky turned an eerie blood red.
A massive blood moon hung high in the sky, completely enveloping the arena. Li Shurian frowned slightly at the sight, immediately channeling her spiritual energy to unleash her ability, Spiritual Breath Concealment. A faint glow enveloped her body, which gradually became transparent as she attempted to blend into the surroundings, searching for a weakness in Wang Linyuan's defenses.
Humph, petty tricks. Wang Linyuan smirked slightly. With the enhancement of his perception under the Blood Moon's power, even the slightest movement from Li Shurian could not escape his notice. Li Shurian's heart sank.
Knowing her concealment had been seen through, she decisively abandoned stealth and quickly formed hand seals with her hands, summoning a dazzling force of light around her.
Judgment of light.
A blinding beam of light shot from her hands, piercing through the blood-red sky as it surged toward Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan remained calm, raising his hand lightly. The blood moon's energy instantly coalesced into a crimson shield, protecting him within. The judgment of light struck the shield with a deafening roar, scattering rays of light everywhere, but it failed to penetrate his defense.
Is that all you've got?
Wang Linyuan chuckled softly, his hands moving gracefully as the blood moon's energy coiled around him like a serpent.
Blood Moon Descent. With a loud shout, several crimson beams shot from the blood moon, resembling arrows as they hurtled toward Li Shurian.
Li Shurian's expression turned serious. She swiftly activated Illusory Dream Step, creating multiple illusions of herself fleeing in different directions. The crimson beams obliterated the illusions on contact, but her true body managed to narrowly evade the attacks.
Trying to run? It won't be that easy,
Wang Linyuan said coldly. Stomping on the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow, charging toward Li Shiyan.
Blood Moon's blessing.
Activating the skill placed him in an indiscriminate frenzy mode, tripling his attack speed. His figure blurred into afterimages, darting across the battlefield with astonishing speed. Li Shiyan hurriedly invoked stellar protection, surrounding herself with faint starlight. Every strike from Wang Linyuan carried immense power, forcing Li Shiyan into a defensive retreat. Step by step, Wang Linyuan closed in on her.
Under the ominous glow of the blood moon, his silhouette appeared towering and intimidating.
You've lost, Wang Linyuan said calmly, his face betraying no emotion as he stared at her.
Grandpa, look at him, I can't beat him at all. This is way harder than sparring with Zhao Tao.
Li Shiyan stepped down from the arena, clinging to Li Weihua's arm as she pouted and whined.
My dear granddaughter, how will you improve if you don't spar with someone stronger than you?
Li Weihua looked at her kindly. Alright then, Grandpa, I'll forgive you this time, Li Shiyan said, sticking her tongue out playfully at him. At that moment, Wang Linyuan heard a mechanical voice in his mind.
Defeated a first stage awakened individual and earned 100 ability points. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes as he stared at the shimmering digits on the system interface.
His heart surged with joy. These 100 ability points meant he was on the verge of breaking through to a higher level, a leap in strength that would be transformative. Inwardly, he vowed not to let this opportunity slip away. His gaze instinctively shifted to Li Shiyan. There was something about her, a strange allure, that seemed to draw him forward, as though every moment spent with her guided him toward an even greater goal.
Hey, what are you up to, kid? Staring at my granddaughter like that, what are you trying to do?
Li Weihua's thunderous voice broke through, snapping Wang Linyuan out of his thoughts. His face was full of vigilance. Sorry, elderly. I was just thinking about continuing to train.
Wang Linyuan quickly waved his hands, an embarrassed smile on his face, though inwardly he was calculating how to make use of this opportunity. Are you sure? Why do I feel like you're not reliable, kid?
Li Weihua's sharp gaze felt like a blade, as if trying to see through Wang Linyuan's intentions.
Wang Linyuan's heart tightened, but he did not back down.
Instead, his resolve grew stronger. He knew that only through strength could he walk further along this path. At this moment, Li Weihua's face bore a faint smile as he looked at Wang Linyuan with bright, piercing eyes.
He spoke slowly. Alright then, kid, what do you want to learn?
Let me tell you, whether it's blade, spear, sword, halberd, axe, hook, or fork, I've mastered all 18 forms of martial arts. Li Shiyan blinked her wide, watery eyes, her face full of disbelief.
She couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa, you're amazing. I had no idea until now.
Standing on the other side, Wang Linyuan twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing Li Weihua's words.
Unable to resist, he teased, trying not to laugh. This is interesting, elderly. After a brief pause, Wang Linyuan's eyes gleamed with determination.
He stepped forward and said loudly, Elderly, I want to learn the spear.
The spear has always been my dream.
At that moment, memories of his idol Zhao Yun surfaced in his mind, filling him with burning passion. Hearing this, Li Weihua was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter.
Ha, kid, how did you know I'm skilled with the spear? When I was 3, I started training with it. The moment I picked it up, it was like man and spear became one, I couldn't put it down.
By the age of 20, I had mastered every spear manual under the heavens. I roamed the martial world undefeated. As he spoke, Li Weihua became lost in deep memories. His gaze grew profound and distant, as if traveling through time to those spirited, blood-boiling years of his youth. This is the 13 Death Spear techniques, a set of skills I developed myself. I'm passing it on to you now, Linyuan, Li Weihua said as he carefully pulled out a weathered, ancient booklet from his robe, handing it to Wang Linyuan. Li Shiyan's eyes widened in shock once again. She hadn't expected her grandfather to truly excel in spear techniques, especially since he'd never displayed such skills in front of her before. Wang Linyuan was equally astonished. He had initially thought that Li Weihua was merely boasting, but it turned out the old man was indeed a master of hidden talents. Take this martial manual, kid, and study it well. I'll start by teaching you the basics of spear techniques, Li Weihua said seriously. Before his words fully landed, Li Weihua somehow produced a long metal spear.
The spear gleamed coldly under the sunlight, resembling a fierce dragon poised to strike. Holding the spear, Li Weihua stepped into the center of the courtyard and took a deep breath.
In an instant, his entire demeanor changed.
The once kind and amiable elder transformed into a majestic war god.
Straightening his back slightly, he exuded an awe-inspiring and commanding presence. The thrust is the foundation of all spear techniques. It emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity, with force concentrated at the spear's tip. Li Weihua's voice rang out, firm and resonant, each word shaking the air. With that, he gripped the spear in his right hand and thrust it forward sharply. The spear moved like a living dragon, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound as it shot straight out. Where the spear point aimed, it felt as though an invisible force surged, sending chills down the spine. The rebound strike, he continued, harnesses power from the waist and abdomen to spring the spear upward, the spear tip striking with explosive force. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Weihua swiftly withdrew the spear, twisted his waist, and the spear sprang up like a coiled spring. The spear point flashed a cold light in the air, producing a dull thud as though it had truly struck a target. Li Weihua then demonstrated techniques such as coiling, blocking, gripping, chopping, lifting, pointing, sweeping, leading, locking, and horizontal strikes. Each movement was as swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers dazzled. The shaking technique, he said, involves using the wrist and leg power, showcasing the blend of hardness and softness in spear play. These 14 foundational spear forms lay the groundwork for the spear path. Once you've truly mastered them, you'll become a spear master like me, Li Weihua chuckled confidently. He then began demonstrating the 13 death spear techniques. His movements grew faster and more ferocious. His figure flickered through the swirling shadows of the spear, merging with the weapon itself. The entire courtyard transformed into a battlefield, filled with a chilling aura of slaughter. The overwhelming presence seemed to freeze the surrounding air. After some time, Li Weihua finally retracted his spear, exhaling deeply. A trace of fatigue showed on his face, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. He looked at Wang Linyuan and said firmly, "Linyuan, your turn. Give it a try." Wang Linyuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, taking the spear in his hands. A thought flashed through his mind: system, allocate points. Ability points -100, basic spear techniques, beginner level. In an instant, Wang Linyuan felt a warm current flow through his body. His understanding and control over spear techniques improved significantly. He smiled confidently and said, "Watch closely. You'll see my performance." Holding the long spear, Wang Linyuan struck a pose and began practicing the 14 foundational forms. While his movements lacked the finesse and imposing aura of Li Weihua's, they were structured and methodical, far from resembling a beginner's clumsy attempts. Li Weihua observed from the side, astonished. He hadn't expected the young man to display such natural talent for the spear. With just one demonstration, Wang Linyuan had managed to decently replicate the 14 foundational forms, a truly remarkable feat. Yet Li Weihua kept his surprise hidden, merely nodding slightly as he said in a subdued tone, "Not bad, barely 3/10 of my own style back in the day." In truth, he was deeply impressed, thinking to himself that this young man was no ordinary talent. Wang Linyuan continued practicing the basics with unwavering focus, his dedication even catching the attention of Li Shiyan, who couldn't help but steal glances at him. Soon, however, Li Weihua called Li Shiyan away to train elsewhere, leaving Wang Linyuan alone in the courtyard. "That's enough for today, Linyuan. Come back tomorrow and continue," Li Weihua said with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with a hint of pride. "All right then, elderly," Wang Linyuan replied, waving as he left the courtyard. In a flash, he returned home. Earlier that morning, Wang Linyuan had left a spatial marker in his room, allowing him to instantly teleport back. "I'm such a clever guy," Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, a satisfied grin on his face. Little did he know that the moment he used his spatial ability, Li Weihua's gaze had subtly sharpened. The old man had already noticed his secret. It seems this kid has more hidden depths than he lets on. No matter, everyone has their secrets, Li Weihua sighed, shaking his head before turning and retreating into his house. "I need ability points to break through, but there are no mutant beasts in this city. I can't just keep fighting Li Shiyan either," Wang Linyuan muttered with frustration, his brows tightly furrowed. Wait. I can go outside the city to find mutant beasts and gain ability points from them. I'm a genius." Suddenly struck by inspiration, his eyes lit up with excitement. "With my current strength, I'm invincible during the awakening stage. Hunting mutant beasts in the outskirts will be a piece of cake. It's 2:30 in the afternoon now. No time like the present." Without hesitation, Wang Linyuan quickly prepared himself and headed toward the city gates. At the gate, he left a spatial marker just in case. If he encountered a mutant beast he couldn't handle, he could return to Haichang at any time using the marker. Haichang was backed by the Linhai mountain range, a massive formation that loomed large in the city's view. 5 grand cities stood along the base of the mountains, their presence imposing. However, in comparison to true mountain ranges, this was merely a secondary branch of the colossal San Yuan mountain range. It was rumored that deep within that San Yuan mountain range, a 9th-tier demon beast lurked. Whether this was true or not, no one knew for sure. What was certain, however, was that the deeper one ventured, the more perilous it became. Wang Linyuan passed through the city gate inspection smoothly and reached the edge of the Linhai mountain range. Most of the mutant beasts here had already been cleared out, making encounters with them rare. As he advanced slowly, he initially came across some people, but the further he went, the quieter it became, and the denser the trees grew. Suddenly, rustling noises came from the bushes ahead.
Wang Linyuan immediately tensed up, entering a battle stance.
Finally, it's coming, he thought to himself.
Evernight war armor, he roared.
The war armor was forged entirely of a mysterious black metal, its surface flowing with eerie purple patterns that twisted and writhed as if alive. As the Evernight war armor fully manifested, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Wang Linyuan glanced down at his hands and the armor covering his arms. This was his first time summoning the Evernight war armor. Admiring the sleek design, he exclaimed excitedly, "I didn't expect this armor to look so incredible." His heart burned with boundless fighting spirit. Today, he was determined to write his own legendary tale in the Linhai mountain range. Feeling the immense power flowing through the war armor, Wang Linyuan's gaze locked onto the massive ground python slowly emerging from the bushes ahead. The enormous snake was at least 5 meters long, its scales shimmering with a cold, cunning luster that would strike fear into any living creature. It was a 5th-tier awakening stage mutant beast. The python flicked its scarlet tongue, its eyes gleaming with greed and malice, as if it already saw Wang Linyuan as its prey.
Perfect timing.
I can test just how strong this Evernight war armor and my abilities truly are,
Wang Linyuan declared boldly, excitement evident in his voice.
He raised his arms, flexing the armor on his forearms, and relished the faint sound of blades slicing through the air. His anticipation grew stronger. The python launched its attack, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs as it lunged at Wang Linyuan, intent on swallowing him whole. Wang Linyuan remained unfazed, his eyes suddenly transforming into blood-red whirlpools. "Blood Moon Canopy, activate," he roared, and a crimson glow exploded outward. Centered on him, the surrounding darkness seemed to be tinged with a layer of blood.
Immune to slowing and constraints? Let's see how you handle a difference in speed.
Wang Linyuan smirked coldly. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, easily evading the python's attack thanks to the effects of the Blood Moon
Canopy.
Enraged, the python let out a deafening hiss and swung its tail violently, creating a gust of wind that swept toward him.
Is that all you've got? Wang Linyuan sneered dismissively.
He pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping high into the air and effortlessly dodging the python's tail. Mid-air, he gathered crimson energy in his hands. "Blood Moon Descent," he shouted, and a blood-red moon materialized in the sky. The moon emitted a mysterious glow, and beams of crimson light shot down toward the python. Sensing the danger, the python twisted its massive body, trying desperately to evade.
Think you can escape? Not a chance. Wang Linyuan manipulated the beams with precision, relentlessly pursuing the python.
The beams struck the python one after another, eliciting anguished hisses as its scales shattered and blood poured out. Thoroughly enraged, the python opened its jaws wide and spat out a stream of foul-smelling black venom, aiming directly for Wang Linyuan.
A flicker of caution flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes. Interesting, but still not enough.
He swung the blades on his armored arms,
slicing through the black venom with precision.
The venom splattered onto the ground, corroding deep pits wherever it landed.
My turn to attack, Wang Linyuan shouted, charging toward the python like a phantom.
The blades in his hands gleamed with a chilling light as he thrust them toward the python's head. The python tried to lift its head to avoid the strike, but Wang Linyuan's speed was like lightning. The blades carved a deep gash into its head, causing the python to thrash in agony, desperately attempting to shake him off.
Stop struggling. Today, your fate is sealed.
Wang Linyuan gripped the python's scales tightly and summoned the Blood Moon's energy again. A massive beam of crimson light descended with terrifying power.
The python, sensing the overwhelming force of the beam, showed fear in its eyes and tried to flee.
But it was too late. The beam struck its body with
devastating impact.
Blood sprayed like a fountain as the python let out one final, despairing hiss before its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Wang Linyuan leapt off the python's corpse, gazing at its fallen form with immense satisfaction. As expected, the combination of the Evernight war armor and the Blood Moon Canopy is unbelievably powerful. He looked down at the armor enveloping him and nodded in approval. By now, the crimson glow around him had faded, and the effects of the Blood Moon Canopy gradually dissipated. Despite the significant energy expenditure during the battle, the rewards were well worth the effort. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5th-tier awakening stage mutant beast. You have gained 500 ability points. Wang Linyuan's face lit up with joy at the sight of the 500 points.
As expected of the Linhai mountain range,
I've only just arrived, and I've already earned 500 ability points. System, allocate the points.
Congratulations to the host for consuming 200 ability points to advance to the second tier of the awakening stage. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 ability points to advance to the third tier of the awakening stage.
After completing the upgrades, Wang Linyuan approached the python's corpse.
His eyes gleamed as he examined its remains.
What a treasure trove! The entire body is valuable.
Its skin can be used to make armor, and its fangs can be forged into weapons. He carefully collected all the useful materials from the python and stored them in the system's space. Then, he continued his exploration deeper into the Linhai mountain range.
Shortly after Wang Linyuan left, a group of strangely dressed thieves arrived at the scene.
The tall man leading them spoke coldly. "Boss, there was clearly a fierce battle here. The scales on the ground look like those of an earth serpent."
Enough nonsense, I'm not blind.
The man referred to as the boss snapped impatiently, landing a heavy punch on him. Yes, you're absolutely right, boss," the punched man muttered in agreement, though anger simmered silently in his heart.
Let's move. Follow them.
After this job, the Skyshatter thieves can live it up for a few days. The tall man waved his hand, and the group hurriedly followed him in the direction Wang Linyuan had gone. At that moment, Wang Linyuan was still searching for exotic beasts in the Linhai mountain range, frustration written all over his face.
Where are the exotic beasts? Where? Why haven't I encountered one in so long?
Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the distance.
Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to investigate.
Perhaps it was a spiritual herb. In this world, spiritual herbs could be used for alchemy or consumed directly, though direct consumption would reduce their efficacy. As he approached, he discovered a tree laden with ripe golden spirit fruits. Although golden spirit fruits were only first-grade spiritual herbs, they were highly beneficial for lower-level awakened metal element ability users. Wang Linyuan surveyed his surroundings cautiously, knowing that such spiritual herbs were always guarded by beasts. He picked up a stone and hurled it toward the golden spirit fruits. To his surprise, the stone hadn't even touched the golden spirit tree before it was swatted away by a scorpion's tail. Wang Linyuan's heart trembled as he finally saw the full form of the beast, a steel-tailed scorpion. This creature looks stronger than that snake earlier, but I'm no pushover, he thought to himself. Wang Linyuan slowly raised his hand. The Eternal Night Demon armor materialized on his body, pitch black and shimmering with dark purple runes, like the whispers of a demon. His eyes grew sharp, and the void trembled as the Eternal Night Demon spear emerged slowly. Its body was a deep crimson, wrapped in black chains, and the surrounding space distorted under its presence. From the tiny cracks, one could faintly see pairs of scarlet eyes observing from the void. The moment he gripped the demon spear, an overwhelming surge of dark and powerful energy coursed through him, making his gaze icy cold. Without hesitation, he charged at the steel-tailed scorpion. The scorpion sensed the threat and swung its massive pincers, emitting sharp clacking sounds. Its venomous tail stood high, glowing with a sinister green light. Wang Linyuan moved the demon spear in a swift dance, executing basic spear techniques. Each thrust carried the sound of howling wind, leaving blood-red streaks in the air. Though the steel-tailed scorpion's carapace was exceptionally tough, impervious to ordinary attacks, the Eternal Night Demon spear pierced through with ease, drawing out gushes of fresh blood. Every drop of blood turned into a mist in the air, absorbed by the demon spear, causing its crimson glow to grow even more intense. Scarlet Sky Veil. Wang Linyuan roared, his eyes transforming into blood-red whirlpools. The surrounding scarlet moonlit veil radiated brilliantly, instantly amplifying his attack speed and power several-fold. Though the steel-tailed scorpion was strong, it gradually faltered under Wang Linyuan's relentless assault. It thrashed wildly, counterattacking with its pincers and venomous tail, but Wang Linyuan evaded effortlessly. With a powerful cry, Wang Linyuan thrust the demon spear forward, piercing straight into the scorpion's heart. The steel-tailed scorpion let out a harrowing screech, its body convulsing violently before collapsing lifelessly. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th-level awakened beast. You've gained 600 ability points, the system announced. With a thought, Wang Linyuan stored the scorpion's body into his system space. After dealing with the scorpion, Wang Linyuan carefully approached the golden spirit fruits. Just as he tucked the last fruit into his pouch, a round of applause echoed from behind him. "Ha, kid, you've got some luck on your side." A mocking, sinister voice rang out. Wang Linyuan turned to see 5 figures stepping out of the shadows. The leader was a tall man with a gruesome scar across his face, his eyes filled with greed and malice. Behind him were 4 others, all exuding an aura of danger that put Wang Linyuan on high alert. "Boy, we're the Skyshatter thieves. If you know what's good for you, hand over everything you've got, or today will be your last," the scar-faced man said coldly. "I'm Bloodhand, the leader of the Skyshatter thieves," he declared, and as he spoke, a blood-red longsword materialized in his hand. The sword emitted a chilling aura, causing the very air around it to tremble. Wang Linyuan's expression remained calm,
though his mind raced.
He opened his system panel and used all 600 ability points gained from the Scorpion to boost his strength.
Congratulations to the host for consuming 400 ability points. Your cultivation level has advanced to the 4th stage of awakening.
Wan Lingyuan's aura surged, climbing steadily until it reached the 4th stage of awakening. His presence now radiated the oppressive energy of a waking beast, striking fear into anyone who dared oppose him.
What, so if I hand it over, you'll let me go? Bring it on, you bunch of trash!
Wang Lingyuan shouted, his voice reverberating like thunder and shaking the surroundings.
The Sky Shatter thieves were taken aback by his fearless demeanor.
Their expressions darkened with a mix of fury and unease.
You want to die? Fine, then, take him down, Bloodhand commanded.
The 5 of them activated their unique abilities simultaneously, charging at Wang Lingyuan, and the tension in the air erupted into chaos.
Wang Lingyuan's eyes once again turned into blood-red whirlpools.
The scarlet moonlit veil expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield in a crimson glow, as if swallowing everything into a blood-colored abyss. He unleashed the technique Crimson Moon's Descent. The scarlet moon in the sky radiated with brilliance, raining down beams of blood-red light upon the Sky Shatter thieves, each strike carrying overwhelming force. Bloodhand swung his blood-red sword, cleaving through the beams aimed at him.
Shadow Fiend deftly dodged the attacks using his shadow manipulation.
Thunderstorm summoned lightning bolts to counter the descending beams, resulting in deafening explosions and clouds of debris.
Poison.
Maiden hurled toxic flasks into the air, releasing clouds of venomous mist to shield against the attacks, but all of their efforts unfolded
within Wang Lingyuan's grasp.
Wind Phantom, with unparalleled speed, weaved through the blood beams, searching for an opening to strike back. Seeing their movements, Wang Lingyuan activated Crimson Moon's Blessing, entering a berserk state. His attack speed multiplied, and the Eternal Night Demon Spear spun furiously in his hands, its shadows raining down like a storm aimed directly at his enemies. Simultaneously, he summoned the Soul Reaper.
The Reaper's ethereal form wielded a blood-red scythe, its eerie red eyes glowing ominously. Its cultivation level mirrored Wang Lingyuan's.
The Soul Reaper swung its scythe, casting Blood Chain Soul Bind. A crimson chain shot out, latching onto Bloodhand and transferring his amplified strength to Wang Lingyuan.
Bloodhand's face darkened as he felt the chains bind him.
He attacked the Reaper frantically, but the ethereal figure showed no fear, engaging him in a fierce, blood-soaked battle.
Seizing the moment, Wang Lingyuan unleashed Spatial Distortion Shot.
A small energy projectile shot from his palm, striking Thunderstorm.
The space around
Thunderstorm immediately warped, and terror filled his eyes as he was pulled uncontrollably into the distortions, the overwhelming force threatening to tear him apart. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th level awakened.
You've gained 500 ability points, the system announced. Shadow Phantom attempted a sneak attack on Wang Lingyuan from behind, but he sensed it in advance. Wang Lingyuan turned around, unleashing the Spatial Rift Slash.
A strike imbued with the power of space was sent forth, tearing through the air and forming small rifts as it sped toward Shadow Phantom. Shadow Phantom tried to evade, only to find her movements slowed. In the instant the rift touched her, it abruptly closed, slicing her in two. Blood splattered through the air. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 awakened.
500 ability points earned. Poison Girl witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified. She quickly released a dense poisonous mist, attempting to flee.
Wang Lingyuan snorted coldly and controlled the Blood Moon to shoot a crimson beam, piercing straight through Poison Girl's body. With a wretched scream, Poison Girl collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 4 awakened.
400 ability points earned.
Wind Shadow relied on his speed advantage, darting around Wang Lingyuan, seeking an opportunity to strike.
Wang Lingyuan's eyes sharpened as he unleashed an even larger Spatial Rift Slash.
The Spatial Rift spanned across the entire battlefield. Wind Shadow, unable to evade in time, was caught in the rift and instantly shredded into countless pieces. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 awakened.
500 ability points earned.
Bloodhand, seeing his comrades fall one by one, was overwhelmed with fear and tried to escape. However, he found himself tightly bound by blood chains, unable to break free. Soul Reaper seized the opportunity to attack, slashing his blood-red scythe mercilessly across Bloodhand's body. Bloodhand let out a pained scream as a massive wound appeared on his body, blood gushing out uncontrollably.
Wang Lingyuan stepped toward Bloodhand, his gaze icy as frost, like the Grim Reaper descending.
Bloodhand stared at Wang Lingyuan in horror, pleading desperately, "Spare me,
Please spare me, I'll give you everything I have. Wang Linyuan replied coldly, Fool, if I kill you, everything will be mine anyway. With that, he swung his demonic spear, decapitating Bloodhand with a single strike. Blood stained the land red. Bloodhand's body collapsed to the ground as Wang Linyuan stepped forward, beginning to loot the corpse without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 7 awakened. 700 ability points earned. He sneered disdainfully, pathetic. Out of all of them, only this Bloodhand had a storage ring, and it's just filled with some energy crystals and junk. At this moment, Wang Linyuan's figure shone brilliantly under the blood-red moonlight. His enemies had been obliterated, but for him, this was only the beginning. Wang Linyuan pocketed the storage ring, his gaze gradually calming as he silently planned his next steps. Back at home, Wang Linyuan lay on his bed, eagerly opening the system panel. Instantly, a virtual interface unfolded before his eyes, flashing with dazzling light. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Stage Level 4, 0 out of 500. Abilities, Power of Space and Time, Abyssal Devourer. Ability points, 3,400. Weapon, Eternal Night Demonic Spear. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demonic Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Reaper, Summoning Skill, 1. Time Reversal 2. Spatial Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Spatial Rift /5. Spacetime Teleportation 6. Spatial Banishment. Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Beginner, 13 Deadly Spear Strikes, Unlearned. System, learn the 13 Deadly Spear Strikes to the beginner level, Wang Linyuan commanded decisively. Learning Level 3 Martial Skill, 13 Deadly Spear Strikes, beginner requires 500 ability points. Learning Level 3 Martial Skill, 13 Deadly Spear Strikes, intermediate requires 1000 ability points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Wang Linyuan replied excitedly, as though seeing the victory of the future already within reach. As his thoughts settled, the practice of the 13 Deadly Spear Strikes began to flow vividly through his mind, like a seamless film. He recalled each move. First strike, longing, eternal longing, brief longing, unending sorrow, yearning. Second strike, one night of longing, how much affection. The ends of the earth are not truly far apart, heartbreak. Seeing with the eyes is false, hearing with the heart is true. Third strike, the blind dragon. Everything felt dreamlike, and an unending determination ignited in Wang Linyuan's heart. After completing this process, he felt mentally exhausted and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window onto Wang Linyuan's face, warm and bright. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and a thought flashed through his mind about learning spearmanship from Old Li today. He quickly got up, washed, and headed toward the small courtyard in the school's rear mountain. When he arrived, Old Li was already waiting. Seeing Wang Linyuan, Old Li nodded with a smile of expectation. You're here. Today, we continue practicing spearmanship. Well, kid, did you review the 13 deadly spear strikes last night? Old Li asked casually. I did, Old Li. I've mastered it, Wang Linyuan replied confidently. What? You mastered it in just one night? Old Li was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Wang Linyuan said no more, picking up a spear beside him to demonstrate the moves he had learned. As the spear danced, it was like a divine dragon soaring from the sea, brimming with overwhelming momentum. Longing, heartbreak, blind dragon, one move after another. Old Li and Li Shiyan stood in stunned silence, completely awestruck. Impressive, kid, truly impressive. Ha ha, I see the potential of a king in you. Old Li laughed heartily in encouragement. Old Li, you shouldn't just throw out such remarks, Wang Linyuan chuckled, unable to hold back his own laughter. Over the next 5 days, Wang Linyuan trained daily in the rear mountain courtyard under Old Li's guidance. Li Shiyan practiced on the side, her strength steadily increasing with Wang Linyuan's help, reaching the awakening stage level 3. During this period, Wang Linyuan relentlessly defeated Li Shiyan multiple times. Each battle left her utterly powerless, her heart brimming with grievance, and her gaze carried traces of dissatisfaction. Congratulations to the host for defeating an awakening stage level 2 fighter. 200 ability points earned. Congratulations to the host for defeating an awakening stage level 2 fighter. 200 ability points earned. Congratulations to the host for defeating an awakening stage level 3 fighter. 300 ability points earned. I swear, I didn't mean to, Shiyan. I'm sorry, but I can only earn ability points from you, Wang Linyuan thought to himself, silently apologizing. Over these few days, Wang Linyuan had gained a total of 1300 ability points from Li Shiyan. He was secretly delighted, eager to grow stronger. System, open the personal interface, Wang Linyuan said excitedly. The reappearance of the virtual interface filled him with exhilaration. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Stage Level 4, 150 out of 500.
Abilities, Power of Space and Time, Abyssal Devourer.
Ability points, 3,200. Weapon, Eternal Night Demonic Spear. Talents.
Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Beginner, 13 Deadly Spear Strikes, Beginner.
System, Enhance my level. Add points. Wang Linyuan shouted with excitement. Congratulations to the host for consuming 350 ability points. Level increased to Awakening Stage Level 5. Congratulations to the host for consuming 600 ability points. Level increased to Awakening Stage Level 6.
Wang Linyuan continued leveling up until he reached Awakening Stage Level 8, completely depleting his ability points. The surging power within him filled him with immense satisfaction. That day, the two had just finished another sparring match. Li Shurian sat on the ground, panting heavily, glaring angrily at Wang Linyuan.
What's your problem, Wang Linyuan? Can't you go easy on me? Every day you beat me up like this. What did I ever do to offend you?
Wang Linyuan scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled.
Hee, I didn't mean to. I'm just trying to help you improve your skills. Besides, look how fast your strength has improved. You're already at the 3rd level of the awakening phase. Improving doesn't have to be like this. Getting beaten up by you every day feels like I'm just your punching bag.
Li Shurian pouted, shaking her head angrily, though a sense of stubborn pride flickered in her heart.
Don't say that. I'm really doing this for your sake.
Once you get stronger, I won't be able to beat you so easily, Wang Linyuan explained, his eyes reflecting determination.
Humph, easy for you to say. You always hit so hard, my body is covered in bruises.
Li Shurian fumed, pulling up her sleeve to reveal the marks on her arm, though deep down, she felt a sense of pride for persisting through the challenges. Seeing the bruises on her arm, Wang Linyuan felt a pang of guilt.
I'm sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. How about I give you a massage to make up for it? He tried to soften the atmosphere with some kindness. Forget it.
I don't need your fake kindness, Li Shurian replied, turning her head away in mock anger, though a hint of warmth stirred in her heart.
Come on, don't be mad.
Next time, I'll go easy on you, Wang Linyuan said with a smile, his gaze sincere.
Really?
Li Shurian turned back, her eyes glimmering with hope. If you bully me again, I'll go tell my grandpa, she threatened, feeling secretly triumphant.
Don't worry, it won't happen again, Wang Linyuan promised, silently vowing to hold back in the future.
At that moment, Grandpa Li walked over, looking at the two with a kind smile.
You two little ones, stop bickering.
Shurian, you should learn more from Linyuan.
His talent with the spear is exceptional.
Got it, Grandpa Li, the two said in unison, a shared determination swelling within them. Grandpa Li nodded, then turned to Wang Linyuan, his tone turning serious. Linyuan, your deathly 13 spears technique has reached a decent level, but it still needs more refinement.
Next, I'll teach you some advanced spear techniques. Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Great,
Grandpa Li, I'll work hard to learn. His heart burned with fierce resolve, determined to create his own legend in the art of the spear.
Kid, your cultivation is improving way too fast. You've already reached the 9th level of the awakening phase. Is this for real? Did you take some enhancement drugs or something? Li Weihua asked, looking at Wang Linyuan with suspicion, though inwardly he marveled at the boy's talent. Grandpa Li, I'm a genius. Isn't it normal for my cultivation to improve quickly?
Wang Linyuan raised an eyebrow and flashed a confident smile.
Yeah, Grandpa, Wang Linyuan isn't even human, he's a total maniac. A violent one at that. He beats me up every day, and you still defend him.
Li Shurian huffed, pouting.
Yet in her heart, she couldn't help but admire Wang Linyuan's strength.
Alright, Shurian, today's the Academy's martial competition.
Let's go take a look. It's been over 20 days since their awakening.
Let's see how these young ones are doing, Li Weihua said with a cheerful laugh, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Wang Linyuan and Li Shurian followed closely behind Grandpa Li as they headed toward the Academy's arena.
Along the way, Wang Linyuan felt numerous gazes directed at them, and a sense of pride swelled in his chest. When they arrived at the arena, it was packed with people. Nearly every student who had awakened had signed up to compete, and the atmosphere was both tense and lively.
So, who do you think will take the championship? It's gotta be my goddess Qingqing.
She's beautiful, kind-hearted, and awakened a powerful S-rank ability, one student said excitedly.
Are you just judging based on looks?
Sure, she's the only S-rank awakened in our school, but that doesn't mean she's the strongest, another student retorted.
I'm betting on Yi Wuhan.
He's awakened an A-rank lightning ability, and lightning is one of the most destructive powers.
No doubt Yi Wuhan will win, the second student declared confidently. Do you guys remember Wang Linyuan? He's awakened an SSS rank ability Dark Element, no less.
I wonder if he'll show up, another student said, eyes shining with anticipation.
No way. Who would want to face him? Fighting him is like asking to die. Wait, what?
He's here, came an exclamation from the crowd.
Holy crap, Wang Linyuan really came. People turned to look, their faces filled with awe and shock. Wang Lingyuan felt a bit helpless. Am I really that scary? Yet deep down, his pride grew even stronger. Look at that, look at that. It seems like everyone in the school is afraid of you, Li Shiyan said, unable to suppress a sneaky laugh. What does that have to do with me? I can't help it if I awakened a dark element. They better hope they don't fall into my hands. Hee hee, Wang Lingyuan grinned, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he imagined the myriad of ability points waiting for him. Alright, Lingyuan, Shiyan, let's watch the matches, Grandpa Li urged, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The competition began. Match after match, Wang Lingyuan found himself utterly bored. To him, it was nothing more than children playing games. For the past several days, Wang Lingyuan had been relying on Li Shiyan as his personal experience farm, using her to accumulate ability points. Poor Li Shiyan had to use her own abilities to heal her injuries every day, only to be beaten up again by Wang Lingyuan. But his efforts paid off. Wang Lingyuan finally advanced to the 9th level of the awakening phase, and his mastery of basic spear techniques had reached an intermediate level. His strength was no longer comparable to ordinary people. Sigh, I'm out of energy crystals again. I'll need to buy some more. Even though they're not as good as the system, they're better than nothing, he muttered, brimming with anticipation for the future. In this world, strength was mainly improved by absorbing energy crystals, which were solidified forms of spiritual energy. The higher the rank of one's awakened ability, the faster one could absorb energy crystals. Crystals that matched one's own ability type could enhance strength even faster. Finally, something interesting. Wang Lingyuan's gaze fell on Wang Qingqing below the stage, and he began to form a plan in his mind. The crowd's eyes were locked on the two combatants on the stage, and the cheers rose and fell, creating a heated, intense atmosphere. On one side was Wang Qingqing, who had awakened a flowing, elusive wind ability called Phantom Cloud Mirage. On the other side was Zhang Dong, who wielded a B-rank ice ability called Absolute Zero. Zhang Dong made the first move, shouting, Ice Spike Barrage. Immediately, the moisture in the air condensed into sharp ice spikes, shooting toward Wang Qingqing like arrows. Wang Qingqing remained calm, a confident smile playing on her lips. She murmured softly, Phantom Cloud Mirage, rise. A cyan current of air swirled around her, enveloping her completely. The ice shards were instantly repelled upon contact with the airflow, scattering into fragments that flew in all directions. Taking advantage of the wind's momentum, Wang Qingqing's figure flashed like a streak of green lightning, dashing swiftly toward Zhang Dong. Seeing this, Zhang Dong frowned slightly and quickly erected a thick ice wall in front of him, attempting to block Wang Qingqing's attack. However, how could Wang Qingqing's wind element ability be so easily obstructed? She manipulated her ability, condensing the airflow into a sharp wind blade, slashing fiercely at the ice wall. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the ice wall crumbled under the wind blade's assault, sending ice shards flying everywhere and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the collapsing ice wall, Zhang Dong activated his ultimate move, Absolute Zero, Icebound World. He unleashed his ability with full force, instantly covering the entire arena with a thin layer of ice, the chilling cold biting into the surroundings. Wang Qingqing took a deep breath and pushed her wind element power to its peak. Flowing Cloud Mirage, Storm Vortex, she shouted, forming a massive storm vortex centered around herself, shredding the surrounding ice layers to pieces. On the arena, the storm raged wildly, drawing the spectators' attention and pushing the tension to its peak. The storm intensified, its powerful suction pulling Zhang Dong into the vortex, plunging him into a dire situation. He struggled furiously within the storm, desperately trying to stabilize himself, his heart igniting with unyielding determination. He continuously unleashed ice spikes in an attempt to break free from the storm's powerful grip, but Wang Qingqing's wind element ability surged like a relentless tide, shattering the ice spikes into powder before they could even approach her. Damn it! Zhang Dong burned with rage, but Wang Qingqing's ability output grew even more ferocious, and the storm vortex became increasingly violent. His body was tossed about uncontrollably, and the ice armor on him gradually shattered. Under the storm's impact, his resistance waned, and eventually, the storm came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Dong collapsed powerlessly onto the arena floor, his ice element ability completely suppressed, his heart filled with regret. Finally, something interesting. She's so adorable, if I punched her, she'd probably cry for a long time, Wang Lingyuan said with a sinister smirk, his eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. Beside him, Li Shiyan silently prayed for anyone who fell under his gaze. The competition resumed shortly after. Time ticked by, and there wasn't a single capable fighter left on the arena, leaving Wang Lingyuan nearly dozing off. Finally, the sound of an intense battle roused him.
Wang Linyuan opened his eyes to see Yi Wuhan and Zhang Hao facing off on the arena,
tension crackling between them. His interest immediately sparked as he pulled out some sunflower seeds, ready to enjoy the show. Yi Wuhan, tall and upright, had a cold and unapproachable demeanor, as if detached from worldly concerns. In stark contrast, Zhang Hao was athletic and exuded confidence, though his usual confident smile now carried an unmistakable hint of hostility. At the referee's signal, Zhang Hao lunged forward like an enraged lion, shouting, "Yi Wuhan, today is the day you die. I've waited too long for this." Yi Wuhan smirked coldly and replied, "Zhang Hao, you're as arrogant as ever.
Today, I'll show you the true meaning of the gap in strength."
The audience erupted, students divided into two factions, cheering for their respective favorites. A male student shouted, "Yi Wuhan will win. Lightning abilities are no joke." A female student retorted defiantly, "Go, Zhang Hao, you're the best."
The grudge between them stemmed from a girl named Su Yao. Both Yi Wuhan and Zhang Hao had pursued her simultaneously. Initially, Su Yao maintained a friendly attitude toward both, giving them hope.
Over time, however, Su Yao chose Yi Wuhan, igniting Zhang Hao's fury. Today's duel was the culmination of their rivalry.
Zhang Hao launched the first strike, shouting, "Flame Dragon's Fury." Instantly, a gigantic dragon made of roaring flames erupted from his hands, charging at Yi Wuhan with teeth bared and claws extended.
Wherever the flame dragon passed, it sizzled and scorched, radiating intense heat.
Yi Wuhan remained calm, extending his right hand with his palm facing upward. A dazzling bolt of lightning gathered in his palm as he uttered, "Judgment of Thunder."
The lightning transformed into a thick bolt of electricity, colliding fiercely with the flame dragon. The clash sent deafening booms reverberating through the arena. "Oomph, is that all you've got?"
Zhang Hao sneered, unleashing another attack.
"Inferno sea."
He thrust his hands forward, and an endless sea of flames spread rapidly from him, surging toward Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan's eyes flashed coldly as he pushed off with his feet, vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Hao, his voice icy as he yelled, "Thunder!"
Shadow instant kill.
His figure transformed into a streak of lightning, and he materialized a lightning blade in his hand, stabbing it fiercely toward Zhang Hao's back. Zhang Hao reacted swiftly, turning around with his arms crossed in front of his chest. A flame shield materialized instantly.
The
lightning blade struck the flame shield, creating a burst of sparks, and the force of the impact sent Zhang Hao stumbling backward.
"Looks like you're nothing special after all," Yi Wuhan sneered. "Don't get cocky too soon."
Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and retorted. He took a deep breath, pushing his fire element ability to its limit. Golden flames erupted, hotter and more ferocious than before, as he charged at Yi Wuhan with all his might.
Yi Wuhan unleashed his full lightning power, surrounding himself in violet electricity, appearing like a god of thunder. He roared, thunderous might. Countless lightning bolts erupted from his body, surging toward Zhang Hao. The lightning and flames clashed fiercely in the air, crackling and hissing with intensity.
Gradually, Zhang Hao's momentum waned, his flames dimming in the face of Yi Wuhan's overwhelming
lightning power.
Meanwhile, Yi Wuhan grew stronger with each attack, his lightning raining down like an unrelenting storm, breaking through Zhang Hao's defenses.
The outcome was imminent. "No, this can't be."
Zhang Hao cried out in terror, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He had given it his all, yet he couldn't withstand Yi Wuhan's onslaught, as if suppressed by an invisible force.
"It's over."
Yi Wuhan's eyes gleamed with resolve, his aura surging. He gathered his most powerful lightning strike, a manifestation of divine wrath, and unleashed it upon Zhang Hao. The air grew heavy with a suffocating sense of pressure.
Boom! A deafening explosion shook the arena as the lightning struck like a descending god.
Zhang Hao was hit squarely, his body flung through the air, like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the stage. Dust filled the air as the stunned audience held their breath, awed by the ferocity of the battle. Yi Wuhan slowly withdrew his ability and walked over to Zhang Hao, looking down at him with a cold smile.
"This grudge ends today.
Learn this lesson well, love cannot be forced." His voice was as sharp and cold as a blade, cutting deep into Zhang Hao's heart.
"Not bad, not bad.
I wonder how many moves this Yi Wuhan can withstand from me," Wang Linyuan mused, stroking his chin with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He seemed eager for the next challenge, thinking to himself, the real battle is just beginning.
Things are about to get even more exciting.
The competition quickly came to an end, and Wang Qingqing, who had awakened an S-level superpower, unsurprisingly took first place.
"Xiao Yuan, why don't you test your strength?" Li Weihua grinned brightly. "Ha, wouldn't it be kind of bullying if I went up there to fight someone?"
Wang Linyuan scratched his head, hesitating slightly.
"Who said you'd fight just one? You're going to challenge an entire group."
Li Weihua said calmly, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Before Wang Linyuan could respond, Li Weihua had already gone to Principal Lin Tao to inform him. Lin Tao glanced at Wang Linyuan in surprise before saying, "No rush.
This student here wants to spar with you all." What do you think?
Lin Tao's words instantly caused a stir.
Principal, who is challenging us? Yi Wuhan stepped forward, a trace of disdain on his face. Of course, that's up to Wang Linyuan to decide.
Lin Tao smiled faintly.
It's decided then, Yi Wuhan. I just saw you using your lightning abilities, and they were quite impressive.
I'd like to learn from you, Wang Linyuan said as he stepped forward, his tone calm. Then, he walked up to the arena. But, Wang, I've just gone through several rounds of battle, and my spiritual energy is nearly depleted.
I ask for your understanding, Yi Wuhan replied, his face calm, though his heart was screaming internally, are you kidding me? Everyone knows he's an SSS-level dark-type powerhouse. Fighting him is suicide. What if he loses control and accidentally kills me?
This script feels off.
Isn't he supposed to mock me first and provoke me?
Now I even feel bad about hitting him, Wang Linyuan thought, shocked.
No problem. Then let's wait for you to recover, and we'll spar afterward.
Wang Linyuan replied with a cheerful smile, secretly pleased.
Today, Yi Wuhan, I must beat you. There's no escape.
Oh my god, Wang Linyuan, we have no grudges.
Why do you have to do this to me?
Yi Wuhan howled inwardly but dared not refute aloud.
Alright, Wang, give me half an hour to recover.
He then found a seat and began absorbing spiritual energy from energy crystals, striving to recover.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Wuhan opened his eyes and slowly walked onto the arena. I'm ready.
Let's begin, Yi Wuhan said firmly, secretly resolving that since there was no escape, he might as well fight with all his might.
Alright, here I come, Yi.
Wang Linyuan exclaimed without hesitation, immediately activating his eternal night demon armor. The armor, forged from an enigmatic black metal, shimmered with eerie purple patterns that twisted and writhed like living creatures.
From the helmet,
a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed coldly with murderous intent, as though piercing through all illusions and revealing every fear in the world. The shoulder plates were broad and menacing, covered in sharp spikes. As the eternal night demon armor manifested, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and darkness surged like tangible waves, spreading in all directions.
Yi, I'll give it my all. Wang Linyuan declared excitedly, flames of battle burning in his eyes. Yi Wuhan froze, staring blankly at the armored Wang Linyuan across from him.
When Wang Linyuan stepped forward, Yi Wuhan instinctively stepped back, crying silently in his heart, "Don't come any closer." As Yi Wuhan retreated to the edge of the platform with nowhere left to go, the audience below erupted in astonishment.
So this is the oppressive aura of an SSS-level superpower? I can feel it even from here. Absolutely. Look, Yi Wuhan is so terrified he's backed into a corner. That's nothing.
If you went up there, you'd wet your pants.
Me? You'd totally soil yourself. Hey, man, I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Bring it on. Yi Wuhan's eyes burned with determination, a spirit of defiance surging within him. What's gotten into you? Wang Linyuan wondered, watching Yi Wuhan charge at him like a madman. Smirking, he decided to strike first.
Wang Linyuan swiftly raised his hands and shouted, "Blood Moon Canopy." Instantly, a massive blood-red moon appeared in the sky.
Wang Linyuan's eyes turned into swirling crimson vortexes, radiating an eerie glow.
Under the blood moon's glow, his strength doubled, and he gained immunity to slowing and binding effects. Seeing this, Yi Wuhan tensed and took a deep breath, channeling his lightning ability. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in dazzling electric light, crackling and snapping with energy.
Thunderous judgment.
Yi Wuhan roared, unleashing a thick bolt of lightning from his hand, aimed directly at Wang Linyuan. But Wang Linyuan remained unperturbed.
He calmly raised an arm, using the armor to block the lightning. Boom! The thunderbolt struck the armor, sending sparks flying and causing the entire arena to tremble. Even so, Wang Linyuan didn't budge an inch. The armor's defense easily withstood the attack.
I didn't expect the armor's defense to be this strong, Yi Wuhan thought, alarmed but unwilling to give up.
In a flash, Yi Wuhan disappeared, reappearing behind Wang Linyuan the next second. A blade of lightning formed in his hand as he stabbed fiercely toward Wang Linyuan's back. Lightning Shadow Strike. This was one of his signature moves, as swift as lightning and nearly impossible to counter. However, Wang Linyuan seemed to have eyes on his back. He turned swiftly, meeting Yi Wuhan's lightning blade with the demon armor's weapon. Sparks flew, and the deafening clash echoed. Yi Wuhan knew the stalemate wouldn't work. Wrath of the thunderstorm. Yi Wuhan shouted, summoning a torrential downpour of lightning from the heavens to engulf Wang Linyuan.
But Wang Linyuan stood unfazed, raising his hands once more to summon the Blood Moon's power.
Blood Moon Descent.
The blood-red moon blazed intensely, sending a massive crimson beam crashing down to collide with the lightning storm.
When the light and energy
Dissipated, Wang Linyuan still stood tall, while Yi Wuhan was already gasping for breath. His strongest attack had failed to harm Wang Linyuan. Desperation filled Yi Wuhan's heart, but he refused to surrender.
Gritting his teeth, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Lightning 5-strike whip.
His body turned into a streak of lightning as he charged at Wang Linyuan. When he got close, his hands lashed out, sending whips
of lightning cracking toward Wang Linyuan.
But Wang Linyuan stood his ground, unshaken, allowing the whips to strike his armor.
Snap, snap.
After several crisp strikes, it became clear that the Lightning 5-strike whip couldn't even scratch the demon armor's defense. "It's over," Wang Linyuan said coldly, his voice devoid of mercy. Once again, he unleashed the Blood Moon's power. The Crimson Moon flared brilliantly, sending an even larger beam of blood-red energy toward Yi Wuhan.
Yi Wuhan tried to dodge, but it was too late.
The beam struck him, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the ground like a lifeless meteor. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 5th-level Awakening Realm opponent, earning 500 superpower points. Yi Wuhan lay motionless, barely breathing, his eyes rolling back as he fainted like a defeated beast.
I swear I didn't mean to. Do you believe me?"
Wang Linyuan chuckled awkwardly, as though the entire fight had been a casual game.
The spectators,
staring at the unconscious Yi Wuhan and the unscathed Wang Linyuan, shook their heads, all thinking the same thing. This guy is a monster. Looking at the 500 ability points credited to his account, Wang Linyuan's heart bloomed with joy.
The students below the stage were stunned, their mouths agape in shock. "I can't believe it. Yi Wuhan, second only to Wang Qingqing, lost just like that. It feels like Wang Linyuan didn't even use his full strength. More than that, I think even if we all went up together, we wouldn't be enough to take him on."
Wang Linyuan scanned the crowd below the stage, as if each person was a walking source of ability points. "I'll fight 10 of you," he provocatively declared, his voice booming like thunder.
The crowd was collectively stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. "How dare he? If we go up one by one, we could wear him down. This can't stand. Brothers, let's go." "Go ahead then.
Why don't you go first?" I was just hyping it up, okay," one student stammered awkwardly. "I didn't expect him to be so bold," Li Shiyan said, astonished.
"Ha ha ha, good boy.
I knew I was right about you," Li Weihua said with a laugh, his eyes signaling to Lin Tao.
"Challenge Wang Linyuan and defeat him.
The reward is 20 first-tier energy crystals, with no limit on participants," Lin Tao's voice rang out. One energy crystal was worth 1,000 Huaxia currency, 20 crystals amounted to 20,000, a massive fortune for cultivation resources. Money could make even the devil work, let alone energy crystals.
The crowd began to stir with excitement.
Soon, the stage was crowded with over a dozen formidable opponents, Wang Qingqing among them.
Facing these powerful adversaries, Wang Linyuan felt a surge of excitement. "Come, fight," he roared, his voice reverberating across the stage like rolling thunder. Wang Linyuan's eyes gleamed, his entire being radiating a fierce fighting spirit. His body trembled with exhilaration. "Ability points, here I come," he murmured repeatedly. "Blood Moon Canopy, descend," he shouted. In an instant, the sky seemed to be draped in a massive, crimson curtain. A gigantic blood-red moon slowly rose, dyeing the entire stage an eerie shade of red. Wang Linyuan's eyes transformed into swirling crimson vortexes, as if they could devour everything in their path. So this is his Blood Moon Canopy? What an overpowering aura.
It feels like the protagonist of a post-apocalyptic blockbuster just stepped out.
This skill sets the tension to the max. The onlookers nodded fervently, their eyes wide as saucers. Exactly.
These effects are leagues ahead of those cheap, low-budget web dramas. Under the Blood Moon Canopy, Wang Linyuan seemed to become the ruler of this battlefield. His figure moved like a phantom among the crowd, leaving behind streaks of crimson afterimages with each motion. During the field's duration, he was immune to slowing and immobilizing effects. Any skill attempting to restrict his movements was as fragile as paper before him.
Seeing this, Wang Qingqing's heart sank. She urgently shouted, "Attack him from a distance. Don't let him get close. In this state, he's terrifying, don't give him any openings."
Hearing her, the crowd unleashed their abilities.
A dazzling array of multicolored skills illuminated the stage.
A burly fire wielder roared, Flaming Dragon's Wrath. Instantly, countless fireballs shot toward Wang Linyuan like meteors. At the same time, a petite ice wielder pressed her hands to the ground, shouting, "Ice Prison descends." In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, spreading toward Wang Linyuan's feet in an attempt to entrap him. Facing the onslaught of attacks, Wang Linyuan remained unfazed. He smirked disdainfully, the corners of his mouth curling upward.
Are you trying to tickle me? With attacks like this, I haven't even warmed up yet. With that, he thrust his hands forward, shouting, "Blood moon descends." The blood-red moon in the sky burst with intense light. Crimson beams rained down like arrows, targeting the incoming attacks. In an instant, the fireballs shattered into sparks, dissipating into the air. The ice spikes melted into puddles, sizzling with steam. How is this possible? How is his strength this overwhelming? My flaming dragon was destroyed just like that? The fire wielder's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Are we really going to lose to him today? My ice prison can usually freeze steel until it shatters. The ice wielder's voice trembled, but Wang Linyuan gave them no chance to recover. He bellowed once more, "Blood Moon's blessing." In that instant, a layer of blood-red light surrounded his body, and he entered a state of indiscriminate rampage. His attack speed tripled. He darted through the crowd with lightning speed, each strike leaving behind a trail of destruction. One by one, the ability users were sent flying like kites with broken strings, tracing graceful arcs through the air before crashing heavily onto the stage, losing their ability to fight. Ability points plus 300. Ability points plus 300. Ability points plus 400. Watching the steady stream of ability points flood his account, Wang Linyuan felt a fire ignite within him, spurring him to fight with even greater fervor. "Mine, mine, they're all mine," he shouted, as if this battle was his personal feast. Li Weihua, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself, "This is insane. It's like he's cheating. How can anyone beat this? Is this real-life PvP or a game? He's practically in invincible hack mode." The teachers and students below the stage buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with astonishment. A bespectacled middle-aged teacher sighed, "This is a total one-sided massacre. These people are absolutely no match for him. This fight looks like an adult bullying children, there's no suspense at all." Wang Qingqing watched her teammates fall one by one, her heart filled with frustration. She gritted her teeth and resolved not to give up easily. She quickly formed hand seals, chanting under her breath, "Storm Vortex." In an instant, countless sharp wind blades gathered around her, forming a massive vortex that surged toward Wang Linyuan. Feeling the immense power, Wang Linyuan's heart tightened. He moved his hands swiftly, unleashing the full might of the Blood Moon canopy. The crimson glow clashed fiercely with the storm vortex, producing deafening booms. The entire stage was engulfed in waves of energy, obscuring the scene. Only the crackling sounds of energy collisions could be heard. As the energy waves gradually subsided, Wang Linyuan's figure emerged. Though his appearance was slightly disheveled and his magic armor bore a few scratches, he remained unscathed. Wang Qingqing, on the other hand, was pale-faced, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly injured in the clash. "How can you be this strong?" Wang Qingqing exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to accept that her once proud strength was so easily crushed. Wang Linyuan removed the Eternal Night Demon armor, pulled Wang Qingqing up from the ground, and with eyes sharp as swords, he said coldly, "Because I am stronger than you." Wang Qingqing, frightened by his cold demeanor, burst into tears, crying loudly as if mourning her powerless defeat. Wang Linyuan scratched his head, looking confused, and said, "Am I really that scary?" Without paying further attention to the situation, he walked straight off the arena. "Xiao Yuan, you're amazing. Looks like I wasn't wrong about you." Li Weihua patted Wang Linyuan's shoulder, his face full of pride. "Wang Linyuan, you're truly strong," Li Shiyan said from the side, her big eyes blinking with admiration. Not really, he," Wang Linyuan replied modestly with a laugh, though deep inside, he was secretly pleased. Principal Lin Tao then gave a speech, looking at the students who had been beaten to a pulp. Though his expression was serious, he felt a sense of comfort in their efforts. He decided to reward each student with 2 energy crystals to encourage them to keep striving in preparation for the upcoming college entrance exams. With that, he announced the end of the day. After bidding farewell to Li Weihua and Li Shiyan, Wang Linyuan returned home, filled with anticipation. He hurriedly opened his system panel to check how many ability points he had earned this time. Immediately, a virtual panel appeared before Wang Linyuan's eyes. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Phase, 9th Tier, 0 out of 900. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 4,800. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy. 2. Blood Moon Descent. 3. Blood Moon's Blessing. 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor. 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter, Summoning Skill. 6. Time rewind. 7. Spatial distortion bullet. 8. Blade of time stasis. 9. Spatial rift slash. 10. Timespace teleportation. 11. Spatial banishment.
Skills, basic spear technique, intermediate, 13 deadly spear strikes, beginner.
Wow, I actually earned 4,800 ability points this time.
Time to upgrade and enhance my combat techniques, he thought excitedly.
System, add points to my level.
Congratulations, host. You have spent 900 ability points and advanced to first tier, first level. Wang Lingyuan glanced at his basic spear technique and 13 deadly spear strikes, thinking to himself, a strong foundation is the key to everything. He decided to enhance his basic spear technique.
Finally, I'm no longer a rookie.
System, keep adding points and upgrade my basic spear technique to advanced. Congratulations, host.
You have spent 1,500 ability points.
Basic spear technique has been upgraded to advanced. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that a perfect basic spear technique requires 3,000 ability points, I would have upgraded it now, Wang Linyuan said regretfully. He looked at his updated system panel, silently planning his path to greater power.
Once again, a virtual panel appeared before Wang Linyuan's eyes. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Level, first tier, first level, 0/1500. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer.
Ability points, 2,400. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talents.
Skills, Basic Spear Technique, Advanced, 13 Deadly Spear Strikes, Beginner.
I'll save up for now and upgrade later. During the college entrance exams, I'll show the world my true strength.
Wang Linyuan's eyes sparkled with determination, and a confident smile curled at the corners of his lips.
He was filled with hope and longing for the future.
Every bit of training, every challenge he faced, was for the arrival of that day. He knew that only by displaying true power could he earn the admiration of all and become a figure of reverence.
Congratulations, host. You have used over 5,000 ability points.
The system shop and lottery feature have been unlocked.
Beginner, 100 points per draw. Intermediate, 1,000 points per draw. Advanced, 10,000 points per draw, with a guarantee mechanism every 10 draws. Hearing the system's cold mechanical voice, Wang Linyuan was thrilled. This was a golden opportunity. The beginner-level lottery was only 100 points per draw, and the 10-draw guarantee mechanism excited him even more.
Wang Linyuan eagerly opened the system shop, where dazzling items were displayed, priced so high it made his jaw drop.
True Dragon Bloodline, 1 billion ability points. Desolate Prison Heaven Finger, 100 million ability points. Southern Bright Fire, 100 million ability points. SSS level Lightning ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder, 1 billion ability points. Sigh, I'm still too weak for now, but once I grow stronger, all of this will be mine. Wang Linyuan said with confidence, his gaze firm. Alright, let's start the lottery. Come on, I trust my luck. Let's do this.
Wang Linyuan rubbed his hands eagerly. I'll start with a beginner draw to test the water, he told the system. A flash of blue light appeared on the system screen, and Wang Linyuan's heart sank.
As expected, he didn't get anything good.
Congratulations, host. You have spent 100 ability points and obtained one unknown white sock.
Wang Linyuan's face instantly darkened. How could this sock even qualify as white? It looked more black than anything. What kind of garbage is this?
100 ability points wasted on this crap, he cursed angrily.
Fine, I'll do a 10 draw.
Wang Linyuan gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of spending his precious points, now down to just 2,000.
I worked so hard for these points. I have to get something good this time. As the lottery proceeded, Wang Linyuan's face grew darker and darker.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 pack of toilet paper. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 snack gift box.
You stupid system. What kind of trash are you giving me?
You're as useless as this junk. His fury nearly erupted. But just as he was about to lose all hope, a golden light flashed, and Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up. It's here. It's here. The reward has finally arrived. He was overjoyed. Wow, it's a golden legend. System, I love you. You're the best.
Wang Linyuan was ecstatic.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine ability, Eternal Heavy Pupils.
Eternal's Heavy Pupils. Description.
Heavy Pupil World-Destroying Light unleashes a devastating ocular technique that can obliterate an opponent's body and soul, with wide attack range and lightning-fast speed.
Suppressive Aura exudes pressure that can intimidate the opponent's spirit, weakening their will to fight.
Insight ability pierces through deception, identifies weaknesses, predicts enemy moves and battle trajectories, and slows down high-speed attacks in the user's perception.
Can also be used for treasure hunting. Reading the description of the heavy pupils, Wang Linyuan could hardly believe his luck.
The heavy pupils alone make one invincible, there's no need to rely on anyone else. He murmured to himself, then made up his mind.
System, merge the heavy pupils. A bright glow burst forth, and Wang Lingyuan felt a warm sensation in his eyes.
As he slowly opened them, a golden light flashed. Using the heavy pupils, he scanned his surroundings and could even see the movements of a flying mosquito in extreme slow motion.
This is the power of the heavy pupils. Truly extraordinary. I wonder if I'll have the chance to draw the supreme bone next,
Wang Linyuan said excitedly.
Only 7 days left until the college entrance exams.
This past month flew by so fast, he sighed, pulling up his blanket and slowly closing his eyes, falling into a deep sleep.
The next morning, Wang Linyuan arrived early at the courtyard to practice his basic spear technique. Li Weihua and Li Shiyan quietly watched him. Xiaoyuan, stop practicing for now. I've got something good for you, Li Weihua said with a mysterious smile. What is it that's so mysterious? Wang Linyuan asked with a smile. Of course, it's something good. My grandpa got this from one of his good friends. Just wait and see, you'll love it,
Li Shiyan said with a face full of anticipation.
Here, this is the jade slip of the Dark Element secret technique, Hellfire. It's a rare treasure,
even rarer than the 13 deathly spear
techniques I gave you before. So, take the next few days to train hard with it and try to master the basics, Li Weihua said with a beaming smile.
Holding the jade slip in his hand, Wang Linyuan felt a surge of power coursing through him. The path ahead of him, he thought, would be one he would control.
Thank you, elderly. I promise I won't let you down.
Wang Linyuan accepted the jade slip, gratitude written all over his face.
It's a small matter, Xiaoyuan.
During the college entrance exams, take care of Xiaoyan for me.
Even though she's already awakened to the 7th level,
her actual combat experience is lacking, and I'm worried she might suffer setbacks, Li Weihua said fondly, looking at Li Shiyan with concern in his eyes.
Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Besides, as long as I don't run into a monster like Wang Linyuan, I'm not afraid of anyone.
Li Shiyan raised her chin proudly, her tone full of confidence.
Ah, Xiaoyan is the best.
Xiaoyuan, if you run into Xiaoyan in the secret realm during the entrance exams, give her a hand if you can, Li Weihua said to Wang Linyuan, his tone full of trust.
I understand, elderly.
I'll make sure to look after her.
By the way, elderly, how are the college entrance exams conducted? Wang Linyuan asked curiously. TCH, who needs your help looking after me?
Li Shiyan said with a hint of arrogance.
All right, Xiaoyan.
The college entrance exams are divided into a written exam and a martial exam. The written exam is for those who haven't awakened any powers or whose powers aren't strong.
The
martial exam, however, takes place in a secret realm. Our empire is divided into 4 major regions: east, west, south, and north for the exams.
We're in the eastern region, so our exams will take place in the eastern secret realm.
All high school graduates from the region will gather in these secret realms, and the competition will be incredibly fierce.
Inside, you'll need to kill
exotic beasts to earn points, and the one with the highest points will rank first. Don't worry, Xiaoyuan, the exotic beasts inside won't exceed the 2nd tier, Li Weihua explained seriously.
Got it, elderly, I understand. Wang Linyuan nodded at Li Weihua, his mind already turning over the information. Xiaoyuan, you don't need to come over these next few days. Rest at home and prepare for the exams.
On the day of the exams, I'll take you both there, Li Weihua said with a faint smile.
All right, elderly, I'll be there that day. Wang Linyuan nodded in agreement, then left the courtyard, teleporting back home in an instant. Unable to wait, Wang Linyuan opened his system panel. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation level, Tier 1, Level 1, 0/1500. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 2000.
Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Innate talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy, 2. Blood Moon Descent, 3. Blood Moon Blessing, 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor, 5. Blood Servant, Soul Ripper, Summoning Skill, 6. Time Rewind, 7. Space Distortion Shot, 8. Time Stasis Blade, 9. Space Rift Slash, 10. Time Space Teleportation, 11. Spatial Expulsion.
Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Advanced, 13 Deathly Spear Techniques, Beginner, Hellfire, Unmastered.
Wang Linyuan scanned the jade slip, and its contents instantly vanished. He wasn't surprised, as many people used such special jade slips to prevent leaks. Looking at the yet-to-be mastered Hellfire, a surge of longing burned in his heart. He immediately called out, System, learn Hellfire. Learning the Dark Element's secret technique Hellfire will require 2,000 ability points. Do you wish to proceed?
Gazing at his dwindling ability points, Wang Linyuan thought to himself, if I run out, I can still hunt exotic beasts in Linhai Mountain to earn more.
Yes, he answered resolutely. Congratulations to the host for spending 2,000 ability points. Hellfire has been mastered at the entry level.
The method for operating Hellfire immediately flooded Wang Linyuan's mind, as if he had used it countless times before.
he murmured.
Softly, hellfire, a black flame condensed from dark elements, capable of burning the flesh and continuously scorching the soul.
Watching the black flame flickering in his palm, Wang Linyuan's face lit up with excitement.
A smile curled his lips. I truly am a prodigy, ha 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 ha. After quickly composing himself, he used the power of time and space to teleport to the city gates. As his strength grew, his mastery of time and space became even stronger, allowing him to expand his teleportation range further.
Damn it, you really made me work for this one. Wang Linyuan plunged the Eternal Night Demon spear into the ground, exhaling deeply.
Looking at the lifeless crimson flame tiger on the ground before him, Wang Linyuan felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the strongest exotic beast he had slain so far, terrifyingly at Tier 1, Level 3. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Tier 1, Level 3 Crimson Flame Tiger.
You have earned 1300 ability points. What's going on? As my level increases, the ability points I earn from killing exotic beasts seem to decrease?
Wang Linyuan said with some frustration. Over the past few days, he had been hunting exotic beasts non-stop. Previously, killing an awakened level 1 beast earned him 100 ability points, but now it only granted him 70. Looks like I need to hunt stronger exotic beasts, Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the towering forest ahead. He quickly stored the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse in his system space and continued his hunt for more powerful prey.
Well, lucky me.
I didn't expect to run into such a beast. Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up as he spotted a nightmare beast foraging in the distance, a rare dark element beast, part bull, part horse.
Could this be a cow-horse hybrid?
Looks like it's time for my heavy pupils to shine, Wang Linyuan thought, excitement surging through him. Without hesitation, he summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor and charged at the nightmare beast. Before the nightmare beast could react, Wang Linyuan delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending it flying. The nightmare beast let out pained moo sounds. Once it recovered, its eyes turned red, and it charged at Wang Linyuan with full force.
Good timing, Wang Linyuan shouted, summoning the Eternal Night Demon Spear.
Having been baptized by blood, the spear's power was gradually unsealed, emitting a strong aura of bloodlust that spoke to Wang Linyuan's recent killing spree.
Become a soul beneath my spear. Cow-horse, I'll grant you release. Wang Linyuan showed no mercy, thrusting his spear forward.
The spear dances like a dragon, a soldier wielding 1,000 weapons. Life flows like the yellow springs, never looking back. Sixth spear, white dragon. A crimson dragon formed from the bloodlust of the Eternal Night Demon spear surged toward the nightmare beast. The beast, realizing the danger, quickly unleashed a black laser from its mouth to barely block the crimson dragon.
Not bad. You managed to block one of my strikes. Now, try this.
Wang Linyuan sneered, launching the lovesickness and blind dragon techniques in quick succession. The nightmare beast, severely injured, let out faint moo sounds, its breath weakening.
As Wang Linyuan prepared to end the battle with one final strike, the nightmare beast's eyes suddenly burst with purple light.
This was the nightmare beast's signature skill, Nightmare World. Anyone caught in it would be trapped in an illusory mental realm, unable to escape, leaving them vulnerable to an easy kill. However, this nightmare beast clearly didn't know that Wang Linyuan was cheating. His immortal heavy pupils rendered him immune to its illusions. Wang Linyuan's blood-red eyes suddenly emitted bursts of golden light, instantly breaking the nightmare beast's illusion.
Such petty tricks, daring to show off before me? Behold my twin pupil annihilation light.
The golden twin pupils erupted with a devastating beam of light, directly striking toward the nightmare beast. The radiant energy pierced through its eyes with precision, shattering its soul in an instant. Amidst a shrill, agonizing howl, the nightmare beast's vitality faded, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, leaving behind empty, shattered eye sockets.
What a pity.
Those eyes of the nightmare beast were worth quite a lot.
It's a shame I accidentally damaged them, Wang Linyuan remarked with a shake of his head, his face full of regret.
He then collected the nightmare beast's corpse, glanced at the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, and decided to return to Haicheng to sell off the corpses of the exotic beasts he had recently slain. With a swift flash of his figure, Wang Linyuan arrived back in the city and made his way to Haicheng's largest trading hub, Treasure Pavilion. The Grand Hall of Treasure Pavilion was resplendent, dazzling with a kaleidoscope of light. Treasures of all kinds were on display, including weapons, elixirs, and an array of spiritual herbs. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? A Treasure Pavilion staff member greeted him with a warm smile.
I'm here to sell some exotic beast corpses. Is that possible? Wang Linyuan replied nonchalantly.
Of course, sir. Please follow me to our appraisal room. A professional appraiser will evaluate the value of the items you wish to sell, the staff member responded courteously. All right, Wang Linyuan nodded slightly in agreement. He followed the staff member to the appraisal room, which was spacious and divided into smaller compartments, each with its own appraiser. The staff led Wang Linyuan to an available appraisal room. After expressing his intention, he promptly brought out the exotic beast corpses and also took out 3 golden spirit fruits. Fortunately, the room was large enough, otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate everything. The dozen or so exotic beasts Wang Linyuan had slain piled up like a mountain, shocking all who saw them. The appraiser, utterly astonished, was witnessing such a vast amount of exotic beasts being traded for the first time. Despite his amazement, he dared not delay and immediately began a thorough assessment.
Earth python, iron-tailed scorpion, gale demon wolf, crimson flame tiger, oh, and even a nightmare beast.
Such a shame its most valuable eyes are gone, the appraiser muttered to himself, his face full of surprise.
Excuse me, sir, the total value of these exotic beasts is 55 million yenxia coins. May I confirm if this is acceptable to you?
The appraiser inquired earnestly.
That seems about right. The earth python's intact skin and fangs alone are worth around 5 million.
Wang Linyuan calculated mentally, feeling secretly pleased. Deal, Wang Linyuan agreed, providing his bank card number to the staff and quickly completing the transaction, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Instead of leaving immediately, he wandered into the martial arts section, contemplating his somewhat limited offensive techniques. He was eager to find a close combat martial art to enhance his strength. Netherworld Phantom Step, Tier 3 Martial Art.
Mastery allows for ghostly movement, leaving only after images to confuse enemies.
Blazing Flame Fist, Tier 2 Martial Art. Fist winds wrapped in crimson flames, releasing scorching heat upon impact. Surging Wave Palm, Tier 2 Martial Art.
Palm strikes mimic tumultuous waves, capable of summoning water surges dozens of feet high.
Thousand Illusion Maze Finger, Tier 3 Martial Art. With each finger strike, illusions abound, making it difficult to discern reality. Wang Linyuan browsed with fascination, thinking to himself, I need to find a martial art focused on fist techniques. He continued searching until his eyes lit up, spotting a skill manual titled World Destroying Abyssal Fist. World Destroying Abyssal Fist, Tier 4 Martial Art. When executed, fist energy transforms into a black vortex, seemingly devouring everything in its path. Capable of inducing spatial collapses, reducing all to void, like the descent of an apocalypse. This is the one world-destroying Abyssal Fist.
Such a domineering name, Wang Linyuan exclaimed with excitement.
However, upon seeing the price of 50 million yenxia coins, he gritted his teeth and purchased it. Afterward, Wang Linyuan also bought some energy crystals and food to prepare for the upcoming college entrance exams in 2 days. Back home, he wolfed down some food before eagerly opening his system interface.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Level, Tier 1, Stage 1, 300/1500. Abilities, Temporal Power, Abyssal Devourer.
Ability points, 10,800. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodborne Servant, Soul Ripper, Summoning Skill, 1. Time Reversal 2. Spatial Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift /5. Spacetime Teleportation 6. Spatial Banishment. Skills, Basic Spear Technique, Advanced, 13 Deathly Spears, Beginner, Infernal Fire, Novice, World-Destroying Abyssal Fist, Unlearned. System, assign points to learn World-Destroying Abyssal Fist up to beginner level, he commanded decisively. Host, confirm the consumption of 3,000 ability points to learn? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have mastered World-Destroying Abyssal Fist.
System, assign more points to Perfect Basic Spear Technique, advance 13 Deathly Spears to intermediate level, and elevate my level to Tier 1, Stage 2.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Level, Tier 1, Stage 2, 0/2000. Abilities, Temporal Power, Abyssal Devourer.
Ability points, 1,600. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talents.
Skills, Basic Spear Technique, Perfected, 13 Deathly Spears, Intermediate, Infernal Fire, Novice, World-Destroying Abyssal Fist, Beginner.
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of profound martial knowledge and enhanced cultivation flooding his mind, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I feel incredible right now.
He stretched his body, joints cracking with a satisfying sound, as if reborn.
The college entrance exams?
This is getting more exciting by the minute, Wang Linyuan said, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. He decided to rest well over the next 2 days to fully prepare for the challenges ahead. After 2 days of rest, Wang Linyuan finally felt his vitality and spirit fully restored. During this time, he experienced the vibrant life of Haicheng, immersing himself in a world unlike any other he had known.
Standing before the mirror, he admired his reflection. Clad in a sleek black combat outfit, his sharp brows arched slightly. His
His dark pupils, as deep as an abyss, complemented his high nose bridge and angular features, exuding an unparalleled aura. His neatly cropped hair accentuated his clean and efficient demeanor. Unable to resist, Wang Linyuan smirked at his own reflection. Still as handsome as ever, ha! With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing at Haicheng No. 1 High School. On campus, students buzzed with excitement, their blood boiling with anticipation. It seemed as though each one harbored dreams of excelling in the exams, eager to carve out their place in the world. Wang Linyuan strode quickly toward the small courtyard behind the mountain, where Li Weihua and Li Shiyan were already waiting. Seeing him, they waved him over, and he ran to join them. "Xiao Yuan, are you ready?" Li Weihua asked, his smile tinged with a hint of expectation. "I'm ready, elderly. This time, I'll give it my all. Nothing and no one can stand in my way," Wang Linyuan declared with unwavering confidence, his eyes shining with determination. Xiao Yuan, this year's college entrance exams are truly a gathering of hidden talents. Not only did you awaken an SSS level ability, but there's also someone who awakened a metal type ability. You must not let your guard down, Li Weihua said with a tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Indeed, our Yanxia Empire hasn't seen an SSS level ability awakening in the past decade, and now, unexpectedly, two have appeared this year, Li Shiyan said with a sweet smile, her eyes curving adorably. An SSS level ability? Can that compare to my two SSS level abilities? This time, I won't hold back. No one will stop me, Wang Linyuan thought secretly to himself. Understood, elderly, I'll be careful, Wang Linyuan replied with a smile. Li Weihua nodded slightly. Let's go. We'll head to the secret realm for the exams. With that, he summoned a flying beast, the Rift Sky Eagle. Wang Linyuan's heart trembled. This Rift Sky Eagle is no ordinary beast. I didn't expect elderly to have one. It seems elderly is far from simple. Come on, climb aboard, and let's set off. As Wang Linyuan and Li Shiyan stepped onto the back of the Rift Sky Eagle, a sharp screech echoed, and the eagle soared toward the teleportation point of the Haicheng secret realm. Upon arrival, the Rift Sky Eagle caused a stir. Holy crap, that's a Rift Sky Eagle! Which wealthy young master has arrived? A Rift Sky Eagle? That means power, status, and money. But what's the use of money, anyway? We're not in the same league. Just focus on yourself, kill more beasts and climb the rankings. Wang Linyuan looked at the bustling crowd gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone was eager to slay as many beasts as possible, aiming to improve their rankings and get into a good university. Xiao Yuan, if you get the chance inside the secret realm, lend Shiyan a hand, Li Weihua instructed, his expression stern. I will, elderly, Wang Linyuan replied earnestly. At this moment, Li Weihua, about to take up his role as an exam supervisor, gave a few instructions before hurriedly departing. Your grandfather is an exam supervisor? Wang Linyuan asked, his face full of surprise. What did you think? My grandpa is amazing. Oh, by the way, he told you to protect me, got that? Li Shiyan said with a slight smile, her expression carrying a hint of pride. Wang Linyuan casually picked up a rock from the ground and used his spatial power to imprint a mark on it. Take this rock. If you find yourself in danger, crush it, and I'll appear, he said seriously. Wang Linyuan, are you sure? You just picked up a random rock from the ground? Alright, I'll trust you this once, Li Shiyan replied skeptically, but seeing his earnest expression, she reluctantly accepted the rock. Moments later, it was time to queue up and receive their equipment, a wristband, a token, and a recording device. The wristband marked one's position, allowing participants to see their location in the secret realm, as entry was randomly assigned. The token was for earning points. Each beast in the secret realm possessed a specific type of energy. Upon killing a beast, this energy would automatically be absorbed by the token, calculating the points. In case of life-threatening danger, one could crush the token to be instantly teleported out, though they would forfeit the chance to earn more points. The recording device was to capture the thrilling combat moments of the candidates and broadcast these scenes during the live-streamed exams. With everything prepared, Wang Linyuan stepped into the teleportation portal. In a flash of white light, he found himself inside the secret realm. The environment resembled an expansive forested mountain range, with towering ancient trees and lush undergrowth, seemingly filled with countless opportunities and challenges awaiting him. Glancing at his wristband, Wang Linyuan realized he'd been teleported to the giant wood forest, a place teeming with feral beasts. As soon as he arrived, he spotted a large toad hugging another toad. Apologies, I didn't mean to intrude, please continue. Wang Linyuan said awkwardly, though his eyes were already scanning his surroundings. However, the interrupted poison arrow frogs clearly wouldn't let Wang Linyuan off. One of them suddenly extended its tongue, attacking him. I gave you a chance. Since you've chosen this path, let me turn you into a pair of doomed lovers. Wang Linyuan's tone turned icy, his gaze filled with killing intent. Eternal Knight Armor, appear. With a low command, black and purple armor instantly enveloped Wang Linyuan, exuding an imposing aura. Blood-red eyes on the armor glowed coldly, foretelling the slaughter to come.
Unflinching, Wang Linyuan let the poison arrow frog's tongue wrap around his armor.
Grabbing the tongue, he swung the beast forcefully, hurling it away. The other frog, seeing its companion sent flying, roared in fury and spat a mouthful of venom at Wang Linyuan.
"Humph, you think you can harm me? Dream on." Wang Linyuan dodged nimbly, rolling out of the way. The venom landed on a tree behind him, instantly corroding it into fine powder.
Meanwhile, the tossed frog leapt back to its mate's side, both now facing off against Wang Linyuan.
"Enough. Let's test out the hellfire. No need to waste time on you two," Wang Linyuan said coldly. Black flames of hellfire ignited, engulfing the two frogs. Amid their agonizing croaks, they were soon reduced to two piles of ash. "Congratulations, host, for killing two 5th-tier awakened beasts. You have earned 700 ability points." Two streaks of blue light flew toward Wang Linyuan, absorbed by the token hanging at his waist. The token now gleamed with 100 points. He smirked inwardly. This hellfire is truly overpowered, essential for any journey. The recording device captured his impressive takedown of the poison arrow frogs, causing a stir in the outside world. "Ha ha ha, look at this guy's luck, running into a pair of cuddling frogs right after entering. He seems to have interrupted their moment. That's a bit intrusive," viewers joked, their laughter echoing. "Wow, what kind of armor is that? It's ridiculously cool. He just flung his opponent like it was nothing. That's insane." Spectators marveled at Wang Linyuan's performance. Who is this guy? How come no one knew he awakened an SSS level bloodline? An SSS level ability awakening? That's incredibly rare. The audience's curiosity about his identity and background grew. "An awakened dark-type bloodline, definitely extraordinary," remarked some university admissions officers watching the live-streamed exams, their brows furrowed in thought. "Finally, a worthy challenge," Wang Linyuan muttered, his gaze locking onto a stone-armored bear in the distance. Licking his lips, a smile of exhilaration appeared on his face. A fierce battle was about to commence, his power and glory calling him forward. Wang Linyuan slowly approached the stone-armored bear, black and red mist swirling around his body, enveloping him. Gradually, his armor materialized. Eternal Knight Armor, Fusion. With a low growl, the black and red mist dissipated, revealing Wang Linyuan standing before the bear, exuding an unparalleled sense of dominance. The stone-armored bear, feeling the oppressive aura, hesitated, fear creeping into its heart. "Roar!" the bear bellowed, attempting to intimidate Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan's lips curled slightly in a sneer as he said coldly, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Without hesitation, he threw a punch toward the stone-armored bear. The stone-armored bear hadn't expected Wang Linyuan to attack suddenly and furiously swung back in retaliation. The onlookers around them watched in astonishment as Wang Linyuan clashed fists with the stone-armored bear, utterly disbelieving. Is he even human? He's actually matching strength with a stone-armored bear. Whose subordinate is this? Terrifying beyond measure. Wang Linyuan smirked coldly. "Little bear, you can't beat me. Be a good boy and surrender." With that, the stone-armored bear was sent flying with a single punch, crashing through 3 or 4 massive trees, looking utterly miserable. The stone-armored bear quickly got back up, letting out an earth-shaking roar before slamming its massive palms into the ground. The power of the earth spirit surged forth. The ground immediately split open, and countless sharp stone spikes burst out, shooting toward Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan's expression remained grim. Facing the incoming stone spikes, he showed no fear and threw a fierce punch. A black vortex formed before his fist, radiating a dark, ominous glow, absorbing all the stone spikes. The stone-armored bear roared in rage, its massive body charging directly at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a sneer as his figure flickered and disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the stone-armored bear, delivering another devastating punch, the extinction of his fist. The black vortex, carrying terrifying suction and destructive power, slammed heavily into the stone-armored bear's back. The stone-armored bear let out a pained scream, its massive body staggering forward. It quickly adjusted its stance and spat out a thick earthen yellow beam of energy, shooting straight at Wang Linyuan. "Such a petty trick," Wang Linyuan scoffed, sidestepping to the side of the stone-armored bear. He unleashed a series of punches, each black vortex exploding on the bear's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. The stone-armored bear mustered all its strength, gathering its most powerful attack, and struck toward Wang Linyuan. But Wang Linyuan was utterly unafraid, shouting, "Extinction Abyss." Black mist surged madly around him, and an enormous black vortex condensed above his head. Leaping high into the air, Wang Linyuan brought the black vortex crashing down onto the stone-armored bear. The stone-armored bear roared in despair, attempting to resist, but under that terrifying power, it was instantly swallowed by the black vortex. Moments later,
the black vortex dissipated, and the massive body of the stone-armored bear collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Those watching the live stream stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
My god, is Wang Lingyuan even human? That stone-armored bear is notoriously tough and powerful, and he just killed it like that? If I could learn that Extinction Abyss Fist, who would I fear while walking the streets? Dream on. With your scrawny frame, wouldn't you be the first to get sucked into that punch?
Congratulations, host, for slaying a Tier 1 Level 5 exotic beast.
You have gained 1,500 energy points. A streak of blue light flew into the token at Wang Lingyuan's waist, solidifying his top position in the rankings. Ah, being invincible can be so lonely. This Extinction Abyss Fist is truly powerful, and it's only at its beginner level. If it were perfected, wouldn't it be one punch for every opponent?
Wang Lingyuan sighed softly, smiling as he stored the stone-armored bear's corpse, thinking to himself, I punched this thing to death, I can't let it go to waste.
With that, Wang Lingyuan continued his exploration of the giant wood forest, sweeping through the exotic beasts within.
At this moment, he was being pursued by a pack of howling moon wolves, over 20 of them, led by a Tier 1 Level 7 howling moon wolf king. Wang Lingyuan led the pack of wolves into a mountain valley, revealing his true intentions as he shouted, Soul Reapers, appear. 10 Soul Reapers, wielding scythes and shrouded in blood-red mist, appeared before him, their crimson eyes fixated on the wolf pack ahead. These 10 Soul Reapers had reached Awakening Level 7 in strength, the maximum number Wang Lingyuan could summon. Howl! The Howling Moon Wolf King let out a piercing cry, and the 20-plus Howling Moon Wolves charged toward Wang Lingyuan. Kill! Wang Lingyuan commanded, and the 10 Soul Reapers turned into blood-red shadows, scythes in hand, pouncing on the wolf pack like leopards. The air instantly filled with the aura of battle. Wang Lingyuan summoned his Eternal Night Demon Armor and Eternal Night Demon Spear, engaging in a fierce duel with the Howling Moon Wolf King. His expression remained calm as the Eternal Night Demon Spear danced in his hands, its spear shadows deflecting all of the Wolf King's attacks, as though performing an unparalleled dance.
At that moment, Wang Lingyuan's eyes suddenly turned into blood-red vortices, and a massive blood-red moon rose in the sky, foretelling the arrival of death. Blood Moon Shroud, he intoned softly. The blood-red moonlight poured down, instantly enhancing his speed and strength. He seemed to transform into a god of war, immune to all slowing and immobilizing effects. Blood Moon Descent. Wang Lingyuan roared, and the blood-red moon erupted with countless beams of light, like the judgment of death, raining down upon the Howling Moon Wolf King. The giant wolf howled and swung its claws desperately to defend itself, but each beam of light carried immense power, numbing its claws and instilling fear in its heart. Seizing the chance, Wang Lingyuan unleashed his deadly 13 spears. The first spear, Longing, swept past with a lingering blood-red streak. The second spear, Heartbreak, shattered into countless sharp blades, slashing deeply into the Wolf King's body, leaving wounds that exposed bone. The third spear, Peerless, turned Wang Lingyuan into a streak of blood-red light, as the Eternal Night Demon Spear stabbed directly into the Wolf King's heart. Thud, with a muffled sound, the massive body of the Howling Moon Wolf King collapsed, and the battlefield fell into utter silence. The remaining Howling Moon Wolves, seeing their leader's demise, panicked and attempted to flee. Trying to run? Too late. Wang Lingyuan smirked coldly, turning into a black shadow as he charged into the wolf pack. The Eternal Night Demon Spear in his hands became a scythe of death, leaving despair and wails in its wake with every strike. In less than half an hour, the valley was littered with wolf corpses, the air thick with the suffocating stench of blood. Wang Lingyuan retracted his Eternal Night Demon Armor and Demon Spear, and with a wave of his hand, the 10 Soul Reapers dissolved into blood-red light, vanishing into the air. The battle over, he began to rest. Though the intense fighting had left him somewhat fatigued, looking at the field of Howling Moon wolf corpses, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It feels like my killing intent is growing stronger lately. Could it be that the system hasn't completely purged the negative effects of my abilities? Wang Lingyuan pondered, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. One man managed to single-handedly wipe out an entire pack of Howling Moon Wolves? That innate skill is ridiculously overpowered. If I faced him, I doubt I'd last even one move. Did you notice? He used the deadly 13 spears. That name sounds a bit eerie, doesn't it? But seriously, Wang Lingyuan is so young and already this powerful. He might just become a legendary figure in the future, an admissions officer nearby remarked with heartfelt admiration. Dark-type powers, not even a dog.
One of the teachers was abruptly interrupted, his face filled with envy.
Recruit exactly those with dark type abilities. None of you need to fight me over Wan Lin Yuan.
Our school specializes in teaching the most powerful dark type abilities. The other admissions teachers from various schools, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at his lightning speed change of attitude.
Oldly, don't bother fighting us over this.
I think this kid is destined for our school, said a burly man with a scruffy beard.
Destined? Destined my foot.
You keep saying this one's destined, that one's destined, how come everyone's destined with you? Rebutted the teacher known as Oldly, visibly angry. Amid this lively debate, Wang Linyuan had already become the center of attention, the focal point of countless gazes.
A future legend was about to begin.
At night, the moonlight, like flowing water, spilled over the earth. Wang Linyuan stared at the campfire in front of him, his mind churning like turbulent waves, lost in thought.
When the meat of the Howling Moon Wolf King was finally roasted, its aroma filled the air, and only then did Wang Linyuan snap back to reality. He devoured the meat ravenously.
This was no ordinary meal, it was the flesh of a mystical beast, teeming with potent spiritual energy and an unparalleled delicacy. After the feast, Wang Linyuan elegantly wiped his mouth before summoning 5 soul shredders, each at the 7th awakening tier.
They wielded blood-red scythes, radiating an oppressive aura. Wang Linyuan handed them a token hanging from his waist. Tonight, you will handle the cleanup. Slay any mystical beasts you encounter. If you come across something too powerful, self-destruct. Return to me in the morning, Wang Linyuan commanded lazily, his gaze filled with disdain. The soul shredders obeyed, vanishing swiftly into the night. Wang Linyuan then summoned another soul shredder, this one at the 2nd
tier of the 1st rank. It towered over the previous ones, its form enveloped in thick, blood-red mist, resembling a warrior even more.
You will guard this place. I need rest. Kill anyone who ignores your warnings, Wang Linyuan ordered indifferently. The soul shredder nodded silently, its intelligence seemingly higher than the others despite its inability to speak. Wang Linyuan mused inwardly, perhaps I can summon even smarter ones in the future.
He entered his tent, lay down comfortably, and closed his eyes, opening his system interface.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation level, 1st rank, 2nd tier, 0/2000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 12,000.
Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talent.
Skills, Basic Spear Technique, Perfected, 13 Deadly Spears, Intermediate, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Ending Abyssal Fist, Basic. Studying his skills, Wang Linyuan deliberated on how best to improve.
Let's enhance the spear technique. Upgrade it to advanced.
The remaining points should be just enough to boost my cultivation level too, he decided. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 12,000 ability points. 13 Deadly Spears has been upgraded to advanced.
Cultivation level has increased to 1st rank, 4th tier.
Wang Linyuan felt the surging power within him. Clenching his fists, he smirked with satisfaction.
Now, I can definitely take down a Minotaur.
Sigh, I earn points fast, but I spend them even faster.
Perfecting 13 Deadly Spears will cost 10,000 points. Looks like I'll have to work harder tomorrow, he lamented before drifting into a deep sleep, ready to face the battles of the next day. Meanwhile, outside, the world was in an uproar. Wang Linyuan's kill points were skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, causing many to question if he was cheating. Whoa, God Yuan is insane.
He's letting his summoned creatures hunt mystical beasts for kill points, someone exclaimed.
Who could compete with that?
His kill points are climbing like crazy. This kid is clearly cheating.
Those kill points aren't even earned by him directly. It's completely unfair, an admissions teacher fumed. Don't go on blabbering here. This is Wang Linyuan's strength.
If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourself? Oldly shot back coldly.
Say that again, Li Jia, the teacher roared in anger. What's the matter? Feeling unconvinced? If you're not happy, let's spar.
Li Jia retorted, his excitement mounting.
Fighting is barbaric.
I won't stoop to your level, the teacher said, his tone losing confidence.
TCH, coward.
If you're too scared to fight, then just watch quietly, Li Jia dismissed him, turning away disinterestedly. The next morning, Wang Linyuan woke up, organized his gear, and noticed only 2 soul shredders had returned. Checking the token, his heart
leaped with joy. Not bad. 2,130 points. Good work. You're dismissed. With a wave of his hand, the soul shredders vanished instantly. You as well, thank you for your service. Wang Linyuan waved again, and the stronger soul shredder disappeared too.
He continued his search for mystical beasts, and before long, he realized he had wandered out of the giant tree forest.
So, this is called the Green Grasslands?
I wonder if I'll find Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf here, Wang Linyuan chuckled, his eyes glinting with excitement.
At this moment, he found himself amidst an expansive grassland dotted with countless dirt-colored antelopes.
In the distance, a herd of them was running in panic.
Approaching the scene, Wang Linyuan spotted the cause of their distress. A minotaur, half-human, half-bull, was chasing the herd. Well, aren't I lucky? Just arrived here, and I run into you.
Wang Linyuan's eyes sharpened, his battle intent igniting immediately. The minotaur, noticing Wang Linyuan, abandoned the antelopes and charged toward him with ferocious momentum, announcing the imminent clash of a fierce battle. Without hesitation, Wang Linyuan activated his spatial powers, instantly teleporting behind the minotaur.
The minotaur froze in confusion, looking around frantically. Where did he go? How did he just vanish? Hey, you dumb ox, check behind you, Wang Linyuan sneered.
Hearing the taunt, the minotaur spun around, roaring furiously as it charged at Wang Linyuan. But Wang Linyuan, once again utilizing his spatial powers, effortlessly teleported behind the beast.
The minotaur stopped in its tracks, bewildered once more. Its nostrils flared as it snorted angrily, letting out thunderous bellows. Look behind you again, you dumb ox, Wang Linyuan mocked with disdain. Realizing he was being toyed with, the minotaur turned to charge again. No more games, dumb ox, Wang Linyuan muttered coldly. Eternal Night Battle Armor. In an instant, dark armor enveloped his body, as if the night itself had cloaked him. Ancient, mysterious energy pulsed through every intricate pattern. With a swift motion, Wang Linyuan grasped a spear that materialized in his hand. Its shaft was as dark as the abyss, and its tip gleamed with a chilling blue light. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself toward the minotaur. The first strike, his spear lashed out like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for the minotaur's throat. The minotaur reacted quickly, raising its massive axe to block the deadly blow. Seeing is deceiving, trust your instincts, Wang Linyuan shouted, unleashing the second strike, Blind Dragon. The minotaur swung its axe to deflect, but Wang Linyuan's spear came from angles impossible to predict. The spear's tip grazed the minotaur's hide, leaving a deep, bloody gash. The heavens bow to one dance, the moon curves like a hook, and none plead for mercy. Wang Linyuan chanted as he launched the third strike, Graceful Flow. Only through pain can one understand the suffering of all. Only through attachment can one be free of attachment. A spear of frost, a spear of snow, he bellowed, pouring all his might into the fourth strike, Heartbreaker. The Eternal Night Demon Spear erupted with dazzling blue light, instantly condensing the moisture in the air into ice crystals that danced along with the spear's tip. The minotaur felt an overwhelming chill, a flash of fear passing through its eyes. However, under Wang Linyuan's lethal 13 deathly spear strikes combined with his flawless spear technique, the minotaur's resistance seemed utterly futile. The Eternal Night Demon Spear became like a black lightning bolt, piercing through the minotaur's defenses and driving its tip straight into its heart. The minotaur let out a thunderous roar, its massive body swaying a few times before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Linyuan stood tall, withdrawing his spear as he looked down at the fallen minotaur, shaking his head with contempt. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Tier 1 Level 1 exotic beast. You have earned 1,100 kill points. Still too weak. It barely lasted a few moves against me. I guess I'm just too strong, Wang Linyuan said with a smirk as he stored the minotaur into his system space and continued on his quest to find stronger exotic beasts. I hope the next opponent is more of a challenge, he murmured, gazing across the vast green plains. Wang Linyuan wandered aimlessly across the grasslands, searching for traces of exotic beasts. Following a riverbank, he unexpectedly encountered someone familiar, his high school deskmate, Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei was locked in a fierce battle with a Tier 7 Awakened Realm exotic beast, the Black Armored Crocodile, and was clearly struggling to hold his ground. The Black Armored Crocodile's black shell resembled an indestructible suit of armor, its defense near impenetrable, nullifying almost all of Lin Fei's attacks. Despite fighting with all his might, Lin Fei was forced into a passive state, retreating step by step, and was on the brink of despair. Who would have thought the first person I'd run into in this secret realm would be an old acquaintance? Wang Linyuan remarked with a slight smile as he observed the scene, a plan forming in his mind. Summoning the Eternal Night Demon Spear, he infused it with the power of the time-stopping blade, intending to end the Black Armored Crocodile with a single strike. By now, Lin Fei was barely hanging on, the crocodile's massive jaws closing in. Resigned to his fate, Lin Fei shut his eyes, thinking to himself, is this it for me? I haven't even lived my life yet. I haven't even held a girl's hand. At that critical moment, just when he braced for pain, it didn't come. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the Black Armored Crocodile pinned to the ground, lifeless, impaled by a single spear strike. Who saved me? Lin Fei asked, his voice trembling.
Fei, it's me, your brother Yuan. Wang Lin Yuan's towering figure appeared before him, wearing a calm, confident smile.
Brother Yuan, thank you. You're like a real brother to me. I thought I was done for. Lin Fei exclaimed, throwing himself into Wang Lin Yuan's arms, tears streaming down his face. All right, stop crying.
You're a grown man, no need for tears. Worst case, you could have been born again in 18 years, Wang Lin Yuan teased, patting Lin Fei on the shoulder with a grin.
I never expected to see you here. It's such a relief, Lin Fei said, wiping away his tears, gratitude evident in his voice. I just came out of the giant tree forest and ran into you. A timely encounter, wouldn't you say?
Wang Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile, feeling a weight lift from his heart. I didn't even want to come here at first, but the earth antelopes here are supposed to be the easiest exotic beasts to kill. I saw one drinking water, but
as soon as I got close, it ran off, and then this black armored crocodile showed up out of nowhere.
Lin Fei recounted, his face filled with frustration.
Poor kid. How about you stick with me?
I'll help you secure some solid achievements and avoid situations like this, Wang Lin Yuan offered with a chuckle.
Thanks, brother Yuan, but I want to rely on myself.
Only then will I feel truly accomplished, Lin Fei replied firmly, his stubborn determination shining through.
Knowing Lin Fei's personality, Wang Lin Yuan decided not to press the matter. He sighed lightly and said, everyone has their ambitions. You could try the giant stone forest. I've already cleared out the exotic beasts there, so it should be safer. Got it, brother Yuan.
I hope we meet again at the summit, Lin Fei said, embracing Wang Lin Yuan briefly before turning to leave, waving goodbye.
Wang Lin Yuan watched Lin Fei's retreating figure, silently wishing, may we meet at the summit. Ever since his parents passed away, he had become reserved and withdrawn.
Lin Fei was his only friend, so this chance encounter filled him with a sense of nostalgia. Afterward, Wang Lin Yuan resumed his search for exotic beasts across the grasslands.
Why won't this thing die? Wang Lin Yuan muttered in frustration after leaving the riverbank, continuing his hunt.
Eventually, he came across a creature that resembled an exotic beast but was distinctly different. Each time he shattered it, it would reform shortly after, as though mocking his inability to destroy it.
You're done for. I said, you're done for. Wang Lin Yuan roared in fury.
His right hand clenched into a fist as dark energy surged around it. World-ending abyss fist, he bellowed, unleashing a punch imbued with fiery rage and overwhelming power.
Yet, the scattered fragments of light reassembled once more. Stunned, Wang Lin Yuan thought in confusion, what on earth is this thing?
At that moment, a sudden shift occurred. The ground began to quake, and countless glowing particles rushed toward the humanoid beast. The radiance grew ever brighter, forcing Wang Lin Yuan to shield his eyes. When he looked again, a towering 3-meter giant composed entirely of earth elements stood before him. Its body emanated a heavy, earthy yellow glow, radiating the pinnacle of earth elemental power. Wang Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he realized what this being was. It was the child of the earth. He had unknowingly been disrupting its formation, and now that it had taken form, he knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. The child of the earth, the supreme master of earth elements, inherently possessed Tier 3 strength upon taking form.
Yet, this one had only just stepped into Tier 1, its formation, hastened by Wang Lin Yuan's interference.
Enraged beyond measure, it glared at him with deep-seated hatred, thinking, this man has forced me to emerge prematurely, how infuriating.
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt your formation.
Wang Lin Yuan hastily explained, summoning the eternal night demon armor as he charged at the child of the earth.
Let me send you on your way. With a swing of his fist, Wang Lin Yuan's power descended like a storm, striking the child of the earth head-on. Caught off guard, it was sent flying. By the punch, roaring in fury.
Stomping the ground with immense force, it unleashed a quake, sending a rain of sharp earth spikes toward Wang Lin Yuan.
Wang Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as the light of his eternal night demon armor flared. With ghostly agility, he weaved through the barrage of earth spikes. The child of the earth raised its arms high, and the skies darkened with thick clouds. Massive chunks of earth descended like meteors, crashing down toward Wang Lin Yuan. What the hell? It can summon meteors? Wang Lin Yuan thought in shock but quickly sneered, letting out a cold laugh. World-ending abyss fist. Dark abyssal energy engulfed his fist, a force that seemed capable of swallowing everything. With all his might, Wang Lin Yuan unleashed a devastating punch. The force of his strike collided with the falling meteors, producing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the son of Earth did not stop there. Manipulating earth elements, he condensed a massive earthen hand, reaching out to grab Wang Lin Yuan. Finally, a chance for a proper fight. A trace of excitement flashed in Wang Lin Yuan's eyes as he summoned Hellfire. The fiercely burning black flames erupted from his palm,
colliding violently with the earthen hand.
Wang Linyuan was well aware of the Son of Earth's unparalleled mastery over earth elements.
His double pupils slowly opened, and the world in his eyes instantly became exceptionally clear, allowing him to easily track the flow of the Son of Earth's power and pinpoint the weak spots in the earth elements. The battle grew increasingly intense, leaving both Wang Linyuan and the Son of Earth utterly exhausted. At this moment, it seemed to be the Son of Earth's final counterattack. Harnessing all the Earth spirit power within him, he radiated a
dazzling brilliance, his aura surging like a rainbow. Double pupils world-ending light, Wang Linyuan shouted, pushing his double pupils to their limit.
A blinding world-ending light shot forth from his eyes, directly targeting the Son of Earth. The world-ending light shone brilliantly, carrying an aura of destruction as it clashed against the earthen yellow beam.
Gradually, the double pupils' world-ending light gained the upper hand, ultimately shattering it completely.
A trace of despair flickered in the Son of Earth's eyes as he tried to evade, but it was already too late. The world-destroying light struck its body, causing the earth element to collapse and scatter in all directions. In the end, the Earth Child let out an unwilling roar of anger before completely dissipating into the heavens and earth, leaving behind only a single Earth Spirit crystal that quietly fell to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 1 Level 8 exotic beast and earning 1,800 alien energy points. Wang Linyuan gazed at the Earth Spirit crystal, slowly closed his heavy eyes, and his body,
exhausted from the battle, swayed unsteadily.
Panting heavily, he felt the faint remnants of power within him and understood in his heart that although he had won this fight, it had come at a tremendous cost.
Ha, exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Ha 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 ha.
Wang Linyuan laughed aloud. This was the strongest exotic beast he had encountered since his awakening, and it was also the first time he had fought with all his might.
So this is the Earth Spirit Crystal? How interesting.
He held the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand, feeling its warm and smooth texture, and murmured softly. Exotic beasts like the Earth Child, naturally nurtured by the elements, always contain elemental crystals within their bodies. These crystals are priceless treasures for elemental power users.
The Earth Spirit Crystal in Wang Linyuan's hand was only Tier 1, but if it were a high-tier Earth Spirit Crystal, it would undoubtedly attract countless Earth element power users to pursue it fervently. He quickly found a hidden spot, took out some energy crystals to absorb their spiritual power, and began restoring his energy, preparing for the next, even fiercer battle. Sigh, I didn't expect it to take this long. 2 hours to recover. How many ability points have I lost because of this?
Forget it, better pick up the pace. Wang Linyuan stood up, stretched his back, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He slowly walked out of the cave, calculating in his mind. Today, he was about to face an intense final battle, with the target being a second-tier mutant beast. This beast was incredibly powerful, and defeating it would not only yield a substantial amount of ability points but also essentially secure the top spot in the rankings. Wang Linyuan thought to himself that while there had been others who defeated such beasts in previous years' exams, most of those victories were achieved through teamwork. As for that ruthless individual from 10 years ago, no one had surpassed them to this day. Following the directions on his wristband, Wang Linyuan rushed at full speed toward the target location. Along the way, he mercilessly dealt with any mutant beasts he encountered, and ability points continuously poured into his account. Almost there, almost at 100 Break Valley, he murmured softly to himself. Seeing that the sky had already turned dark, Wang Linyuan quickly set up his tent, ate a simple meal, and then summoned the Soul Splitters, continuing to command them to kill the beasts. If they couldn't win, they were to self-destruct without hesitation. After summoning a stronger Soul Splitter to keep watch for the night, Wang Linyuan crawled into the tent, lay down, and prepared to rest. System, open the personal panel, he silently recited in his mind.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation, 1st tier, 4th level, 0/4000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 13,800. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear. Talent. Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Advanced, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Elementary. Let's upgrade Hellfire first, and while we're at it, let's also improve the World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist.
My cultivation is sufficient for now.
Wang Linyuan stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light.
Congratulations to the host for consuming 11,000 ability points.
Hellfire has been upgraded to Elementary, and World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist has been upgraded to Intermediate.
Pain, it hurts so much. The points are spent too quickly, but it's worth it.
Wang Linyuan looked at the ability points he had painstakingly earned in a day, feeling a pang of heartache. However, the excitement that followed filled him with exhilaration as his understanding and mastery of Hellfire and the world-destroying Abyss Fist began to improve rapidly.
Sleep, I'm exhausted. tomorrow, I have to pull off something big. He closed his eyes and fell asleep with anticipation and excitement in his heart. The next morning, Wang Linyuan looked at the token in his hand. His kill points had already reached 4,000. As expected, having free labor is the best. Does this make me a heartless capitalist? Ha ha ha. He shouted excitedly and then continued heading toward the 100 Break Valley. Little girl, will you come on your own, or shall I help you? Zhang Tao looked arrogantly at Li Shiyan, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The exotic beast earlier, I already let you have it. Why do you still want my token? Li Shiyan responded angrily, her eyes wide open and fearless. That was something I fought hard to snatch. Who said you gave it to me? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhang Tao shouted arrogantly, slowly approaching her. Thunder surrounded him, as if he were the god of thunder descending to earth. Want to taste the power of lightning too, little girl? Zhang Tao's lips curled into a sinister smile. You think you're worthy? Radiance erupted around Li Shiyan, as if she was ready to face Zhang Tao head-on. Stop wasting your energy. I know you've exhausted your spiritual power after battling the Golden Thorn Boar. Just obediently roll out and become my stepping stone. Zhang Tao mocked mercilessly. Thunderbolt breaks the sky. At his command, blue lightning shot toward Li Shiyan at an incredible speed. Holy light shield! Li Shiyan shouted, instantly enveloped by a shield of light. However, the lightning shattered the shield upon contact, sending Li Shiyan flying backward. She slammed into a tree, blood trickling slightly from the corner of her mouth. She crushed the stone Wang Linyuan had given her and murmured softly, Wang Linyuan, come save me. At that moment, Wang Linyuan had just arrived at the 100 Fractures Valley, preparing to search for the final boss. Unexpectedly, a spatial portal suddenly appeared before him. This is bad, Li Shiyan is in danger. His expression changed drastically. Leaving behind a spatial coordinate, he entered the portal without hesitation. Stop making futile struggles, ha ha ha. Others have looked at me with that same expression before, but I beat them half to death, you know? Zhang Tao glared viciously at Li Shiyan, as if everything was under his control. Wang Linyuan, why aren't you here yet? Li Shiyan closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. She was already at the end of her strength, completely unable to contend with Zhang Tao. Yet, the hope in her heart never faded. I'm here. I've always been here. Wang Linyuan's voice thundered through the surroundings like a clap of lightning, striking fear into everyone present. Who are you, and how did you suddenly appear here? Zhang Tao looked utterly confused, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Linyuan, you're finally here. He wants to force me out of the secret realm. He definitely won't let me have a good ending. At this moment, Li Shiyan could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face, her heart full of anxiety. Alright, Shiyan, just watch how I deal with him. Wang Linyuan looked coldly at Zhang Tao, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light, as if he had already achieved an invincible stance. You think you can play the hero and save the beauty? Zhang Tao overcame his shock, forcing himself to appear confident, but the fear in his heart was evident. Wang Linyuan said no more and launched an attack directly. With a low shout, black mist surged forth, and his right hand swiftly condensed into a pitch-black fist shadow, striking straight toward Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao dared not underestimate him. Lightning flickered around his body, his momentum soaring. He shouted loudly, lightning summoning technique. A massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, meeting Wang Linyuan's abyssal fist head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as black mist and blue lightning clashed violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air. However, Wang Linyuan's assault did not cease. With a cold sneer and a flash of crimson in his eyes, he raised both hands high and shouted, Blood Moon Canopy. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a blood-red moon slowly rose, enveloping the entire region in an eerie crimson glow. Wang Linyuan's eyes transformed into blood-red whirlpools, emanating a chilling radiance, as if he had become a demon god from the abyss. You can go to hell. Wang Linyuan's voice carried an icy coldness and an oppressive might, sending shivers down one's spine. Feeling the oppressive force of the blood moon sky, Zhang Tao was struck with terror, his movements slowed, as if the entire world had frozen beneath his feet. Wang Linyuan launched another attack, his figure flitting like a phantom under the blood-red moonlight. Watch who you offend next time. Wang Linyuan roared in fury, once again condensing the world-destroying abyss fist. This punch was even more terrifying than before, seemingly imbued with boundless destructive power. Zhang Tao exerted all his strength to conjure his final and strongest thunder shield in an attempt to block the fatal blow. However, the gap in power was insurmountable.
The world-destroying abyss fist smashed into the thunder shield with a resounding crack. The shield shattered instantly.
The immense force struck Zhang Tao directly, sending him flying backward.
He crashed heavily to the ground, spewing blood, gravely injured, and unable to rise again. As Zhang Tao watched Wang Linyuan approaching step by step, his heart was filled with terror. Struggling, he knelt down and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Please spare me.
I'm willing to give you everything, just spare my life." Wang Linyuan looked down at him with disdain in his eyes.
He walked slowly to Zhang Tao, then snatched a token from his waist.
"No, don't!"
Zhang Tao shouted in despair, "I can give you anything, please, I beg you, don't."
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, gripping the token tightly and crushing it with force. Crack! The token shattered instantly, and white light burst forth, enveloping Zhang Tao in an instant.
Zhang Tao struggled desperately within the white light but could not escape. As the light grew brighter, his figure gradually blurred. Moments later, the white light dissipated, and he vanished without a trace.
"Are you okay?"
"Be more careful next time, and don't leave yourself without a way out," Wang Linyuan said with concern.
"Fortunately, you came. Thank you, Wang Linyuan. Otherwise, I would have been finished this time."
Li Shiyan wiped away her tears, full of gratitude. "I promised your grandfather that I would protect you, and I will never break my word." Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with determination.
"So you really managed to come out? I thought you were lying to me. Can you tell me how you did it?"
Li Shiyan asked, her face full of confusion. "It's very simple, because I have spatial abilities. Also, take care of yourself. Keep this stone safe and protect yourself." After Wang Linyuan finished speaking, he instantly disappeared into thin air, leaving Li Shiyan alone, bewildered in the wind.
"He said he has spatial abilities?"
Li Shiyan scratched her head in confusion, her mind filled with questions.
"Hey, I haven't finished asking yet."
But when she came to her senses, Wang Linyuan was already gone, and all that remained before her was the desolate 100-Break Valley. Wang Linyuan slowly stepped into the 100-Break Valley. He was dressed in a black combat outfit, his posture upright and his steps steady, like a fearless warrior embarking on a journey. A faint white mist permeated the valley, ice crystals covered the ground, and the frigid air carried a biting chill.
In the distance, the howling wind seemed to foretell an impending fierce battle. Following the marker on his wristband, Wang Linyuan arrived at the icy pool.
His gaze was sharp as he scanned the water, silently contemplating his next move.
"Eternal Night Demon Armor, appear."
He took a deep breath, his low shout erupting like thunder. In an instant, pitch-black demonic energy surged around him, resembling a black vortex that tightly enveloped him. As the demonic energy dissipated, a set of pitch-black armor appeared on his body, radiating a cold, eerie glow, like a war god in the darkness.
"Spatial Rift Slash!" Wang Linyuan shouted loudly, waving his hand.
Immediately, a massive spatial rift slowly unfolded before him, and an attack imbued with spatial power shot toward the cold pool like silver lightning. Deep within the cold pool, the ice serpent, which was in the midst of cultivation, was instantly startled by the powerful aura. It let out an enraged hiss, and
then a massive shadow rapidly ascended from the bottom of the pool.
The surface of the water exploded with a thunderous roar, sending sprays of water everywhere. A massive ice serpent, dozens of meters long, burst out of the water, its entire body covered in translucent, crystalline scales. Its eyes emitted a ghostly green glow, filled with ferocity and murderous intent.
Wang Linyuan's spatial rift slash struck the ice serpent with precision.
The attack, imbued with immense cutting power, left deep scars the moment it made contact with the serpent. The ice serpent let out a painful roar, its body twisting violently as its tail slammed against the water's surface, stirring up towering waves.
Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes full of disdain. "Is that all?" He lightly curled his finger, his provocative intent unmistakable. The ice serpent, consumed by rage, roared furiously and lunged at Wang Linyuan with its massive body.
It spewed a massive icy mist from its mouth, freezing the air instantly wherever it passed. The ground quickly formed a thick layer of
ice, spreading toward Wang Linyuan.
At the same time, its tail, like a giant steel whip, swept across, shattering rocks in its path.
Wang Linyuan's eyes sharpened at the sight. Not bad, but still not enough.
He let out a low shout, "Blood moon canopy, rise." Dark clouds gathered, and a massive blood-red moon slowly ascended.
Wang Linyuan's eyes transformed into crimson whirlpools, emitting an eerie glow. "Blood moon descends."
Wang Linyuan shouted again, and beams of blood-red light shot out from the blood moon, heading straight for
the frost giant python. The frost giant python opened its mouth and unleashed an icy shield in an attempt to block the attack.
The blood-red beams collided with the icy shield, instantly erupting in dazzling brilliance.
Wang Linyuan roared, "Blood moon's blessing."
The glow of the eternal night demon armor intensified, and he entered a berserk state, tripling his attack speed.
With a flash of movement, Wang Linyuan instantly appeared in front of the ice serpent. The serpent refused to back down, twisting its body nimbly. as icy mist and blades continuously counterattacked.
Wang Lingyuan activated the power of his dual pupils, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Under the inside of the dual pupils, every movement of the ice serpent slowed down, with its attack trajectories and weaknesses clearly revealed before him.
So that's how it is.
Wang Lingyuan's lips curled into a knowing smile as he continuously adjusted his attack angles, targeting the serpent's weaknesses. World-destroying Dark Abyss Fist.
Wang Lingyuan shouted, his fist shadows carrying immense power as they struck directly at the ice serpent's abdomen. The serpent's abdominal scales were relatively thin, making it a weak point. The heavy blow landed, causing the serpent to let out a painful roar as its body was sent flying backward. But the ice serpent did not give up, quickly adjusting its posture and lunging at Wang Lingyuan once more. Wang Lingyuan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the crimson hue in his eyes deepening, as killing intent filled the entire valley. Go to hell!
Wang Lingyuan activated the power of his double pupils, and golden light surged toward the ice serpent like a tidal wave. The serpent tried to evade, but under the predictive power of the double pupils, escape was impossible. The golden light struck its eyes, and the searing pain made it thrash about wildly, its massive body wreaking havoc throughout the valley.
Wherever it went, destruction followed. Finally, under the combined
assault of the golden light and the world-destroying abyss fist, the ice serpent let out an unwilling screech. Its enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and its blood dyed the entire icy pool red. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier, third-level exotic beast, earning 2,300 ability points.
Wang Lingyuan roared, ah!
The killing intent surged from his body like a tide, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Lin Mo, who was watching the battle from the shadows, shuddered at the overwhelming killing intent. He thought to himself, I originally planned to take advantage of both Wang Lingyuan and the ice python being severely injured to reap some benefits, but I didn't expect Wang Lingyuan to be so formidable, actually overpowering and killing the secret realm's boss.
Come out, don't make me drag you out.
Wang Lingyuan's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, locking eyes with Lin Mo, who was hiding in the shadows.
Lin Mo's heart instantly sank.
Trembling, he stepped out of his hiding spot and stammered, I mean no harm. I'll leave now, I'll leave right away. With that, he turned and fled at full speed.
Did I say you could leave, kid? Still trying to take advantage of me?
Wang Lingyuan let out a cold snort and instantly used the power of space to appear in front of Lin Mo. Brother, I'm begging you, I have elders to care for and children to raise.
Please, you have to spare me.
Lin Mo collapsed to the ground in fear, his face filled with despair.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. Annihilating Abyss Fist.
Wang Lingyuan's voice carried an icy chill, and the previously relieved Lin Mo instantly tensed up.
You have no honor.
Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, Wang Lingyuan's punch had already landed, sending him flying into the stone wall. Blood spurted wildly as he lost consciousness. Wang Lingyuan stepped forward, crushed Lin Mo's token, and coldly watched as he was enveloped in white light and disappeared from the spot. I'll make you suffer even more, you idiot, daring to mess with me. Wang Lingyuan snorted coldly, feeling secretly pleased.
I still didn't use my full strength. It wasn't even a challenge.
Wang Lingyuan said indifferently, a hint of disdain in his expression. At this moment, the outside world was already in an uproar.
What? Soloing a dungeon boss? Wang Lingyuan is incredible. He hasn't even gone all out yet, he hasn't even used his spear techniques. Wang Lingyuan is simply limitless. Most people haven't even broken through the awakening stage, and he actually defeated a tier 2 boss? Did you all notice? He seems to have used spatial power. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their expressions filled with surprise and shock. When Wang Lingyuan went to rescue Li Shiyan earlier, no one had realized he possessed spatial power. Unexpectedly, he had hidden it so well. The recruitment officers from various major forces couldn't sit still anymore. The burly man with a scruffy beard exclaimed excitedly, a once-in-a-century talent. He actually has dual abilities. The last time someone had dual abilities was the last time. No need to fight over him, this kid is destined to be with me. Old Li retorted indignantly, get lost. Destined? My foot. Clearly, he's destined to be with me. The two argued heatedly, their faces flushed. Li Weihua watched the transmitted images outside, a gratified smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect you still had a trick up your sleeve. Ha! Wang Lingyuan looked at the token, which suddenly showed an increase of 3,000 kill points, murmuring to himself, is this the reward for the final boss? It instantly matches the number of beasts I've killed in 3 days. Afterward, Wang Lingyuan stored the corpse of the ice python, planning to sell it after leaving. It was truly a triple win. I really am too authoritative.
Wang Linyuan touched the abyssal demon armor, shook his head with a smile, and slowly walked out of the 100 Break Valley.
Continue hunting exotic beasts, earn some ability points, and go out for a good meal. Wang Linyuan was in high spirits, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ancient bloodline, lost soul, I shall guide you to rebirth. The mysterious figure stood quietly at the center of the dazzling magic array, surrounded by the corpses of hunted exotic beasts. The air was thick with tension. As he finished chanting the incantation, the array erupted with a brilliant light, countless red beams enveloping the corpses. Moments later, the exotic beast corpses vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, a fused monster emerged from the magic array, combining the traits of the sacrificed exotic beasts. It roared skyward, its cry like thunder, sending shockwaves outward. The surrounding exotic beasts instantly had blood-red eyes and became frenzied. Although time was tight, being able to fuse into a Tier 3 exotic beast is quite a decent result. The mysterious man laughed smugly. This wave of college entrance exams, seeds of Yenxia, just wait to be completely crushed by me. With a wave of his hand, the fused monster began advancing relentlessly. The exotic beasts it encountered were all bewitched, going berserk and instantly converging into a small-scale beast tide that rapidly spread out. Roar! More and more exotic beasts were being controlled, their furious roars echoing one after another. Kill them all. The mysterious man sneered, his eyes gleaming with sinister light. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was locked in fierce combat with a strange beast. He gathered his strength and suddenly unleashed a punch, world-destroying abyss fist. The punch struck the injured beast directly, aiming to finish it off. Unexpectedly, the beast's eyes turned blood-red, and it charged at him like a mad creature. What the hell? What kind of madness is this? Wang Linyuan was startled, then immediately landed another punch on its head. Blood splattered everywhere, red and white mixing together, creating a horrifying scene. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Scared the crap out of me. Wang Linyuan cursed, just about to continue the fight, when strange noises reached his ears, and the ground began to tremble. What's going on? Wang Linyuan wondered, quickly sprinting toward the source of the commotion. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. A bizarre-looking beast was commanding a group of other beasts, triggering a beast tide. My goodness, is this beast tide also part of the test? That beast looks like it's definitely beyond the second tier. Wang Linyuan muttered in astonishment. He soon noticed that atop the beast's head stood a mysterious figure, instantly making him realize the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the external signal was cut off, and the large screen kept flickering with static. What happened? How did it turn out like this? Could it be broken? How could it possibly break during the college entrance exam? Even the admissions office teachers couldn't believe what they were seeing. The first time encountering such a situation, it shouldn't be like this. Quick, something's wrong, activate the emergency state. Old Lee anxiously scratched his head. Open the spatial passage and go in to check, hurry. Everyone quickly prepared to open the spatial passage, only to find that the passage was actually blocked, and the entire college entrance exam secret realm was trapped. Not good, report it quickly. Request the presence of a strong one who wields the power of space. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. The burly man with a full beard was sweating anxiously. I've already contacted them. They'll be here soon. Let's hope we can hold on. Old Lee silently prayed on the side. The endless horde of beasts surged like a raging black tide, madly charging toward the crowd, their roars deafening. At this moment, the people in the secret realm wore expressions of despair. Only those who have experienced hopelessness could understand the helplessness of being surrounded by these beasts. Many took out their tokens to escape, but after crushing them, there was no response, and they perished one after another in the beast tide. Faced with challenges, one must not sit idly and await doom. Wang Linyuan did not hesitate, summoning the Eternal Night Demon armor, gripping the Eternal Night Demon spear, and decisively charging toward the beast tide. No, please. A man about to be trampled to death by a strange beast screamed in terror, closing his eyes as if resigning to his fate. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears, 13 deathly strikes, longing. He opened his eyes and saw a man clad in black and red armor, holding a long spear, standing before him. Wang Linyuan helped him up, and in an instant, it was as if a layer of radiance had been added to his vision. Thank you, he whispered. You're welcome, quickly find a place to hide. Wang Linyuan said firmly, then charged back into the tide of beasts. Soul Rippers, appear. Wang Linyuan growled, and 10 Soul Rippers instantly materialized, helping to ease the pressure on him. If you can't win, self-destruct. Use the Blood Chain Soul Lock for me. 10 blood-red iron chains emerged in front of the 10 Soul Rippers, firmly binding the beasts and continuously providing Wang Linyuan with an endless stream of energy. I lack nothing now. Wang Linyuan shouted, his entire body radiating boundless power, like a ferocious beast awakened. His gaze was sharp and cold,
filled with murderous intent.
His figure moved like lightning, weaving through the horde of beasts, his spear techniques divine.
The 13 death strikes intertwined seamlessly with his flawless, foundational spear skills. In an instant, he unleashed unparalleled techniques such as Yearning, Blind Dragon, Heartbreak, Grace, and Peerless. The beasts fell one after another, their blood staining the ground beneath his feet. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming.
From all directions, they surged like a tide, encircling Wang Lingyuan.
Yet, he showed no fear, growing braver the more he fought, as if he had found the meaning of life in the endless battle.
On the battlefield, many had already fallen into despair, their lives hanging by a thread. Wang Lingyuan's figure flashed like lightning to their side, wielding the eternal night demon spear.
The beasts fell like weeds before him, as he carved out a path of survival for those on the brink of death.
The rescued people looked at Wang Lingyuan's brave and fearless figure with gratitude.
Some of them spontaneously organized themselves, and though their
strength was limited, their courage was undiminished.
They engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts, forming a solid defensive line.
At the rear of the beast horde,
a mysterious figure rode atop a massive beast, his eyes gleaming with cold excitement and murderous intent.
"Finally, you've come out, boy."
"Die," the mysterious figure roared, secretly fantasizing about the various benefits of becoming a formal member. He gave the order, and all the beasts charged at Wang Lingyuan like madmen.
Wang Lingyuan's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed his full firepower, instantly becoming the master of the battlefield.
"Space distortion bomb," he shouted, and the surrounding space began to twist and deform instantly as powerful energy rapidly condensed.
A small energy bomb shot out, striking the beast horde. The immense pulling force instantly tore the beasts' bodies into shreds. Then, Wang Lingyuan wielded the eternal night demon spear, its tip flickering with an eerie glow. Time stagnation blade.
With a low shout, the eternal night demon spear thrust toward a beast, instantly causing part of its body to fall into a state of temporal stasis, before being sent flying by a powerful recoil.
Spatial rift slash.
He struck again, unleashing an attack imbued with the power of space.
The rift closed in an instant, and the immense cutting force split the beast in two, blood splattering everywhere.
At this moment, Wang Lingyuan's eyes transformed into blood-red whirlpools, and a blood moon sky descended. Scarlet moonlight enveloped the land, abruptly slowing the movements of the
beasts. Blood moon descent.
He raised both hands high, summoning a crimson moon. The massive blood-red moon radiated a terrifying pressure as it hurtled toward the horde of beasts.
Blood moon's blessing.
He instantly entered a berserk state, his attack speed tripling. His figure flitted like a phantom among the beasts. With every strike, a beast fell, creating an utterly breathtaking scene.
Is he the god of slaughter? A single man actually managed to resolve the beast tide.
The crowd exclaimed in awe, gazing at Wang Lingyuan's figure, which seemed like that of a deity. The ground was piled high with
corpses, rivers of blood flowed, yet Wang Lingyuan tirelessly continued to slay the beasts.
His black and red armor was drenched in blood, and the eternal night demon spear emitted an increasingly eerie red glow. The mysterious figure, seeing his meticulously planned beast tide crushed by Wang Lingyuan alone, burned with rage. He activated a synthesized third-tier beast and launched a final attack on Wang
Lingyuan.
Knowing he couldn't confront it head-on, Wang Lingyuan activated his heavy pupils, his gaze shimmering with a mysterious light, clearly identifying the third-tier beast's weak points. "World-extinguishing light of heavy pupils," he shouted, and dazzling rays shot out from his eyes, striking the third-tier beast directly. However, the third-tier beast was immensely powerful, and the attack failed to inflict a fatal blow.
Wang Lingyuan's heart tightened as he thought to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to use that move."
He suddenly shouted, "Spatial banishment." A massive black hole appeared beneath the third-tier
beast, and its immense suction instantly swallowed the beast.
It didn't even have time to let out a roar before being banished into the chaotic currents of time and space, disappearing completely. Without the leadership of the Tier 3 exotic beast, the remaining controlled beasts fled in panic, creating a chaotic scene that resembled the end of the world.
The mysterious man stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where the Tier 3 exotic beast had vanished, his face filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What on earth just happened?"
However, before he could recover from his shock, Wang Lingyuan appeared before him like lightning.
Calm yet imposing, with eyes as sharp as blades,
Wang Lingyuan mercilessly knocked the mysterious man unconscious with a single punch, then turned to face the approaching powerful figures.
At this moment, the spatial ability users finally lifted the spatial blockade and rushed into the secret realm eagerly.
The scene before them left them dumbstruck, so shocked that they were at a loss for words. A pile of exotic beast corpses was stacked like a mountain, the ground stained red with blood. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, making one feel nauseous.
How is this possible?
Old Li's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief.
One person actually dealt with such a terrifying beast tide? Unbelievable. Just how strong is he?
The burly man with the thick beard said in shock, his heart pounding.
Wang Linyuan's strength seemed to far exceed their imagination.
At that moment, Wang Linyuan swept his gaze around, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint, confident smile.
This is just the beginning. The real challenge lies ahead. You seem to have arrived a bit late.
The beast tide has already been dealt with by me, and that's the mastermind. Wang Linyuan shrugged and casually pointed to the ground.
Xiao Yuan, are you hurt?
Li Weihua hurriedly stepped forward and asked.
I'm fine, and Li Shiyan is fine too. Don't worry, elderly.
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, appearing very composed.
Grandpa, if it weren't for Wang Linyuan, we really would have died here.
Li Shiyan threw herself into Li Weihua's arms, tears streaming uncontrollably.
Everyone nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere instantly became deeply moving.
Hello, Wang Linyuan, I was sent here by the higher-ups to investigate this matter.
You can call me Cui Yen.
Cui Yen extended his hand for a handshake with Wang Linyuan, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Immediately, he instructed everyone to clean up the battlefield, search for the injured, and tally the casualties. He stepped forward, looking at the mysterious figure dressed in the Abyss Council's attire, and angrily said, "It's those scum from the Abyss again."
Wang Linyuan looked puzzled and immediately asked, "What is the Abyss Council?" The Abyss Council is a terrifyingly evil organization.
They worship the mysterious power of the outer abyss, revering it as the supreme ruler. To achieve their goals, they stop at nothing, spreading sin and destruction everywhere. Every member of the council is mentally twisted and behaves insanely, Cui Yen said through gritted teeth. In short, the Abyss Council is a universally hated evil organization across the entire Blue-White Star, Cui Yen said indignantly. This time, not only was the Eastern Examination Zone harmed, but the Southern War Zone also suffered. It might be because the two of you, as SSS-level individuals, could lead to the rise of our Yanxia Empire, so they came to assassinate you.
Cui Yen gave Wang Linyuan a deep look. Keep it up, young man. The future belongs to you. Take him away.
After saying this, Cui Yen left the secret realm with the mysterious figure.
Hello, Wang Linyuan, let me introduce myself.
I am Li Zizai, the admissions director from Star Mark Academy. I sincerely invite you to join our academy. Not only will we provide various benefits, but we will also include the crystal core of an 8th-tier Dark Abyss envoy as a bonus, Li Zizai said confidently. Crystal cores are the energy source of various exotic beasts. Absorbing a crystal core also carries a chance of acquiring the exotic beast's innate divine ability. The higher the tier, the greater the probability. Wang Linyuan was just about to speak when he was interrupted.
Well, Old Li, you're really willing to go all out. Wu Gong interjected from the side. Hello, Wang Linyuan, I am Wu Gong, a teacher from the admissions office of Qiyang Academy.
We can offer a 7th-tier Dark-type exotic beast crystal core, along with a set of advanced Dark-type ability secret techniques.
Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. High-level dark magic was incredibly rare, not to mention a 7th-tier dark elemental crystal core. Wang Linyuan's eyes darted around, and he asked, "Are there any other schools inviting me?"
Some teachers from other schools noticed that 2 of the 4 major academies had withdrawn, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
There are. At that moment, a voice rang out.
Li Weihua followed excitedly behind, his face brimming with a confident smile. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Qin Feng, the dean of the elemental department at Sky Dome Academy, who had arrived. They greeted him one after another. "Dean Qin, my young friend, join our Sky Dome Academy. We are the strongest among the 4 top academies, with countless resources. I not only promise to provide you with dark element crystal cores and secret techniques, but also crystal cores and secret techniques for the spatial element. Additionally, we have the best dark element ability teachers and spatial element teachers to guide you. What do you think?" Qin Feng said calmly. Li Zizai and Wu Gong were both shocked. Although they also came from the 4 top academies, the gap between them and Sky Dome Academy was simply too vast. The conditions Qin Feng offered were even more tempting. At this moment, Wang Linyuan glanced at Li Weihua, who winked at him, signaling him to agree. Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, knowing that Li Weihua would never lead him astray. "I'll join the Firmament Academy, Dean Qin," Wang Linyuan said with a cheerful smile. Seeing the situation, the crowd began to take their leave to recruit other talented prodigies.
Ha, teacher, how about it? Didn't I say so? Li Weihua laughed with exceptional joy.
"You were right. Your judgment is getting better and better, Xiao Li," Qin Feng said with a smile, patting Li Weihua on the shoulder.
Teacher?" Wang Linyuan was a bit stunned.
He looked at Qin Feng, puzzled. This person seemed much younger than Li Weihua, appearing to be only a few years older than himself.
"Student Linyuan, no need to be shocked.
It's just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. I'm much older than Youngli, ha ha ha. Qin Feng wore a smug smile on his face. Come to where Youngli lives the morning after tomorrow, and I'll take you to Sky Dome Academy. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from where he stood.
Could he also have spatial abilities? Wang Linyuan was filled with doubt.
Li Weihua seemed to have noticed his confusion and spoke softly. That's right, he is also a spatial ability user, the strongest spatial ability user in the Yanxia Empire, truly unparalleled. Back in the day, he ventured alone into the depths of the otherworldly void, slaughtering his way through the entire alien race, shocking everyone.
Li Weihua's face was filled with reminiscence, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Then can he teach me spatial abilities?
Wang Linyuan was so excited he almost jumped up, his eyes gleaming with longing.
Hard to say.
He hasn't taken on a disciple in a long time, but he can still give you some guidance.
Li Weihua smiled faintly, seemingly hinting at something. Kid, you really ought to thank me properly. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten so many opportunities.
Li Weihua teased, his tone full of self-satisfaction.
I absolutely must thank you, Mr. Li. Could you give me a detailed introduction to the Firmament Academy? Although I know a bit about it, my understanding isn't comprehensive.
Wang Linyuan looked serious, his gaze resolute.
Firmament Academy isn't located on Blue Star but in a secret realm.
Its unique geographical advantage allows it to directly absorb the energy of space and stars, providing endless resources for teaching and research.
It even has a 9th tier
Firmament Starry Sky Formation protecting it, which is one of the strongest defensive formations in the entire Yanxia Empire and even the whole Blue-White Star. Li Weihua spoke passionately, his voice rising by several octaves in excitement.
Firmament Academy has a long history, established earlier than the other 3 major academies.
It has received strong support from the Yanxia Empire and possesses countless resources, making it the leader among the 4 great academies. Li Weihua's description ignited a blazing fighting spirit in Wang Linyuan's heart.
Alright, elderly, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Wang Linyuan said firmly, his eyes revealing fearless determination. I know, Xiao Yuan.
I have never misjudged you. Among all the people I've seen awaken dark-type abilities, only you managed to stay in control during the
awakening.
Perhaps it's because you're the first to awaken an SSS-level dark-type ability, Li Weihua said with a smile, his eyes filled with relief.
Xiao Yuan, keep working hard.
I hope to see the day you grow into an unparalleled powerhouse,
Li Weihua encouraged. Alright, elderly, I will definitely become an unparalleled powerhouse, Wang Linyuan said confidently, as if he could already see the brilliance of his future. Alright, Xiao Yuan, take a break first.
You've been exhausted for 3 days and gone through so much. The country will definitely give you an explanation, Li Weihua said with concern. Okay, Mr. Li, I understand. Wang Linyuan nodded in response, then waved goodbye to Li Weihua and returned home.
I'm exhausted, finally back.
Wang Linyuan collapsed onto the bed, his face full of fatigue, but his heart was filled with anticipation. I'll get a good night's sleep and deal with everything tomorrow. He closed his eyes, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep.
Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar.
The Abyss Council had once again taken action against the Yanxia Empire. Enraged, the Yanxia Empire issued
a global bounty order, using thunderous measures to eliminate the Abyss Council's vulnerabilities within Yanxia, vowing to completely eradicate this threat.
To comfort the families of high school examinees who sacrificed their lives during the Beast Tide incident, the Yanxia Empire provided generous compensation. Meanwhile, the recorder on Wang Linyuan captured his heroic feat of single-handedly confronting the Beast Tide, sparking widespread attention in society. However, at this moment, Wang Linyuan was still in a deep sleep, completely unaware that a world-shaking storm was brewing outside.
So comfortable. It's been so long since I've had such a good sleep.
Wang Linyuan slept until the afternoon, opened his eyes, and picked up his phone to check his messages.
Shocking.
This year's college entrance exam candidates single-handedly wiped out a Beast Tide. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam turns out to have dual abilities. In the video, Wang Linyuan single-handedly fights against the Beast Tide, wielding his weapon and instantly slaying a 3rd-tier beast. The scene is breathtaking, and the barrage of comments floods in like a tide.
Is this even human? One person taking on a Beast Tide, what did I just witness? Not a human, but a monster. His strength is too overwhelming.
This year's batch is truly full of hidden talents.
We're doomed. Being in the same batch as him, I feel like I'm not even worthy to carry his shoes. Boo-hoo. Actually, I could help him change clothes. Wang Linyuan looked at the comments and couldn't help but smile.
He then opened the system panel, ready to enhance his strength. System, open the personal panel, Wang Linyuan silently murmured in his heart.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation level, 1st tier, 4th stage, 0/4000.
Ability, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 25,800. Weapon, Eternal Night Magic Spear, 2nd tier. Talent. Skill, Basic Gunmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Advanced, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Intermediate. Wow, I actually got so many ability points. This is equivalent to 2 days' worth for me. Wang Lingyuan exclaimed in shock. Alright, let's first upgrade 13 Deadly Shots to Mastery, then enhance World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist. Close combat needs more power, Wang Lingyuan pondered. System, upgrade 13 Deadly Shots to Mastery, and then enhance World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist to Advanced. Congratulations to the host for consuming 20,000 ability points, Death's 13 shots upgraded to Perfection, and World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist upgraded to Advanced. Wang Lingyuan felt the shadow of Death's 13 shots in his mind, as if he had grasped the essence of these 13 shots. The World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist also reached a new level of understanding. Still have 5,800 left, let's do a 10 draw and further enhance my cultivation. Wang Lingyuan decided to start the lottery. Upgrade 1 level of cultivation, then open the system store and give me 10 rounds of beginner draws. Wang Lingyuan excitedly rubbed his hands, looking forward to what good things he might draw. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 ability points, advancing to Tier 1 Level 5, Primary 10 shots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tissue times 7. Congratulations to the host for receiving Thank You for your patronage times 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Water Cup times 1. Stupid system, why are you giving me so many tissue packs? Thank you for your patronage and you still congratulate me? Wang Lingyuan's face immediately darkened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 7th tier experience card times 1. Hee, system, I knew you were the best. This experience card is my trump card. Wang Lingyuan immediately beamed with joy. Wang Lingyuan finally realized that the Eternal Night Demon Spear had absorbed so much blood energy and had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. At this moment, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, Wang Lingyuan, this is Cui Yen. We just met yesterday. Hello, Lord Cui. May I ask what the matter is? The higher-ups want to reward you and commend you for thwarting the Abyss Council's conspiracy. You'll be awarded 5 million yenxia currency and a Tier 3 enhancement weapon. The beast tide in the southern district almost wiped out the geniuses, but thanks to you, the losses weren't as severe. Give me your bank account number, and the enhancement weapon will be delivered to your home for you to sign for. Cui Yen finished speaking in one breath. Alright, my bank account number is 7658496 ********************. Okay, then I'll hang up. See you later. Cui Yen hung up the phone, and shortly after, Wang Lingyuan received 5 million yenxia currency. That was quite fast. Let's go out for a good meal, sell the exotic beast's corpse, and set off tomorrow, Wang Lingyuan said with a smile. Soon after, Wang Lingyuan tidied up and headed out to the largest restaurant in Haicheng, Zhuhailu, a place renowned throughout the entire Yenxia Empire. It specializes in crafting high-end spiritual cuisine, made from the blood and flesh of exotic beasts combined with spiritual herbs. Not only does it replenish vitality, but it also allows one to absorb the spiritual energy within the exotic beasts. Wang Lingyuan looked at the table full of delicacies before him and began eating without the slightest concern for his image. This is delicious, so delicious. This barbecue tastes better than what I make myself. At home, I eat instant noodles every day, and finally, I get to enjoy a hot meal. Wang Lingyuan's mouth was stuffed full. After eating and drinking my fill, let's go for a foot massage. I need to learn how to relax too, Wang Lingyuan said with a cheerful smile. This feels amazing. This massage makes all the fatigue in my body melt away. Wang Lingyuan walked out of the Heaven on Earth spa feeling refreshed, his face beaming with satisfaction. Now it's time to head to the treasure pavilion and sell all the exotic beasts I have. His heart surged with excitement as he quickly made his way to the appraisal room of the treasure pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, the smell of exotic beast corpses filled the air, and the entire room was instantly shrouded in a bloody scent. The appraiser's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of astonishment, and he thought to himself, did he just slaughter the entire outskirts of the Linhai mountain range? Even though he had seen grand scenes before, this sight still left him utterly shocked. After a while, the appraiser finally offered a price that satisfied Wang Lingyuan, 5 billion yenxia coins. That price is about right. Many of the exotic beast corpses aren't complete, so having this much is already quite good. Wang Lingyuan nodded to himself, secretly pleased. Deal. Alright, Mr. Wang, this is the platinum card of the Treasure Pavilion. You can enjoy a 30% discount with it. Please keep it safe. The staff respectfully handed the card over. Alright, I'll browse the Treasure Pavilion a bit more,
Wang Linyuan said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Of course, Mr. Wang. Feel free to reach out if you need anything.
The staff member nearby responded with a smile. At this moment, Wang Linyuan arrived at the energy crystal section. He decided to purchase some attribute-infused energy crystals.
The non-attribute
energy crystals he had bought earlier were absorbable but yielded mediocre results. He needed more powerful energy crystals to enhance his strength. Give me 10 mid-tier dark attribute energy crystals, 10 spatial attribute energy crystals, and 10 temporal attribute energy crystals, he said to the staff member calmly.
Alright, please wait a moment, sir. The attribute energy crystal you need is quite rare and slightly expensive.
The staff quickly handed the energy crystal to Wang Linyuan. Looking at the pitch-black and transparent energy crystal in his hand, Wang Linyuan felt a surge of excitement, sensing the coolness of the dark-type energy crystal. I'll settle everything together after I buy the martial arts manual, he said calmly.
Understood, Mr. Wang.
The staff member nodded in response.
Wang Linyuan headed straight to the martial arts section, his heart brimming with excitement. Last time, he had his eye on a movement technique manual but couldn't afford it. Now that he had earned some money, he could finally make it his own.
It's you, Phantom Shadows, Wang Linyuan said excitedly. 4th tier martial skill, Phantom Shadows, creates 3 to 9 energy clones, each possessing 20% to 50% of the original body's attack power. The clones can synchronize movements with the original body, forming a cross-network attack trajectory that deals cumulative damage to a single target. Wang Linyuan was ecstatic. This martial skill seemed tailor-made for him.
With a wave of his hand, he decisively claimed it. At checkout,
he pulled out a platinum card. What originally cost 100 million yenxia currency now only required 70 million.
He was delighted.
With a sense of accomplishment, Wang Linyuan returned home and found a small box at the door.
His heart leaped with joy, knowing the
enhanced weapon had arrived.
He eagerly opened the box, revealing a ring lying quietly inside. Wang Linyuan carefully put it on.
With the imprint of his spiritual power, he immediately understood the ring's function. Judgment Ring. Upon use, it can temporarily enhance cultivation without side effects. Natural recovery after charging takes 3 months. He thought to himself, this ring is quite effective. It can recover automatically after use, truly a life-saving trump card. Wang Linyuan was thrilled, and the martial arts jade slip in his hand made him itch with anticipation. Unfortunately, he only had 800 ability points left, not even enough to get started.
He could only take a look for now.
Afterward, he packed his belongings, placing some clothes and personal items into the system space. Looking at the home he had lived in for 18 years, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant.
Mom, Dad, where are you?
Wang Linyuan stood on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting back to the memories of the original owner. At this moment, he was Wang Linyuan, and Wang Linyuan was him.
He felt a deep connection.
In his previous life, he was an orphan, and now, though he had parents, he still hadn't experienced their
warmth.
After standing in the breeze for a while, Wang Linyuan returned to bed, ready to embark on a new journey the next day. The next morning, Wang Linyuan woke up, freshened up, had breakfast, and then, with a flash, headed straight to Haicheng No. 1 High School. The scenery on campus was picturesque.
Wang Linyuan was filled with emotion.
Although he had only been in this world for a month, the excitement he had experienced far surpassed his previous life. He walked all the way to the backyard of Li Weihua's house behind the school and saw Qin Feng and Li Weihua leisurely drinking tea.
You're here, Xiao Yuan, come and have some tea.
Li Weihua waved at him, a gentle smile on his face.
Are you ready, Lin Yuan?
Qin Feng leaned back on the bench, beaming.
Been ready for a long time.
Wang Linyuan replied bluntly, sitting down and gulping down the tea Li Weihua handed him. Ha, your college entrance exam video has been spreading online these past 2 days.
You're famous now. However, danger comes with it. The Abyss Council has set their sights on you.
Those lunatics will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, so be careful.
Li Weihua's tone shifted from relaxed to serious. I understand, Mr. Li.
Wang Linyuan nodded earnestly, feeling a trace of warmth in his heart.
Alright, that's all I have to say. It's time to set off.
Qin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile.
Let's go, Xiao Yuan. See you again someday. Li Weihua waved with a smile. See you later, old Li. Wang Linyuan turned back and waved, then followed Qin Feng and left. Dean Qin, how are we going to the Firmament Academy? Wang Linyuan asked curiously. Of course, we're flying there.
Qin Feng replied with a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming.
Flying?
Wang Linyuan was still pondering when, in the next moment, his body had already risen into the air.
Kid, we're taking off.
Qin Feng grabbed Wang Linyuan with one hand and shouted excitedly.
No, Dean Qin, I'm not ready yet. I'm a bit afraid of heights.
Wang Linyuan screamed in terror, feeling the howling wind.
Keep it down, my ears are about to go deaf. You'll be able to fly in the future too. I'm just giving you a little heads up.
Qin Feng chuckled and continued flying upward. Once we get there, we can pass through here to reach the Celestial Academy. After flying for a while, they landed in the Linhai Mountains. As soon as Wang Linyuan touched the ground, he started vomiting uncontrollably.
Brother, can you let me know in advance next time so I can prepare?
Ugh. His face was pale, looking utterly disheveled.
Alright, let's go. This is the portal to Sky Academy in Sea City.
Qin Feng waved his hands, and a glowing portal suddenly appeared.
Our Sky Academy has a portal in every city. It's the strongest academy in the entire Yanxia Empire. Qin Feng's face was full of pride. Alright, Brother Qin, let's go. I've finished throwing up. Wang Linyuan's condition had slightly improved, and he followed Qin Feng into the portal.
A flash of white light passed, and Wang Linyuan heard Qin Feng laughing as he said, "Welcome to Sky Vault Academy, Wang Linyuan." The magnificent buildings before him left Wang Linyuan stunned, marveling inwardly that the scenes he had witnessed before paled in comparison. The main gate of Sky Vault Academy was forged from white marble and black iron, with 12 coiling dragon pillars soaring into the clouds.
The pillars were carved with divine beasts riding the mist, an awe-inspiring sight.
The central archway stood 10 zhang tall, with the 4 ancient seal characters Sky Vault Academy on the gilded lintel shining brilliantly.
Bronze chilins stood on either side of the gate, each holding a tall black lamp in its mouth.
When the lamp oil burned, pale blue flames rose, illuminating the square as if it were daytime. The Academy's architectural complex ascended layer by layer along the mountain's contours, with winding corridors resembling dragons, connecting the library, the martial arts arena, and the lecture halls. The flowing rune formations between the corridor pillars flickered faintly, signifying the extraordinary nature of this realm. Qin Feng had long anticipated Wang Linyuan's astonishment, his face brimming with pride. "Come on, kid, I'll take you to meet your mentor. You can explore at your own pace later."
Alright, okay.
Wang Linyuan slowly regained his composure, his heart filled with anticipation.
"Kid, let's take off again."
Qin Feng didn't wait for Wang Linyuan to react and directly lifted him up to fly once more.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Wang Linyuan had just spoken when the two had already reached their destination. "We're here, kid, the Element Academy. The Firmament Academy has many secondary academies, and the Element Academy is one of them.
We follow a mentor system, not a class system. Come on, I'll take you to meet your mentor. He's the only dark element mentor in our academy,"
Qin Feng said as he grabbed Wang Linyuan and flew toward the office.
"Element Academy Dark Element Mentor's Office. Let's go, kid. I'll take you to meet him." Wang Linyuan was almost rolling his eyes at this point.
"Can you at least give me a heads up before you take off next time?" he complained somewhat resentfully.
Alright, I definitely won't say anything, because I did it on purpose." Qin Feng laughed heartily and walked straight into the office.
"You?" Wang Linyuan felt helpless. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. Resigned, he thought it best to follow Qin Feng's lead and stepped into the office. In the office, a man in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and sword-like eyebrows, exuded a strong masculine aura. Wang Linyuan carefully observed him, silently evaluating in his heart.
"Come, kid, let me introduce you. This is your mentor, Wang Lin. You can go to him for anything in the future."
Qin Feng smiled slightly and then continued, "Oh, by the way, there's something for you in
this storage ring. I'll take you to find the mentor for spatial abilities in a while. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off now."
Before his voice had faded, Qin Feng seemed to vanish into thin air. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with fiery enthusiasm as he sized up Wang Linyuan, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
"Wang Linyuan, awakening an SSS level dark ability, you truly are a genius. Ha!" He patted Wang Linyuan's shoulder, his gaze full of admiration.
"You're too kind, mentor," Wang Linyuan replied with a slight smile, though he felt secretly proud in his heart.
"From now on, I will be your mentor. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me at any time.
There are very few students with dark-type abilities, and I'm the only teacher for this department.
I only have 7 students under me, and with you,
that makes 8, Wang Lin said enthusiastically, as if eager to share all the information he had. The other departments have many mentors and students, but the students I train are all exceptionally strong and absolutely not to be underestimated."
"Understood, mentor.
I got it." Wang Linyuan nodded earnestly, secretly thinking that this was a perfect opportunity to learn more about Sky Academy.
Seeing that Wang Linyuan showed no sign of impatience, Wang Lin felt secretly pleased. Not bad. With this kind of attitude, you can accomplish anything. Your 7 senior brothers and sisters, 4 of them are currently out training, and only 3 are at the school. I'll call them over now so you can meet them. With that, he took out his phone and sent a message. Have a seat, Xiao Yuan. They'll be here soon. Our dark-type abilities aren't very popular and can occasionally lead to berserk states, so people tend to keep their distance from us. Moreover, many who awaken dark-type abilities have joined forces like the Dark Empire, the Eternal Legion, or the Underworld Palace. It's rumored that the ruler of the Dark Empire has awakened an SS-level dark-type ability, but his whereabouts are unknown, and no one has seen his appearance to this day. Wang Lin continued explaining, as if imparting priceless knowledge. Dark Empire? SS-level dark-type superpower? Wang Linyuan listened attentively, continuously processing this information in his mind. This was undoubtedly valuable knowledge for him. Knock, 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 came the crisp sound of knocking on the door. Come in, Wang Lin said. The door was pushed open, and 3 young people walked in. Mentor, were you looking for us? Come, this is your junior, Wang Linyuan. Xiao Yuan, these 3 are your seniors, Han Bing, Shikai, and Qi Tian, Wang Lin introduced with a smile. Wang Linyuan carefully observed the 3 people in front of him. Qi Tian was short in stature, with a gloomy expression, seemingly difficult to get along with. Shikai was of medium build, handsome, with a hint of a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth, while Han Bing had a cold demeanor, a beautiful appearance, exuding an icy aura that seemed even colder than her ice-based abilities. Hello, seniors. Wang Linyuan greeted politely, his tone carrying a hint of nervousness. Hello, the 3 responded in unison, with Shikai being relatively more enthusiastic. Alright, Xiao Yuan just arrived today. Take him to complete the enrollment procedures. Xiao Yuan, follow them. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask, they'll explain it to you. Wang Lin said to the group, his tone filled with care and anticipation. Soon after, Wang Linyuan followed the 3 senior students out of Wang Lin's office, secretly looking forward to the new life ahead. Let's go, Junior. We'll take you to enroll. This isn't an opportunity that comes often. It seems you really have some impressive skills. Shikai curled his lips into a mischievous smile. Not bad, senior. I'm just average, Wang Linyuan said with a slight shyness, feeling secretly pleased inside. No worries. Now that you're part of our Dark Academy family, treat this place as your home. If anyone dares to bully you, just let us know. Our Dark Academy is known for protecting its own, Shikai declared boldly. Someone messed with us before, and hey, your senior brother single-handedly sent all that mentor's students to the infirmary. Isn't that right? Shikai raised an eyebrow at the other 2, brimming with confidence. Qi Tian responded with a cold showing no other reaction. Han Bing merely nodded, not even bothering to speak. Wang Linyuan looked at these 2 eccentric seniors, smiled inwardly, and didn't mind. He simply nodded lightly. Boring. Shikai curled his lips, glanced at the 2, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the Academic Affairs office. Shikai led Wang Linyuan inside, while the other 2 waited outside. Boldly, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Shikai shouted loudly, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. How many times have I told you to address me by my title when I'm working? You brat, nothing good ever comes when you show up. Li Jia responded irritably. Wang Linyuan looked over and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s lounging lazily in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Wow, top-grade Westlake Longjing tea. I really came at the right time today. I'm here to handle the enrollment procedures for my junior. You take care of it, Shikai said excitedly, unabashedly picking up the teacup and taking a sip. Oh, the dean already told me about it. The procedures have been completed long ago. Dean Qin said to arrange a single room for you. Here's the dormitory key, take it, kid. Li Jia handed the key to Wang Linyuan with a cheerful smile. Alright, Director Li. Wang Linyuan took the admission guide and dormitory key, his heart filled with gratitude. Alright, then we'll be off. You take care, old Li, Shikai said cheerfully, looking very relaxed. Off you go, you brat, always coming here just to drink my tea. Li Jia waved his hand, unceremoniously shooing Shikai out. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Han Bing and Qi Tian said a brief goodbye and parted ways. Don't be fooled by their cold demeanor, they're actually quite nice. Junior, let me show you around our school, Shikai said with a cheerful smile, exuding enthusiasm. Soon after, the 2 strolled through the campus, and Wang Linyuan looked around, silently admiring the surroundings. Senior, it seems like you have a good relationship with Director Li, he couldn't help but ask. Of course, when I first enrolled, I came here every day. After a while, I got familiar with the place. Shikai gave a mysterious smile, his tone brimming with pride. Do you know why? No idea. Why? Wang Linyuan looked puzzled. What else could it be? Fighting, of course. Those guys couldn't beat me.
so they brought others to deal with me.
In the end, I beat them all. After that, whenever I saw those guys, I'd give them a beating. They had no choice but to come to Old Li. Kai shrugged, a teasing smile on his face. Senior really doesn't get angry at all, Wang Linyuan remarked with emotion. A monk fights for a stick of incense, a man fights for his dignity. Besides, I'm not someone who takes insults lying down. If someone punches me once, I'll punch them 100 times. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to be afraid in the future. As long as you're not in the wrong, we will always stand by you. Kai's tone was firm, filling Wang Linyuan's heart with gratitude.
I understand, Senior, Wang Linyuan nodded, feeling a warm glow in his heart.
Alright, Junior, today I'll take you to see how I fight.
I had a little conflict with someone earlier and arranged a fight for today.
Do you want to come and watch? Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he mentioned the fight.
Go ahead, Senior, I'll cheer for you, Wang Linyuan said without hesitation, secretly thinking how thrilling it was to witness his senior's prowess today.
Alright, let's go. I'll show you something today. Kai waved his hand and led Wang Linyuan toward the dueling platform.
They arrived at the dueling platform of Sky Dome Academy, where the atmosphere was lively, and a crowd had already gathered, whispering among themselves.
Do you think Tai Dong has lost his mind, challenging the little overlord? Sai, you have no idea. He got a bit of strength and started getting cocky. On the first day of school, he provoked Kai, and ended up getting beaten for 2 years.
Every time Kai sees him, he beats him up.
This guy has really been beaten senseless.
I heard that the last time they met, Kai even took away the weapon that Tai Dong had worked so hard to obtain.
Ha, I'm telling you, what kind of strength does he even have? Going out to get beaten up, he's really asking for trouble. Here he comes, the little tyrant is here. There's going to be a good show. Kai and Tai Dong stepped onto the arena, while Wang Linyuan watched nervously from below. Kai,
Tai Dong roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Last time you stole my weapon, this time I'll make you pay double.
Kai glanced at Tai Dong with a flick of his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful smirk. I took it with my own skills. Why should I return it to you?
Useless trash. The veins on Tai Dong's forehead bulged. He suddenly swung his hand, and a wave of heat surged through the air.
In the next moment, purple
flames burst from his palm, gathering above the arena into a roiling cloud of fire, his A-rank fire ability, Purple Cloud Heavenly Fire. Kai finally straightened up, a trace of interest flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Tai Dong closed in swiftly, his right fist wrapped in purple
flames, crashing down with a thunderous force. However, just as his fist was about to strike Kai's face, Kai's figure suddenly dissipated. It was merely an illusion. Tai Dong's heart sounded alarm bells, and he instinctively retreated backward. A dark shadow suddenly shot out from the shadow beneath his feet, and Kai's figure materialized behind him. Too slow. Kai's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness as the dark energy at his fingertips coiled around Tai Dong's ankle. Tai Dong felt an icy chill climb up his spine to the back of his neck, and his vision suddenly blurred. The surrounding scene began to distort and warp. The arena transformed into a dark swamp, with countless pale arms reaching out from the ground, grasping at his ankles. A despairing illusion. Tai Dong gritted his teeth, struggling to gather his mental strength to resist. As an A-level psychic, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary people, but Kai's fear resonance clung to him like an inescapable curse. The hallucinations before him grew increasingly vivid. He seemed to see himself being torn apart by countless monsters, while Kai stood to the side, sneering coldly. The rhythm of Tai Dong's attacks gradually became chaotic, and the power of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Fire weakened accordingly. Seeing this, Kai's smile grew even wider. His figure flickered and completely merged into the shadows at the edge of the arena. This was Kai's grade A ability, the Nether Phantom Form talent, Nether Mimicry. Tai Dong swung his flames frantically, but could only hit the lingering illusions in the air. Laughter erupted from the audience below, and someone loudly mocked, "I told you, Tai Dong's skills aren't enough to challenge Kai. It's practically suicide. Come out." Tai Dong roared, slamming down a wall of flames in an attempt to force Kai's true form to appear. Suddenly, Tai Dong felt a chill at the back of his neck as a shadow emerged from the darkness behind him. 5 fingers clawed straight for his heart. Tai Dong barely managed to twist his body to avoid a fatal blow, but his shoulder was slashed with 5 deep wounds that exposed bone, and dark energy seeped into his body through the injuries. Still not enough. Kai's voice sounded in Tai Dong's ear, only to vanish instantly into the shadows again. Your flames are too weak. Enraged, Tai Dong's purple flames suddenly surged 3 feet higher. He roared, spreading his arms wide as the Purple Cloud Heavenly Fire condensed into a massive firebird above his head. With a flap of its wings, sparks filled the sky, purple flames scorched the heavens. The firebird screeched as it charged toward the shadow where Kai was hiding. Wherever it passed, the air twisted from the scorching heat, and the arena floor melted into a deep groove. However, Kai's figure vanished the instant before the Firebird could strike.
Taidong's pupils contracted sharply as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. He had exhausted his energy to unleash his most powerful attack.
It's over.
Shirkai's voice came from directly above Taidong. Taidong looked up, only to see Shirkai standing in the shadows of the arena's overhead lights, surrounded by a thick, ink-like dark energy. Taidong tried to evade, but his legs were already bound by shadows solidified by the dark energy. He watched in terror as chains pierced through his right shoulder, and the violet cloud skyfire extinguished in an instant.
The audience around the arena gasped audibly, and even the referee couldn't help
but stand up, ready to stop the match at any moment.
Shirkai walked slowly toward Taidong,
raising his hand with a casual wave. The shadow chain suddenly tightened, dragging Taidong to Shirkai's feet. Taidong struggled to lift his head, only to see the cold mockery flickering in Shirkai's eyes.
Is this all you've got?
Shirkai sneered, pressing his foot onto Taidong's chest.
When I took your weapon back, then, it was just on a whim. Did you really think breaking through would let you take revenge? Utterly laughable.
Taidong spat out a mouthful of blood, but his gaze remained defiant.
You, don't get cocky. Oh,
Shirkai raised an eyebrow, a dark energy dagger forming at his fingertips, pressing against Taidong's throat.
Still want to struggle?
Just then, a sudden gasp came from the audience. Shirkai turned his head to look, only to see Taidong's left hand, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly fling out a concealed weapon engulfed in purple flames. It was his final trump card. However, the concealed weapon came to an abrupt halt 3 inches from Shirkai's face, firmly blocked by an invisible barrier of dark energy.
A petty trick, Shirkai sneered, flicking his fingers lightly. The weapon instantly shattered into dust.
He leaned in close to Taidong, his voice as cold as frost.
Now, do you understand what a gap truly means?
Taidong finally gave up, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing this, Shirkai stood up with satisfaction, shaking off the bloodstains on his boots.
Taidong's defeat was not
just a disparity in strength but also a collapse of his psyche. In this brutal battle, Shirkai, like a hunter in the darkness, effortlessly tore apart his pride and dignity.
Remember this, you worthless fool. Shirkai smirked coldly, stepping over Taidong's curled-up body. In the face of absolute power, your anger is nothing but a joke. He walked slowly off the arena, the shadows behind him like loyal followers, automatically clearing the path for him, as if the entire stage belonged to him. The discussions below the stage rose and fell, filled with admiration for strength and pity for Taidong. I told you, Shirkai is from the dark faction. How could Taidong possibly win? Yeah, that nether phantom form is simply unbeatable. You can't even figure out his movements.
Poor Taidong, he thought he could get revenge, but ended up being completely overwhelmed. As the referee announced Shirkai's victory, the lights above the arena lit up again, like a beam of glory shining just for him. Taidong struggled to prop himself up, looking at his scarred hands, a complex glint flashing in his eyes, as if lost in thought. Standing below the stage, Wang Linyuan witnessed it all and silently sighed in his heart. As expected, dark-type abilities are no joke.
His gaze revealed admiration for Shirkai and disappointment in Taidong. Senior, you were amazing just now. You defeated him effortlessly.
Wang Linyuan said with a smile, his tone full of admiration. Just a worthless opponent. Shirkai chuckled lightly, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Thinking a little bit of strength is enough to beat me? Those people, they are the real geniuses. I'm still far from their level. His confidence was like the surging river, unstoppable and awe-inspiring. At this moment, the arena was filled with his presence, and everyone knew that the era of Shirkai had just begun. Those people? Wang Linyuan asked in confusion.
They're from the Celestial Academy's star rankings, which are divided into 5 lists from freshman year to senior year. Right now, I'm only ranked 5th on the freshman list, but that might change in a few days, Shirkai explained with a smile. In another month, when you freshmen start school, there will be an entrance assessment and a freshman competition to determine the top 100 on the star rankings. After the rankings are set, challenges can still be made to strive for higher positions. As long as you're on the star rankings, you'll receive additional resources. After hearing Shirkai's explanation, Wang Linyuan suddenly understood. The two walked along as Shirkai explained the rules and survival tactics of the Firmament Academy to Wang Linyuan.
At Firmament Academy, you can do anything except kill people. Just like how I took over Taidong's spot, he has no choice but to endure it. Even if he brings someone over, he'll still have to bow down to me, Shirkai said with an air of dominance. Wang Linyuan smiled and nodded. I understand, senior. Afterward, the two continued to tour Firmament Academy.
The academy was indeed vast. After all this time, they had only just scratched the surface of one part of the campus and hadn't even ventured inside. As the sky began to darken, Wang Linyuan Yuan bid farewell to Shi Kai.
Senior Shi Kai, it's getting late. I think I'll head back now.
Yes, it was my oversight. Junior, you should take a good rest since you just arrived. No worries, Junior. Remember to call me if you need anything, Shi Kai said with a smile.
Of course, Senior. Wang Linyuan smiled and nodded at Shi Kai.
After speaking, the two went their separate ways.
Let's eat first.
I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving, Wang Linyuan said as he looked at the cafeteria not far away and walked
in.
The cafeteria was particularly large, offering a variety of delicious foods. Wang Linyuan casually picked some food to eat.
Unexpectedly, this chicken is actually a spirit chicken.
As expected, university really is different. Wang Linyuan took a bite and immediately sensed the extraordinary texture of the chicken, along with a trace of spiritual energy.
Not bad, the chicken is good.
After finishing his meal, Wang Linyuan left the cafeteria satisfied and headed toward the student dormitory. As he walked, Wang Linyuan suddenly realized something was off. He had no idea where the student dormitory was.
Ah, what a hassle, he muttered under his breath. That's right, they gave us a student handbook. It should be in there. Wang Linyuan suddenly remembered and promptly took out the student handbook to browse through it. There really is one. Wang Linyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the manual clearly marked the location of the dormitory.
Following the directions, he arrived at the student dormitory, and the scene before him left him stunned. He saw villas neatly arranged, becoming more luxurious the deeper he went. Wang Linyuan walked to a villa in the depths, and the number on the key matched this place. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard the cheerful male voice of the intelligence system AI Xiaotian. Welcome home, master.
I am the intelligent AI, Xiaotian. You can call me anytime if you need anything.
Xiaotian is connected to the Skysong Academy terminal and can assist you in solving problems.
Alright, Xiaotian.
Wang Linyuan had already read about it in the student manual, so he wasn't surprised. Looking at the luxurious big house, Wang Linyuan was filled with emotion. In his previous life, he never got to live in a villa, but unexpectedly, in this life, he moved into one so effortlessly. Wang Linyuan casually picked the best room and moved in. The facilities inside were all complete, though there was a slight lack of toiletries.
Fortunately, Wang Linyuan had already prepared in advance.
After freshening up, Wang Linyuan called out to Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I'm here.
Master, I am here.
Open the school forum and take a look, Wang Linyuan said unhurriedly.
Alright, master.
A virtual screen appeared in front of Wang Linyuan. 1. Breaking news. Yesterday after school, I personally saw Senior Worshuang and Senior Linyao acting intimately in the small grove.
Are they dating? Does anyone know the details?
2. Inquiry. Recently, a mysterious figure has been appearing on campus, leaving strange symbols every time.
Does anyone know what's going on?
3. Reward. I lost a notebook on superpower cultivation in the library, which contains my important insights.
A generous reward will be given to anyone who finds and returns it.
For Academy Arena, Taidong challenges Shi Kai from the star rankings once again and gets crushed.
His mental resilience is commendable.
Attached is a video showing Shi Kai stepping on Taidong.
Wang Linyuan looked at the messages one by one.
Seeing the video of Shi Kai beating up Taidong, he smiled and said, I didn't expect Senior Shi Kai to make it onto the school forum like this. Wang Linyuan continued to explore the features of the intelligent AI Xiaotian and discovered a series of content, including the school mall, tasks, and more. In the school mall, Wang Linyuan could purchase various items, but all required completing tasks to earn exchange points.
He roughly understood the various systems of Sky Dome Academy.
After reading, Wang Linyuan lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just as Wang Linyuan woke up, his mentor Wang Lin's call rang on his phone, urging him to hurry to the office.
It's starting, the first day.
Wang Linyuan rubbed his eyes, quickly tidied himself up, and used spatial power to instantly appear at the door of Wang Lin's office. He knocked lightly on the door, and upon hearing Wang Lin's come in, he pushed the door open and entered.
You're here, Xiao Yuan. Today is your first class, follow me.
Wang Lin revealed a satisfied smile, stood up, and headed toward the combat room.
Wang Linyuan curiously followed behind. Mentor, what are we learning today? He asked excitedly. I'll first assess your abilities and then create a training plan for you. Teachers as excellent as me are rare, other instructors usually let senior students from 4th or 5th year handle this. Wang Lin spoke confidently, and as they walked, the two arrived in front of the building. Come on, let's go in. I want to see your strength.
Wang Lin guided Wang Linyuan into a classroom. The space inside was enormous, and the floor was made of special memory metal that could recover quickly.
Xiaoyuan, come on, attack me with all your might, Wang Lin said loudly.
Advisor, you better be careful.
Wang Lingyuan responded with a smile.
You should worry more about yourself, kid, Wang Lin thought to himself.
Eternal Night Demon Armor, appear. Wang Linyuan's eyes flashed with a cold light.
With a low shout, dark energy surged from his body, instantly condensing into a dark purple suit of armor. At this moment, Wang Linyuan exuded a suffocating killing intent and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wang Lin stared at him intently, his heart filled with shock. As a mentor, he had seen countless geniuses, but someone as young as Wang Linyuan awakening such formidable power was as rare as a phoenix feather.
Well done, Wang Lin shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the martial arena.
Wang Linyuan no longer hesitated, his eyes filled with cold determination as he charged forward. He moved as swiftly as lightning, the bluestone bricks beneath his feet shattering with each step, leaving deep footprints behind. World-destroying abyss fist. Wang Linyuan muttered in a low voice, his right fist clenched tightly as the dark power frantically converged into a black vortex. As he swung his fist, the black vortex seemed like a giant dragon, rushing straight toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin showed no fear, instead, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Spiritual energy surged on his fist, transforming into a blood-red glow that struck toward Wang Linyuan.
Bang!
The two fists collided, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave spread outward from the center of the two.
Wang Linyuan felt a tremendous force emanating from the punch, sending him uncontrollably flying backward.
Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute and fearless. He struggled to his feet and twisted his neck.
Continue.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice filled with unyielding fighting spirit. The blood moon descends. At that moment, the sky above the classroom suddenly darkened. Wang Lin looked up and saw a crimson moon hanging high in the sky, radiating an eerie glow.
Wang Linyuan's eyes instantly transformed into blood-red whirlpools, resembling two small blood moons.
Under the shroud of the blood moons, he felt his power seemingly doubled, his fighting spirit endless.
Blood Moon Canopy, activate.
With his shout, the crimson moonlight grew even more intense, forming a blood-colored domain that enveloped him. Wang Linyuan could clearly sense that his senses had become sharper, and everything around him seemed to be within his grasp. More importantly, within this domain, he is completely immune to all slowing and binding effects, as if he has become the absolute ruler of this realm.
Blood Moon descends.
Wang Linyuan spoke again, and with his command, the blood moon trembled violently. Scarlet beams of light descended from the sky like raging dragons, crashing straight toward Wang Lin. Seeing this, Wang Lin swung his blade to block without hesitation. The knife in his hand shimmered with golden light, clashing fiercely with the blood-red beam. Although the blood-red beam was incredibly powerful, it gradually disintegrated and dissipated under Wang Lin's blade. However, Wang Lin was not unscathed. The immense impact left his arm numb, almost causing him to lose his grip. Blood Moon's blessing. Wang Linyuan let out a loud shout, and the surrounding blood-colored domain instantly boiled, transforming into countless crimson light spots that surged into his body like a raging tide. In an instant, Wang Linyuan felt an unprecedented power erupting from within him. His attack speed instantly tripled, as if he had turned into a streak of blood-colored lightning, dazzling to the eye. He swung his fist again, charging toward Wang Lin. This time, his speed was faster, his punches fiercer, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind, as if tearing through the air. Wang Lin had no choice but to respond with all his might. Amidst the flickering blade light, he continuously blocked and counterattacked, like a trapped beast struggling desperately. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Wang Linyuan suddenly changed tactics, channeling the power of space. Space Distortion Blast. Wang Linyuan let out a low shout, and the power of space gathered in his palm, forming a small energy orb that shot toward Wang Lin like a meteor. Wang Lin saw this and felt his heart tighten. He could sense the immense spatial power contained within the energy orb and quickly sidestepped to evade it. However, the moment the energy orb struck the ground, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, instantly distorting the surrounding space. Wang Lin felt a powerful suction force emanating from the twisted space, as if it were trying to drag him into a chaotic vortex. He hurriedly activated his spiritual power, desperately resisting, but his body involuntarily moved closer to the twisted space. Spatial Rift Slash. Just as Wang Lin was fully resisting the suction force, Wang Linyuan struck again. He unleashed an attack imbued with the power of space, slicing through the air and forming a small rift. When the rift came into contact with Wang Lin's body, it instantly closed, bringing forth a powerful cutting force. Wang Lin felt a sharp pain and looked down to see his sleeve torn and a deep bloodstain on his arm.
He was greatly shocked but smiled and said to Wang Linyuan, "You little rascal, so dishonorable to use the power of space." Wang Linyuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a sly smile as he replied, "You never said I couldn't use it, mentor." At that moment, Wang Linyuan retrieved a black spear from the void Eternal Night Demon Spear. The instant he gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear, an overwhelming killing intent surged through his body, as if he were standing on a battlefield. "Come and fight!" Wang Linyuan shouted, his spear technique smooth and skillful. Although the basic spear techniques seemed simple, in his hands, they displayed unparalleled power. Then, he began to perform the perfected 13 fatal spear strikes. First strike, longing. He shouted loudly, the spear tip blooming like a black flower, thrusting toward Wang Lin. This strike appeared gentle, yet it carried boundless longing and murderous intent. Wang Lin hurriedly swung his blade to block, but he felt the force far exceeded his expectations, forcing him to retreat several steps. Second strike, blind dragon. Wang Linyuan followed up with another move, the spear shaft resembling a black dragon, tearing a long trajectory through the air. Wang Lin swung his blade to block again, but this time, the blade vibrated with a buzzing sound, and his arm went numb. Third strike, white dragon. Wang Linyuan's spear technique grew faster and fiercer, as if a giant white dragon were dancing in his hands. Wang Lin's vision blurred, and he was nearly struck by this move, shocking him to his core. Fourth strike, Kuanping. Wang Linyuan continued to unleash his moves, the spear body spreading like a giant beast's wings, its imposing momentum surging like a raging tide sweeping toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin had no choice but to fully channel his spiritual power, forming a golden barrier in front of him to barely block the strike. The 13th spear, a million soldiers raised their banners again, the three armies unite, I am invincible. Wang Linyuan let out one final furious roar, his killing intent surging like a tide, rushing straight to the heavens. Cold light flickered in his eyes, and the Eternal Night Demon Spear in his hand transformed into thousands of long spears, forming a dense forest of spears, its momentum unstoppable. This strike gathered all his strength and killing intent, as if a million soldiers were shouting in unison, an unstoppable force. At the same time, Wang Linyuan unleashed the power of time stagnation blade. He infused this power into the Eternal Night Demon Spear, and the tip of the spear instantly emitted a chilling glow. As the spear tip was about to strike, Wang Lin felt his body frozen as if encased in ice, unable to move, watching helplessly as the deadly spear tip aimed for his throat. However, this stagnation did not last long. Time quickly returned to normal. Wang Lin hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Even so, the spear tip still grazed his chest, leaving a shallow blood mark that sent a cold sweat down his back. Wang Lin raised his head to look at Wang Linyuan, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion. He had thought Wang Linyuan was merely an awakener of the dark and spatial elements, but he hadn't expected him to also wield the power of time. Aren't you a spatial and dark element user? How do you also have the power of time? He couldn't help but ask. Wang Linyuan panted heavily, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. I awakened the power of time and space, so of course, I have the power of time, mentor. These words were like a bombshell, leaving Wang Lin even more shocked. He knew that the power of time and space was an extremely rare and formidable ability, capable of controlling both time and space simultaneously. At that moment, the killing intent within Wang Linyuan surged like a breached flood, instantly spiraling out of control. The killing intent from the Eternal Night Demon Spear resonated with the dark energy within him, plunging him into an indiscriminate berserk state. His eyes turned blood red, and a crazed smile appeared on his lips. Wang Linyuan seemed to have transformed into a machine driven solely by slaughter. Kill, he roared, swinging the Eternal Night Demon Spear in his hand once more. This time, the attacks came like a violent storm, chaotic yet brimming with destructive power. Wang Lin sensed the change in Wang Linyuan and realized he had entered a berserk state. He quickly responded with all his strength, trying to suppress him. The battle on the martial arts field was in full swing. Wang Linyuan's attacks were ferocious and filled with immense killing intent, forcing Wang Lin to dodge while searching for an opportunity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Lin finally seized a chance and shouted in a low voice, "Abyssal space, appear." As his voice fell, a powerful force of darkness surged from within him, instantly forming a massive black rectangular space above the training ground. Wang Linyuan felt an immense suction force and was instantly pulled into the vortex. The vortex quickly closed, forming a giant black sphere that trapped Wang Linyuan inside. Within the abyssal space, Wang Linyuan struggled frantically, attempting to break free from the confinement. The sound of his collisions echoed continuously, as if trying to tear the surrounding air apart. At this moment, Wang Lin no longer suppressed his cultivation, unleashing his full power. The abyssal space was unyielding. No matter how Wang Linyuan attacked, he could not shake it. Moments later, the
the sounds of impact gradually weakened, and the black sphere began to dissipate.
Wang Linyuan knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily.
Wang Lin stepped forward, looking at him with a hint of relief and approval in his eyes. Kid, you still can't fully control your power, especially the force of time and space and the killing intent within the Eternal Night Demon armor.
Go back and train well, learn to control your power.
In the future, you will definitely become even stronger, Wang Lin said with a serious yet concerned tone.
I understand, mentor. I wonder, what do you think of my strength? Wang Linyuan asked, panting heavily. He was utterly exhausted. This
battle had nearly drained all his spiritual energy, leaving him unable to use hellfire or the world-destroying light of the heavy pupils.
Your strength is impressive, kid. Your talent is even more remarkable than that of your senior from the 5th year. What you need to do now is adjust your mindset and maintain it, Wang Lin said with a smile. I've already gauged your strength. Take a good rest for the next few days, and I'll design a special training plan for you. Go back now, Wang Lin said as he turned and walked toward the door, secretly pondering, this kid is truly a monster.
I've been gradually unsealing my power, and I'm close to being invincible at the 2nd tier.
What a freakish little guy. Wang Linyuan thought to himself, didn't the system help me prevent the dark-type abilities from easily going berserk? Yet today I almost lost control.
It seems the Eternal Night Magic Spear has affected me. I'll need to kill more exotic beasts in the future to hone my control over killing intent.
After resting for a moment, he got up and returned to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Wang Linyuan pondered, what should I do these days?
I'm out of ability points, and I haven't learned any new combat techniques.
I need to find a way to get some ability points.
Sitting at the desk, sipping water, and stroking his chin, a sudden idea struck him. That's it.
I can take on academy missions. Not only can I earn exchange points, but I can also gain ability points. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Xiao Tian, help me find tasks below 2nd tier strength, Wang Linyuan said excitedly. With Xiao Tian's intelligent voice, a virtual image appeared before him.
Ding, the following tasks have been found for you. Task 1, Subway Beasts. Difficulty, Tier 2, Moderate. Mission background. An anomaly has occurred on Sky Dome City's Metro Line 3.
Surveillance footage shows a shadow resembling a giant octopus.
Its tentacles emit
black mist when entangling the train cars, corroding metal. It has been identified as the work of a Tier 2 exotic beast, the Shadow Beast. Mission objective, eliminate the Shadow Beast. Task reward, 100 exchange points. Task 2, Rampaging Demon Rat Swarm.
Difficulty, Tier 2, moderately high. Task background.
The #1 night market in Tianxiang City was suddenly attacked by a swarm of rats. Hundreds of large gray rats gnawed at the stalls, causing food to rot and metal to melt wherever they went. According to the Academy's assessment, the rat swarm was controlled by a high-level ability user.
Mission objective, eliminate the demon rat swarm and find the mastermind behind it. Mission reward, 150 exchange points. Mission 3, Rampant Vines. Task level, Tier 2. Task background. An unexpected mutation occurred in the psionic botanical garden of the Celestial Academy. The Tier 3 plant light-devouring vine
broke through the greenhouse containment due to mishandling by a student, trapping several lower-year students in a classroom.
Task objective. 1. Rescue the trapped students. 2. Assist the Academy's research department in recovering the out-of-control vines and analyzing the cause of the mutation. Mission reward, 150 exchange points. Looking at the numerous tasks on the virtual screen, Wang Linyuan fell into deep thought. Let's go with these 2 tasks. First, deal with that shadow beast, then handle those rats. Take it slow. For now, this will do. He clicked to confirm receiving the task, and the system would automatically determine completion and credit the exchange points to Wang Linyuan's student card. Let's go, let's eat first, and after the meal, I'll send you on your way. Wang Linyuan hummed a song as he walked toward the cafeteria. After eating, Wang Linyuan walked out of the gate of Sky Dome Academy, passed through a spatial passage, and finally arrived at the subway station where the incident occurred in Sky Dome City. Phew, not easy, huh? It's my first time here, kind of lost my way. He looked at the pitch-black subway station entrance and slowly walked inside. At this moment, the subway station was already empty. Fortunately, I have dark-type abilities that allow me to see at night, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to see clearly, Wang Linyuan muttered to himself. As he ventured deeper, a loud whooshing sound reached his ears, particularly resonant, as if someone were snoring. Finally, he saw the Shadow Beast. This type of exotic creature comes in various forms, bizarre and diverse. But the octopus-like Shadow Beast before him left Wang Linyuan utterly perplexed. Could it be that octopuses are now terrestrial creatures? The Shadow Beast paid no attention to Wang Linyuan. It was busy digesting the subway it had just devoured, snoring away. Alright, let me show you how you die. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he directly activated spatial expulsion.
At the moment he gathered the power of space, the shadow beast's scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Hiss! The monster's roar shook loose chunks of concrete, and its 8 tentacle-like legs simultaneously pierced the ground, sending flying steel-reinforced concrete toward Wang Linyuan.
Quick reflexes. He flickered between the subway platforms. Spatial expulsion required 3 seconds to charge, and each of the monster's attacks forced Wang Linyuan to respond cautiously. Now's the time.
Suddenly, the space beneath the shadow beast collapsed. Sensing the danger, the shadow beast's entire left side was sucked into the fissure. It frantically swung its remaining legs in an attempt to escape, but only shattered half of the wall, accelerating the process of spatial turbulence tearing apart.
Wang Linyuan took a step back, quietly watching the shadow beast struggle desperately in the rift.
A futile effort, he sneered. The spatial rift suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, instantly contracting and disappearing. In an instant, the entire subway station fell into dead silence, the shadow beast's roar stuck in its throat, vanishing without a trace. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier, second-level alien beast, earning 2,200 alien energy points.
Wang Linyuan took a deep breath, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Good thing I was quick-witted and used my ultimate move right away. I don't believe you can survive in the chaotic space currents. Watching himself complete the task effortlessly, Wang Linyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. 100 exchange points in the bag, on to the next mission.
His voice echoed through the empty subway station, lingering in the air even after he used his spatial powers to leave. The moment he left, agents from the Yenxia Empire's investigation bureau arrived swiftly, searching the area but finding no trace of
the shadow beast. Strange, it was clearly here just now.
How did it suddenly disappear? A young man wearing a hat said in confusion.
Moreover, there are signs of a fight nearby.
It seems an expert has taken care of this shadow beast. A middle-aged man stepped forward, examining the spot where the shadow beast had struggled in its final moments.
His brows furrowed. Check the surroundings again to see if there's any other danger.
From the time the incident occurred to its resolution, it was less than 20 minutes.
This expert is truly extraordinary. Yes, the surrounding staff quickly began a thorough inspection to ensure safety.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan had already arrived at the bustling night market, where the crowd was lively and thronged like a tide. Smiling, Wang Linyuan approached a middle-aged man. Hello, I am a student from Sky Vault Academy, and I have taken on the task of eliminating the rat swarm. He handed over his student ID, and after carefully examining it, the man nodded in confirmation and returned it to him. So, you're a student from Sky Vault Academy. This place was just attacked by a swarm of demon rats, but it has now been restored to safety.
First, deal with the rat swarm, and then find out the mastermind behind it.
I am the person in charge, Wang Jing. You can call me Uncle Jing, Wang Jing said with a smile, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes.
Let's go, follow me. I suspect the mastermind behind these rats is someone from the Abyss Council.
Wang Jing's tone grew heavy as he walked side by side with Wang Linyuan toward the depths of the night market. Outside, the investigation bureau personnel stood ready to prevent the demon rats from escaping.
Abyss Council? Wasn't it completely eradicated? How dare they still cause trouble here? Wang Linyuan looked surprised. I don't know either. The people of the Abyss Council are recklessly insane, doing whatever they want without any sense of order.
Wang Jing shook her head, a trace of vigilance flashing in her eyes.
Wang Linyuan nodded, secretly pondering. The irreconcilable enmity with the Abyss Council makes me even more cautious.
Recalling the attack he encountered in the secret realm during the college entrance exams, his gaze instantly turned stern. You'd better not let me run into you, Abyss Council. Boss, we've spotted a swarm of demon rats in the western underground passage. A male voice came through Wang Jing's communicator.
Let's go, Xiao Yuan.
Wang Jing immediately ran toward the western sewer, with Wang Linyuan following closely behind. Upon reaching the underground passage, they were greeted by a girl slightly older than Wang Linyuan, who was waiting there.
Boss, just now Li Gang, Wuan, and Xin Han already went in.
They asked me to stay outside to assist you and call for reinforcements, she quickly reported to Wang Jing. Alright, Xiaomi, keep waiting here for others.
Xiao Yuan and I will head down first. Xiao Yuan is a student from the Celestial Academy.
Wang Jing gave a brief introduction, and after receiving a nod from Xiaomi, he led Wang Linyuan into the sewer. The environment inside the sewer was relatively clean, and the odor wasn't too pungent.
As soon as they entered, the sound of intense fighting could be heard. Why are there so many dead rats here? Damn it, a furious voice shouted. Hold on a little longer, reinforcements are on the way.
Another voice responded, sounding tense and uneasy.
Let's go, Xiao Yuan. Wang Linyuan and Wang Jing quickly headed toward the direction of the fighting sounds.
They had just arrived at the scene when they saw three people fiercely battling a swarm of demons
demon rats. The situation was extremely chaotic. Wang Linyuan's heartbeat quickened, and the blood of battle instantly boiled within him. Damn rats!
Wang Jing roared, then pulled out a tang sword blazing with fierce flames from his storage ring.
With a swift swing of the blade, he instantly slew a demon rat. Wang Linyuan saw the demon rats surging like a tide and was thrilled. Ability points are in the bag. Ha ha ha.
Without hesitation, he summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor and charged into the swarm of demon rats.
Ha ha, the boss is here, our reinforcements have arrived.
Wu And shouted excitedly when he saw Wang Jing and Wang Linyuan.
The other two saw that reinforcements had finally arrived and immediately unleashed their abilities, causing the atmosphere to heat up instantly. If rescue had been delayed any longer, the three might have been completely worn down by the swarm of demon rats.
World-destroying Abyss Fist.
Wang Linyuan's fists shimmered with dark energy, crashing into the rat swarm like cannonballs, instantly killing over a dozen demon rats.
He seemed to be in a realm of his own, each punch landing solidly, with every strike eliciting agonized screams from the demon rats. At this moment, the system's electronic voice kept echoing in his mind.
Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th-tier awakened beast and earning 320 ability points. Congratulations to the host for killing a 3rd awakening level mutant beast and earning 240 ability points. Wang Linyuan was consumed by rage, and the corpses of the demon rats were strewn across the sewer.
Nearby, Wuan, Qin Gang, and the others were dumbfounded.
Boss, this reinforcement is too strong. Wuan exclaimed in shock. Yeah, does he have a grudge against the demon rats? He went all out right from the start. Qin Gang chimed in with admiration. These are students from the Celestial Academy.
Stop wasting time, take care of these rats first, then go after the mastermind.
Wang Jing calmly commanded.
Got it, boss.
The group responded in unison, immediately entering berserk mode and swiftly clearing out the swarm of rats.
Enjoy this, I'll send you all to your deaths. Wang Linyuan roared, hellfire igniting in his hands. With a snap of his fingers, the flames shot toward the rat swarm. Initially, the flames only burned one demon rat, but as more demon rats were engulfed by the fire, the blaze spread rapidly, resembling a wildfire.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demon rats screamed miserably in the flames, gradually turning to ashes.
The originally small group of rats was almost completely wiped out. As the hellfire extinguished, the ashes drifted away in the wind, disappearing entirely into the sewer. Wang Linyuan's gaze pierced through the Eternal Night Demon armor, directly staring at Wang Jing and his group, scaring them into a cold sweat.
How many must he have killed to have such a gaze?
Wang Jing pondered silently in his heart.
Wang Linyuan dispelled the Eternal Night Demon armor, withdrew his killing intent, and walked toward Wang Jing. Uncle Jing, what should we do next? Wait for reinforcements and focus on recovering your strength.
There might be another tough battle ahead, Wang Jing said, squinting his eyes. Wang Linyuan found a clean spot to sit down and began absorbing the power of the dark energy crystal. Moments later, he returned to his
peak state.
Seeing that Wang Jing and the others were still recovering, he decided to check how many ability points he had just gained. System, open the personal panel, Wang Linyuan murmured in his heart.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Level, 1st tier, 5th stage, 0 out of 5,000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer.
Ability points, 9530. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear, Tier 2. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter. 1. Time Rewind 2. Space Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift /5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment. Skills, Basic Spearmanship, Mastery, 13 Deathly Spears, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Advanced, Phantom Thousandfold, Unlearned. Not bad, let's directly upgrade Phantom layers to the beginner level. The entry level isn't very useful, Wang Linyuan thought to himself. System, upgrade Phantom layers to the beginner level.
Congratulations to the host for consuming 8,000 ability points to upgrade Phantom layers to the beginner level.
After decades of hard work, I've finally made a breakthrough. It was worth it. Wang Linyuan's lips curved slightly upward.
At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and 5 or 6 people walked in. Wang Jing, hearing the noise, opened his eyes and stood up to greet the newcomers.
Old Zhang, you finally made it. Wang Jing warmly embraced old Zhang. Looks like you all had a rough time. Let's go and meet the mastermind behind the scenes. Old Zhang said with a hearty laugh. Let's go, then. Time to meet them.
Li Jing responded with a loud laugh. The group then advanced deeper into the sewer.
Roar!
Roars echoed from the depths of the sewer, thunderous and shocking, striking fear into everyone's hearts.
Everyone, be careful. There's something ahead.
Xiaolan, use your ability to scout the situation up front, old Zhang said softly, his tone laced with tension. Xiao Lan's eyes emitted a burst of purple light, and after a moment, he said, there seem to be 5 people inside, along with a humanoid creature covered in blood. I can't tell what it is. Everyone get ready, we're going in. Try not to get hurt, and capture the opponents alive, old Zhang said firmly. The 3 people he brought quickly executed a joint defensive martial technique, golden light flickering as it enveloped everyone. It seems they are well prepared, even using a joint martial technique. Wang Linyuan nodded to himself, his admiration for old Zhang's team growing. Joint martial techniques require an extremely high level of coordination, and few can master them. Thus, the group ventured deep into the sewer, where 5 figures in black robes stood before them. Their faces were sinister and eerie beneath their masks. Behind them, on a black altar, blood churned, the intense stench of blood assaulting their senses. Inside, a humanoid creature stripped of its skin roared in agony. You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time, one of the men in black said coldly, his voice tinged with disdain. A man in black stared intently at Wang Linyuan, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. What a case of searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Wang Linyuan, we haven't even come looking for you, yet you've delivered yourself to us. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Wang Linyuan. He showed no fear and responded coldly, back when you ambushed me in the college entrance examination secret realm, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Everyone was astonished upon hearing Wang Linyuan's words, surprised by his connection to the Abyss Council. This is the gift we left for you, make sure to enjoy it. The man in black clapped his hands, and the humanoid creature slowly opened its eyes, rushing toward old Zhang and his group. Taking advantage of the chaos, the man in black prepared to escape. We can't let them get away. Old Wang and I will handle this monster, you all go stop them. Old Zhang commanded loudly, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The group behind quickly launched an attack on the men in black, giving you a chance to live, yet you choose to court death yourselves. Go, leave none alive. A man in black wearing a Qiangqi mask sneered viciously. The battle erupted in an instant. Ring of Judgment. Wang Linyuan struck with his fingertips, blue light flickering as his power instantly surged to Tier 2, Level 1. He swiftly summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor, the armor covering his entire body and exuding a powerful oppressive force. You bunch of scum, still think you can kill me? Wang Linyuan's voice was deep and icy as the world-destroying abyss fist, shrouded in black flames, smashed toward the men in black. The opponent clearly did not expect Wang Linyuan to unleash such powerful strength and hastily threw a punch to counter. How is this possible? The man in black grunted as he retreated 3 steps, exclaiming in shock, you were clearly just a first rank? My strength is beyond the comprehension of a small fry like you. His voice carried immense confidence. Before the words had even faded, the blood-red moonlit sky behind him had quietly unfolded, and the dark crimson domain instantly enveloped the battlefield. At this moment, Wuan was holding a knife in one hand, confronting another man in black, forcing him into the corner of the ruins. His ability, Azure Edge, glimmered with a cold light under the moon, and every slash brought forth a translucent sword aura, striking fear into the heart. Li Gang was currently using his ability, Iron Wall, to withstand the ice spikes shot by the man in black. The metallic armor covering his body was dented in multiple places, clearly bearing immense pressure. But my fists aren't just for show. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch straight at the man in black. Wang Linyuan's pupils transformed into 2 swirling blood vortexes, allowing him to clearly perceive every movement within the domain. Spatial rift slash. Wang Linyuan roared furiously. He saw the black-clad man's pupils contract sharply as he tried to retreat in fear, but the pressure from the closing rift forcibly tore off his left arm. At the instant the blood mist splattered, a furious shout from Qin Han suddenly came from the edge of the domain. Watch out behind you. It's an ambush. His ability, Earth Vein, summoned 3 stone spikes that burst out of the ground, barely blocking the sneak attack from the shadows. But the attacker moved with astonishing speed, reaching Wang Linyuan's back in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Wang Linyuan suddenly turned around and saw the dagger in the attacker's hand glinting with a ghostly green light, clearly a weapon laced with neurotoxin. Go to hell! Wang Linyuan roared, refusing to back down. Immediately, he used time reversal, forcing the man in black to return to 3 seconds earlier. At this moment, Wang Linyuan unleashed his full power, delivering a devastating world-ending abyss fist. The man in black was severely injured and sent flying. Damn it! The leader of the men in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark. Beneath his cloak,
half of a mechanical prosthetic limb was revealed.
The intel said there was only a group of first-tier ability users here.
The price of incorrect intelligence is death.
Wang Lingyuan's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable killing intent. He raised his hand, and the blood-red sky trembled violently. A crimson crescent moon emerged from the clouds, like a sharp blade suspended in the air. Blood moon descends, he roared, his momentum overwhelming.
Don't kill them!
Wu interjected hastily, his voice tinged with urgency.
We need them alive to find out their purpose. This reminder made Wang Lingyuan's fist abruptly stop 3 inches away from the black-clad man's throat.
His heart stirred, and then he raised his hand and delivered an uppercut, knocking the opponent out cold without any mercy.
Cough! You guy! Li Gang came over carrying the unconscious enemy.
Seeing the black-clad man lying on the ground, he couldn't help but click his tongue.
You were still a bit too heavy-handed.
A man without ruthlessness cannot stand firm, Wang Lingyuan said coldly. Besides, they've been trying to kill me all along. If I could kill them, they'd already be corpses by now.
Xiao Yuan makes a good point. Li Gang nodded in approval.
At this moment, old Zhang and Wang Jing also dealt with the monster, and the atmosphere instantly became tense yet fervent. They took the black-clad men, who were cuffed with ability-blocking handcuffs, and quickly left the sewer. Wang Lingyuan, seeing the mission completed, bid farewell to Wang Jing and the others, turned around, and returned to the dormitory at Sky Vault Academy. This trip wasn't easy, but I completed these 2 tasks. Looking at the 250 exchange points accumulated in his student Idaho, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He secretly thought to himself that he would go to the school's secret realm for some training tomorrow. The secret realm of Sky Vault Academy requires only a small payment of exchange points to enter, allowing one to gather spiritual herbs or hunt exotic beasts to hone their strength. This time, you really helped me a lot, Ring of Judgment. Wang Lingyuan quietly gazed at the ring on his hand, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. He then took out some energy crystals to help the Ring of Judgment recover. After finishing all this, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep, dreams filled with the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. The next day, Wang Lingyuan arrived at the Sky Vault Academy library. It was like an ocean of knowledge, with books in dazzling abundance, leaving one overwhelmed.
Wang Lingyuan thought to himself that, since he wanted to establish
himself in this world, understanding various situations was essential, so he chose this place. The library not only housed books but also martial techniques, though learning these techniques depended on one's own strength. Below the 3rd tier, ability users can freely roam the 3 floors of the library. Only with increased strength do they have the chance to access higher levels.
Wang Lingyuan's current strength allows him to browse books only below the 3rd floor.
On the 1st floor, he found a book that caught his eye: Comprehensive Guide to Dark Forces Star.
Finally found it.
I heard that many Dark-type ability users have joined them before. I need to take a good look, Wang Lingyuan muttered to himself, his heart brimming with curiosity.
Opening the book, Wang Lingyuan immediately saw an introduction to Dark-type abilities.
Previously, he only knew that Dark-type abilities were prone to going berserk, but he didn't understand the reason until he read the following passage. Dark-type abilities contain a large number of violent and unstable factors, 3 to 5 times more than other abilities. Their awakening rate is relatively low, even lower than that of holy light abilities. The behavior of Dark-type ability users undergoes varying degrees of change. This type of ability is known as invincible within the same tier, but due to its high probability of going berserk, ability users of other types regard it with a sense of awe. Why is that? As long as someone awakens an ability, there's a risk of losing control. Dark-type abilities just have a slightly higher probability, so why are these people exaggerating it so much?
It seems like someone doesn't want Dark-type abilities to rise,
Wang Lingyuan said indignantly. He thought of the recent incident involving an S-class Dark-type ability user losing control, which was covered extensively by the media, while similar incidents involving other types were completely ignored.
It's so unfair. In the entire Yanxia Empire, I've never heard of any powerful Dark-type ability users. Clearly, someone is deliberately suppressing Dark-type ability users. Wang Lingyuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp. No wonder other academies don't admit Dark-type ability users.
Only Tianxiang Academy is an exception, and even then, they admit so few.
The entire Dark-type ability department only has 1 teacher. He pondered silently. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. The road ahead is one I must walk on my own. Wang Lingyuan sighed, then continued flipping through the book.
The book introduced 3 major forces composed of Dark-type ability powerhouses: the Dark Empire, the Eternal Legion, and the Underworld Palace.
Dark Empire. The ruler possesses SS-level Dark-type abilities.
No one has ever seen his true face, but his dark power is incredibly formidable.
Under his reign, the
territory of the Dark Empire continues to expand, with countless powerful powerful individuals under his command. Warriors with dark-type abilities exude an aura of terror. Eternal Legion, a gathering of madmen in pursuit of eternal power.
The leader possesses SS-level spatial abilities, and each member is uniquely skilled.
They scour the world for treasures and secrets that can enhance their strength, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake wherever they go. Underworld Palace, the most mysterious entity.
The Palace Master possesses SS-level special abilities, capable of manipulating souls and plunging people into endless fear and despair.
Hidden within the abyss of the underworld, its members act with extreme secrecy, always striking unexpectedly at the most unforeseen moments.
These three major forces are the ultimate destinations that Dark-type ability users across Blue Star aspire to join. Wang Linyuan gained a preliminary
understanding of these three forces through the book and secretly calculated in his heart that he might have the opportunity to visit them in the future. After sitting for a long time, Wang Linyuan stood up and stretched lazily, then began browsing the martial arts section of the library.
Oh, this is. He suddenly noticed a book on the shelf about a non-ranked martial art, with an introduction that was very intriguing. It read, non-ranked, no special ability requirements.
Logically speaking, the type of martial art one learns should match the awakened ability, otherwise, the effectiveness would be halved, or it
might even cause unnecessary trouble.
Interesting, Wang Linyuan said as he took out the martial arts book and began reading it carefully. Cross burst dash, no rank, no special ability requirements. When an ability user activates this martial art, energy surges around their body, and a cross-shaped energy blade suddenly forms at their palms or fists.
Close range burst, the ability user advances with a
sudden movement, and the crossblade slashes at supersonic speed, tearing through the opponent's defenses.
Mid-range suppression, if
released from a distance, the crossblade transforms into a massive energy projection, crashing toward the target with overwhelming force.
I get it now. Isn't this just like Ultraman's energy wave?
The energy released might be based on one's own ability, which explains why there are no special ability requirements, Wang Linyuan realized with sudden clarity.
I still have 1500 ability points.
Learning this skill requires 1000, just perfect. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, and the future seemed even brighter before his eyes. Wang Linyuan silently recited in his mind, System, learn cross burst dash. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1000 ability points and successfully learning the martial skill cross burst dash. At that moment, the method of operating cross burst dash and profound insights flooded into his mind, as if a brand new door had opened before him.
Then, Wang Linyuan put down the martial arts manual, turned, and left the library.
His heart surged with excitement as he prepared to head to the most renowned combat room at Sky Vault Academy to experience it firsthand. This combat room was like a paradise for martial arts enthusiasts, capable of simulating various combat styles and techniques, making it the ultimate choice for peak duels. For just 10 exchange points, he could stay there for an entire day, an absolute bargain not to be missed. As he briskly walked out of the library, a flippant voice suddenly came from behind him.
Wang Linyuan, right? How about a trip to the challenge platform?
Wang Linyuan stopped in his tracks and turned around. The man before him had an ordinary appearance but carried a casual, insolent demeanor, staring at him with a provocative gaze.
Who are you? I don't think I've offended you, Wang Linyuan said, frowning in confusion as he looked at the man. You don't know me, but you've definitely heard of my senior, Taidong, right? I'm his junior, and Yang.
The man's face was cold, clearly showing no intention of letting the matter slide.
What's the matter? Can't beat your senior, so you come to me looking for a fight?
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, but his tone carried a hint of coldness.
Do you get to decide? Dare to take it to the arena?
And Yang shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many around. I heard the arena has life and death agreements, where life and death are no longer questioned once signed.
Why don't we have a life and death duel? If you win, I die. If I win, you die. Wang Linyuan's gaze instantly turned sharp, hiding a dangerous glint. The people around were stunned upon hearing this.
It had been a long time since there was a life and death duel at Tianxiang Academy. Such a challenge was simply exhilarating.
Fine, a fight to the death. 3 o'clock this afternoon, at the Academy Arena. I'll be waiting for you.
And Yang gritted his teeth and said viciously,
You bastard, this afternoon I'll send you to meet your ancestors. You've picked the wrong person to mess with.
Wang Linyuan did not back down, staring directly at Yang, his voice as sharp as an icy blade.
You, and Yang was about to retort but was silenced by Wang Linyuan's cold and cutting words. Wang Linyuan let out a cold laugh. I don't argue with the dead. With that, he turned and left, leaving Yang alone, both furious and despondent.
The surrounding gazes quietly converged at this moment, anticipating the imminent fight to the death.
Senior, who is that in Yang? He came to me today wanting to duel.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan was calling Shirkai. Having just come out of the library, he hurriedly inquired about In Yang's background.
What? Where are you now, Xiao Yuan? I'll come find you, Shirkai said anxiously. I'm at the first cafeteria, senior.
Before long, Wang Linyuan saw Shirkai hurrying over.
Come on, let's go inside and talk while we eat. Wang Linyuan followed Shirkai into the cafeteria and ordered some food. I've looked into this in Yang.
Like you, he was specially recruited in advance, and he has some connection with that Tai Dong.
I saw on the school forum that you two are going to have a life and death duel, Shirkai said with a frown. That's right, senior. Tai Dong couldn't beat you, so he came after me. Does he really think I'm an easy target? If I don't take down In Yang, I won't be doing him justice. Wang Linyuan sneered. Are you confident, Xiao Yuan? Let me tell you about his situation.
He's an A-level fire ability user with Xianming Earthfire, first tier 3rd level in strength.
Shirkai analyzed while eating. No problem at all, senior.
This afternoon, you come with me, and just watch how I take him down.
Wang Linyuan's mouth was stuffed with food, his voice muffled. All right, as long as you're confident. This afternoon, I'll call Han Bing and Qi Tian over too. Daring to bully you, he must be tired of living.
A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Shirkai's eyes.
3 p.m., dual platform of Tianshong Academy. Coming so early, can't wait to die, can you?
Wang Linyuan coldly stared at In Yang and Tai Dong behind him.
Sharp tongue, let's see your true skills in action. And Yang said angrily.
This was the first life and death duel in recent months, coupled with the grudge between Tai Dong and Shirkai, which attracted quite a crowd to watch.
Who do you think will win? I think it should be Wang Linyuan. The dark element isn't something to be underestimated.
I think that In Yang must have some trump card to dare challenge Wang Linyuan, but we don't know how strong he is.
Be careful, Xiao Yuan. If anything happens, we've got your back.
Shirkai stood behind Wang Linyuan, while Qi Tian and Han Bing were also nearby.
Don't hold back, Xiao Yuan.
I've long been displeased with that group of brats, Qi Tian said coldly. Han Bing nodded in agreement from the side.
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, looked at them, nodded, and walked toward the arena.
After signing the life and death contract, Wang Linyuan and In Yang stood facing each other. Without wasting words, he directly activated the Blood Moon Canopy.
The entire arena was shrouded in red light, and the blood-red murderous aura seemed like the arrival of doomsday.
Just in time, In Yang whispered, as the flame at his fingertips instantly surged.
The sound of something piercing through the air suddenly erupted.
Wang Linyuan shot out like an arrow, his eyes transforming into spinning blood-red whirlpools, with Anyang's slightly furrowed brows reflected in his pupils. Today, I'll show you what true power of destruction really is. His voice was icy, and a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Before his words had even faded, he raised his hand and unleashed a dark red ripple, causing the blood-red sky to boil instantly.
Blood Moon descends.
As soon as the words fell, the Blood Moon shot out several crimson energy beams toward In Yang. In Yang's pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly swung his sword, unleashing 3 crimson sword auras. The moment the Xianming Earthfire collided with the power of the Blood Moon's power entwined like a living creature. The flames sizzled the instant they came into contact with the crimson energy.
This is the power of the Blood Moon.
Wang Linyuan approached slowly, a crazed smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Feel the fear of being dominated by darkness.
And Yang said no more. His figure flickered, and a crimson sword light shot straight toward Wang Linyuan's face. However, in the next second, the reflection in his pupils suddenly split. 3 identical Wang Linyuans appeared simultaneously in different positions, each figure exuding the same oppressive aura.
Phantom shadows.
The true Wang Linyuan sneered coldly within the blood-colored mist.
The clone possesses 30% of the original body's combat power, enough to entertain you. The 3 clones attacked simultaneously, the dark abyss energy in their palms transforming into sharp blades.
Anyang swung his sword to block, startled to find each attack as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The Xianming Earthfire erupted into a dazzling red glow on the blade. He barely managed to block it while retreating rapidly. Just as he steadied himself, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly came from above. Wang Linyuan's true form had somehow leaped into midair, his fist enveloped in powerful dark energy, crashing down forcefully. World-destroying dark abyss fist.
Amid the roar, a 5-meter diameter pit collapsed at the center of the arena.
And Yang knelt on one knee, his long sword deeply embedded in the ground, barely blocking the fatal blow. Dark red energy spread along the blade, seemingly sentient as it scorched his palm, while the metallic tang of blood filled his throat. He looked up, his gaze fixed on Wang Linyuan, noticing those eyes swirling like vortices. The blood-red hue of the blood moon sky grew increasingly intense, with a crimson moon hanging high above, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Have you felt the gap? Wang Linyuan's voice was like a whisper from hell, filled with merciless mockery. In my domain, you can't even manage to slow down. And Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, enduring the pain and barely standing up. Not far away, Wang Linyuan coldly pointed a finger, and the blood moon suddenly erupted with dazzling red light. Countless blood-colored arrows rained down like a storm. Damn, how can he be this strong? And Yang's heart tightened as he gritted his teeth and swung his sword, unleashing a ring-shaped wall of fire. However, the wall of fire was as fragile as paper before the blood-colored light arrows. The arrows pierced through the flames in an instant, hurtling straight toward him. He rolled with all his might to dodge, but one of the light arrows still grazed his left shoulder. Blood gushed out immediately, and intense pain surged through him. At this life-and-death moment, Yang formed a seal with both hands. 9 fire talismans appeared around him, creating a rotating barrier of flames, one of his trump cards, known as the Burning Heaven Sword Formation. However, Wang Linyuan nearly sneered, a futile struggle. He crossed his hands and shouted, "Cruciform Blast." The black and red energy instantly transformed into a shockwave, shooting toward Yang. The Burning Heaven Sword Formation crumbled the moment it came into contact with the cruciform shockwave, and Yang tried to dodge, only to find that his entire energy seemed locked, his movements slowed. Within this blood moon domain, every one of his actions was suppressed. Anyang was blasted away by the shockwave, only stopping when his back slammed into the edge of the arena, triggering the defense mechanism. He was covered in blood, the long sword in his hand broken into 2 pieces, and at least 3 ribs in his chest were fractured. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Wang Linyuan approaching slowly, the blood-red energy patterns beneath his feet spreading like living creatures. 30 years? Anyang spat out blood continuously, trying hard to utter that classic line, but Wang Linyuan stomped on his chest, the intense pain causing his vision to go black. "Sorry, not interested in listening to your nonsense." Wang Linyuan looked down at him, the force under his foot continuously increasing as he stomped hard on Anyang. "You should never have provoked me, worthless trash. In your next life, be more careful," Wang Linyuan said coldly. He raised his hand high, forming a pitch-black spatial vortex. The powerful suction instantly dragged Yang off the ground. "No!" And Yang struggled in vain, feeling his body being torn apart by the force of space, the pain unbearable. Until the black vortex disappeared, it was as if he had never existed. The arena was left only with the traces of that bloody battle. "That's terrifying, there's not even a trace left of Anyang. Looks like the academy will have one more person no one dares to provoke in the future. Quick, look!" Tai Dong's face is as dark as a lump of coal. "Ha!" Wang Linyuan slowly stepped down from the arena, gently wiping his hands with a tissue, his movements so graceful as if the slaughter just now was merely a trivial matter. "Wang Linyuan, I'll remember this grudge. The green hills won't change, and the flowing waters will last forever." Tai Dong growled, his face full of anger. "Flow your damn nonsense." Sure Kai unceremoniously kicked Tai Dong, and upon seeing the unfriendly expressions of Qi Tian and Han Bing, Tai Dong immediately chose to retreat quickly. "Damn it, looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to kill him next time." A ruthless glint flashed in Sure Kai's eyes as he secretly calculated in his mind. "Congratulations, Xiao Yuan, you killed Yang. Anyway, the contract was a life-and-death agreement, so no one dares to trouble you." At this moment, Sure Kai had returned to his usual gentle demeanor. "I understand, senior." Wang Linyuan nodded with a smile. "Hey, calling me senior sounds too formal. Just call me Kai Ge. It's rare for us to gather like this, so let's go out for a meal." "My treat," Sure Kai said with a beaming smile. "Sure, it's rare for you to treat us." Han Bing spoke up uncharacteristically, her voice cool and crisp. Qi Tian nodded in agreement. "Rare indeed, truly rare." "Keep up, Xiao Yuan," Sure Kai shouted at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before following along. "Coming, brother Kai." In the morning, Wang Linyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes. Last night, he had been drinking with Sure Kai and the other two, and ended up accidentally drinking too much. "Looks like my alcohol tolerance is still lacking." Wang Linyuan chuckled softly, recalling how in his previous life, even a single bottle of beer could get him drunk. 9:30? I still have a reserved open class on marksmanship, almost late. Wang Linyuan hurriedly got himself ready, dashed out the door, and headed straight for the teaching building. Yesterday, he had originally planned to hone his martial skills in the combat room, but unexpectedly, Anyang disrupted his plans. Before long, Wang Linyuan arrived at the classroom, which was already filled with quite a few people, all eagerly awaiting the teacher's arrival. Phew, made it just in time. Wang Linyuan let out a long sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. He stood in a corner of the classroom, the surroundings spacious, resembling a massive gymnasium. "I heard the teacher for this open class is the dean of the Weapons Academy. So lucky, I didn't expect that randomly grabbing a class would lead to meeting Dean Sunday, isn't it? Truly a stroke of luck." Wang Linyuan quietly listened to the discussions around him, thinking to himself, the dean of the Weaponry Academy? That must be impressive. This class was worth snatching.
Here they come, here they come. Look quickly.
Everyone turned their gaze toward the classroom door in unison, only to see a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, dressed in casual clothes and of small stature, slowly walking in. It was Sun Yu. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's,
sweeping over the crowd, sending a chill down their spines. Wang Linyuan met Sun Yu's gaze directly.
Unlike the others who lowered their heads, he continued to stare at Sun Yu, thinking to himself, this old man is quite interesting.
This open class on spear techniques will be taught by me. Listen well, watch closely, and learn carefully.
Sun Yu's voice was as thunderous as a roar, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He pulled a steel spear from the nearby weapon rack and began explaining and demonstrating basic spear techniques.
I believe all of you have learned spear techniques before, but how many of you have mastered the basics to perfection? Thrusting, the
spear moves straight out parallel to the ground, with force reaching the tip.
This is the most fundamental offensive move.
Flicking, the spear tip flicks upward or sideways in a short burst, requiring coordinated power from the waist and arms. Everyone listened intently, Wang Linyuan included. He understood that everyone has their own insights, and only by learning from the strengths of others can one compensate for their own shortcomings. Sun Yu finished his demonstration, stopped, and looked at the crowd with a smile.
There are 3 realms of mastery in spear techniques.
Of course, this applies not only to spears but also
to other weapons like swords and blades.
The first realm is form. Mastering it means the tassel of the spear does not tremble, and the spear tip does not waver. This is the foundation. Sun Yu continued his in-depth explanation, leaving everyone deeply shaken.
The second realm is momentum.
The spear is not a lifeless object, it is an extension of the arm. I once watched my master perform with a spear, wielding it single-handedly to create a spear flower the size of a bucket, yet the candle 3 feet away did not flicker. This is the marvel of force rising from the ground and power flowing through to the spear tip. The third realm is intent. A master wielding a spear holds it as if grasping autumn water. Even before striking, they instill fear in their opponent's heart. I once visited a reclusive spear master who used a bamboo spear to touch water without causing a ripple. The spear tip stopped 3 inches from my throat, making my hair stand on end. At this level, the spear is no longer just a weapon. It is the embodiment of spirit, energy, and essence. At this point, Sun Yu shook his head inside. Even though I have practiced spear techniques for over 30 years, I have never come close to touching the ultimate essence of the spear. The ultimate essence of the spear was taught to me by the reclusive spear god. True spear techniques do not lie in the intricacy of moves but in the unity of man and spear. Where the spearhead points is where the eyes see and the heart
aims.
When practiced to the extreme, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all become spears, and every gesture and movement can be a killing strike. This is the true essence of martial arts, and it also contains profound life philosophy. After hearing this, everyone seemed deep in thought, gaining much insight in their hearts. Sun Yu continued, "Alright, you can take out your spears and start practicing.
If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, and I will guide you."
Thus, everyone took out their spears and began practicing in the spacious classroom. Before long, someone approached Sun Yu to inquire about learning new spear techniques.
"Dean's son,
I've been studying a spear martial art recently, but I just can't grasp its essence.
I hope you can guide me."
A tall male student stood before Sun Yu, his face full of anticipation.
"What spear technique are you practicing? Demonstrate it for me to see," Sun Yu said calmly.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan, curious as well, leaned in to observe, noticing that quite a crowd had already gathered.
"Isn't that Zheng Hua? I can't believe he's here too."
Someone who recognized Zheng Hua exclaimed, "Is it that Zheng Hua, ranked 82nd on the star rankings?"
This sentence was like a bomb, igniting exclamations of amazement from those around. "Didn't expect to encounter another person from the star rankings." Wang Linyuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise.
Zheng Hua smiled faintly and said, "I've been practicing a martial technique recently, the Overlord Spear, but it always feels like something is missing." He slowly took out a long spear, its shaft as thick as a child's arm, entirely forged from a single piece of star crystal. The spearhead was a foot long, and the ferocious Taotai pattern 3 inches below it seemed as if it could devour everything.
"This spear is impressive." Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up, secretly admiring the fine weapon.
Zheng Hua then began practicing a few moves, but not far away. Chen Yu waved his hand and said coldly, "Go home and master the basic spear techniques first." The Overlord Spear focuses on weight,
ferocity, and dominance.
Practicing it requires a combination of strength, skill, and momentum.
Look at your performance just now. Where was there even a hint of the Overlord Spear's aura?
The Overlord Spear centers on thrusting, with slashing and sweeping as supplementary moves.
If you haven't even mastered the basic spear techniques, how do you expect to achieve success in one go? Chen Yu mocked mercilessly.
Zheng Hua's face turned red with embarrassment, and though he felt a surge of resentment in his heart, he could only lower his voice and say, "I understand, Dean Sunday." With that, he obediently began practicing the basic spear techniques. Wang Linyuan, on the other hand, took out the Eternal Night Demon Spear and started practicing the basic spear techniques. Although his foundational skills were already flawless, he practiced while silently pondering Qian Yu's words from earlier. He stood in the center of the training ground, holding a spear in one hand. Thrusting, flicking, sweeping, each move was practiced slowly and with intense focus, like a
meditating monk. Watching Wang Linyuan's practice, someone nearby couldn't help but rub their eyes. This kid, why does his spear thrust look like he's drawing circles? Every time Wang Linyuan's spear tip thrust forward, it carried an indescribable rhythm. Within the clumsy basic movements, there was a hidden momentum as powerful as a surging river. At that moment, Sun Yu, who was observing everyone's practice, suddenly noticed the change in Wang Linyuan. Spear intent. No, this is the embryonic form of spear intent?
Sun Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart was filled with shock. He watched as the tip of Wang Linyuan's spear trembled suddenly, and an invisible pressure seemed to permeate the surroundings.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Initial Comprehension of Intent. Reward, Fragment of the Heavy Pupil Technique X1, Future Summoning Card X1. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was immersed in comprehending the essence of the spear and did not notice the system's prompt at all.
Youth!
Sun Yu strode forward, directly approaching Wang Linyuan, his tone urgent.
Would you be willing to become my disciple? Before the words were finished, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the dean of the Weapons Academy actually offering to take a young man as his apprentice?
Only then did Wang Linyuan become aware of the gazes around him. His heart jolted as he recalled the exhilarating sensation when the spear tip trembled earlier.
What happened to me just now? He asked in confusion. If nothing unexpected happened, you must have just experienced an epiphany. This is a rare moment in martial arts. Countless people pursue this moment, yet many fail to achieve it in their lifetime.
Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Young man, are you willing to become my disciple? With me by your side, you will surely become a master of the spear.
Sun Yu's tone was filled with anticipation. Wang Linyuan calculated in his heart, if he acknowledged Sun Yu as his master, it would provide an additional layer of security. Thus, he bowed deeply to Sun Yu and solemnly said, Disciple Wang Linyuan greets master.
Ha ha ha, wonderful. My good disciple, rise.
Sun Yu's face was brimming with excitement. He hadn't expected to encounter such an outstanding disciple at his age. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Wang Linyuan up, secretly rejoicing in his heart. This future master of the spear was right before his eyes. Soon, Wang Linyuan was taken aside by Sun Yu, who looked at him with admiration and a smile on his lips. Xiao Yuan, you truly have extraordinary talent in the way of the spear.
Back in the day, when I comprehended the seed of spear intent, I was far inferior to you. I believe you have the potential to become a king, Xiao Yuan. Master, you overpraise me.
Wang Linyuan responded modestly with a smile, though he secretly thought to himself, Master, you really shouldn't say such things. The last person who said that has grass growing tall over their grave.
Ah, Xiao Yuan, don't be modest. Since that's the case, I'll teach you one of my signature techniques. Sun Yu patted Wang Linyuan's shoulder, his face full of pride as he spoke. Signature technique? Wang Linyuan looked puzzled.
Yes, this is a secret technique of spear mastery, and no one else knows it except me. Sun Yu said proudly.
This is a move I created when I comprehended the essence of the spear.
The minimum requirement to barely perform it is to grasp the
seed of spear intent. Now, I will teach it to you.
Sun Yu's gaze was resolute, as if paving the way for Wang Linyuan's future.
I'm ready, master. Wang Linyuan's heart surged with excitement, eager to experience this ultimate skill. Close your eyes, Xiao Yuan, and relax your body and mind. Sun Yu instructed.
Wang Linyuan followed the instructions, and Sun Yu's 2 fingers emitted a white glow, gently touching his forehead.
Instantly, Sun Yu's voice echoed in Wang Linyuan's mind. This is a spiritual transmission technique that will help you grasp this secret skill more quickly. This move is called Reverse Dragon Shattering the Heavens. Watch carefully and learn well.
As soon as the words fell, a miniature version of Sun Yu appeared in Wang Linyuan's mind, wielding a long spear with an imposing aura, as if the god of spears had descended. When he executed the move, the spear emitted a silver radiance over a meter long, and the energy concentrated at the spear tip shone like the blazing sun, casting golden spear shadows around him. The air resounded with successive explosive booms, as if 1,000 troops were charging forward simultaneously.
Holy crap, this is way too powerful. Wang Linyuan was shaken to his core. If he combined this with the seed of spear intent, wouldn't he have another trump card up his sleeve?
He repeatedly watched the move in his mind, and the results were remarkable. Before long, Wang Linyuan had already mastered the basics. Looks like I do have some talent in the way of the gun. I've already gotten the hang of it, Wang Linyuan said excitedly, opening his eyes. Disciple, it seems you've gained something. Come, show me what you've got, Sun Yu said with anticipation. A little progress, master, Wang Linyuan replied confidently, then took out the Eternal Night Demon Spear and assumed the starting stance of the reverse dragon, shattering the sky. As he made his move, the spear's body suddenly burst forth with silver light, and the energy gathered at the spear tip transformed into a blazing sun, casting a golden, armor-like shadow around him. Each step triggered thunderous explosions, as if an ancient war god were shattering the void, crushing forward with overwhelming force. Reverse dragon shatters the sky. Wang Linyuan let out a low roar, his spear's momentum like a rainbow, awe-inspiring. Ha ha, my disciple has the potential to become a king. Sun Yu stroked his beard with satisfaction, watching intently. The surrounding classmates exclaimed one after another, so strong, no wonder he was taken as a disciple by Dean's son. If he didn't have the strength, Dean's son wouldn't have taken him as a disciple, someone said, shaking their head. At this moment, a resentful gaze was cast toward Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan sensed a trace of malice but remained outwardly calm, sneering inwardly, you've already chosen your path to death. Sun Yu handed Wang Linyuan a token. This is my token. With it, you can resolve some troubles. You can also use this token to contact me. It contains my full strength strike, which guarantees death for anyone below the 8th tier. Use it if you encounter danger, my obedient disciple. Wang Linyuan took the token, which bore the 4 large characters Tianxiang Academy, with Sun Yu written beside them. He thought to himself, it seems this is a unique token of masters. Having a powerful backer really makes a difference. Thank you, master, Wang Linyuan said gratefully. Ha, feel free to come find me when you have time, and I'll guide you in practicing marksmanship. I have something to do, so I'll be off now, Xiao Yuan. After saying this, Sun Yu left. Alright, that's it for this class. Dismissed. At Sun Yu's command, the students dispersed one after another, and the news of Wang Linyuan being accepted as a disciple by the Dean of the Weapons Academy quietly spread. Bang! Sun Yu kicked open a room door and arrogantly said, Old Shou, can you still show off in front of me now? I've taken on a great disciple. In a few days, bring out the disciple you took in, and let's have them compete to see who's better. What are you yelling about over there? Even if you took in 10 or 100 disciples, my disciple would still be better than yours. An old man dressed in a white training outfit, sporting a small white beard, stepped forward and shouted at Sun Yu. Alright, in a few days, when my disciple returns, let's see who's truly stronger. Xiao Chenwei's voice was thunderous, his face brimming with confidence. However, amidst his enthusiastic words, Sun Yu seemed detached, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he calmly said, my disciple has comprehended the seed of spear intent. Xiao Chenwei, who had been cursing Sun Yu incessantly, suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The shock on his face was utterly unmistakable. Have you had your brain eaten by a zombie? Alright, the morning tasks are done. Let's try the battle room this afternoon. Wang Linyuan finished his lunch and headed straight for the battle room without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Xiao Tian, open a combat room for me. He issued a command to the intelligent AI, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was the latest intelligent assistant developed by Sky Dome Academy, covering the entire campus and providing services to students and teachers. Understood, the combat room number is 2486. Swipe your card to enter. Xiao Tian's voice was crisp and prompt. Wang Linyuan took a card and quickly walked toward room 2486, his heart filled with anticipation. Beep. He swiped the card to enter and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The combat room was incredibly spacious, equipped with all kinds of advanced technological facilities. No wonder so many people want to enter the Celestial Academy. It truly is the strongest academy in the Yanxia Empire. Wang Linyuan silently praised in his heart as he walked toward the center of the room. This is exactly what I came here for. He excitedly looked at the virtual version of himself across from him, a fighting spirit igniting within. Wang Linyuan gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear and charged at the virtual Wang Linyuan without hesitation. The opponent also wielded an identical Eternal Night Demon Spear, and the two clashed in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. The first strike, longing, he muttered under his breath. However, the spear tip was slightly slower than usual, and the virtual Wang Linyuan's spear light was already closing in on his face. He hurriedly twisted his body to dodge. Why is the technique the same, yet the force is 3 points weaker? He was puzzled in his heart and hurriedly thrust out the fifth spear. Just as the spear flower of Peerless bloomed, the virtual Wang Linyuan suddenly changed his move, the spear tip aiming straight at his throat. Wang Linyuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart instantly. Instinctively, he countered with heartbreak. The two spears collided,
instantly sparking dazzling flashes. He retreated 3 steps, his palm numb. Only through suffering can one understand the pain of all beings. The 7th spear strike of the virtual Wang Linyuan carried a hint of desolation in its momentum. Wang Linyuan was stunned. When practicing spear techniques, he had always pursued the precision of the moves but had never truly savored the meaning within the mantras. He stared at the tip of the virtual Wang Linyuan spear, and the words of Oldly surfaced in his mind: the 13 deathly spears sever obsessions with each strike, not lives. When the 8th spear strike, Kuanping, was thrust, he no longer fixated on his opponent's flaws but allowed the spear's momentum to move with his heart. In that instant, his mind suddenly became clear. So that's it, Wang Linyuan panted as he gently stroked the spear's shaft. The 13th strike, Killing Intent, isn't about defeating all the enemies in the world, but about first defeating the enemy within. When the final strike, Killing Intent, pierced the virtual Wang Linyuan, it instantly transformed into specks of starlight and dissipated into the air. Wang Linyuan retracted the Eternal Night Demon Spear, lay on the ground, gazed at the ceiling, and murmured, "I finally understand, Oldly. The true essence of the spear lies not in its techniques but in whether the wielder comprehends the realm of the spear's intent." Back in his dormitory, Wang Linyuan shed the fatigue of the day and pondered to himself, "I'm exhausted. Oh, right, I think I heard the system's voice today." He stroked his chin, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "System, open the personal panel," Wang Linyuan said loudly, his voice brimming with confidence. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, 1st tier, 5th stage, 2670/5000. Ability, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 530. Weapon, Eternal Night Magic Spear, Tier 2. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Magic Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter 1. Time Reversal 2. Space Warp Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift/5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment. Skills, Basic Gunmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Advanced, Phantom Mirage, Beginner, Cross-Burst Dash, Novice, Reverse Dragon Shatters the Sky, Novice. Seeing a set of heavy pupil technique and a card in the system space, Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up. Excitedly, he took them out and carefully examined the heavy pupil technique, muttering to himself, "No wonder I felt something was off when using the heavy pupil. Turns out this was missing." However, he immediately realized something was wrong. This heavy pupil technique was not the complete version, it was only 1/10 of it. Wang Linyuan was speechless and furious. "Damn system, I worked so hard to achieve something, and you give me a fragment. Let me see how many ability points this heavy pupil technique requires." He immediately opened the system store and found the heavy pupils technique. Heavy pupils technique, 1 billion ability points. After seeing this, Wang Linyuan was dumbfounded. 1 billion ability points? This incomplete version is actually worth 10 million ability points. This is indeed a bit pricey, definitely not something I can afford at this stage. Wang Linyuan smiled awkwardly, secretly regretting in his heart. However, it's still a gain. At least for now, it's definitely enough. Let me see what this future summoning card is all about. His heart stirred as he began to examine the functionality of the future summoning card. Future summoning card allows you to summon your future self from the river of time to take action once. Another trump card? Huh? Interesting. This makes one curious. So the river of time really exists. Wang Linyuan looked at the 4 large characters on the system panel, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. My future self, the future, who can say for sure? He shook his head, lay on the bed, his heart full of longing, and slowly drifted into a dream. At this moment, in the distant depths of space, a towering figure crossed time and space, arriving at the battlefield outside the Blue Star domain. The domineering aura leaked out, and in an instant, several powerful figures with no weak presence appeared around him, their expressions grave as they looked at him with apprehension. "King Quan, you actually came back from that place?" One of the figures trembled as they pointed at him, speaking in terror. "Long time no see, Sungshi. You old guy, you're still alive. How could I possibly die? This time, I won't let a single person who plotted against me get away." The man called King Quan said coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. "So, you can go to hell." King Quan gave a sinister smile, waved his hand, and a dark space instantly appeared, rushing toward Sungshi to kill him. "You dare!" Before Sungshi could finish speaking, he was swallowed by the darkness and completely vanished. After finishing all this, Wang Quan disappeared in the direction of Blue Star as if nothing had happened. At this moment, those who had been intimidated by Wang Quan's thunderous methods finally came to their senses and whispered in fear, Sanshi, is dead?
It's over, it seems the Song family is doomed.
Blue star, the sky is about to change. At this moment, Wang Quan kept murmuring, son, I'm back.
Xiao Yuan, this is the training plan I specially designed for you based on your abilities in fighting style. Wang Lin said to Wang Linyuan with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation.
Early in the morning, Wang Linyuan received a message from Wang Lin and headed to the classroom to prepare for class.
I've learned about your situation these past few days. You killed Yin Yang, which is a bit troublesome, but not a big problem. Just be cautious of his mentor, Yang Ling, who is
known for holding grudges.
However, since you've become Dean Sun's disciple, he won't dare act recklessly, Wang Lin said with a serious expression, his tone filled with concern.
Don't worry, Xiao Yuan. In the Celestial Academy, he won't dare touch you.
Do what you want to do, Xiao Yuan, and remember that everyone in the Dark Academy is your support, Wang Lin said with a smile, his gaze as steady as a mountain.
I understand, mentor.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan felt a warm current surge in his heart. It turns out, I was never truly alone.
Alright, Xiao Yuan, let's start training now. Wang Lin's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if preparing for the challenges ahead.
Wang Linyuan nodded and began practicing earnestly according to Wang Lin's training plan. Come on, Linyuan, your ability requires an improvement in speed. Faster, even faster, push harder.
Wang Lin kept encouraging him, as if injecting him with strength.
Yes, that's it, your punches should be more forceful.
Wang Lin's voice echoed in the training room, and Wang Linyuan felt unprecedented pressure and motivation during the training.
Under Wang Lin's guidance, Wang Linyuan's strength improved significantly.
He secretly anticipated in his heart, this is just the beginning, in the future, he will never be constrained by anyone.
A few days passed like this, and Wang Linyuan decided to relax a bit in Sky Dome City and explore at the same time. He stepped out of the academy gates and instantly arrived at the bustling Sky Dome City through a spatial passage.
Let's take a stroll around the Sky Dome market.
I'm almost out of energy crystals, I need to restock. Thinking this, Wang Linyuan headed straight for the Sky Dome Market. The Firmament Market is the largest marketplace in Firmament City, not only rich in resources but also filled with all sorts of rare and peculiar items.
Take a look, take a look.
The latest 5-spirit flower unearthed from a secret realm, capable of accelerating level advancement. The vendors' shouts rose one after another. The latest scientific potion, one injection for 100,000 yensha coins, with outstanding effects.
Martial arts section, 2nd tier martial skill, Azure Wave Poem, absolutely genuine.
5-tier fire attribute beast energy crystal, fire ability users, come and take a look.
Quite lively here, let's go in and have a look. Wang Linyuan's lips curved into a smile as he walked into the market.
He looked around and found that many stalls were selling fake items, causing him to frown slightly.
The stuff here doesn't seem very reliable.
Wang Linyuan scratched his head helplessly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a strange pull, as if something was calling out to him. Following this sensation, he walked to a young girl's stall.
The girl had a pale complexion and delicate features.
Seeing Wang Linyuan approach, she immediately began enthusiastically promoting the items on her stall. Sir, take a look.
You might find something you need.
I'll take a look first, Wang Linyuan responded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the stall before finally being drawn to a black stone. The stone lay there quietly, as if waiting for his arrival.
How much is this stone? Wang Linyuan asked.
50,000 huasha coins, the little girl answered tentatively. Wang Linyuan didn't care about this amount of money and transferred the payment without hesitation to buy the stone.
Thank you.
The little girl bowed to him gratefully.
Wang Linyuan paid no attention, took the stone, and left.
When he held this stone, it seemed to resonate with him. Black glimmers flickered continuously, and its temperature kept rising.
What kind of stone is this? Wang Linyuan muttered to himself in confusion.
He placed the mysterious stone into the system space and purchased some energy crystals from the treasure pavilion, eager to return and study this captivating stone.
What on earth is this thing?
Wang Linyuan returned to Sky Vault Academy, staring intently at the mysterious stone in his hand.
Apart from emitting light and heat, it showed no other peculiarities. Do I need to drip blood?
He couldn't help but think of the scenarios from those fantasy novels in his previous life. Then he bit his finger, letting fresh blood drip onto the stone. Instantly, the stone's glow intensified dramatically, only to mysteriously fade away moments later. The stone lay there quietly, and Wang Linyuan was momentarily stunned.
What's going on? Why is there no reaction?
He blinked and muttered to himself, forget it, maybe it'll be useful later. With that, he stored the mysterious stone into the system space.
What should I do next?
All right, I should practice the heavy pupil technique.
This one from the system doesn't require consuming ability points.
After speaking, Wang Linyuan headed toward the exclusive training area. He gazed at the techniques recorded in the incomplete double pupil method, a surge of battle intent igniting in his heart. Double pupil heavens opening. Activate double pupil heavens opening to draw the enemy into an independent space, imprison them, and slowly refine them.
Let's test the power of this double pupil heavens opening. In an instant, Wang Linyuan's eyes underwent a transformation.
Two golden pupils appeared within his pitch-black eyes, and a mysterious and terrifying aura emanated from his body.
Heaven opens with double pupils. Wang Linyuan roared furiously, his eyes suddenly overflowing with endless chaotic energy.
In an instant, he entered an unfamiliar space. The surroundings were desolate, golden mist filled the air, two golden suns hung high in the sky, and countless golden patterns intertwined into a web on the ground, emanating a mysterious power. Wang Linyuan carefully examined the environment around him, slowly closed his double pupils, and exited this mysterious space.
Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to speak of being undefeated? With the system, I can definitely succeed. Wang Linyuan's eyes once again flashed with golden light.
But immediately, he felt a wave of dizziness and shook his head, saying, "It seems that using the heaven-opening double pupils is still too mentally exhausting." Wang Linyuan lay down to rest for a while before gradually returning to peak condition.
Time to test it in real combat. Let's head to the Kanglan Mountains for some training.
He sent a message to Wang Lin and then left the Sky Dome Academy. The Kanglan Mountains are the closest mountain range to Sky Dome City, rich in resources, and home to an A-level secret realm nearby, attracting numerous mercenary groups and branches of the Ability Users Association. After such a long period of preparation, it's time to hone myself. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped toward the outskirts of the Kanglan Mountains.
This is Fire Cloud Lion, truly worthy of the Kanglan Mountain Range, encountering you as soon as I enter.
He saw the Fire Cloud Lion feeding not far away and was thrilled. Wang Linyuan slowly walked toward the Fire Cloud Lion and shouted, "Eternal Night Demon Armor." Before the words had even fallen, black gold armor instantly covered his entire body, exuding an imposing presence.
Your time to die has come.
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, gripping the Eternal Night Demon spear tightly and swiftly charging toward the Fire Cloud Lion.
The Fire Cloud Lion sensed Wang Linyuan's presence and let out a low growl.
However, upon seeing the boundless killing intent emanating from Wang Linyuan, it was so startled that it retreated 2 steps. The Fire Cloud Lion shook its massive head and opened its bloody maw, lunging at Wang Linyuan. The Crimson Sun Beast fire gathering in its mouth flickered with terrifying flames.
Good timing. Wang Linyuan advanced instead of retreating, unleashing the first move of the 13 death spears, lunging.
The spear tip aimed directly at the Fire Cloud Lion's left eye, but as it neared, he suddenly changed his move, lowering the spear shaft to sweep at its forepaw. The Fire Cloud Lion fiercely shook its head, sending over a dozen sparks shooting out from its mane.
Roar! The Fire Cloud Lion roared furiously, seemingly enraged. Interesting.
Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a smirk as he held the Eternal Night Demon Spear, initiating the opening stance of Dragon Reversing the Heavens. Try this, Dragon Reversing the Heavens. As his shout rang out, Wang Linyuan flicked the spear tip, and the spear suddenly burst forth with silver light. The energy condensed at the spear tip transformed into a blazing sun, casting a golden armor-like shadow around him. Each step triggered thunderous explosions, as if an ancient war god were shattering the void, crushing forward with overwhelming force.
After imbuing the seed of spear intent, an invisible power surged into the Eternal Night Demon Spear.
Combined with the reverse dragon piercing the sky, the Fire Cloud Lion was so terrified that it turned to flee. However, Wang Linyuan thrust his spear toward the Fire Cloud Lion, and a golden dragon's phantom slowly emerged on the spear's shaft.
Roar!
It was as if an ancient dragon's roar had traveled through time, shaking everything around. Wang Linyuan thrust his spear, and the Fire Cloud Lion was stunned by the golden dragon's roar, frozen in place as if it had lost its senses.
Bang! A large hole appeared on the Fire Cloud Lion's head, its eyes instantly losing their luster.
It collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising clouds of dust, completely devoid of life. Congratulations to the host for killing a Tier 1 Level 9 Fire Cloud Lion, earning 1900 ability points.
A cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed in Wang Linyuan's mind, as if applauding his recent battle.
Phew, the Dragon Reversal Break combined with the Spear Intense Seed is truly powerful, but the energy consumption is no joke, he thought to himself with a sigh of relief.
Onward, onward. Without hesitation, Wang Linyuan strode forward.
Along the way, he effortlessly slew numerous exotic beasts like a hunter, gradually venturing deeper into the outskirts. Just then, rustling sounds came from the bushes ahead, and he watched the area warily. Suddenly, a young maiden dashed toward him, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Brother, someone is bullying me, come save me," she called out coquettishly, then turned and fled into the distance.
"Are you using me as a shield?" Wang Lingyuan said coldly, clenching his right fist as dark power surged instantly.
With a sudden move, he unleashed the world-destroying Dark Abyss fist toward her. Zhao Wei froze for a moment, the fist already hurtling toward her.
"Damn it, using me as a scapegoat without even considering your own worth." Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, showing no mercy. "Me, a beautiful young girl as lovely as a flower, and he actually wants to hit me?" Zhao Wei was utterly shocked. At that moment, a burly man burst out from the bushes, glaring fiercely at Wang Linyuan and growled menacingly, "Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. I have nothing to do with her, do whatever you want." Wang Linyuan prepared to leave. "No, brother, I've given you everything, you can't leave me here,"
Zhao Wei cried out in panic, her voice filled with despair.
The burly man roared, "Still claiming you have nothing to do with this? Hand over the goods, or you'll all die."
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, his expression instantly darkening. "I already gave you a chance." Without hesitation, he charged forward, his world-destroying Dark Abyss fist raining down on the burly man like a storm.
The burly man activated
his earth-based ability in an attempt to defend himself, but was sent flying by a single punch from Wang Linyuan, left in a pitiful state.
"With just this bit of strength, you dare to kill me?"
Wang Linyuan roared with murderous intent, showing no mercy as he struck again, his fist smashing down heavily, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Wei, seeing this, tried to run away but suddenly noticed a monster standing behind her, cloaked entirely in blood red. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and it held a scythe that gleamed with a chilling coldness.
"Ah, a monster!" she screamed in terror, stumbling in panic and bumping into Wang Linyuan's back.
"You should never, ever have provoked me."
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, snapping his fingers.
In an instant, Zhao Wei's head separated from her body as the Reaper's scythe struck her down. Wang Linyuan stepped forward to search her body and discovered that Zhao Wei was hiding a storage ring. Upon inspection, he found a second-tier spiritual herb, Yuanling grass, and nothing else. "You've got the wrong person, miss," Wang Linyuan said coldly. A flicker of hellfire ignited at his fingertips, instantly setting Zhao Wei's corpse ablaze and reducing it to ashes in moments. Immediately, his figure vanished from the spot like a phantom. "That wore me out. Damn, that big macaque had some strength." Wang Linyuan panted heavily, thrusting the Eternal Night Demon spear into the ground and collecting the corpse of the giant ape lying nearby.
Boom!
The sky suddenly roared as a spatial rift tore across the Kanglan mountain range, revealing within it a scene of tumultuous beasts and towering mountains.
"It's over, the sky is falling."
"To think we'd encounter a once-in-a-century spatial rift, how unlucky can we get?" Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, his eyes flickering with terror. At this moment, a suction force emanated from the sky, as if trying to pull everything into it.
"What's happening? The sky is falling?"
The crowd raised their heads one after another, their gazes nervously fixed on the mysterious rift above Tianxiong City. Buzz, the entire Tianxiong City was filled with the sound of emergency alarms. As the suction force of the spatial rift continued to expand, Sky Dome City had already entered a state of lockdown. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities responded
swiftly, activating the city's protective formation.
A golden shield instantly enveloped the urban area, fending off the invasion of the interdimensional rift.
"Quick, report immediately. A large interdimensional spatial rift has appeared in Sky Dome City, requesting support," Mayor Zhou Feisi urgently commanded. However, Wang Linyuan was not so fortunate. The powerful suction force instantly pulled him into the rift. His final cry was swallowed by the endless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast primordial forest. "Where has this taken me? Is this still within the country?"
Wang Linyuan looked around anxiously, his heart filled with unease.
"The Ability Management Bureau won't just ignore this, right? I hope they come quickly, I don't want to wait here to die."
He sighed helplessly, trying to contact the outside world.
"Forget it, let's see if there's another way."
Wang Linyuan rummaged through his phone and token, only to find there was no signal at all.
"How stupid, there's no signal here at all." He couldn't help but mock himself.
At that moment, the sound of an intense fight came from the distance. "The timid starve, the bold feast, let's go take a look." Wang Linyuan held his breath and quietly moved toward the source of the sound. He crouched down, hiding in a bush taller than himself. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. Two enormous beasts, each tens of meters tall, were locked in a fierce battle.
"Like an ox but not an ox, like a tiger but not a tiger, Qiangqi. This is Qiangqi, right?"
He was shocked, his gaze following another strange beast, its entire body surrounded by a sacred white aura, resembling an invincible war god.
This is freaking a white tiger? Where is this place? Is the classic of mountains and seas coming to life? Wang Linyuan roared inwardly, realizing that the strength of these two beasts was likely above the 8th tier.
Xiangqi let out an angry roar and launched the first attack, its massive body charging at the white tiger like a small mountain.
The white tiger, however, neither dodged nor evaded, standing tall and proud, the aura around it roaring thunderously. Boom!
The two collided fiercely, as if two mountains had collapsed. The ground around them shook violently, and trees snapped one after another. Wang Linyuan was swept away by the shockwave, looking utterly disheveled. It's truly a battle of gods, with mortals caught in the crossfire. Luckily, nothing major happened. He patted the dust off his body, eyes brimming with excitement as he continued to watch the fight.
Xiangqi was knocked backward, letting out a deep growl.
The white tiger steadied its stance, its long tail whipping like a flash of lightning as it charged at Xiangqi. Xiangqi opened its mouth, unleashing pitch-black bone-eroding demon flame that shot out like an arrow. The white tiger's pupils contracted sharply, its front paws stomping the ground, summoning a Gungjin sword chi from the earth to counter the demon flame.
Bang!
With a deafening sound, the demon flame was split in two, but eerily spread along the sword chi, corroding it with a sizzling noise.
The white
tiger swiftly dodged the splattering toxic fire, its eyes flashing with a cold light as it finally prepared to unleash its ultimate hidden technique. It raised its head to inhale, then opened its mouth to unleash a beam of primordial light imbued with the essence of the sun and moon. Xiangqi tried to retreat in terror but was struck on its right claw by the dazzling light, letting out an earth-shattering scream. Its proud scales disintegrated rapidly under the primordial light, exposing charred flesh and bone.
Roar!
The white tiger roared furiously, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack.
Its four claws simultaneously unleashed the ultimate technique, Mountain Quake.
The ground split open with a thunderous crack, and four
bronze-colored stone pillars rose like giants from the earth.
Each pillar bore the totems of the four symbols: azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger, firmly trapping Xiangqi in the center. Xiangqi frantically rammed into the stone pillar, roaring in anger and despair, only to see the white tiger holding an arrowhead formed of starlight in its mouth, the arrow of evil extermination forged from the gunmetal principle. Squish! The arrowhead pierced through Xiangqi's throat, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Struggling, it spewed out one last burst of demonic flames, which were reduced to dust by the divine winds stirred by the white tiger's wings.
The mountaintop returned to silence.
The white tiger crushed Xiangqi's corpse underfoot, let out a long howl toward the sky, and transformed into a streak of light, flying off into the distance.
Is this really one of the four great fiends of ancient times, Xiangqi, just dead like this?
Wang Linyuan stared blankly at the massive corpse before him, speaking in disbelief.
Quick, check if Xiangqi's crystal core is intact. If it's undamaged, I've really hit the jackpot.
Wang Linyuan cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirmed there was no danger, and swiftly rushed toward Xiangqi's enormous corpse.
The crystal core should be in its head. Hurry up, or the smell of blood here might attract other exotic beasts. Wang Linyuan pulled out
the Eternal Night Demon Spear and quickly stabbed toward Xiangqi's head, searching diligently. Finally, he spotted a fist-sized stone.
Found it! Ha ha ha, it's done, it's done. At this moment, Wang Linyuan couldn't care about anything else. He kissed the crystal core of the Xiangqi and quickly stored it in the system space, his body covered in pitch-black blood. What a pity! The Xiangqi's corpse was crushed by the white tiger's foot. Otherwise, I could have taken it and sold it for a good price. Oh well, with this crystal core, this trip wasn't in vain.
Wang Linyuan was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling emotional.
Roar! Another roar of a strange beast echoed from not far away. It's over, run. The scent of blood has attracted other beasts. Wang Linyuan hesitated no longer and sprinted madly in one direction. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "Please come save me quickly, I don't want to die here before finding a wife." In a place where Wang Linyuan couldn't see, a shadow flickered by and murmured softly, "You brat." Then it quietly followed alongside Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan continued to explore this unknown territory. As he wandered aimlessly, he encountered many powerful beasts, but with his wit and resourcefulness, he always managed to evade them cleverly. Finally, as the sky darkened, he managed to find a cave without any signs of beasts inside, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He blocked the entrance with a large boulder, lit a bonfire, and enjoyed the delicious roasted meat from the beast he had hunted earlier. He took out the crystal core of the Xiangqi and examined it carefully. The crystal core was as black as ink, but under the firelight, he could faintly see a miniature shadow of a Xiangqi inside. What is this? Why is there a shadow of a Xiangqi inside? Wang Linyuan's face was full of confusion. He also took out the dark-type beast crystal core and the spatial type ability crystal core that Qin Feng had given him earlier, repeatedly observing them,
but found
no shadows of beasts inside. This is really strange. Why is it like this?
Wang Linyuan frowned, seemingly trying to uncover the mystery of the crystal core.
Why not try the heavy pupils?
He gritted his teeth and immediately activated his heavy pupils. Golden light shot out from his eyes, his pupils contracted, and he focused on the
Qiangqi's crystal core.
At that moment, the miniature Qiangqi inside the crystal core opened its eyes and met Wan Linyuan's heavy pupils, instantly sending a shock through his heart.
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of intense fear welling up in his heart as he saw the Qiangqi roaring furiously at the sky, standing atop the corpses of countless exotic beasts.
Terrified, he hurriedly closed his
heavy pupils, avoiding direct eye contact. What the heck was that just now? Too terrifying. But the quality of this Qiangqi crystal core is definitely higher than those other two. He was utterly shaken. Unfortunately, my current cultivation level is too low.
I don't even dare to absorb those two crystal cores, let alone this Qiangqi crystal core. Wang Linyuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. This is no different from being able to look but not touch.
Painful, so painful.
What he didn't know was that this Qiangqi crystal core was no longer an ordinary one. The Qiangqi had already reached the king rank, and the miniature Qiangqi within the crystal core was its true spirit, also known as a beast soul.
Lying on the ground, Wang Linyuan kept pondering how he could escape from here. I should improve my cultivation a bit.
Although one rank is hardly enough in this place, it might give me at least a slight sense of security. System, open the personal panel, he said decisively. A virtual panel immediately appeared in front of him.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation, first tier, 5th level, 2670/5000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 21430. Weapon, Eternal Night Magic Spear, 2nd tier. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter. 1. Time Rewind 2. Space Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift /5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment. Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Abyss Fist, Advanced. Phantom Layers, Beginner, Cross Burst Charge, Novice, Dragon Reversal Skybreaker, Novice, Dual Pupil Technique, Incomplete.
System, use all ability points to enhance cultivation. Wang Linyuan commanded without hesitation.
Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 15,330 ability points and advancing cultivation to Tier 1, Level 8.
Wang Linyuan looked at the remaining 6,100 ability points and pondered silently, thinking it might be better to save them for emergencies.
Meanwhile, chaos had erupted outside.
Exotic beasts from the interdimensional rift swarmed out, forming a massive beast tide and relentlessly assaulting the defensive formation of Tianqiong City. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, the 10 million residents of Tianqiong City will become fodder for the exotic beasts. Zhou Feisi, the city lord of Tianqiong City, shouted anxiously over the phone.
Almost there, almost there. The first wave of vanguard troops has already reached the vicinity of the Kanglin Mountains. The Bureau of Supernatural Investigation
has also dispatched strong reinforcements, and the Celestial Academy will send support as well. You must hold on, Phase.
A steady voice came from the other side.
Good, good, as long as they're coming.
Zhou Phase let out a sigh of relief and immediately gave the order. Have all available forces in the city, whether they are the army, mercenary groups, guilds, or other factions, prepare for a counterattack.
Yes. A young man received the order and rushed off to deliver the instructions without delay. Zhou Phase stood by the window, gazing at the myriad lights of the city, silently murmuring to himself, everything will be fine.
In the Kanglin mountain range, the white tiger that slew the Qiangqi stood motionless among the myriad beasts. It roared toward the heavens, and the beasts responded in unison, their power continuously growing as they frantically assaulted the defensive formation. Despite the use of attack formations and modern technology, including plasma cannons, elemental bombs, and various other weapons, a batch of
exotic beasts still perished. Yet, another wave of beasts immediately swarmed in, as if the enemies on this land could never be fully eradicated. The night passed uneventfully.
Wang Linyuan cautiously moved the stone aside, poked his head out, and, after confirming the surroundings were safe, slowly emerged from his hiding place. He looked up at the Kanglin mountain range beyond the spatial rift in the sky, silently pondering whether to use the 8th tier cultivation card provided by the system to escape this place. Just then, a massive figure streaked across the sky. A giant bird-like exotic beast slowly approached. This beast's body was extremely massive, with its outstretched wings spanning hundreds of meters wide.
Each feather resembled a giant, sharp blade, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Screech! Its piercing cry instantly shattered Wang Linyuan's thoughts. He knew that if
he dared to fly up, the bird's beak would undoubtedly stab at him like a sharp knife.
Moreover, this giant bird's cultivation level was
certainly higher than the 8th tier, and even if he used the 8th tier cultivation experience card, he would be no match for it.
Heaven seeks to destroy me!
Wang Linyuan howled at the sky, his heart filled with utter despair.
At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Have you not heard that heaven never seals off all paths?
As long as you wish to walk, the road lies beneath your feet.
Who are you? Wang Linyuan immediately became alert.
The eternal night demon armor instantly enveloped him, and he gripped the cultivation card in his hand, ready to use it at any moment, his vigilant gaze fixed on the black-robed figure not far away.
Ah, young friend, there's no need to be so cautious.
I, too, came to the Kanglan mountain range for training, but unexpectedly got sucked into this spatial rift. The man in the black robe spoke as he walked toward Wang Linyuan. Strangely, Wang Linyuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the man's voice, which made him unconsciously lower his guard. He dispelled the eternal night
demon armor and walked toward the man in the black robe.
At this moment, the man reached Wang Linyuan, removed his black hood, and revealed a scruffy, bearded face.
Uncle, were you sucked in here as well? Wang Linyuan asked curiously, thinking to himself, there shouldn't be any problem.
If there were, he wouldn't have let me live until now. To be on the safe side, Wang Linyuan tightly gripped the token left to him by Sun Yu. Wang Quan noticed the token clutched in his hand and thought to himself, this kid is really cautious.
However, he maintained a
calm demeanor and smiled as he said, that's right, young man, I came to the Kanglan mountain range for training and was inexplicably sucked in.
It's been so long, and you're the first living person I've encountered.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan, though harboring doubts in his heart, also felt a trace of warmth. It seemed that this unfamiliar uncle was not an enemy, but rather a glimmer of hope in this cruel world.
Uncle, this place is too dangerous. How can we possibly get out of here? Wang Linyuan asked with a face full of distress. He had already spent an entire day in this eerie space without seeing a single living person.
The sense of oppression was growing stronger, as if he was on the verge of collapse.
No way. With our current strength, getting out is almost impossible. We can only wait for the people from the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation to rescue us. However, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for quite a while, because every time a rift in the alternate space appears, it triggers a beast tide. This time, the beast tide is definitely not to be underestimated, so we really need to be prepared. Wang Quan shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Uncle, the strength of the beasts here is no joke. Can we really hold out until someone comes to save us? Wang Linyuan looked at Wang Quan with disappointment, secretly anxious in his heart. Well, we have to think positively.
Although there have been cases of creatures coming out of spatial rifts before, those were all weaker, smaller beasts.
For people like us, the chances of getting out are practically negligible.
Wang Quan said as he picked up a blade of grass, stuck it in his mouth, and smiled cheerfully at Wang Linyuan.
Wang Linyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Still in the mood to laugh at a time like this? Truly carefree. Doesn't he realize how dangerous our situation is right now? Though he thought this, he didn't dare say it out loud. Kid, this is an entirely new spatial rift, unexplored by anyone. Want to join me on an adventure to check it out? Wang Quan squinted his eyes, staring intently at Wang Linyuan. Go?
Of course, I have to go. Wang Linyuan silently recited his trump cards in his mind. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of him. If he dared to make a move against him, he'd strike first.
A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Let's go, kid. The beasts here are quite powerful, so we need to be careful. Don't end up wetting your pants out of fear. Wang Quan initially had a serious expression but couldn't help bursting into laughter afterward. You better worry about yourself. Who knows who'll be the one wetting their pants then?
Wang Linyuan retorted with a pout, though inwardly he thought, I've seen even stronger beasts, I'm really not afraid of you. Wang Quan laughed heartily and headed toward the unknown area, with Wang Linyuan following closely behind.
Uncle, are you trying to lead us to our doom? Wang Linyuan felt the powerful aura emanating from behind and couldn't help but tense up.
At this moment, Wang Quan was also sprinting at full speed, his pace matching Wang Linyuan's. Behind them, a 10-meter-long Gale Demon Wolf was in hot pursuit, letting out a series of howls.
Aru!
The Gale Demon Wolf suddenly stopped and howled toward the sky.
Wang Linyuan's face changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly said to Wang Quan, Uncle, think of something quick. It's calling for its pack. If we don't deal with it now, we really won't make it out.
Wang Quan stopped in his tracks, his gaze serious as he looked at Wang Linyuan.
Kid, have you ever seen a palm strike descend from the heavens?
Wang Linyuan paused, shook his head, and said, I don't know, Uncle,
but I do know you might be about to die. At that moment, the Gale Demon Wolf opened its bloodthirsty jaws and lunged straight for Wang Quan's head. Watch this move, kid.
Wang Quan's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary light, and his entire aura instantly became as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Suddenly, black light emanated from his body, and a violent aura surged forward.
Wang Quan extended his palm and gently pushed, sending the previously arrogant Gale Demon Wolf flying with a single strike. Its howl was abruptly cut short.
Wang Linyuan stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the scene before him. He hadn't expected that the middle-aged man sprinting alongside him would possess such formidable strength, and a wave of shock surged
through his heart. A Dark Element ability user.
He recalled that this was the 5th Dark Element ability awakener he had encountered since his own awakening, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of familiarity.
How about it, kid? Do you still dare to underestimate me now?
Wang Quan clapped his hands, looking smugly at Wang Linyuan, his heart full of a sense of accomplishment.
I'm quite satisfied, uncle, but why didn't you deal with it earlier? Wang Linyuan asked with a puzzled expression.
Well, I haven't exercised in a while, so I thought I'd run around and get some practice, huh?
Wang Quan chuckled awkwardly, though.
Deep down he was thinking about training Wang Linyuan's reaction skills, only to find that he just kept running away desperately. If Wang Linyuan knew what Wang Quan was thinking, he would definitely curse him. If I don't run, what else can I do? The gap in strength is so huge, can I possibly beat it? Unfortunately, Wang Linyuan had no idea what Wang Quan was really thinking. The two continued exploring here, and time flew by. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Wang Linyuan felt a twinge of worry in his heart. Danger lurked in the darkness of the night.
He thought to himself, will something unexpected happen tonight? Go ahead and sleep, kid. I'll keep watch for you. Trust in my strength. Wang Quan seemed to have read Wang Linyuan's thoughts and flashed a confident smile.
Wang Linyuan looked at Wang Quan's smiling face, but his heart was filled with doubt. After everything he had experienced today, he couldn't bring himself to trust this man before him. Without hesitation, he summoned 5 second-tier, 3rd-level soul splitters, the strongest force he could summon. He couldn't afford to be careless. As Wang Linyuan summoned them, 5 crimson whirlpools appeared beneath his feet. Instantly, 5 soul splitters clad in black and red blood robes, with blood-red eyes, materialized beside him. Each wielded a scythe of death, exuding an overwhelming aura. When Wang Quan saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he thought to himself, how is this possible?
Xiao Yuan can actually summon such beings. Could it be that the Bloodstone of Calamity has truly undergone some changes? However, seeing that everything appeared normal, Wang Quan's heart relaxed slightly, secretly planning to check Wang Linyuan's body after he fell asleep. What's wrong, uncle? Are you scared stiff? Wang Linyuan teased, noticing Wang Quan's dazed expression.
Wang Quan snapped out of it when Wang Linyuan called him, his gaze shifting between Wang Linyuan and the 5 soul splitters beside him, who were emanating a crimson aura.
Uncle, I asked them to keep watch for us tonight so you can get some proper rest. Wang Linyuan smiled, feeling secretly pleased with himself.
Royal authority understood Wang Linyuan's intention, nodded in agreement, and casually found a place to lie down, thinking to himself, Xiao Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. Wang Linyuan saw that royal authority had already lain down, gripped the token given to him by Sun Yu tightly, and finally relaxed, closing his eyes. As long as there was the slightest disturbance, the soul splitters would awaken him through their mental connection, ensuring he would face no danger. However, Wang Linyuan did not know that the moment he closed his eyes, waves of black energy emanated from royal authority, swiftly enveloping the soul splitters and Wang Linyuan, rendering them immobile and completely unable to resist. Royal authority slowly approached Wang Linyuan, a strange smile on his face. He gently stroked Wang Linyuan's cheek, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Turning to the 5 soul splitters, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold, cruel smile. These things look far from being real soul splitters. They don't even have intelligence, and their strength is utterly low, completely insignificant. Wang Quan shook his head, secretly feeling smug. Tonight, everything would change for him. After inspecting the soul splitters, Wang Quan turned his gaze to Wang Linyuan, who was lying nearby, and frowned slightly.
There's nothing wrong. It seems that the Blood Fiend Stone has affected Xiao Yuan's abilities. That Blood Fiend Stone was already tainted with misfortune and underwent a mutation. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have let you merge with it, Xiao Yuan. He murmured softly, his fingers gently brushing Wang Linyuan's face. It seems some preparations need to be made in advance,
Wang Quan said, then slowly stepped out of the darkness, quickly setting up a barrier around Wang Linyuan before soaring straight into the sky. At this moment, countless exotic beasts outside were surging toward Sky Dome City like a raging tide, launching a fierce attack. The city's defensive formation flickered unsteadily, as if it could collapse at any moment. What should we do?
What should we do? Is the massacre of the city by exotic beasts going to happen again after all these years? Joe Feisey anxiously stared at the endless army of exotic beasts in the distance, his heart burning with unease. As the strongest in Skydome City, Joe Feisey was only at the 8th tier in strength, while the white tiger in the distance was a true king beast, completely beyond his ability to contend with. Is heaven determined to destroy me? Joe Feisey gazed at the flawless, bright moon in the sky, silently lamenting in his heart. The vanguard forces of the External Ability Investigation Bureau were continuously resisting the beast tide, but with little effect. Joe Feisey had already gathered all the living forces within the city, vowing to fight the exotic beasts to the death. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, dressed in a black robe that completely enveloped him, making his face indistinguishable. It seems things are getting a bit lively here. Though his voice was not loud, it instantly caused all the exotic beasts to freeze, ceasing their roars. Even the white tiger bristled all over upon seeing him, took a step back, and roared at him, appearing extremely panicked and uneasy, as it sensed a strong aura of death emanating from this man. At this moment, Joe Feisey stared at him excitedly, as if he had seen a savior. This is great. To make that beast so terrified, he must be a powerful warrior who has returned from battling in the depths of the other world. Not only Joe Feisey, but even the people of Skydome City collectively looked up at the man in the black robe, and the vanguard army outside the city also ceased their attack. Little kitty, it just so happens I need a mount. I've decided it's going to be you. The man in the black robe laughed heartily. He stood there quietly as countless streams of black energy surged from his body, blotting out the sky and sun, as if intending to envelop the entire world in darkness. The white tiger grew increasingly panicked and uneasy, roaring incessantly at the man in the black robe. Then, it flapped its wings, stirring up fierce winds as it launched an attack toward him. Such strength is not enough, little kitty. The man in the black robe waved his hand lightly, and black mist surged forth, enveloping the gust of wind and ultimately dissipating it into nothingness. Roar! The white tiger roared furiously as it lunged forward, its sharp teeth aiming straight for the black-robed man's throat. Now it's my turn to strike. The black-robed man sneered coldly, his figure retreating like a phantom as dark energy in his hand transformed into chains, instantly binding the white tiger's front paws. The white tiger struggled in pain, trying to break free from the black-robed man's control, only to see the man charge forward and deliver a kick toward the tiger. Bang! The white tiger was kicked into the air, crashing heavily onto countless other beasts, killing them on the spot. My peanuts, new. The countless beasts crushed to death wailed miserably. Is that all you've got? The white tiger roared as it climbed back up. A fierce wind arose, and its bones crackled under its fur. Its body swelled noticeably, and its eyes turned blood red. It charged forward, thundering across the ground, rushing toward the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure casually snapped their fingers, and a dark domain erupted with a roar. Dark prison! The man in the black robe shouted, and a black pillar of light formed by the power of darkness shot straight into the sky, trapping the white tiger in the center. The white tiger frantically bit and clawed at the stone pillar, but only left faint white marks, seething with rage. It's over. The man in the black robe leaped into the air, clasping his hands together as dark energy coalesced into a massive demonic hand. The white tiger raised its head and roared in fury, only to see the demonic hand pierce through the prison and slam down hard on its head. Agonizing pain swept through its body, and the white tiger's struggles gradually weakened. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, unable to rise again. The figure in the black robe dispersed the dark power, walked to the white tiger's side, and gently stroked the royal mark on its forehead with a large hand. Submit, or die. The white tiger let out a low growl, slowly closed its eyes, and its massive body began to shrink. The figure in the black robe curled his lips into a smile, and with a wave of his hand, the dark domain dissipated, allowing moonlight to once again bathe the earth. Might as well see it through to the end. He glanced at the countless exotic beasts around him, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Dark abyss devour. The figure in the black robe uttered just these words, then picked up the now shrunken white tiger and disappeared into the night. At the moment he disappeared, a pitch-black space suddenly appeared on the ground, and countless strange beasts were swiftly sucked in, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, the black hole vanished, leaving only a small group of strange beasts standing in place, trembling with fear and exchanging uneasy glances. Joe Feisey was stunned by the scene before him. The problem that had left him helpless for 2 consecutive days was unexpectedly resolved with a mere wave of the black-robed man's hand. Kill all those beasts for me.
Joe Feisy snapped back to his senses, quickly deactivated the defensive formation, and rallied the city's forces along with the vanguard of the External Ability Management Bureau, vowing to annihilate the remaining beasts in one fell swoop. He personally joined the battle, his heart filled with unrelenting anger that needed to be vented.
Damn it, I can't beat that white tiger, but I can definitely beat you.
Joe Feisy glared furiously at the earth python in front of him, which was only at the 4th tier in strength.
Golden Slash. A dazzling golden light instantly struck the earth python, giving it no chance to react. The python was immediately
sliced into several pieces, blood splattering everywhere, and its corpse fell heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Joe Feisy was consumed by bloodlust, and similar scenes kept unfolding.
Before long, the alien beasts were completely wiped out. Finally, he met the Vanguard Army's commander, Fong Lin. Thank you for holding on all this time. May I ask which senior has come to our rescue this time?
Joe Feisy hurried forward to shake hands, his heart full of gratitude.
This is our duty. I don't know either.
The notice from above said it was a strong figure from the Shangguan family, but it doesn't seem like it to me.
Fong Lin shook his head in confusion. Maybe it's some reclusive master. As long as the problem is solved, that's all that matters.
Joe Feisy frowned, pondering in his heart. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky above Tianxiong City.
Seeing the already dealt with beasts, they exclaimed in surprise, "Is everything already taken care of?" Shangguan Fian quickly flew to Fong Lin and Joe Feisy's side.
After understanding the situation, she frowned and said, "It might be some reclusive master passing by who lent a helping hand.
Otherwise, there's no other explanation."
The three of them chatted about some related matters and then left the battlefield separately. Meanwhile, Wang Linyuan was sent back by Wang Quan to a hidden cave in the Kanglan Mountains.
He slept deeply until dawn, and upon waking, he looked around and saw the soul splitter guarding the cave entrance. Confused, he asked, "Where is this? What happened? Where is this? Wasn't I in the interdimensional rift?"
Wang Linyuan suddenly got up, his heart filled with doubt, and ran toward the cave entrance. The familiar surroundings instantly made him breathe a sigh of relief, confirming that he had finally returned from the interdimensional rift.
"How did I get out, and where's the old man?"
Wang Linyuan looked around anxiously, searching for Wang Quan's figure, but found nothing.
"Looks like he's still hiding something from me. I knew he was definitely not simple."
He retrieved the soul splitter still at the cave entrance, a surge of unwillingness rising in his heart, and then headed toward Tianxiong City.
Along the way, the
scene was one of devastation: destroyed trees, cracked ground, the corpses of exotic beasts strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing, a truly shocking sight. It seems the beast tide has been dealt with.
Wang Linyuan secretly felt relieved, noticing many people busy clearing the corpses of the exotic beasts, swiftly storing them into one storage ring after another. "Phew, this time I narrowly escaped death. Almost couldn't make it out."
He looked up at the sky, where the massive rift in the alien space was now enveloped in golden light. It seemed this place had already been sealed.
Not long after, Wang Linyuan returned to Tianxiong Academy through the power of space.
He quickly went back to his dormitory to charge his phone, and a bunch of messages popped up. They were all from Wang Lin and Shi Kai, concerned about where he was. A warm feeling surged in Wang Linyuan's heart. He quickly replied to the messages, and Wang Lin almost instantly responded, asking him to come to his office.
"No problem." Without hesitation, Wang Linyuan headed straight to Wang Lin's office.
As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Lin staring at a pile of documents.
When he noticed Wang Linyuan enter, he asked with concern, "Xiao Yuan, are you okay?
I saw your message saying you went to the Kanglan Mountains for training.
An S-level spatial rift appeared there, and I thought something had happened to you. Counselor, you know what? I got sucked in."
Wang Linyuan excitedly recounted his experiences in the rift of the otherworldly space to Wang Lin, only omitting the details of his battles with the white tiger in Xiangqi.
"It seems you've encountered a master. These reclusive experts often have rather unique personalities.
Perhaps he has other motives, but overall, he probably means you no harm, otherwise, he wouldn't have saved you." Wang Lin frowned in thought, as if he had realized something.
"It's said that the person who ended the beast tide this time is an unknown man in a black robe. Maybe it's the same person you encountered." "The same person?" Wang Linyuan's heart trembled, his brows slightly furrowed as he pondered. "It's good that you're fine, Xiao Yuan. You really hit the jackpot coming out unscathed. Go back and rest well, I'll give you 2 days off." In a few days, the freshman orientation for first-year students will begin. Will you be participating in the entrance assessment then? Wang Lin continued speaking. Participate, you must participate. Wang Linyuan almost blurted out. This entrance assessment allows mentors to select students based on their performance. If one performs exceptionally, it will attract the attention of stronger mentors. However, Wang Linyuan wasn't worried, because the entire Dark Element Academy had only one Dark Element mentor, Wang Lin. Dark Element abilities are not well received, and Tianxiang Academy is no exception. The Academy's higher-ups are worried that the Dark Element might spiral out of control. Wang Lin explained, besides, there are so few powerful Dark-type abilities. Otherwise, why would there be only 8 students with Dark-type abilities? Wang Linyuan thought to himself that he must earn more ability points during the entrance assessment since all his numerous skills required ability points for training. The two chatted for a while before Wang Linyuan left the office. He took out his phone and saw a message from Shirkai, asking where he was, as Shirkai was coming to find him. I'm at the Dark-type Academy building. Wang Linyuan replied, and soon saw Shirkai waving at him. Xiao Yuan, you scared me to death. I sent you so many messages, I thought you were gone. Shirkai said half-jokingly. No, but I was sucked into that extra-dimensional space. Wang Linyuan gave a wry smile and then recounted to Shirkai what he had just discussed with Wang Lin. Damn, you actually managed to get out of there. That's some heaven-defying luck. Shirkai looked utterly shocked, giving a thumbs up and gazing at Wang Linyuan with admiration. Yesterday, Sky Dome City was almost overrun by that terrifying beast tide. It's unbelievable. If it weren't for that mysterious person suddenly appearing, the fate of Sky Dome City would still be in question. Maybe the one you encountered is the same man in the black robe. His strength is astonishing, and there are absolutely no video recordings of him. All electronic devices malfunction when he appears and only return to normal after he leaves. Shirkai sat on the bench nearby, shaking his head and sighing. Meanwhile, Wang Linyuan listened intently to his account. In short, his power is incredibly formidable, Shirkai emphasized, and Wang Linyuan nodded in agreement. Listening to you, it really isn't simple. You actually managed to tame the Beast King. Let me tell you some good news, Taidong has been dealt with by me. Shirkai revealed a smug smile. What? How did you handle him, Brother Kai? Wang Linyuan asked in shock, completely unprepared for the fact that Shirkai had actually taken care of Taidong. This time, during the Beast Tide in Tianxiang City, the Academy issued a mission. There were rewards for participating in the hunt for exotic beasts, so, of course, I joined. Unexpectedly, that kid Taidong showed up too. Last time, he incited in Yang, and I wasn't about to give him another chance to stir up trouble. So, during the resistance against the Beast Tide, I went all out on him. Although he died miserably, that old guy Zhao Lei wanted to cause trouble for me again. But without evidence, it backfired, and our instructor gave him a harsh scolding instead. Now, he's still lying at home recovering. Shirkai finished speaking, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. I've disliked him for a long time. I was planning to face him head-on when I was strong enough, but I didn't expect you, Brother Kai, to make the first move. Wang Linyuan said with a smile, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Exactly, we won't tolerate being oppressed. Besides, he's provoked us again and again. I hope that old guy Zhao Lei knows his place. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending his other students to the underworld as well. It'd be nice for Taidong to have some company. The killing intent in Shirkai's eyes grew even more intense. Life is short, how can one endure grievances? Wang Linyuan echoed. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Come on, today your senior brother will take you out to relax properly. You look quite worn out these past few days. Shirkai gave Wang Linyuan a wicked smile. Brother Kai, is this relaxation legitimate? Wang Linyuan also revealed a sly smile. He. Only Shirkai's slightly lewd laughter remained, echoing in the air. Phew, finally back. At this moment, Wang Linyuan's face was flushed. Having just enjoyed a hearty drink with Shirkai, he stumbled back to the bedroom without showering and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay on the bed. As he was immersed in his dreams, the mysterious stone quietly emerged from the system space, lying silently beside Wang Linyuan and emitting an eerie black glow. Waves of black smoke surged out from the mysterious stone, flying toward Wang Linyuan and continuously pouring into his nose, ears, and mouth. At this moment, Wang Linyuan's brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was experiencing something terrifying, his body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't in vain that I opened the rift to the alternate space. With so many treasures, I will surely become a loyal follower of the king. It's a pity that a variable has appeared, otherwise, the entire Tianxiang city would have become nourishment for the king. At this moment, deep beneath the Kanglan mountain range, a man dressed in a black and red robe stared fervently at the corpse of a strange beast and its blood on the altar before him.
a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Life is a sea of suffering, flesh and blood ascend.
I seek the power of immortality. Come here.
The man coldly addressed 4 others nearby, who were also dressed in black and red robes.
When I go in later, immediately activate the transformation array. Understood?
He said coldly, and the 4 people, with fervent expressions, responded in unison. It is our honor to become a part of the king.
Very well, believe in the king, and the king will grant you eternal life.
After speaking, the man slowly walked toward the altar not far away, sat cross-legged, and the 4 began a mysterious ritual. They clasped their hands together, chanting incantations continuously. Suddenly, they opened their eyes, took out daggers, and made a cut on their wrists, causing blood to gush out. Blood flowed continuously along the patterns of the transformation array, and after a while, they began to stagger due to excessive blood loss. As the transformation array emitted an eerie red glow, the blood of the exotic beasts began to boil, transforming into scarlet blood energy that surged toward the man, enveloping him.
Life is a sea of suffering. Flesh ascends to the heavens.
The 4 shouted in unison, their eyes filled with fervor, and their bodies instantly exploded. Flesh and blood surged forward, while the flesh and blood of the exotic beasts continuously flowed toward the man, wrapping him into a cocoon of flesh and blood, with strange disturbances emanating all around.
The Tsang family, it's time for you to pay the price.
At this moment, standing above the skies of the Tsang family, Wang Quan coldly gazed at the ancient courtyard before him, his voice as chilling as frost. After dealing with the white tiger, Wang Quan headed straight to the Tsang family's hidden place, determined to end it once and for all. Damn it, while I was out there fighting for my life, you were here enjoying yourselves. If I don't destroy your Tsang family, I won't be called Wang. A trace of killing intent flashed in Wang Quan's eyes. With a raise of his hand, dark energy slowly gathered, forming a crescent-shaped slash.
Nether River Void Slash.
Wang Quan shouted loudly, and the slash shot forth from his hand. The Nether River materialized from the void, spreading a decaying aura in all directions. Wherever it passed, the space could not withstand the pressure and cracked. The original 1 meter width instantly expanded to 10 meters, then 100 meters, slashing straight toward the Tsang family courtyard.
Pang! The Tsang family was instantly enveloped in a blinding light, yet this strike failed to quell the wrath of royal authority. Ka.
The golden shield was covered with countless cracks, and in the next moment, it shattered completely. The Nether River Rift Slash was weakened by 40 to 50% of its power, but it still tore toward the Tsang family.
Bold! Who dares to trespass into my Tsang family? Are you tired of living?
A furious shout came from the Tsang family, but it was already too late. The entire perimeter of the Tsang family had been shattered by Wang Quan. Oh, I was wondering who it could be.
Turns out it's you old dog.
Wang Quan's mocking voice echoed, and standing directly opposite him were 3 elders, Song Yi, Song Hu, and Song Hai, the 3 brothers of the Tsang family gathered together.
The 3 members of the Tsang family looked at Wang Quan in disbelief. Song Hai, full of murderous intent, shouted angrily, Wang Quan, you went to that place and actually didn't die? You 3 old dogs aren't dead, so how could I die?
Not only did I survive, but I also killed that old undead Song Shi. I'll send you to meet him later, so you'll have some company.
Wang Quan said angrily, What? You actually killed the 3rd one? You deserve to die.
The 3 Tsang brothers were grief-stricken. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way with the thing you've been longing for.
Oh no, not just you, the entire Tsang family. Ha ha ha.
Wang Quan laughed maniacally toward the sky, his eyes bloodshot, as if possessed by some kind of power.
You deserve to die.
Suddenly, a long banner appeared in Wang Quan's hand, woven from an unknown black silk. Ancient runes were engraved on it, and at the top of the banner was a skull, its eyes continuously emitting green light. In the center of the massive vortex, countless souls seemed to be struggling and twisting.
What? You actually obtained that thing?
A shadow of fear instantly flashed across the faces of the 3 brothers of the Tsang family. Their retreating steps were like being chased by the Grim Reaper, not daring to stop.
Trying to escape? Too late. Today, I will make you pay the price for your blood debt.
A mad gleam flickered in Wang Quan's eyes as he formed a mysterious gesture with his hand, chanting softly under his breath. The long banner in his hand began to emit billowing black smoke, which instantly surged to envelop the entire Tsang family.
No. Impossible. The Tsang family will never perish. The expressions of the 3 brothers had completely collapsed, their frantic shouts echoing through the air. Raging Wave Strike, Azure Sea Ice Spike, Water Veil Celestial Burial,
Streams of water element powers erupted violently, striking directly at the mysterious long banner. However, the black mist devoured
them one by one like a demon.
Within the mist, twisted and horrifying human faces emerged, as if ready to tear them apart at any moment.
Damn it, how could this happen?
Song Hai's eyes revealed despair, and he kept muttering to himself.
Don't kill me, I beg you, Wang Quan.
I never agreed to this, it was their decision.
I don't want to die. Spare me.
At this moment, Song Yi was already in tears, pointing at Song Hai and Song Hu, his voice filled with despair and pleading.
Third brother, how could you be so shameless?
Song Hu angrily stared at Song Yi, as if looking at a stranger, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Don't blame me, it's all because you shouldn't have provoked him back then. Now look, we're all going to die.
Song Yi resentfully accused Song Hu and Song Hai, his eyes flickering with flames of venomous hatred. Wang Quan quietly observed the scene from the side, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile, as if watching a captivating drama.
Alright, you three old dogs, stop biting each other. I'll give you a chance to live, Song Yi. Go and kill everyone in your Song family, and I'll spare your life.
Wang Quan's lips curled into a cruel smile.
Yes, I'll go right away.
Song Yi, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, his eyes gleaming with wild joy, immediately rushed to the Song family and began a massive slaughter.
Third brother, you wretched commoner. Song Yi, you are simply a beast.
Song Hai and Song Hu looked at Wang Quan in despair. At this moment, they were already under the control of the 10,000 Souls banner, helplessly watching their third brother slaughter their family.
If I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Now, I'll send you on your way.
Wang Quan fully activated the 10,000 Souls banner, and countless spirits flew out like bloodthirsty beasts, devouring the two of them.
You won't die a good death, Wang Quan. I hate it, I really.
The voice abruptly stopped, tragically devoured.
10,000 Souls banner, 2 seats in the VIP section.
Wang Quan sneered coldly, secretly feeling proud.
Not long after, Song Yi, covered in blood, walked fearfully up to Wang Quan and tremblingly asked, "May I leave now?"
"You may." Wang Quan responded coldly, with not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Song Yi was overjoyed and just about to turn around when he saw Song Hai and Song Hu, who had become the main souls of the 10,000 Souls banner, appear with flames of resentment flickering in their eyes.
"Come on, third brother, join us. We are family, and family should stick together."
Song Hai glared angrily at Song Yi, seizing the opportunity to devour him without mercy. At this moment, Wang Quan allowed the spirits from the 10,000 Souls banner to fly out, continuing to search for any survivors of the Song family.
Only, after ensuring that everyone was dead, did he leave with immense satisfaction, leaving behind its Song family drenched in blood, as if narrating a tragic tale.
Phew! Wang Lingyuan woke up from his dream with a start, gasping for air, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The scenes from the dream were vivid, as if that mysterious voice was still echoing in his ears.
What happened?
He stared blankly at his own hands, confusion filling his heart.
The mysterious voice in the dream kept whispering, "Do you crave power? Do you desire the ultimate darkness?"
Suddenly, the scene shifted. Wang Lingyuan found himself clad in the Eternal Night Demon armor, wielding the Eternal Night Demon spear, like a ruthless killing machine, mercilessly slaughtering everything in his path. Whether human or beast, all were reduced to fragments under his spear. His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness, unable to stop any of it from happening. Kill, kill, kill. He could only watch helplessly as his dream self continued an endless massacre. At that moment, Li Weihua's figure appeared before him, anxiously shouting, "Stop, Xiao Yuan." However, his dream self showed no mercy, casting a cold glance at Li Weihua before thrusting a spear through his heart.
"No, don't, elderly."
Wang Lingyuan screamed in despair, but he was powerless. Just as he was consumed by hopelessness, a blinding white light flashed, and he suddenly woke up.
Phew!
Wang Lingyuan jolted awake from his dream, gasping for breath, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead as if he had just experienced a life-and-death battle.
What happened?
He stared blankly at his own hands, the mysterious voice from the dream still echoing in his ears. "Do you crave power? Do you desire the ultimate darkness?" The scene shifted, and Wang Lingyuan saw himself clad in the Eternal Night Demon armor, wielding the Eternal Night Demon spear, wantonly
slaughtering in the dream.
Whether it was humans, exotic beasts, or other forms of life, all were obliterated under his spear. People's panic and the roars of the strange beasts could not stop his advance. He was like a cold, unfeeling killing machine, repeating the same action over and over. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, Wang Lingyuan could only helplessly watch his dream self slaughter endlessly, his heart filled with despair.
At that moment, Li Weihua's figure appeared before him, shouting, "Stop it, Xiao Yuan."
But his dream self did not stop.
With a cold glance, he stabbed Li Weihua to death with a single thrust. "No, don't, old Li."
Wang Linyuan cried out in despair, his heart aching intensely, yet he was completely unable to stop his dream self. Just as he was on the brink of despair, a blinding white light suddenly flashed, and he woke up with a start.
This felt way too real. How could I have such a dream? He got out of bed, wiped the sweat off his body, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, he was unaware that the mysterious stone had already returned to the system space, lying there quietly in hiding. Today is another beautiful day.
Wang Linyuan completely forgot the sense of reality brought by last night's dream. At this moment, he walked toward the training room full of anticipation. While drinking with Sher Kai last night, he received a message from Sun Yu, asking him to hurry to the training room, saying there was something incredibly good. This master was worth acknowledging. Wang Linyuan thought to himself, then replied briefly before continuing to drink with Sher Kai. When he arrived at the training room, besides his master Sun Yu, there was an elderly man and a young man and woman. Sun Yu saw Wang Linyuan arrive and waved to signal him to come over.
"Xiao Yuan, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Chenwei, the vice dean of our weapons academy and a master of swordsmanship."
These two young people beside him are his disciples. As Wang Linyuan approached, he heard Sun Yu introducing the three people in front of him. He carefully observed the two young individuals. The man's short hair stood upright, his nose bone straight like a blade, muscles explosive, and his whole body exuded a fighting spirit. The woman's long hair reached her waist, her almond-shaped eyes radiated a cold light, her skin as white as snow, and her aura emitted an unapproachable vibe. "Xiao Yuan, I brought you here today to spar with them. They are old Xiu's prized disciples, but they haven't yet grasped the concept of intent. Today, make sure to teach them a harsh lesson for me." Sun Yu whispered to Wang Linyuan, his tone filled with anticipation.
Wang Linyuan understood immediately, thinking to himself, "Looks like master wants me to help him save face.
I wonder how badly this old man gets bullied on a daily basis."
"Master, how strong are those two?" Wang Linyuan asked softly.
"The man's name is Tanjia, a newly accepted disciple, just like you, a prospective freshman, with strength at the first tier, 3rd level. The woman's name is Lin Shi, a sophomore, with strength at the 2nd tier, 7th level." After hearing this, Wang Linyuan no longer pretended and thought to himself, "Anyway, my current strength is considerable, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem." Just as he was about to speak, Tanjia interrupted, brimming with fighting spirit, and said to Wang Linyuan, "We're both soon-to-be college freshmen.
I can tell you're strong, but I'm stronger. How are you even more arrogant than me?"
Wang Linyuan responded coldly, then ignored Tanjia and walked straight toward the center ring. "Old Xiu, the disciple you took in sure has quite the temper."
Sun Yu teased from the side.
"Whether the temper is big or not depends on one's strength."
Zhou Chenwei smiled faintly, his gaze showing a hint of approval. Tanjia followed closely behind, walking toward the arena with eyes like knives, full of provocation. "Wang Linyuan, I will give it my all,"
Tanjia said with a solemn expression. "Kid, just shut up already. With your little bit of strength, I'd feel embarrassed to even hit you."
Wang Linyuan had already expressed his attitude in a very tactful way.
If it weren't for Zhou Chenwei being present, he would have sent Tanjia into a spatial rift to play a long time ago.
"Fine, you forced me. Take this, Wang Linyuan." Tanjia roared in anger, unable to tolerate Wang Linyuan's provocation, and drew a heavy sword. The sword was over 3 feet long, with a simple and robust design, exuding a weighty sense of oppression, as if foretelling an imminent fierce battle. "This guy is the epitome of a melodramatic teenager, such a show-off,"
Wang Linyuan secretly mocked in his heart. Seeing Tanjia charging at him with the heavy sword, Wang Linyuan remained calm and composed, gripping the eternal night demon spear. He decisively thrust it forward, sparks flying, and momentum surging like a rainbow. What a heavy aura of blood and killing intent! Zhou Chenwei stared intently at the spear in Wang Linyuan's hand, exclaiming in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Shi stood nearby with a deep gaze, fixating on the two fiercely battling figures in the arena. A peculiar red light flickered in his eyes, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "Wang Linyuan, stop playing tricks and show your full strength."
Tanjia, already infuriated by Wang Linyuan's basic spear techniques, burned with rage. His passive defense without counterattacking was driving him mad. "Then let's settle this with one decisive move." Wang Linyuan's lips curved slightly as he smiled faintly. "All right, one move to decide the winner." Tanjia responded loudly, full of fighting spirit. 1000 Jin sun-piercing slash.
With Tanjia's shout, the heavy sword instantly radiated a sharp golden glow, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The metallic roar carried the force of 10,000 Jins, charging straight at Wang Linyuan. "Before the king, I do not bow." The three armies kneel in reverence.
Divine wonder. Wang Linyuan's aura erupted in an instant. Gripping his spear intent soared like a rainbow.
After his previous enlightenment, Wang Linyuan's understanding of spear intent had reached a new level, and the power of the 13 deathly spears had become even more terrifying. The crimson murderous aura around him surged wildly, as if summoning a mighty warrior. Holding his spear, he stood proudly above all, while countless soldiers knelt on one knee, their battle cries shaking the heavens.
This is the artistic conception brought by the intent of the spear.
Wang Linyuan's unstoppable momentum instantly overwhelmed Tan Jie's sword stance, leaving Tan Jie feeling unsettled and greatly diminishing his vigor.
It seems you've really taken in a good seedling, old son, Xiao Chenwei said to Sun Yu, shaking his head as he watched Tan Jie being defeated by Wang Linyuan on the stage.
Ah, just a stroke of luck, nothing more. Sun Yu laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, finally able to hold his head high for once. On the stage, during the exchange of moves between Tan Jie and Wang Linyuan, Tan Jie was instantly overwhelmed, suffering a complete and utter defeat.
Poof!
Tan Jie was sent flying by Wang Linyuan's spear, crashing heavily onto the floor and creating a deep pit. Fortunately, the arena was made of memory metal, which would return to its original state after a while.
You, how can you be this strong?
Tan Jie spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Wang Linyuan in terror. Wang Linyuan walked toward Tan Jie step by step, put away the Eternal Night Demon Spear, and stepped on his stomach, mocking coldly, "If you're weak, train harder, kid.
Just because we exchanged a couple of moves, you thought you could beat me? Don't make me laugh. Go back and train for 100 years. If it weren't for your master being here, I wouldn't be stepping on your stomach. Next time, it'll be your face."
At this moment, the light in Tan Jie's eyes disappeared, and the previous fighting spirit transformed into deep fear.
Wang Linyuan stepped over Tan Jie's head and walked toward the edge of the arena.
Noticing the change in his gaze, Wang Linyuan said coldly, "Trash is trash, it will never amount to anything great." Upon hearing this, Tan Jie spat out blood again, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Below the stage, Xiao Chenwei watched everything unfold, shaking his head repeatedly and muttering, "It's over.
Looks like he's been struck with inner demons. His spirit
has been shattered, and it'll be hard for him to achieve anything in the future."
Turning to Sun Yu, he sighed and said, "You've taken in a good disciple, old son."
At this moment, Xiao Chenwei shook his head and sighed. He then stepped onto the stage, carried the unconscious Tan Jie down, and said to Sun Yu, "I'll head out first, old Sunday.
I'll take this brat for treatment, he's seriously injured. Let's go, Xiaoxi."
Lin Shi remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. She didn't even show much reaction to the fact that her junior brother had been severely injured and knocked
unconscious.
However, as she was leaving, she inexplicably glanced at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan felt her gaze and met her eyes for a brief moment before Lin Shi left the training room.
That look, it feels somewhat familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before.
Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, stroking his chin as he pondered, but he just couldn't recall where he'd seen it. Next to him, Sun Yu noticed Wang Linyuan staring at Lin Shi's departing figure and chuckled. "What, did you see how pretty she is and fall for her?" "No, master. Seeing her just feels like seeing an old acquaintance of mine."
Wang Linyuan smiled and shook his head as he spoke. "Xiao Yuan, you really made me proud this time. I didn't expect you to grasp the intent of the spear so quickly in just a few days. I also don't like that kid, so if you hit him, no big deal." Sun Yu said with a laugh, "It's no big deal, master. I just couldn't stand that kid. He has no real strength and yet doesn't know how to be humble, so I gave him a small lesson."
Wang Linyuan said disdainfully, as if severely injuring Tan Jie earlier was nothing significant in his eyes. "By the way, this 7th tier protective formation disc is something I won from a bet with him.
Take it for self-defense, Xiao Yuan. When you encounter danger, just inject spiritual energy into it."
After speaking, Sun Yu took out a formation disc engraved with runes from his storage ring and handed it to Wang Linyuan.
"Thank you, master." Wang Linyuan received the formation disc with both hands, constantly stroking it, secretly feeling fortunate. This was a treasure. Since the revival of spiritual
energy, formation masters, alchemists, and blacksmiths had all risen in prominence, and creating a formation disc was no easy task, let alone a 7th tier formation disc.
"I will definitely not let you down, master." A warm current surged in Wang Linyuan's heart as he respectfully bowed to Sun Yu.
Wang Linyuan was just such a person. He remembered clearly who treated him well and who treated him poorly, with a clear distinction between love and hate.
"Ah, no need to be so formal, Xiao Yuan. Come, let me teach you some more spear techniques,"
Sun Yu said with a smile, clearly very pleased with his disciple Wang Linyuan. 2.5 hours later, Sun Yu's guidance came to an end. "Xiao Yuan, I can tell you've put a lot of effort into your marksmanship. Your basic shooting skills are already perfect, and you've even mastered
a perfected 3rd level shooting technique. Very good, very good."
The more Sun Yu looked at Wang Linyuan, the more satisfied he became, even entertaining the idea of introducing his granddaughter to him.
Wang Lingyuan felt a surge of excitement. What a great deal, getting both food and gifts. One person, I drink to my heart's content.
Just then, Sun Yu's phone suddenly rang. The old man is quite trendy, Wang Lingyuan thought to himself.
Sun Yu answered the phone, and before long, he shouted, "What? I'll be right there. What are you people doing? You can't even handle such a small matter."
At this moment, the old man's face turned bright red.
"Xiao Yuan, come find me next time when you're free. I have something to take care of."
A cold glint flashed in Sun Yu's eyes. Wang Lingyuan blinked slightly, and a gust of wind swept past.
In an instant, Sun Yu disappeared without a trace. What on earth could it be that makes Master so anxious?
Wang Lingyuan was filled with doubts, but he quickly stopped overthinking. Just as he stepped out of the training room, he was completely unaware that not far behind him, someone was secretly watching.
Go to the Kanglan Mountains for more training. Strive to break through to the second tier as soon as possible. What I lack most now are ability points. If I encounter the same situation as last time, I definitely don't want to go through it again. Wang Lingyuan shook his head, silently making up his mind, and then left Tianxiang Academy without delay, heading straight for the Kanglan Mountains to gather ability points.
Just as he stepped out of the academy, someone quietly followed him. In a hidden canyon within the Kanglan Mountains, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense.
"Come out. I noticed you were following me from Tianxiang Academy."
Wang Lingyuan suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto a large tree.
"Didn't expect you to notice me, kid."
A cold laugh came from within the leaves, and then the leaves shot toward Wang Lingyuan like sharp blades.
"Eternal Night Demon Armor."
Wang Lingyuan sneered coldly. Black light flickered, and a domineering set of armor instantly covered his body.
Facing the
incoming leaves, he did not dodge at all, letting them strike the Eternal Night Demon armor. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sound was deafening.
"Not bad, no wonder Sun Yu took you as his disciple."
At this moment, the mysterious figure finally descended from the tree. It was Zhang Hua, who had previously been reprimanded by Sun Yu.
With a face full of resentment, he said excitedly to Wang Lingyuan, Why did that old man take you as his disciple? Why did he publicly scold me? I, Zhang Hua, am ranked 82 on the star rankings, and you? What makes you worthy of being his disciple?
Because you're trash. You're nothing but trash, even worse than trash. Do you understand, Zhang Hua? Even if you trained for a lifetime, you would never comprehend the
true essence of spear intent. Wang Lingyuan extended his index finger, sneering as he pointed at Zhang Hua.
Killing intent radiated from him, his aura overwhelming. His cutting words instantly shattered Zhang Hua's defenses. Anger and humiliation intertwined on his face, and a raging fire of fury ignited in his heart.
What right do you have to criticize me? Today is the day you die.
Zhang Hua roared furiously, his voice like thunder. In an instant, his entire body was covered in a metallic sheen, as if he had transformed into a steel warrior. The bones on his arms quietly protruded, forming sharp bone spikes, resembling a beast on the verge of going berserk.
To die under my A-level ability, the steel body, is a blessing for you, boy.
Zhang Hua's face twisted into a sinister grin as he suddenly charged at Wang Lingyuan, his speed like lightning.
What makes you think you can kill me?
Wang Lingyuan's lips curled into a devilish smile as he lightly touched the ring of judgment on his hand. In an instant, a powerful force surged into his body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket, nearing the third level of the second tier. World-destroying Abyss Fist. Wang Lingyuan's right fist glimmered with black light, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a black hole. His momentum was unstoppable as he charged straight at Zhang Hua.
Bang!
A loud explosion echoed as Wang Lingyuan staggered 3 steps back, while Zhang Hua was sent flying, blood spurting wildly as he clutched his mouth in pain.
How can you be so strong? This is impossible.
Zhang Hua struggled to stand, his arm already deformed. If not for his protective ability, his bones would likely have fractured by now.
Nothing is impossible. I haven't even used my ability yet, and you can't hold on? Pathetic!
Wang Lingyuan sneered coldly, stepping closer to Zhang Hua with an overwhelming aura, stirring up waves of air.
How is this possible?
I've trained for a year to reach the second tier, 5th level, and you're already at the second tier, 3rd level.
Zhang Hua's heart was filled with twisted jealousy and resentment.
I will pierce you with bone spikes one by one, turning you into a hedgehog.
Ha ha ha!
Zhang Hua roared furiously, his hands suddenly reaching behind him, accompanied by the sound of crack, crack, crack. Wang Lingyuan's pupils contracted as he saw Zhang Hua pull out his own spine, its surface covered in sharp barbs that gleamed menacingly, sending a chill through his heart. Zhang Hua gripped the bone sword and frantically lunged at Wang Lingyuan.
Then let's see if you have what it takes, you worthless scum.
Wang Lingyuan bellowed, the Eternal Night Demon spear in his hand erupting with a blood-red aura, its tip radiating a white light that tore through the surrounding space. Heaven and earth are merciless, how much hatred remains, a lonely cry in the night does not last.
Ice Heart. Wang Linyuan unleashed the blade of
time stasis, as if snowflakes were falling behind him. A peerless spear master practiced his craft amidst the snow, exuding an overwhelming aura. This shot contained the intent of the gun, the power of time abilities, and the perfected might of the 13 fatal shots, instantly unleashing unparalleled strength.
Bang!
The two clashed in a single move, Wang Linyuan and Zhang Hua turning their backs to each other.
Ugh!
Zhang Hua could no longer endure it, blood spurted out wildly. Looking down, he saw his abdomen had been pierced through, the pain was excruciating.
I think I might be a bit dead.
This was the last sentence he left behind, the light in his eyes gradually faded, and he collapsed with a thud. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier, 5th-level martial artist, earning 2,500 ability points.
Phew, I really wonder how such a petty person managed to survive until now.
Wang Linyuan turned back to look at Zhang Hua's corpse, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. At least you had some value, managing to provide me with 2,500 ability points. Wang Linyuan stepped forward, removed the storage ring from Zhang Hua's hand, and inspected its contents with his mental power. Inside, apart from energy crystals and some clothing, there were also peculiar items like black silk and white silk.
Damn, this guy had quite the wild taste. Wang Linyuan cursed under his breath.
His gaze swept across the corner and spotted a 4th-tier martial skill manual, the Overlord Spear.
Finally, something good.
Wang Linyuan looked at the replica of the Overlord Spear in his hand with delight, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Immediately, hellfire ignited in his hand, the black flames seemingly originating from the depths of the abyss.
With a flick of his finger, the flames surged toward Zhang Hua's corpse, incinerating it along with the clothing.
Before long, only ashes remained on the ground. Wang Linyuan was unconcerned about whether the Tianqiang Academy would investigate. After all, he could simply claim ignorance. He gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear embedded in the ground once more. The valley before him brimmed with vitality as a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. Ability points, here I come. Damn, it wasn't easy to take you down, I'm exhausted. At this moment, Wang Linyuan looked fatigued, with blood dripping continuously from the tip of his spear. In front of him lay a 3-headed Ice Ridge rhinoceros riddled with gunshot wounds.
I've been here for so long, it's time to head back. There are only 2 or 3 days left until school starts. Wang Linyuan murmured as he gazed into the distance. He then stored the Ice Ridge rhinoceros into the system space and quickly departed. Sky Dome Academy, Wang Linyuan's dormitory. Phew, finally back. These past few days have been exhausting. He lay on the bed, staring intently at the system panel in front of him, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Hard work truly pays off. A virtual panel suddenly appeared, glowing brightly like a dazzling star. Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Tier 1, Level 8, 3480/8000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 55,600. Weapon, Eternal Night Magic Spear, 2nd tier. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter. 1. Time Rewind 2. Space Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift /5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment. Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Abyss Fist, Advanced. Phantom Layers, Beginner, Cross Burst Charge, Novice, Dragon Reversal Skybreaker, Novice, Dual Pupil Technique, Incomplete. Let's advance to Tier 2 first, then we'll see who dares to show off in front of me, he said confidently, his tone brimming with fearlessness. System, Advance Cultivation to Tier 2, Level 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 23,520 alien energy points to advance cultivation to Tier 2, Level 1. Wang Linyuan saw that he still had 32,080 alien energy points left. Feeling a surge of pride, he immediately decided to upgrade the world-destroying Dark Abyss Fist and Cross Burst Charge to perfection, and then elevate Dragon Reversal Skybreak to the beginner level. These were his main attack techniques, and he couldn't afford to falter. Congratulations to the host for consuming 30,000 alien energy points to enhance martial skill proficiency. This is what a true genius should look like. He curled his lips into a smug smile, closed his eyes, and various martial skill practice methods continuously surfaced in his mind. His understanding of martial skills grew day by day,
as if every movement flowed seamlessly in his thoughts. I'm really looking forward to the start of school, Wang Linyuan thought to himself, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, a hopeful smile on his face. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered into view, and that mysterious stone appeared once again, continuously emitting black mist, like a bloodthirsty beast,
drilling toward Wang Linyuan.
As the black mist dissipated, the light emitted by the mysterious stone gradually dimmed, as if foretelling something. Whoosh! At that very moment, Wang Linyuan's eyes abruptly snapped open, his pupils covered in black, and he let out low, guttural sounds. Everything around him seemed irrelevant, as the dark power surged within him, seemingly summoning his potential.
But where would he go from here? Why am I having nightmares again?
Wang Linyuan woke up, feeling a bit irritable. Last night's dream came rushing back, and that voice seemed
to echo in his ears. Do you crave power? Do you crave power? Come, I can give you what you desire. This left him with a faint sense of unease. Am I being haunted by something? Why do I keep dreaming?
Wang Linyuan frowned in thought, his mind repeatedly flashing images of that mysterious stone. He took out the glowing stone from the system space. Although its light had dimmed slightly, it still emitted an aura of mystery.
It doesn't seem to have any issues, does it? He studied the stone with curiosity, gently tapping it and sniffing it, everything appearing normal. Maybe it's just simple nightmares. He scratched his head, placed the stone back into the system space, feeling relieved, and lay down again, falling into a deep sleep. 3 days later, Wang Linyuan stood at the gates of Sky Dome Academy, watching as streams of new students poured in, each awestruck by the academy's grandeur. He couldn't help but recall his own experience when he first entered Sky Dome Academy, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. This one looks good, and those legs aren't bad.
Wang Linyuan's gaze wandered as he sized up the freshmen, feeling a slight interest in this
year's newcomers.
However, he didn't greet them as enthusiastically as others did. After all, in this year's Dark Academy, he was the only one.
Hey, Sha Yuan, what are you doing standing here?
Just as he was immersed in the fun of observing the freshmen, a familiar voice came from behind. Wang Linyuan turned around and saw Sher Kai's signature mischievous smile, which warmed his heart.
Brother Kai, I'm just here checking out the freshmen. It's not like I have anything else to do. Same here. It's hard to believe a year has passed so quickly, I didn't even feel it.
Sher Kai shrugged, his eyes glimmering with light.
Let's go, the entrance ceremony is about to start. As a new student, you better attend, or it'll be awkward later. I went through the same thing.
Sher Kai teased, then walked toward the field with Wang Linyuan.
Brother Kai, why do you say that? Wang Linyuan asked, a bit puzzled, wondering to himself. Of course, it's because you're the only one in our Dark Arts Academy.
I was the same last year, surrounded by a bunch of people staring at me.
Tell me, isn't that awkward?
Sher Kai chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing.
Ah, well, that does sound a bit awkward.
Wang Linyuan scratched his head helplessly, but inwardly resolved to showcase his abilities during this ceremony. They quickly arrived at the playground, where the crowd was bustling everywhere, except for the Dark Element Academy's area, which was desolate and formed a
stark contrast. Indeed, it's quite awkward, huh?
Wang Linyuan sat on the bench, touched his nose, closed his eyes, and silently adjusted his state of mind. The freshmen from other academies around noticed that Wang Linyuan was the only one in the Dark Element Academy and began whispering
among themselves, why is he the only one there? Could it be that he's the only student in that academy? One freshman asked. Of course not, don't you know? That's the Dark Element Academy. Isn't it normal for there to be so few people? Another person responded coldly. What? Dark Element abilities? Doesn't the Dark Element Academy have any students with Dark Element abilities? How did he even get admitted? A freshman asked, full of confusion. Are you an idiot? Can our Celestial Academy compare to those established academies? They don't accept him, but we do. However, even our Celestial Academy doesn't favor dark-type abilities, which is why we only accepted him alone. This remark triggered a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Are you tired of living? How dare you discuss him? Don't you know he's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam? Awakened dual-type abilities, aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Another person warned, their tone tinged with a hint of fear. Wang Linyuan listened quietly, his heart stirred as if he had caught wind of their conversation. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the whispering freshmen. In an instant, everyone fell silent. At this moment, their eyes met, as if time had frozen. The chubby boy, intimidated by Wang Linyuan's imposing presence, trembled all over, immediately lowered his head, and dared not meet his gaze again. You're done, chubby. I told you to keep quiet, and now you've been targeted, haven't you? The person next to him said gleefully, his laughter tinged with a hint of apprehension. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought to himself, this is exactly the beginning I wanted. Do I still have a chance to live?
The chubby boy was so frightened that he couldn't even form a complete sentence, his face pale as paper.
Did you hear?
The last person who provoked him is already dead. That person pretended to be mysterious, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And besides, he enrolled earlier than us.
Someone once challenged him, and the result was, he deliberately paused, trying to keep everyone in suspense.
The people around him stared intently, eagerly awaiting the next part of the story.
Dead, of course. What else? In front of this master, do you still dare to hope to survive? He waved his hand dramatically, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Being left with an intact corpse is already a blessing. The video is on our school forum. What a miserable death. Truly chilling to the bone.
He performed vividly, then patted the chubby guy on the shoulder, grinning slyly. You're done for, chubby. Go apologize quickly, or don't blame this master for coming after you. Cold sweat streamed down the chubby guy's face as despair filled his heart. Trembling, he replied, I'll go right away. After speaking, he immediately dashed toward Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan saw the chubby boy in a disheveled state, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, and quietly watched him.
I'm sorry, classmate.
I shouldn't have talked about you, nor should I have stared at you. Please forgive me, the chubby boy stammered, terrified of accidentally provoking something. Wang Linyuan stroked his chin, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and sneered coldly, Am I that scary, chubby boy?
Go back. Stop discussing me in the future. Remember, if I hear it again, I'll make sure you meet your great-grandmother.
The chubby boy felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly bowed. Thank you, classmate. Then he ran back as if fleeing for his life. The onlookers around were enthusiastically teasing the chubby boy, especially the one who had just urged him to apologize. He was tall and skinny, like a bamboo stick, forming a stark contrast with the chubby boy, and his appearance even seemed somewhat sleazy. His small eyes roamed over the female classmates nearby, especially their smooth thighs, which were almost unbearable to look at directly.
What a pair of oddballs! Wang Linyuan couldn't help but shake his head, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
On the podium, Tianqiong Academy's Vice Dean Xian Xiaojun was delivering a passionate speech, while the dean was currently engaged in a fierce battle with sea beasts in the endless sea.
Students, welcome to Sky Academy.
Your first step has been taken, and the wheels of fate have quietly begun to turn.
Here, each of you will become the future pillars of Yanxia, tasked with slaying beasts and defending our homeland.
As Qian Xiaojun delivered his passionate speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
Starting tomorrow, the entrance assessment will officially begin.
Those with outstanding results will receive generous rewards. The first place winner will earn 10,000 exchange points and a level 7 martial skill book. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience immediately broke into heated discussion.
Level 7 martial skill. This is truly a treasure. Sky Dome Academy truly lives up to its reputation as a top institution. What an impressive gesture. What is a redemption point? Check the enrollment manual and you'll find out. Alright, dismissed. The opening ceremony has concluded successfully.
Everyone is free to explore the academy, Xian Xiaojun said to the students with a smile.
It's really not easy.
I hate these kinds of ceremonies the most, they almost put me to sleep, Wang Linyuan said with a yawn as he stood up. However, the reward for this entrance assessment is really tempting. I should make the most of it, he muttered to himself, stroking his chin and calculating in his mind.
Will there be anyone in this cohort who can match me? Could there be others who have transmigrated here as well?
Wang Linyuan wondered to himself, then headed to Wang Lin's office to learn more about the details of tomorrow's assessment.
Mentor, what will tomorrow's entrance assessment be like?
As soon as he entered, he saw Han Bing was also present, so he found a place to sit and listened attentively. I've already contacted Sun Hao and the others.
When you arrive at the site, just go directly to them. Remember to be cautious in everything.
Wang Lin's face was serious, and upon seeing Han Bing's unchanging expression, he finally showed a hint of concern. Understood, mentor. As Han Bing left, he didn't forget to glance at Wang Linyuan. Wang Lin sighed. One by one, they're all leaving. Han Bing is going to participate in the sea beast battle.
Luckily, you have your senior to look out for you. Wang Linyuan immediately understood, stood up, and asked, Mentor, what is the format of tomorrow's entrance assessment? I've been so busy that I forgot to tell you. Wang Lin patted his head. Tomorrow's assessment will take place in an abandoned town that has experienced a beast tide. There are exotic beasts below tier 3 inside, and deeper in, there's a mid-tier 2 exotic beast. Safety first, Xiao Yuan. Understood, mentor.
Wang Linyuan nodded with a smile, already starting to plan his actions for tomorrow.
An abandoned town, huh?
He looked up at the sky, filled with anticipation, and continued walking forward.
Quiet, everyone.
Today, the place we are heading to is the abandoned town, where you will participate in a special course from Sky Academy.
Li Jia, the director of Sky Academy's Academic Affairs Office, spoke on the playground. The entrance examination lasts for 3 days. Your performance will be comprehensively monitored by us.
In case of danger, you can safely exit by channeling spiritual energy into your student.
Token. However, note that your examination results will be voided.
Killing exotic beasts will earn you kill points, which may also be stolen by others.
This will determine your final score. I hereby announce that the entrance examination begins now. With Li Jie's command, 10 spatial portals instantly appeared on the playground. What a grand gesture! Opening so many portals, it must require immense power. Wang Linyuan looked at the 10 portals, silently marveling in his heart. They can actually be stolen? This examination is going to be lively.
Wang Linyuan smirked, casually choosing one of the spatial portals and stepping inside. A flash of white light streaked by, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate town. Vines coiled around broken billboards, rusted cars were swallowed by plants, and amidst the crumbling walls, ivy climbed over collapsed rooftops.
The once bustling streets were now covered in moss, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This is the true apocalypse.
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of excitement in his heart, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Wang Linyuan stood at the center of the abandoned town, the gloomy sky casting shadows over the surrounding skeletal remains.
Scattered bones of humans and mutated
beasts sent chills down his spine, hinting at the ferocity of the beast tide.
All I can do is protect myself. He took a deep breath, silently steeling his resolve. Eternal Night Demon Spear, arise!
Wang Linyuan commanded, and the demon spear tore through the air in response, instantly summoning the Eternal Night Demon armor. The armor was enveloped in a thick aura of bloodlust, causing the mutated demon rats on the street to flee in terror. Blood moon descends, he roared, and a blood-red moon suddenly appeared in the sky, its crimson glow illuminating the desolate land. He raised his hand gently, and the light of the blood moon grew even brighter, instantly transforming into beams of crimson light that pounced toward the demon rats on the street.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
The screams were incessant as the demon rats were struck down one after another, turning into splashes of blood. The blood flowed across the ground, as if painting this wasteland with a crimson canvas. Wang Linyuan stepped forward, the blood moon behind him like a loyal companion, continuously unleashing attacks.
The demon rats stood no chance before him.
Congratulations to the host for killing a level 1 awakened beast and earning 60 ability
points. The system's notification sounded, and Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile.
Even a small fly is still meat, he said disdainfully, as the magic gun in his hand, like a harbinger of death, kept increasing the kill count. Meanwhile, outside, Yang Ling looked at Wang Lin through the light screen, his face full of mockery.
Is this the student you chose, mentor, Wang? I don't think he's anything special. He's only targeting awakened level rats and doesn't even dare to touch higher level beasts.
Wang Lin smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with killing intent.
Mentor Yang, are you trying to compete with me in wordplay? I'm not good at that, but if you'd like to compare fists and feet, I wouldn't mind. Are you threatening me?
Yang Ling burned with anger, his eyes flashing with fury.
If I can make your junior die, I can send you to hell too.
Wang Lin's expression instantly turned cold as he stared directly at Yang Ling, the undisguised killing intent making the surrounding air heavy.
Enough! What are you doing? Stop arguing. Li Jie stepped forward, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Today, let's give Director Li some face. Next time you go out, you'd better be careful. Wang Lin wore a friendly smile, but in Yang Ling's eyes, that smile seemed utterly terrifying.
Yang Ling snorted coldly, continuing to stare at the light screen, though turbulent waves surged in his heart, and the situation was on the verge of erupting. Abandoned town. A chubby boy was staring intently at Wang Linyuan as he manipulated the blood moon to slaughter all around him. Secretly amazed, he even mistook Wang Linyuan for a strange beast.
What's with this beast? Why is it killing other beasts? He's so powerful. I must make sure he doesn't notice me.
The chubby boy hid behind an abandoned car, his rear sticking up high, terrified of being discovered. Wang Linyuan had long noticed this guy spying on him. Using phantom shadows, he left behind a clone while instantly teleporting behind the chubby boy.
Bang!
Wang Linyuan mercilessly kicked his raised rear.
Ow! It hurts so much. Who the heck kicked me from behind?
The chubby boy was sent sprawling face-first into the dirt. He stood up angrily but couldn't see Wang Linyuan, shouting furiously, "Chubby boy, we meet again, huh? Just now you said I was a strange beast. Do I really look that much like a monster?" Wang Linyuan walked step by step toward the chubby boy, the blood-red glow of the spear in his hand seemingly foretelling the danger about to unfold. The chubby boy was still rubbing his backside. As soon as he heard Wang Linyuan's voice, he instantly knew he was doomed. He looked up, his heart tightening. Thud! He dropped to his knees, clutching Wang Linyuan's leg, completely ignoring the spikes on the armor, and tearfully pleaded, "Brother, I didn't mean it. I'll be your little follower. Please, don't kill me." Wang Linyuan casually put away the Eternal Night Demon armor, frowned at the chubby boy clinging to him, and said disdainfully, "Get off. Have some dignity, kneeling to people so easily." "Got it, brother, I'll roll away right now." The chubby boy immediately started rolling on the ground like a ball. Wang Linyuan was dumbfounded, then spoke again, "Chubby boy, why are you so obedient? You do whatever you're told. Stand up, stop rolling." Wang Linyuan stepped forward, looked at the chubby boy who had stood up, reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks, and couldn't help but laugh. "Chubby boy, your face is pretty fun to play with. Hey, bro, if you like it, play a little longer, hee. Jia endured the pain and showed a simple and honest smile. "What's your name, little chubby?" Wang Linyuan asked curiously. "Bro, my name is Jia, just call me Xiaobao." Jia said softly, "He, do you happen to have two brothers, one called Hekazeng and the other Wang Liji?" Wang Linyuan burst out laughing as soon as he heard the little chubby's name. "I don't have any. Apart from me, there's also an older sister at home," Jia said with a peculiar expression. "Alright then, little fatty, you can go. I won't rob you this time." Wang Linyuan released his grip and gave Jia a kick on the backside. "I'm leaving, bro. May good people live 108 lifetimes. With that, he ran off without looking back. Wang Linyuan watched Jia frantic escape and smiled faintly, an interesting little fatty. After speaking, Wang Linyuan picked up the Eternal Night Demon spear that had been stuck in the ground earlier and headed off to other parts of the town to search for exotic beasts. Kill. At this moment, a man in white wielding a longsword moved like lightning, single-handedly taking on 3 human-faced demon spiders. His jet-black eyes radiated a star-like brilliance, his nose was sharp and chiseled, and his short, tousled hair casually fell over his forehead. As he moved, his aura was awe-inspiring. Like a young sword immortal, he slaughtered his enemies on all sides. The long sword in his hand was enchanted with wind elemental powers, carrying an unparalleled sharpness as it pointed directly at the beasts. "It's time for you to pay the price." His gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor transformed. The 3 human-faced demon spiders showed no fear, charging at him without hesitation. He had awakened wind elemental powers, granting him incredible speed. Before the demon spider's legs could strike, he had already moved like lightning, stepping forward and appearing behind them. Endless tempest. With a low shout, he clasped his hands together, and a pale cyan vacuum tornado erupted from his palms, hurtling toward the demon spiders. The destructive force of the tornado was overwhelming. Even as the demon spiders planted all 8 legs firmly into the ground, it was futile. In an instant, they were swept into the vortex, torn apart beyond recognition. Hiss as if uttering their final words, they continued to tremble, struggling to escape the tornado's grip. However, this was no easy feat. As the wind in the tornado formed blade-like edges, they shot fiercely toward the human-faced demon spider. Bang! Bang! The wind blades continuously shattered the spider's hard shell until it was torn into pieces, erupting into bursts of blood mist. The ground was now in complete disarray, full of cracks, with residual air currents still swirling incessantly. The surroundings were filled with the bloody aura released after the human-faced demon spider was slain. What a magnificent performance! He clapped his hands, looked at the chaotic ground, sheathed his long sword, and turned to leave the scene. Such intense and thrilling moments were unfolding continuously in this small town, as if every moment was brewing an even greater storm. On the big screen, the mentors were closely watching the ongoing assessment, their eyes gleaming with surprise and anticipation. "This little one's wind-based ability is truly extraordinary, as if destined to cross paths with me," one mentor remarked with admiration. "Wow, it's actually a rare psychic ability." "That's great, this is a promising candidate for alchemy," another mentor said excitedly. "What is this? Dark-type ability?" Everyone's gaze focused on Wang Linyuan, surrounded by the corpses of exotic beasts, as if it were the aftermath of a massacre. Indeed, Wang Linyuan was using the corpses of these exotic beasts, the bloody scent they emitted, to attract more beasts to their doom. His gunfire roared like thunder, shot after shot, and countless exotic beasts fell before him without the slightest chance to fight back.
Truly worthy of a dark-type ability, absolutely insane.
With him, this year's batch is bound to produce another chaotic overlord.
The mentor's eyes sparkled with excitement as they silently praised him in their hearts. Good, 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 you truly didn't let me down. At this moment,
Wang Lin silently observed Wang Linyuan's heroic performance, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Xiao Yuan, I hope you can open that thing.
Don't make me wait here for too long. Wang Lin silently murmured in his heart, yet the tension within made it difficult for him to remain calm.
But in the end, is this right or wrong?
I've already failed once, I can't let him down again. A trace of fear suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind, his gaze gradually turning blood red, and the aura around him growing increasingly volatile, as if he were about to lose control in the next moment.
Focus and maintain composure, calm your spirit and steady your breath. The people nearby sensed something was amiss and quickly distanced themselves from Wang Lin.
At that moment, a figure appeared beside him like a bolt of lightning. A green light enveloped Wang Lin, forcibly pushing a condensing spirit pill into his mouth. Moments later, his gaze gradually cleared, and the violent aura around him dissipated.
Thank you, old Wu.
Wang Lin softly expressed his gratitude to the man who had helped him. Without paying attention to the gazes of those around him, he disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye.
Director, I've long said that the Dark Element Academy should be abolished. Look, isn't this just a ticking time bomb?
Yang Ling hurriedly jumped in, his tone filled with urgency. Wang Jie furrowed his brows, contemplating the situation before him, a faint sense of an even greater storm brewing in his heart. Wang Linyuan had just killed a giant earth python, and the tip of his spear was still dripping with fresh blood, exuding a strong aura of menace.
Kid, you can't take on the three of us alone.
Hand over the token obediently, and you'll avoid some unnecessary suffering. Hearing this, Wang Linyuan turned around and let out a cold laugh, noticing three men not far away staring at him with sinister expressions.
Are you sure you want to rob me?
Wang Linyuan's lips curled slightly as he walked toward them, the murderous aura around him growing even stronger, like a ferocious beast about to be unleashed.
Just bluffing, let's go. 3 against 1, the advantage is ours. At first, the three were somewhat intimidated by the murderous aura around Wang Linyuan, but they quickly steadied themselves and encouraged each other, saying, "We gave you a chance earlier, but you couldn't seize it yourself, kid. I also gave you a chance earlier, but you failed to seize it yourselves." Wang Linyuan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister grin.
His aura surged dramatically, unleashing his second-tier cultivation fully, sending a wave of energy toward the three.
Not good, we've hit a tough one run.
The three felt the terrifying aura of Wang Linyuan, their faces panicked, and they quickly stepped back a few paces before turning and sprinting away into the distance.
How can there be such a terrifying monster among the freshmen?
He's already broken through to the second tier.
Ah, he's catching up. Stop shouting. Split up and run. How can he chase all three of us at once? Alright, let's split up.
Before long, the three of them frantically fled in different directions.
Well, not bad, quite clever. At least you have some brains.
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly and summoned 10 soul splitters, each at the 7th level of the first tier.
Dealing with you is a piece of cake. 5 in a group, bring them to me.
He ordered coldly, and 5 soul splitters immediately split up to chase after the 2 who were fleeing.
Blood Moon's blessing.
Red light flickered on Wang Linyuan's body, his speed suddenly increased, and he swiftly chased after the yellow-haired Zhou ahead. While running, Zhou suddenly realized there was a dead end ahead, with no way out. Panicking, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck the wall forcefully.
Bang!
Cracks appeared on the wall, but it did not shatter.
The rebound force made his hand ache intensely. Run, why aren't you running anymore, kid?
At this moment, a voice from Wang Linyuan came from behind Zhou. He turned around and instantly felt a chill in his heart, only to see Wang Linyuan walking over with a smile, that smile resembling the arrival of the Grim Reaper.
I'll fight you to the death.
Zhou let out a roar, his aura surging, muscles rapidly expanding, and in an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall little giant. Wang Linyuan looked at the transformed Zhou with disdain. Your courage is commendable, but this is the end for you. He clenched his right fist, and dark energy gathered on it, forming a vortex resembling a small black hole. Just as Zhou's fist was about to strike Wang Linyuan, he also threw a punch, landing squarely on Zhou's fist. Wang Linyuan's right hand bent slightly as dark energy erupted, instantly corroding Zhou's right hand.
Ah!
Zhou let out a scream, completely unable to resist, and was sent flying by Wang Linyuan's punch. He crashed into the wall behind him, embedding his entire body into it, unable to move. Zhou slowly lowered his head, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with despair.
Coming out here to rob people like this? You'd better hurry back home and farm. Wang Linyuan walked up to him, mocking coldly, then began searching him and found his token. 532? You've done quite a bit of robbing, huh? In a bit, your two brothers will come to keep you company. Wang Linyuan looked playfully at Zhou Yu, who was embedded in the wall. Not long after, 5 soul splitters escorted a newcomer into the alley in a grand manner. When he saw Zhou Yu embedded in the wall, he cried out in terror, "Big brother, let my big brother go. Do you know who we are? I'll give you a chance, let us go, or else." Before Zhou Tian could finish speaking, Wang Linyuan had already swung a punch at him, knocking out his 2 front teeth. "In my life, the thing I hate most is being threatened. You've successfully crossed my bottom line," Wang Linyuan said coldly, then pulled Zhou Yu out from where he was embedded in the wall. Bang! He heavily threw Zhou Yu to the ground, causing Zhou Yu to groan in pain, his face full of helplessness. "What are you going to do? I'm telling you, you can't." Ah! Zhou Yu's painful scream pierced the air as Wang Linyuan stomped down hard. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Zhou Yu's left arm broke on impact. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in terror, his gaze shifting between Wang Linyuan and Zhou Tian, whose face was beaten beyond recognition, as a tide of fear surged within him. "I can't do what? Tell me, what can I do?" Wang Linyuan's face was cold, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Crack! Crack! Without mercy, he stomped and broke both of Zhou Yu's legs, instantly causing Zhou Yu to lose consciousness from the pain. Ah! The agonized screams accompanied Zhou Yu's fainting. Zhou Tian stood frozen in place, deeply shocked, as Wang Linyuan's ruthlessness exceeded his imagination. "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon," Wang Linyuan sneered, casually picking up Zhou Tian's token and ruthlessly transferring the kill points to his own token. Before targeting other objectives, Wang Linyuan unleashed his fury like a raging storm, his fists repeatedly landing on Zhou Tian as he coldly said, "You dare threaten me? You think you have the right to threaten me?" Zhou Tian's face twisted under Wang Linyuan's punches, blood splattering everywhere. In just a few minutes, his face swelled up like a pig's head, filled with unbearable pain. Let me go now." At this moment, Zhou Nian was dragged over by the soul splitter. Seeing his 2 brothers lying on the ground in a miserable state, he broke down and shouted, "You've already beaten my brothers, so you can't beat me too. You really are a good little brother to your siblings. I thought you'd threaten me just like your 2 brothers did." Wang Linyuan was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zhou Nian to be so weak. "Forget it, hand over your token, and I won't hit you." All right. Zhou Nian heard this and felt relieved, quickly taking out his token and handing it to Wang Linyuan, secretly thankful that he hadn't suffered the same fate as his brothers. Wang Linyuan took the token and swiftly transferred the kill points onto his own token, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right, your task is complete. It's time for you 3 to go back." Wang Linyuan looked at the Zhou brothers, preparing to channel spiritual energy to make them leave, but at that moment, a crisp and melodious female voice rang in his ears. "Classmate, don't you think you're going a bit too far?" A petite voice reached Wang Linyuan's ears. He turned his head to see an angry-looking girl, her cheeks puffed up like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. "You can't bully the weak," she protested in a delicate voice, her face full of dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person who bullies others for no reason. They were the ones who tried to steal my kill point first, do you know that?" Wang Linyuan responded coldly, his inner anger on the verge of exploding. "What are you looking at, you pervert?" she angrily retorted. Wang Linyuan ignored her, directly infused spiritual energy into the token, and with a flash before his eyes, the Zhou brothers instantly vanished without a trace. You could have spared them," Zheng Yuan whispered, her eyes flickering with unease. "I was busy dealing with them just now and didn't have time to deal with you. Now that my anger is at its peak, I'll send you out. Remember to thank me." Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, disdain filling his heart. "What are you doing? I haven't provoked you." Zheng Yuan stepped back, the fear on her face becoming increasingly evident. "You've long provoked me. Don't think I'll go easy on a girl." Wang Linyuan's voice carried a hint of menace. "Go, soul splitters." With a wave of his hand, 10 first tier, 7th level soul splitters advanced toward Zheng Yuan. "No, don't come near me." She retreated in terror, a water sphere forming in her hands as she tried to resist. However, her cultivation was insufficient to resist, and Zheng Yuan was easily captured by the soul splitter and dragged in front of Wang Linyuan. "Little girl, this world is survival of the fittest. If you don't have strength, don't go around pretending. Remember to learn your lesson." Wang Linyuan revealed what he thought was a gentle smile, but in Zheng Yuan's eyes, it was like that of a demon. "Then can I leave now?" she asked cautiously. "Of course you can, little girl. I'll send you off right away." Wang Linyuan smiled faintly and gestured for the soul splitter to release her. Zheng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Wang Linyuan, and said gratefully, "Thank you for letting me leave." She turned and fled the alley without looking back, panting heavily in the distance. "He's actually pretty nice." She touched her waist and was suddenly startled, her token was gone. She raised her head in panic. It's over. Did he take me for someone from Sakura country? A flash of white light passed, and Zhang Yuan instantly disappeared, never to return to the abandoned town. Be more careful next time, little girl. Wang Lingyuan watched her disappearing figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, as the token in his hand glimmered with light. Assigning the kill points to his own token, Wang Lingyuan felt secretly delighted. A flash of white light appeared, and the spiritual energy in the token was instantly drained. Truly adorably foolish, such a rarity, he exclaimed, watching the kill points on his token soar to 2568. Robbing really is the fastest way, he thought smugly to himself. Outside, Tianxiang Academy. Xiangyan, who did this to you? Zhou Wenxiang was furious and questioned angrily. Uncle, it was someone with dark-type abilities who did this to us. Zhou Xiangyan choked up, tears streaming down uncontrollably, drawing many curious glances. How many times have I told you, when you're at school, address me by my title and call me Mentor Zhou? Zhou Wen's face turned ashen with anger. Alright, stop crying, I understand. He paused for a moment, then turned to Wu Di beside him. Old Wu, help me treat them. Watch me, Wu Di said confidently, activating his wood-based ability. A green glow enveloped Zhou Yu and Zhou Tian, and the swelling on their faces gradually subsided. Alright, old Zhou, take them back to rest. Wu Di let out a sigh of relief. Sure thing, old Wu, I'll treat you to a drink next time. Xiangyan, hurry up and carry them, follow me. Zhou Wen turned and gave Zhou Xiangyan a stern look before leading them away. After dealing with the Zhou brothers and Zhang Yuan, Wang Lingyuan returned to the exotic beast slaughterhouse he had established. The beasts before him seemed to smell the scent of blood, roaring at him one after another. The atmosphere of battle spread, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Lingyuan's eyes, as if the next hunting frenzy was about to begin. The ground was riddled with scars, the traces of various supernatural attacks intertwined, marks of firearms scattered everywhere, and viscous blood flowed like rivers. It was as if the apocalypse had descended upon the world, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Lingyuan thrust the Eternal Night Demon spear fiercely into the ground. In an instant, countless streams of blood seemed to find their anchor and surged madly toward the spear. The blood was rapidly absorbed, and the runes on the spear's body flickered with an eerie red light. The spear tip grew sharper, as if it were about to tear the heavens and earth apart. Not bad, not bad. It seems my combat power can be enhanced significantly again. A trace of sinister delight flashed in Wang Lingyuan's eyes, as he effortlessly twirled the spear into a flourish. With a face full of excitement, he exclaimed, "It's really getting more and more handy." He stored the corpses of the beasts into the system space one by one, then decisively left the desolate battlefield. On a street in the abandoned town, outside the tent, 21st tier, 5th level soul splitters patrolled the surroundings like hunting dogs, vigilant yet fearless. Unknowingly, the first day has already passed. It feels pretty good, Wang Lingyuan murmured softly inside the tent, then brought up the system panel. A virtual panel appeared before him, and the data instantly refreshed. Name, Wang Lingyuan. Age, 18. Cultivation, 2nd tier, 1st level, 1000/11,000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 16780. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear, Tier 3. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter. 1. Time Rewind 2. Space Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift /5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment. Skills, Basic Gunmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Mastery, Phantom. 1000 Layers, Beginner, Cross Burst Charge, Mastery, Reverse Dragon Breaks the Sky, Beginner, Heavy Pupil Technique, Incomplete. Not bad, I gained over 10,000 ability points today, and the Eternal Night Demon Spear has been upgraded to Tier 3. Truly worth the trip. Wang Lingyuan sat up excitedly in the tent, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. However, these ability points are still not enough. I'll save up for now, he calculated in his mind, lay back down, and prepared to rise again in the upcoming battle. Come quickly, there are so many exotic beasts here. The appearance of these exotic beasts is so strange. They have a powerful aura and look like they're not easy to deal with. Around Wang Lingyuan's tent, people were hidden in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the patrolling soul splitter. The atmosphere was so tense it seemed ready to explode. The group was mainly divided into two factions, one led by Xiao Fengyun, and the other by Zhang Dongsha. Neither had made a move, as if waiting for the perfect opportunity. Boss, should we strike first? With so many exotic beasts, we could definitely rack up some kills.
A shifty-eyed man beside Zhang Dongxia whispered, his eyes gleaming with greed.
What's the rush? These exotic beasts are special, their aura is strong, and they're not easy to deal with. If we go first, wouldn't we just be letting others reap the benefits?
Zhang Dongxia glanced at him disdainfully, his tone carrying a hint of authority.
Just wait, that reckless Xiao Fengyun won't be able to hold back for long. Let him go scout the way.
Zhang Dongxia sneered coldly, quietly watching the figure of the soul splitter patrolling.
Sure enough, Xiao Fengyun could no longer wait, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Brothers, let's go. We can't let anyone else get ahead of us. Wait a moment, Brother Xiao, shouldn't we wait a bit longer? These beasts are incredibly strong, something feels off.
A chubby young man hurriedly stepped forward to object, his face full of worry.
Jiadubo, are you daring to defy my orders? It seems you're tired of living. Xiao Fengyun glared coldly at Jiadubo, his eyes blazing with anger. Not at all, Brother Xiao. If you say one, I absolutely wouldn't dare say two. Jiaduo smiled on the surface, but secretly mocked in his heart, greasy man, if I could beat you, who would be afraid of whom? Kill!
With Xiao Fengyun's command, more than a dozen people charged toward the soul splitter like tigers unleashed from their cage.
See that? That brute Xiao Fengyun has already gone to test the waters for us. Zhang Dongxia looked smug, secretly feeling proud. Brother Zhang, you're amazing. Brother Zhang, you're so mighty. Brother Zhang, my admiration for you is like a surging river, endless and unbroken. The people
around him flattered one after another, and Zhang Dongxia basked in their praise, especially enjoying the exaggerated compliments from the shifty-eyed skinny guy.
Qin Shou, I have high hopes for you.
Zhang Dongxia turned to Qin Shou beside him and said,
Thank you for your recognition, brother. Qin Shou responded with a smile, secretly feeling proud. At that moment, Xiao Fengyun took the lead, igniting golden flames and roaring, meteor blaze.
Countless burning fireballs fell from the sky like meteors, covering a vast area and instantly transforming it into a sea of fire.
The soul splitters reacted, with some charging toward Xiao Fengyun and his group, while others rushed to protect Wang Linyuan's tent.
Wang Linyuan was awakened by one of the soul splitters, groggily opening his eyes and sensing the sounds of battle and explosions outside.
Disturbing my sweet dreams early in the morning? You're courting death. I'll send all of you away from here. Wang Linyuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, like a bloodthirsty lion.
He summoned 20 soul splitters, the maximum number he could currently summon. The soul splitters kept appearing, leaving Xiao Fengyun and Zhang Dongxia stunned.
Why do these things keep multiplying the more we kill them? Xiao Fengyun roared. Bro, let's retreat.
Quite a few of our brothers have already been injured by the self-destructing beasts, a team member suggested.
Retreat quickly.
Xiao Fengyun shouted urgently, unleashing his strongest attack to buy time for his comrades.
Wrath of the Flame Dragon.
He controlled the giant dragon formed from flames, carrying an endless wave of heat as it soared into the sky and then dove down. The immense impact instantly killed several soul splitters. Zhang Dongxia saw the opportunity and immediately stepped forward, blocking Xiao Fengyun's retreat.
Brother Xiao, where are you planning to go? Why not share your thoughts with me?
At this moment, Xiao Fengyun was truly caught between a rock and a hard place, his expression dark.
Brother Zhang, now is not the time for us to reminisce.
His situation was extremely difficult. The recent release of Flame Dragon's Wrath had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and many members of the team were injured, leaving them with no strength to fight again. Just as Zhang Dongxia was about to continue speaking, Wang Linyuan shouted loudly and harshly, "None of you are leaving today.
Damn it, attacking my summoned beast while I was asleep, you must be tired of living. Early in the morning, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?"
Hearing the voice, everyone immediately turned to look at Wang Linyuan. He stood at the front, followed by an army of soul-splitting envoys with an overwhelming aura, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Wang Linyuan walked up to them, sneering coldly, his tone full of mockery. "You bunch of idiots actually mistook my summoned beast for a wild beast and killed it.
Check your tokens to see if there are any kill points." Xiao Fengyun's expression changed drastically upon hearing this.
He quickly checked his token and discovered that the kill points hadn't
increased.
His face turned fiery red, then quickly paled. After working hard all day, he ended up with nothing and even lost a group of brothers. Zhang Dongxia, standing nearby, was equally shocked.
He hadn't expected the beast horde they discovered to be Wang Linyuan's summoned creatures. His heart was filled with doubt.
No one had ever been able to summon so many powerful exotic beasts at this level.
"Sorry, brother, we didn't know these were your summoned creatures. Can you let us go?"
Xiao Fengyun said grimly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading.
Sure, leave 500 kill points each, and I'll let you go. Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, showing no mercy. Brother, you better think this through.
I'm afraid this kill point isn't something you have the strength to claim,
Xiao Fengyun said with a menacing expression, threateningly.
I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it.
Remember, don't beg for mercy later.
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Dongxia and the others, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth.
Guests are guests, so none of you are leaving, he said bluntly. Classmate, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us.
Zhang Dongxia said somewhat gloomily, with a hint of helplessness in his tone.
Sorry, I won't listen. Wang Linyuan dismissed disdainfully, then summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor, activated the Ring of Judgment, and his cultivation instantly soared to Tier 2, Level 5.
This scene left the people opposite him utterly shocked, and they shouted in panic, "Run!"
Trying to run now? Too late. Wang Linyuan sneered viciously, summoning 20 more soul splitters.
At this point, there were already 50 soul splitters fully prepared behind him.
He waved his hand and commanded, 20 of you, self-destruct. The rest, bring them all back.
The soul splitter, upon receiving the order, charged forward like a tiger descending the mountain.
Soon, deafening boom-boom sounds echoed, accompanied by agonizing screams. Ah!
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of exhilaration, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. You rushed over just to deliver kill points to me, and I'll send you off in return.
Heh, don't you two love fighting? Still enjoying it now?
Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze sharp like a hawk's, fixed on Zhang Dongxia and Xiao Fengyun, who were restrained by the soul splitter.
Didn't you act all arrogant earlier? You obediently handed me over 500 points just now, and now you'll give them all up.
Wang Linyuan stepped forward, lightly patting Xiao Fengyun's face, his expression full of mockery.
At this moment, Xiao Fengyun had completely lost his previous arrogance. After a fierce battle, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he was severely injured by the self-detonation of the soul splitter, leaving him in a sorry state. He struggled to lift his head, his voice weak yet resolute. Friend, leave some room today for future encounters. There's no need to be so ruthless. I hate being threatened the most. Looks like you've been beaten quite badly.
Wang Linyuan sneered, taking the token handed over by the soul splitter. With a gentle swipe, all of Xiao Fengyun's efforts instantly turned to nothing.
No, kid, we'll see about this.
Xiao Fengyun's eyes burned with rage, his furious gaze stabbing toward Wang Linyuan like a knife. Wang Linyuan remained indifferent, waving his hand expressionlessly as he coldly said, "Take him away. Let him experience the taste of art through self-detonation." The soul splitter immediately took Xiao Fengyun away, far from the crowd, while Xiao Fengyun continued to curse Wang Linyuan furiously.
A loud explosion sounded nearby. Boom,
and the surrounding houses instantly turned into ruins.
Wang Linyuan effortlessly injected a trace of spiritual energy into the token.
A flash of white light appeared, and the token vanished without a trace.
Now it's your turn. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile.
He quickly picked up those tokens, collecting all the kill points.
As soon as spiritual energy was infused, Zhang Dongxia's underlings instantly disappeared without a trace. Classmate, we haven't provoked you. Could you spare us? We promise a generous reward once we're out.
Zhang Dongxia looked at Wang Linyuan with a serious expression, pleading earnestly. Can I trust you?
I've already offended you, and you might not let me off.
Who knows how you'll mess with me once we're out?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, speaking with complete indifference. Hand it over.
Wang Linyuan swiped all the tokens handed over by the soul splitter. Spiritual energy surged out, and a strong light enveloped everyone. In an instant, they vanished from where they stood.
The world is finally quiet. Disturbing my sleep, this is the consequence. Wang Linyuan turned and walked toward the tent, ready to enjoy a good nap.
Lying in the tent, Wang Linyuan looked at the 8,568 kill points displayed on the token, his heart brimming with joy.
What a bunch of walking moneybags. Isn't first place as good as mine?
Wang Linyuan chuckled to himself, then closed his eyes and continued sleeping. Outside, Li Jia looked at the 40 or 50 students lying on the ground, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He hurriedly called the rescue team to treat the students. He stepped forward and saw Zhang Dongxia, who still seemed to be in relatively good spirits, and asked with concern, what kind of conflict happened inside that led to one person driving all 40 or 50 of you out? The external screen could only show what was happening inside but couldn't reveal what they were saying to each other. Zhang Dongxia, pale-faced, recounted everything that had happened inside in full detail. When Li Jie heard that they had mistaken Wang Linyuan's soul splitter for a beast and tried to kill it, he shook his head, waved his hand, and said, "Alright, no need to say more. You deserved it for acting recklessly without understanding the situation." After speaking, Li Jie left without looking back. Yang Ling, standing nearby, looked at the severely injured Xiao Fengyun,
filled with rage. When Xiao Fengyun was treated, he slowly raised his head, his face full of guilt as he looked at Yang Ling. I'm sorry, mentor, I've embarrassed you. It's okay, Xiaoyun, just focus on recovering. Yang Ling gently patted his head, softly comforting him. Xiao Fengyun stopped resisting, closed his eyes, and fell into a coma. Wang Linyuan, first you killed my student, and now you've severely injured another. And Wang Lin, I will never forgive you and your dark academy. Yang Ling clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, as he roared inwardly with fury. Slept until noon, Wang Linyuan finally opened his drowsy eyes. So comfortable. Now it's time to meet that third-tier exotic beast. Wang Linyuan stood up, stretched lazily, packed up his tent, and headed toward the town center. Along the way, Wang Linyuan saw many students fiercely battling exotic beasts, and some were even snatching kill points from others. He shook his head and ignored them. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Suddenly, a burly man appeared ahead, grinning maliciously as he said to Wang Linyuan, "Kid, hand over your kill points." Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, his pace unchanged, while the dark power surging in his hand spoke volumes. World-destroying Dark Abyss Fist. The burly man had no time to react and was sent flying by Wang Linyuan's punch, crashing hard into the wall behind him, creating a large hole as dust filled the air. Robbery, robbery, I'll beat you, you fool. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a smirk as he continued to stride forward, secretly feeling pleased with himself. Wang Linyuan slowly walked toward the burly man, a cold smile hanging on his face, as if he were looking at a helpless prey. The burly man, who had just been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, clutched his stomach and knelt halfway on the ground, completely unable to stand. At the moment he raised his head, Wang Linyuan's figure came into view, and that cold smile loomed over him like the shadow of death. "Kid, let me borrow some points for a kill," Wang Linyuan said coldly, then summoned his dark power and stomped fiercely on the burly man's back. With each stomp, the burly man spat out blood in agony, the bright red stains spreading across the ground as if proclaiming his despair. "Damn it, trying to rob me? If anyone dares to act wild in front of me again, they'll end up just like him." Wang Linyuan's voice thundered, warning the onlookers around him, as if declaring his invincibility. He mercilessly picked up the burly man's token, made a light stroke, infused it with spiritual energy, and the burly man was instantly engulfed by white light, disappearing without a trace. Wang Linyuan didn't blink an eye and continued walking toward the center of the town, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. The surrounding onlookers exclaimed in shock and began discussing fervently, "Who is this guy? So ruthless. Shi Yan couldn't even last a single move against him," one person asked in astonishment. "No idea where this fierce man came from, but his strength is overwhelming," another person quickly responded. "He's an extraordinary powerhouse, I'm telling you." At this moment, Qinsho stepped out from the crowd, a hint of pride on his face. "His name is Wang Linyuan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Do you know why no one recognizes him?" Qinsho smiled faintly, drawing everyone's attention. "Why?" the crowd asked in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Because anyone who crossed him was sent away by him." Qinsho's voice was low, carrying a sense of mystery. "Not a single one remained here, and I barely escaped from his hands. He's an absolute demon king, defeating all 50 plus of us single-handedly." Qinsho's story left everyone dumbfounded, their reverence for Wang Linyuan growing even deeper. "More than 50 people, are they really that strong?" someone in the crowd stammered, their eyes full of shock. "Not even able to withstand a single move? You are qualified to be my opponent." A young man in white, who had watched the entire battle between Wang Linyuan and Shi Yan, curled his lips into a faint smile, his gaze exuding fearlessness and confidence. The atmosphere in the small town instantly became tense and intense, as if a new storm was about to break out. Wang Linyuan sprinted all the way and finally arrived at the small town, only to hear the sounds of fighting as soon as he got there. "Looks like someone is faster than me," Wang Linyuan thought to himself, then silently approached the central square of the small town. A crimson flame howling wind tiger was fiercely battling a group of people. Its fiery red fur shone like blazing flames, and as it ran, it stirred up fierce winds. It could spew fire, and its roars were deafening. However, most of the people couldn't withstand even a single strike from the crimson flame howling wind tiger. Only a few with strong defenses could barely hold off 2 attacks. A group of first-tier individuals challenging a mid-second-tier beast, just having numbers might not guarantee a win. Wang Linyuan watched this scene, shook his head silently, and couldn't help but feel worried for this group of people. Just as he was about to make a move to kill the beast, a young man dressed in white suddenly appeared beside him. Clad in white, with eyes like stars, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, holding a long sword, he exuded elegance, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. "Classmate, I just saw your battle with Shi Yan. How about we join forces to defeat this scarlet flame whistling wind tiger, and then have a match ourselves?" Wang Linyuan looked into his clear eyes, sensing no malice at all.
Instead, he felt the overwhelming fighting spirit emanating from him and couldn't help but praise inwardly, "This person is truly pure."
"Alright, classmate, let's face this scarlet flame whistling wind tiger together."
Wang Linyuan responded with a smile and then stepped out from the bushes, followed by Shiman Chueshue.
"My name is Shiman Chueshue. My name is Wang Linyuan."
The two introduced themselves to each other.
Upon hearing this name, Shiman Chueshue felt it was very familiar but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Shiman Chueshue drew his long sword, and a piercing sword aura emanated from the blade.
Wang Linyuan, seeing this, smiled faintly and pulled out the Eternal Night Demon Spear from his hand. From the moment the Eternal Night Demon Spear appeared, Wang Linyuan's battle intent and raging killing intent miraculously fused together. Shiman Chueshue paused slightly, then revealed a hearty smile and said to a girl who was fiercely battling the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger, "Stop now, sister, I'm here." The girl, whose lips were stained with blood, though disheveled from the fight with the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger, still retained her angelic beauty.
"Brother, you finally came."
Shiman Jianing's gentle voice was like a spring breeze brushing against one's face, bringing a wave of warmth to the heart. With the appearance of Shiman Chueshue, the surrounding people gathered to watch, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense.
"Is this beast so strong? Can Shiman Chueshue defeat it? What do you think? He's ranked third in the nation, the man who awakened the SS level Wind God's decree. With such a big difference in levels, can he really win? Who are the people beside him? The black and white duo of doom? That's actually quite interesting."
"I believe my brother will definitely defeat the Crimson Flame Howling Wind Tiger."
Shiman Jianing intently watched Shiman Chueshue, silently mouthing words. "Go for it, Brother Wang."
With that, Shiman Chueshue gripped his long sword, and a flash of white sword light streaked by as he swiftly charged toward the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger. The Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger had no time to react and was struck on its tiger leg by the sword, causing blood to gush out wildly.
Roar!
The Scarlet Flame Roaring Wind Tiger roared in pain, angrily stepping forward with its tiger claws, pouncing toward Shiman Chueshue.
Humph!
The long sword clashed with the tiger claws, sparks flying in all directions. At this moment, Wang Linyuan activated the Blood Moon Blessing, his speed suddenly increasing as he gripped his spear and thrust it toward the Scarlet Flame Roaring Wind Tiger. The spear resembles a dragon in the hands of 1,000 soldiers, life as fleeting as the yellow springs, never looking back.
White Dragon!
Wang Linyuan's battle intent surged like a raging tide, and the spear's tip condensed into a lifelike dragon head, which opened its massive jaws and struck fiercely at the back of the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger.
Roar!
A large hole was pierced into the back of the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It let out a miserable cry, turned around, abandoned Shiman Chueshue, and launched an attack on Wang Linyuan. It opened its blood-red maw, continuously condensing a massive fireball within. "Be careful, Brother Wang! Wind blade rips the sky!" Shiman Chueshue shouted loudly, his longsword transforming into countless sharp green blade auras, slashing toward the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger. The air was torn apart, emitting bursts of piercing sounds. The Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger hurriedly spat out a fireball, instantly engulfing the sword blades. At this moment, Wang Linyuan unleashed the perfected world-destroying Dark Abyss Fist, his right fist gathering a violent dark energy, shocking everyone present.
He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Wang Linyuan.
The genius who can use dark-type abilities in our academy is probably none other than him.
I didn't expect my brother to actually know Wang Linyuan.
Shiman Jianing widened her beautiful eyes, pondering silently. Wang Linyuan delivered a heavy punch to the Scarlet Flame Howling Wind Tiger, sending it flying with immense force. The dark power corroded its internal organs like a demon, causing it unbearable pain.
"And it, Reverse Dragon shatters the sky!" Wang Linyuan shouted loudly, gripping the Eternal Night Demon Spear.
The spear's shaft instantly emitted an eerie red glow, while the tip shimmered with silver light, as if heralding impending destruction.
"Raise the battle spear again," silver light bursts forth.
A blood-red murderous aura surged around Wang Linyuan, and the spear in his hand was enveloped in silver light.
The might of the Eternal Night Demon Spear was like a torrential storm, unstoppable.
He resembled a fearless general, exuding an unparalleled aura. The Eternal Night Demon Spear was tightly entwined by a massive white dragon shadow, as if it intended to tear the entire battlefield apart.
"The blood moon descends," Wang Linyuan shouted in a low voice.
Instantly, a blood-red moon hung in the sky above the small town, its eerie crimson light casting shadows over the land. Pillars of blood-red light surged toward the Scarlet Flame Roaring Wind Tiger. Facing the incoming beams, the tiger roared and spat, fireballs in an attempt to counterattack, only to realize its firepower was insufficient to fend off the Blood Moon's assault. The Blood Moon's beams poured down like raindrops, forcing the Scarlet Flame Roaring Wind Tiger to retreat repeatedly, completely unable to resist. At this moment, Shimen Shueishua quietly left the battlefield and approached Shimen Jianing, realizing that his presence here was only a burden to Wang Linyuan.
Brother, how do you know him? He's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam.
Shimen Jianing said softly, her eyes sparkling with surprise.
So it was him, no wonder the name sounded so familiar.
Shimen Shueishua suddenly realized, his heart shaken. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was like a hero on the battlefield, charging forward with his spear, his momentum unstoppable, instilling fear in his enemies. With a thrust of his spear, a white dragon roared out, its power shaking the heavens.
Roar!
The white dragon detached from the spear and charged toward the Crimson Flame Gale Tiger, catching it off guard. The Crimson Flame Gale Tiger was sent flying by the sudden impact of the white dragon, crashing heavily into a nearby house.
Wang Linyuan followed closely, determined to deliver a fatal blow.
While you're down, I'll take your life, he roared, firing a shot that pierced through the head of the Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger, the Eternal Night Demon spear slicing through like the scythe of death. The Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger unwillingly cast a final glance at Wang Linyuan before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, the flame of its life extinguished completely in that moment.
Wang Linyuan looked down at the fallen Crimson Flame Roaring Wind Tiger, feeling a surge of satisfaction.
This battle not only saw him defeat a formidable foe but also earned him countless
admiring gazes.
Just as he was regaining his composure, the sound of clapping came from behind him. Turning around, Wang Linyuan saw Shimen Shueishua and the others approaching at a leisurely pace.
Brother Wang, I never expected you to be the top scorer in the college entrance exams. When I first heard your name, I didn't even make the connection.
Shimen Shueishua said with a smile, admiration evident in his eyes.
Not at all, not at all. It's just an empty reputation. Wang Linyuan waved his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, though he was secretly pleased in his heart. Wang, let's battle again during the next freshman competition. Clearly, today isn't the right time. Shimen Shueishua smiled faintly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He wanted to have a true showdown with Wang Linyuan at his peak.
But what he didn't know was that even after a fierce battle, for Wang Linyuan, it was merely a casual effort.
Then let's settle it at the freshman competition, Shimen.
Wang Linyuan responded with a smile, secretly thinking to himself that by then, he would let him witness his true strength.
Farewell, Brother Wang, Shimen Shueishua said, waving lightly to Wang Linyuan before leaving with Shimen Jianing. The others also followed suit and retreated.
Wang Linyuan raised his hand to collect the corpse of the Scarlet Flame Howling Wind Tiger, glanced around, and turned to leave, leaving behind a scene of
chaos. After leaving the town center, Wang Linyuan began to wander aimlessly.
Whenever he encountered a beast, he casually struck it, instantly killing it.
It's getting more and more boring.
Looking at the fallen beast corpse in front of him, Wang Linyuan waved his hand and stored it into the system space. Unknowingly, Wang Linyuan arrived outside the town and saw a stone stele with the words Yunhai Town inscribed on it. The surface of the stele was covered with dried blood, evoking memories of the brutal beast tied from years ago. He reached out to gently touch the stone tablet, only to have it unexpectedly crumble into pieces.
I didn't even use any force.
Wang Linyuan was stunned, and then he noticed a black hole revealed beneath the stone tablet. He peered inside and saw stone steps, as if some secret was drawing him in.
Since I'm already here, I might as well go down and take a look. Wang Linyuan thought to himself, deciding to venture down and investigate.
To be cautious, he tightly gripped the formation disc given to him by Sun Yu.
Whoa, it's really dark down here.
Wang Linyuan conjured the hellfire, only to realize that it was black, which made him feel a bit awkward. As he shook his hand, fortunately, the lighter he had left from camping outside earlier emitted a faint light, illuminating the path ahead. As he walked, he finally came upon a room emitting a glow. I hope there's nothing dangerous in there, Wang Linyuan thought to himself, immediately summoning a soul splitter to go in and scout the way.
The soul splitter entered, and no danger signals were transmitted. Only then did Wang Linyuan relax and step forward. What came into view was a skeleton, emitting an extraordinary glow, which turned out to be the essence of a light element ability user. To condense such essence, at least 6th tier strength is required. Clearly, the owner of this skeleton was no ordinary individual. Could there really be a strong individual's corpse here?
Wang Linyuan muttered with a frown, his gaze sweeping over the words written in blood beneath the skeleton's hand: Eternal Calamity Legion and Modified Human.
Could there be hidden truths behind the beast-tide attack on this small town? Wang Linyuan wondered, searching for clues everywhere.
However, apart from the skeleton and those few words, there was nothing else of value.
Rest in peace, Wang Linyuan said softly, then turned and left.
As he departed, he kept pondering the connection between the Eternal Calamity Legion and modified human, but he could not arrive at any conclusions. Sigh, I should take the opportunity to learn more about the Eternal Legion,
Wang Linyuan thought to himself.
His understanding of the Eternal Legion was limited to books, which was far from thorough.
He continued to wander aimlessly.
Along the way, many people, upon seeing Wang Linyuan, hurried past him as if avoiding the plague.
What's going on? Am I really that scary?
Wang Linyuan scratched his head, his face full of confusion. What he didn't know was that, thanks to Qinshuo's widespread exaggerations, Wang Linyuan had become infamous as a great villain who committed all sorts of heinous acts. Stories of him riding over elderly women crossing the street and stealing candy from children were considered routine. What made him most notorious, however, was his solo battle against over 50 people in the town center, emerging unscathed and taking all their kill points, which earned him widespread fame. Anyway, Wang Linyuan's reputation among the freshmen was completely ruined, and his notoriety and infamy had made him quite famous.
Yet Wang Linyuan was entirely unaware of this.
If he found out that Qinshuo was the one spreading the rumors behind his back, Qinshuo might not live to see the sun tomorrow. A day passed quietly, and finally, the moment to leave arrived.
Wang Linyuan felt a strong white light enveloping his body. When he opened
his eyes again, he was already standing on the playground of the Celestial Academy.
The atmosphere around him made his heart tremble. The director of the teaching office, Li Jia, announced loudly, "Now, let's present the awards. First place, Wang Linyuan. Second place, Shiman Shui.
Third place, Shiman Zhaoning.
Fourth place, Shangguan Tai."
As the names were read out one by one, the awardees stepped onto the stage, standing confidently before the crowd. Li Jia said excitedly, "Come, let's
give a round of applause for these outstanding students. We hope you will continue to strive forward and create an even brighter future together." The teachers below the stage stepped forward one after another to present certificates to the awardees. Although these certificates seemed rather useless, the
formalities were still necessary.
At that moment, Wang Linyuan's gaze locked onto Yang Ling, who was presenting the awards, and a wave of disdain surged in his heart.
Yang Ling stared coldly at Wang Linyuan, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, hold on to your prize. You sure made a splash this time, but don't let me see you have the fortune to take it but not the life to spend it.
You can't control me. Whether I can use it or not doesn't matter. And remember, from now on, I'm your student. If I see you, I'll fight you every time."
Wang Linyuan refused to back down, his eyes flashing with a provocative gleam.
"All right, then let's wait and see."
Yang Ling finished speaking, then turned and flashed a fake smile at the crowd below the stage.
"So hypocritical."
Wang Linyuan sneered, but his gaze was drawn to a figure at that moment, Xiao Fengyun, standing below the stage with bandages wrapped
around his head.
A cold glint flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes and quickly disappeared as he made a decision in his heart. "It's decided, it'll be you." Xiao Fengyun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body uneasy. Looking up, he met Wang Linyuan's bloodthirsty gaze, and his heart sank.
Abruptly, realizing he had been targeted.
At that moment, it was as if he were shrouded in Wang Linyuan's shadow, his heart filled with despair.
"All right, this enrollment assessment has successfully concluded. The upcoming mentor information will be sent to your phones and can also be viewed on the school's official website."
As Li Jia finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, leaving an air filled with tension and anticipation.
Wang Linyuan knew that the days ahead would be even more thrilling and challenging. His target was locked, and he would never let any opponent slip away easily.
Wang Linyuan fixed his gaze on Xiao Fengyun, who inwardly felt things were taking a turn for the worse, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Immediately, dragging his injured leg, Xiao Fengyun desperately fled toward the edge of the field, his footsteps as rapid as a storm. Xiao Fengyun glanced back at Wang Linyuan, feeling a surge of relief. However, he failed to notice someone blocking his path ahead, resulting in a loud bang as he collided head-on. A cold and authoritative voice rang out, "You ran into me. Who the hell are you? Can't you move out of the way?" Xiao Fengyun shouted recklessly, completely unaware that he had just landed himself in even bigger trouble.
But when he saw Wang Linyuan in front of him, his face instantly froze, filled with shock. "Wang Linyuan, weren't you behind me? How did you get ahead of me?" Turning around, he saw that there was indeed another Wang Linyuan chasing after him. Only then did he realize he had been tricked and roared angrily, "All right, so you actually used a fake to fool me." Immediately, he clenched his left fist and swung it toward the Wang Linyuan in front of him. However, he
He didn't know that the Wang Linyuan before him was the real one, while the one behind was the fake. Just as his fist was about to land, Wang Linyuan instantly summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor for protection. Xia Fengjian's fist struck the armor solidly, producing a loud crack.
You're not fake, you're the real Wang Linyuan. Xia Fengjian looked utterly stunned, a storm surging in his heart. Isn't it a bit late to realize now?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, his voice like a whisper from hell, directly piercing Xiao Fengyun's soul. Wang Linyuan raised his right hand, forming a fist as dark energy surged within it, furiously striking toward Xiao Fengyun's left hand. He only used 50% of his strength, yet he thought to himself, if I accidentally kill him, it would be troublesome.
Ah! Xiao Fengyun let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying, writhing in pain.
At this moment, he couldn't understand what he had done to offend Wang Linyuan to provoke such a frenzied retaliation. Wang Linyuan strode toward Xiao Fengyun, his aura overwhelming, mercilessly kicking him. Xiao Fengyun was completely unable to fight back, left only to rage helplessly on the ground, crying out in agony. The surrounding classmates gathered to watch, and some even took out their phones to capture the scene and upload it to the Skyscape Academy forum, sparking instant heated discussions.
Why? Last time we ended in a draw, so why are you still humiliating me? Xiao Fengyun roared angrily from the ground, his voice heart-wrenching. Why? Go ask your mentor.
Wang Linyuan sneered disdainfully and continued kicking Xiao Fengyun until he passed out, only then stopping.
Take him to the infirmary. Wang Linyuan exhaled deeply, smiled at the onlookers, and then left without looking back.
Only then did everyone step forward, looking with concern at Xiao Fengyun, who had been beaten into a sorry state. Some even took a few close-up shots of his face before hurriedly sending him to the infirmary for treatment. At this moment, Yang Ling, sitting in his office, was leisurely sipping tea when he was suddenly interrupted by a rapid knocking at the door.
He frowned and said, "Come in." A panting male student burst in and stammered, "Something bad." Mentor, Xiao Fengyun, was beaten by Wang Linyuan again. I've told you countless times to stay calm. What? Where is Fengyun now? Yang Ling initially didn't react, but then shouted loudly, "Where is Fengyun now?" The school infirmary, the boy answered hurriedly. Yang Ling immediately rushed to the school infirmary upon hearing this. When he saw Xiao Fengyun's pale face and feeble state, fury surged within him. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and growled under his breath, "Wang Linyuan, I will never reconcile with you." Meanwhile, Wang Linyuan was walking toward the library, glancing at the academy forum on his phone, feeling delighted. The heroic deeds of the ultimate demon king Wang Linyuan. Why did Wang Linyuan beat up the old, weak, sick, and disabled? The growth journey of Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan looked at these posts, his expression dark, especially when he saw someone claiming that he rode on an old lady to cross the street. The anger in his heart was even harder to suppress. Don't let me find out who you are, or you'll regret it. At this moment, Qin Shou, who was busy writing a smear article about Wang Linyuan, felt a chill down his spine, as if someone was watching him. He turned around to look, but there was nothing there. He muttered to himself, "Scaring myself again." Then he continued to bury his head in writing. Wang Linyuan watched the video of himself fiercely kicking Xiao Fengyun and could already imagine Yang Ling's gritted teeth expression. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Demon King? Huh? Interesting. He made a silent vow in his heart. Not only would he become the Demon King of the entire Tiansheng Academy, but he would also rise to be the Demon King of the entire Blue Star. Every time I look at this place, it never fails to amaze me. Wang Linyuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fearlessness and determination. Wang Linyuan stood in front of the majestic library, his heart filled with awe. The library of Sky Dome Academy truly lived up to its reputation, undoubtedly a top-tier establishment. He took out his student token and effortlessly scanned it for the librarian. The access was instantly granted, and he headed straight to the 7th floor. As soon as he stepped onto the 7th floor, Wang Linyuan's eyes were drawn to the antique-style bookshelves and the dazzling array of collections. What left him utterly speechless, however, were the 7th-tier martial techniques under the crystal domes, each worth a fortune and enough to make one's blood boil. Wow, this is truly extravagant, Wang Linyuan exclaimed, gently running his fingers over the bookshelves made of blood dragon wood. A bold thought couldn't help but emerge in his mind, if only he could steal a few pieces to take with him. His gaze was resolute as he began to navigate through the 7th-tier martial techniques, instantly captivated by the dazzling skills, leaving him dazzled and overwhelmed. Burning Heaven 9 transformations. When practitioners perform it, flames surge around them, as if transformed into a fiery phoenix. The first transformation, Sparks Ignite the Prairie, can unleash a rain of fire across the sky, scorching vast areas.
By the 9th transformation, Burning Heaven Annihilation, the temperature instantly melts black iron, leaving scorched earth in its wake, even briefly distorting space. It is undoubtedly the supreme art among fire element martial techniques.
Dragon Spine Cloud Piercing Spear. This spear technique is renowned for its dominance. When spiritual energy is infused into the spear, its shaft glimmers like dragon scales, and spear shadows soar into the sky. Each thrust carries the momentum of splitting mountains and cracking stones, with air bursting as if tearing through clouds. When mastered to perfection, wielding the spear produces a thunderous dragon roar, transforming into
9 phantom giant dragons, with power capable of destroying a small city. It is undoubtedly the ultimate technique for slaying dragons on land.
Xian Tian Demon Suppressing Halberd Technique. When performed, the aura is overwhelming, as if a war god has descended. The strongest killing move, Xian Tian Demon Suppressing Halberd, gathers the power of heaven and earth to form a massive halberd shadow, smashing heavily onto enemies.
The impact shatters mountains and suppresses all evil demons and monsters, making it an invincible close combat martial technique of unparalleled dominance.
So powerful. But I don't have fire-based abilities.
The Dragon Spine Cloud Piercing Spear isn't bad either. Its power is astonishing. Wang Linyuan almost drooled, yearning to possess all the martial techniques, though he knew he could only choose one. Let me memorize the Dragon Spine Cloud Piercing Spear first and keep looking to see if there's a technique more suitable for me. Resolute in his determination, he continued browsing, eager to find a power that truly resonated with him.
This one.
Wang Linyuan's gaze locked onto a martial technique exuding a mysterious aura.
The title boldly read Void Shadow Assassination Art. The description explained that during combat, practitioners could instantly vanish from their original position, transforming into countless shadowy figures traversing through spatial rifts, making it nearly impossible to track their movements.
The ultimate move Void Myriad Shadow Kill allows all shadows to launch a deadly attack simultaneously, tearing through the enemy's defenses from different angles.
It is simply a lethal weapon on the battlefield. Once mastered, it can even briefly open small spatial rifts, trapping the enemy within and slowly annihilating them, a truly terrifying technique.
Holy crap, with my spatial abilities, I don't even need to fully master the Void Shadow Kill technique to use Void Myriad Shadow Kill.
Wang Linyuan was ecstatic, clutching the token as he exclaimed excitedly, "This is it, the Void Shadow Kill technique."
With a swipe of the token, a dazzling jade slip appeared in his hand.
Wang Linyuan couldn't wait to leave the place.
Just as he turned around, an elderly man with white hair quietly appeared, watching Wang Linyuan's departing figure with a faint smile on his lips.
"I didn't expect this.
It seems my Void Shadow Kill technique has found a worthy successor," he murmured. After speaking, his figure dissipated like smoke, as if he had never been there. Wang Linyuan hurried to the training room. After handing over 10 exchange points, he eagerly entered the cultivation space, ready to practice the martial technique he had just acquired. Sitting cross-legged, he immediately brought up the system panel. A virtual panel appeared in front of Wang Linyuan.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation level, Tier 2, Level 1, 1678/11,000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer.
Ability points, 48780. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear, Tier 3. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5.
Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter.
1. Time Rewind 2. Space Distortion Bullet 3. Time Stasis Blade 4. Space Rift/5. Space-Time Teleportation 6. Space Banishment.
Skills, Basic Gunmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Mastery, Phantom. 1000 Layers, Beginner, Cross Burst Charge, Mastery, Reverse Dragon Breaks the Sky, Beginner, Heavy Pupils Technique, Incomplete.
Last time in the town, I earned over 30,000 ability points. Now they can finally be put to good use.
Wang Linyuan thought excitedly. System, learn Void Shadow Assassination Technique and upgrade Phantom 1000 Layers to max level.
With a wave of his hand, the level of Phantom 1000 Layers was instantly maxed out. Congratulations to the host for consuming 44,000 ability points.
Phantom 1000 Layers upgraded to Mastery, Void Shadow Assassination Technique learned at beginner level. Wow,
no wonder it's a 7th tier martial skill, just the entry level requires 20,000 ability points. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No problem, as long as I can get stronger, ability points can always be saved up." Wang Linyuan felt a slight pang of regret, but his heart was filled with excitement.
He immediately summoned the virtual Wang Linyuan in the training room to test the power of the Void Shadow Kill technique. A flash of white light passed, and a virtual figure identical to him appeared in front of him, staring at him expressionlessly.
Who would have thought I'm actually this handsome? How did I not notice before?
Wang Linyuan narcissistically examined this virtual version of himself, secretly delighted.
Come on, Void Shadow Kill. Buzz.
Ripples spread through the void, and the two figures vanished simultaneously. 16 afterimages exploded at the four corners of the training ground, the clash of spears echoing throughout the space.
Wang Linyuan's pupils contracted slightly. He could clearly perceive the attack trajectories of each afterimage. Flaws that should have been known only to himself were now seen through by the virtual Wang Linyuan. He actually saw through my flaws. The virtual Wang Linyuan wielded his spear, brushing past Wang Linyuan's ear. The gust it stirred sent chills down his back. Wang Linyuan's eyes sharpened, and he steeled his resolve. Void Myriad Shadow Strike.
Two furious shouts rang out simultaneously, and 36 phantoms pierced forward like a storm. Wang Linyuan's figure twisted bizarrely, his spear thrusting
straight at the phantom's brow like a dragon.
However, the spear of the virtual Wang Linyuan was faster, and 7 spear lights had already penetrated his phantom. Wang Linyuan couldn't dodge in time and hastily thrust his spear forward, letting out a muffled groan as he fell to the ground, watching the virtual figure rapidly
approach.
A flash of insight crossed his mind as he noticed the spatial rift behind the virtual Wang Linyuan, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth.
You miscalculated. Wang Linyuan's voice echoed within the spatial rift. In true void, there is no distinction between you and me. As
his voice resonated, the virtual Wang Linyuan's pupils contracted sharply, and countless spears suddenly extended from the spatial rift. Wang Linyuan's figure leapt out from the depths of the rift, 36 phantoms appearing, each spear tip simultaneously piercing the vital points of the virtual
figure.
The shattered virtual Wang Linyuan, until the last phantom dissipated, revealed a look of astonishment on the face identical to Wang Linyuan's own.
The Void Shadow Kill consumes way too much energy. Just using it once has completely drained me.
Wang Linyuan lay on the floor, panting heavily, yet a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
But strong is indeed strong.
It can definitely be used as a trump card. Wang Linyuan held a crystal of energy in his hand, spiritual power flowing at his fingertips as he absorbed the energy within, instantly feeling a wave of comfort. Phew, the energy crystals are almost gone.
It's time to get some more. I've accumulated so many exotic beast corpses, finally, I can put them to good use. Wang Linyuan stood up, his gaze resolute, and walked toward the treasure pavilion in Tianxiong City. What grandeur! As expected of a big city, the scale of the treasure pavilion is even more magnificent than that of Haichang. He marveled outside the entrance of the treasure pavilion, his heart filled with excitement, and then pushed the door open to enter. Welcome! A beautiful attendant walked over gracefully, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? I'm here to sell some exotic beast corpses, quite a number of them. Wang Linyuan replied calmly, a confident gleam in his eyes. All right, sir, please follow me. The attendant led Wang Linyuan toward the appraisal room, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense. As soon as he entered the appraisal room, Wang Linyuan waved his hand, instantly filling the entire room with the corpses of exotic beasts, their aura rushing toward him. He only selected the intact corpses, leaving behind all those that were damaged. The appraiser's eyes widened instantly at the sight, nearly dropping his glasses in excitement. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go call 2 of my colleagues. Wang Linyuan nodded slightly, feeling secretly pleased. After a while, 3 appraisers hurried over, their faces full of shock and anticipation. Hello, sir, the total value of these exotic beasts is 200 million yenxia coins. Is there anything else you need? The attendant wore a respectful smile on her face, her posture swaying gracefully, seemingly trying to catch his attention. Wang Linyuan, however, remained sharp-eyed and indifferent, directly handing over a platinum card. Convert all of it into mid-tier dark energy crystals, spatial energy crystals, and temporal energy crystals for me. When the attendant saw the platinum card, a look of surprise instantly flashed across her face. She secretly rejoiced in her heart and quickly unfastened a button, revealing an alluring snowy cleavage, as if conveying some kind of unspoken hint. However, when she found that Wang Linyuan had no reaction, a trace of resentment surged in her heart. In the end, she still accepted the platinum card and left to prepare the energy crystals. Wang Linyuan waited quietly in the appraisal room, secretly calculating the significance of this transaction in his heart. Today would definitely be an important step in his rise. Please take care of these energy crystals. The young attendant
attendant handed a storage ring to Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan glanced at it, saw it was filled with energy crystals, immediately expressed his thanks, and turned to leave the treasure pavilion.
What a lack of humor, the attendant muttered behind him. Wang Linyuan chuckled softly after hearing this. It's nothing but a pink skeleton. Just as he stepped out the door, pondering whether to go for a big meal, he was suddenly bumped into, stumbled, and fell hard to the ground. Are you blind when you walk? Don't go donating your light bulb.
Wang Linyuan rubbed his head, feeling a sharp pain from the collision.
Wow, I say, kid, why is your mouth so sharp?
Wang Quan also rubbed his backside, his face full of displeasure. Wang Linyuan found the voice somewhat familiar. When he looked up, it turned out to be the uncle he had met in the other dimensional space.
It's you! You're still alive, uncle. Wang Linyuan walked toward him with a smile. What are you talking about, kid? With my vast powers, how could I possibly die? Wang Quan responded expressionlessly, but inwardly cursed. You brat, why is your mouth so sharp? It seems I really neglected to discipline you. He sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. You've suffered, child. Hey, uncle, was it you who saved me from the alternate dimension back then? Wang Linyuan walked up to Wang Quan and asked directly. Of course not. It was a mysterious figure in a black robe who saved the two of us. I saw you were still sleeping, so I didn't have the heart to disturb you, Wang Quan said calmly without batting an eye. Really, uncle? Wang Linyuan looked doubtful. Of course it's true, I don't have that kind of ability. Wang Quan's expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself, could this kid have figured it out? I knew it, uncle, you're so timid. How could it possibly be you? Wang Linyuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, why can't it be me? I admit it, that's me. Wang Quan immediately felt relieved and showed a smile. Alright, uncle, stop bragging. Oh, this little kitten is so cute.
Wang Linyuan interrupted Wang Quan, his gaze locked on the little white cat in his arms. That white cat felt incredibly familiar to him.
Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Wang Quan waved his hand and handed the white cat to Wang Linyuan.
Wang Linyuan took it and gently stroked the soft fur of the white cat with his fingers. At this moment, the white cat looked at Wang Linyuan with disdain, even showing a hint of dislike. But when it caught sight of Wang Quan's icy gaze, it immediately shivered, its expression turning ingratiating as it looked at Wang Linyuan.
It even flipped over its soft belly, enjoying Wang Linyuan's caresses. What an adorable little kitty! Wang Linyuan, in high spirits, immediately held the kitten in his arms and continued to stroke it. Since you're so nice, uncle, let's go. I'll take you to eat, and consider it as buying this little kitten, Wang Linyuan said with a smile. Let's go, today I'll make you treat me to a feast. Ha! Wang Quan also laughed heartily, then took Wang Linyuan to the largest hotel in Tianqiang City, Zenmaiwei Grand Hotel. Wang Linyuan looked at the bustling hotel in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This boss sure picked the name casually. Don't be fooled by the casual name. The things inside definitely match the hotel's reputation, especially the farewell my concubine dish. It's absolutely exceptional, Wang Quan said with a smile. As soon as he entered the hotel, Wang Linyuan exclaimed, no wonder it's the largest hotel in Tianqiang City, it's really impressive. He requested a standard private room, and the attendant led them to the room. As soon as he entered, Wang Linyuan felt the coolness and abundant spiritual energy inside. What a grand setup! He praised, and the attendant beside him respectfully explained, each private room contains a century-old ice block, complemented by a spirit-gathering array, all to provide guests with the best dining experience. Royal authority and Wang Linyuan sat down. The attendant handed the menu to Wang Linyuan, but before he could take it, royal authority snatched it away and pointed at the dishes on it, saying, not this one, bring one of everything else. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. Hey, uncle, you haven't asked me yet. Wang Linyuan was a bit displeased. Didn't you say you'd treat me? Is the great young master Wang going to go back on his word? Wang Quan teased. Alright, for Xiaobai's sake, I don't mind letting you take advantage of me this time, Wang Linyuan said nonchalantly. After all, he wasn't short on money and continued playing with the little white cat in his hands. Before long, the dining table was gradually filled with an array of exquisite delicacies. Wang Linyuan's eyes lit up, and he secretly marveled in his heart that these dishes were truly unparalleled in the mortal realm. Come, take a look at this dish, the attendant enthusiastically introduced. This is the fiery dragon carp. It resides in the mystical fire spring, absorbing the essence of fire from heaven and earth, and finally grows into this form. During roasting, the scales of the dragon carp shimmer like flames, its oil sizzling in the fire, releasing an irresistible aroma that makes one's mouth water. Next, the attendant brought out another dish. This is the ice jade spirit frog stew. This frog is as crystal clear as jade, dwelling year-round in the crevices of millennia-old mystical ice, absorbing the chilling spiritual energy. Its meat contains unparalleled icy spiritual power. When stewed, it emits a blue glow, surrounded by a frosty aura, making anyone who tries it an instant devotee. And then there's this radiant spirit butterfly cake. During its preparation, one must carefully collect butterfly wings from the realm of illusions, mix them with spirit wheat flour and spirit flower honey, and bake them using special spiritual techniques. The result is a dreamlike crystalline dessert with an enchanting aroma. After consumption, cultivators can train their minds in illusions, awaken latent spiritual senses, and enhance their mental strength. It is undoubtedly the ultimate spiritual food for practitioners. Hey, kid, come and try this. I'm not holding back. Wang Quan could no longer resist and grabbed a roasted chicken, devouring it with relish. The sight of oil dripping from his mouth made Wang Linyuan swallow hard. Eat up. Don't just watch me eat, or I'll finish it all. Wang Quan called out indistinctly while eating. That's right, I paid for all this, so of course I'm going to eat. Wang Linyuan hesitated no longer and began to feast, the food disappearing rapidly into his mouth. He even remembered the little white cat, deliberately placing a fish head in front of it. The white cat glanced at him, clearly unimpressed, then jumped up, grabbed the fish, and began enjoying the treat. At this moment, the attendant brought out the final dish with an imposing air. This is the signature dish of our hotel, farewell my concubine. It is made with the fresh blood of the mystic ice flood dragon and the crimson flame golden chicken from the molten lava of the southern volcano. The chicken's body glows with a golden sheen, and each tail feather contains the essence of boundless fire energy. The dragon's blood must be refined under moonlight for several years to transform into a liquid spiritual essence as red as jade. Wang Linyuan looked at the enticingly aromatic dish before him, filled with anticipation. Before long, he, Wang Quan, and the little white cat devoured the dish completely, leaving not even the plate behind. Wang Linyuan lounged lazily in his chair, one hand stroking his stomach while using a toothpick with the other, his mouth full of satisfaction. This dish is indeed excellent. Time to settle the bill. Of course it's excellent. It's been a long time since I last had it. Wang Quan replied, a reminiscent smile on his face. The attendant beside him greeted with a smile, holding a long list of expenses in his hand. Sir, your total is 8.75 million. Will you be paying by card or cash? How much? 8.75 million? That's so expensive. Wang Linyuan looked utterly incredulous, lowering his head to carefully examine the bill, feeling heartbroken. In the end, he still pulled out his card and said through gritted teeth, card. He shot Wang Quan a vicious glare, but Wang Quan remained indifferent. It's just a meal, isn't it? I gave you that little cat, and you're making a fortune. Oh, by the way, it doesn't eat cat food. Just feed it some exotic beast meat regularly. Got it, let's go. Wang Linyuan took back his bank card from the attendant, casually picked up a small white cat that was grooming itself, and walked straight out without a care. Wait for me, you brat. Wasn't it just treating you to a meal? You seemed pretty happy eating it yourself. Wang Quan hurriedly caught up, grinning as he spoke. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai. Wang Linyuan said while stroking Xiao Bai's soft fur, and Xiao Bai let out two contented cries. Just after leaving the hotel, Wang Linyuan asked Wang Quan, who was still chattering nonstop beside him, Uncle, where are you heading next? Me? I'm going to find someone. I need something from him. Wang Quan replied, unusually serious. Looking for someone? Alright then, old man, let's meet again if fate allows. Wang Linyuan said with a smile. Don't worry, kid. We'll definitely meet again in the future, and when we do, you'll be in for a big surprise. Wang Quan said with a mysterious smile before turning and leaving. A big surprise? Wang Linyuan scratched his head, watching Wang Quan walk farther and farther away, his heart filled with confusion. Afterward, he held Xiao Bai and prepared to return to Tianxiang Academy. Back at the dormitory, Wang Linyuan immediately cleared out a room for Xiao Bai to sleep in. Xiao Bai, look, this is your new home. He excitedly picked up Xiao Bai, gave it a kiss, and then put it down. Xiao Bai, however, wiped the spot where it had been kissed in a very human-like manner, giving him a disdainful look. Wang Linyuan didn't care at all and took Xiao Bai out to walk the cat. On the other side, Wang Quan arrived at a mysterious place, where a figure shrouded in black mist stood quietly in the distance. Wang Quan walked over and said in a low voice, it's been years, and you're still as impressive as ever. Did you get the item? Who would have thought that the infamous blood butcher, who disappeared for so many years, would show up here today? The voice of the person opposite had been specially altered, making it impossible to discern their gender. Of course, I didn't get it. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be here. But where have you been these past few years? Wang Quan sneered. I was tricked by those self-proclaimed righteous people. They set me up, and I almost died. Fortunately, my fate wasn't sealed. I've already wiped out the Tsong family. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Wang Quan's mouth. The Tsong family? I'll get the item as soon as possible. Then we can initiate our plan, the mysterious figure said calmly. We don't have much time left.
The pressure from the other side of the deep space is immense, and the sea tribes of the endless sea are also eyeing us covetously.
Wang Quan looked up at the
sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through billions of light-years of the starry expanse, witnessing the confrontation between the races from the other side of deep space and the human race.
Indeed, we don't have much time left, the mysterious figure sighed.
On the other side, Wang Linyuan, who was supposed to be walking the cat, was instead being led by Xiao Bai.
Xiao Bai, why are you running so fast? I can't keep up with you. Wang Linyuan panted heavily, desperately trying to catch up.
However, Xiao Bai moved like the wind, glancing back at him disdainfully before finally stopping.
Wang Linyuan, out of breath, carried Xiao Bai back to the dormitory and eagerly prepared to give it a bath. Xiao Bai, you've been running all day today. Come on, let me give you a good wash.
Wang Linyuan filled the basin with water, ready to put Xiao Bai in for a bath.
Xiao Bai, however, was unwilling and struggled fiercely,
its strength almost making it impossible for Wang Linyuan to hold on.
Xiao Bai angrily meowed, clearly expressing its dissatisfaction. Xiao Bai, don't be shy. Oh, turns out you're a little female cat? Wang Linyuan said cheerfully as he continued bathing Xiao Bai.
After the bath, Xiao Bai looked utterly defeated, letting Wang Linyuan dry it off before finally lying down and falling asleep. Thinking Xiao Bai was tired, Wang Linyuan carried it into the room and placed it on the bed. Just as Wang Linyuan closed the door to leave, Xiao Bai's eyes opened, a flash of murderous intent passing through them. Wang Linyuan was completely unaware of the changes around him. After eating a few bites of food, he hurried back to his room, his mind preoccupied with the schedule for tomorrow's classes. He saw that tomorrow's schedule prominently featured a public lecture titled Element Manipulation and Usage. A trace of excitement
flashed in his eyes. Element manipulation and usage, this is so important.
I must get up early to attend the class tomorrow. After saying this, he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At the moment he fell asleep, a mysterious stone quietly appeared.
Black energy surged into Wang Linyuan's body like a tide. The light emitted by the stone gradually dimmed until it completely extinguished.
The black energy also disappeared, and the mysterious stone silently returned to the system space. At this moment, Wang Linyuan's door was gently pushed open, and a woman in white stood quietly by his bed, her gaze as cold and piercing as ice and snow, staring at him intently. She wore a plain white long dress, her waist-length white hair elegantly pinned up, with a few strands of silver swaying in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her brows and eyes were frosty, her gaze clear yet tinged with a hint of indifference, her lips pale like the remnants of winter snow, exuding an aura that kept others at a great distance. Every movement she made radiated elegance and nobility. At this moment, her delicate face bore a slight frostiness as she gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Linyuan, coldly saying, "Kiss
me, you think you're worthy? A kiss is bad enough, but you even took a bath. I am a pure maiden cat, no, a pure maiden tiger." Speaking of this, a faint blush appeared on her delicate face, followed by a flash of killing intent in her eyes. "If it weren't for your father protecting you, you'd be dead by now." As she muttered complaints to herself, Wang Linyuan suddenly opened his eyes, his entire body surrounded by black mist. His eyes, in particular, had turned as dark as ink. Xiao Bai was startled by the sudden scene, immediately watching Wang Linyuan warily, taking a slight step back, and nervously shouting, "Hey, are you okay?" Wang Linyuan remained unmoved, staring at her coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a chilling smile. Xiao Bai felt a shiver down her spine, her heart tightening. Without thinking further, she hurriedly ran back to her room. What an astonishing aura! Xiao Bai muttered to herself with lingering fear after returning to the room. Wang Linyuan quietly watched her leave, then lowered his head to glance at his own hands. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, soon, very soon. Then, he collapsed again and fell into a peaceful sleep. Wang Linyuan walked into the classroom for the public elemental class and casually found a corner to sit in. As students arrived one after another, those around him noticed it was Wang Linyuan and quickly avoided him, as if they had seen a ghost, running to sit elsewhere. Wang Linyuan paid no attention to this, holding Xiao Bai and gently stroking it. Why does he act like nothing happened? Xiao Bai looked at him in confusion, its mind involuntarily recalling the dark power emanating from Wang Linyuan. Last night, strong and pure. He seemed like a completely different person now. Soon, Xiao Bai stopped overthinking and simply enjoyed Wang Linyuan's touch. Strong individuals are always solitary, only the weak gather in groups. Wang Linyuan witnessed the scene without any emotional ripple, quietly observing as his classmates filled the classroom, leaving even the seat in front of him untouched. Afraid of blocking his view during class and angering him, the consequences would be unimaginable. A strange atmosphere formed in the classroom, where no one dared to speak, sitting silently in their own seats. Am I really that scary?
Wang Linyuan saw his classmates sitting upright and tense, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt in his heart.
As he was pondering, a cheerful voice came from beside him. What a coincidence, Wang, you're attending this class too. He looked up and saw none other
than Shiman Shueishui, with whom he had shared a battle experience in the abandoned town, accompanied by his adorable younger sister, Shiman Zhaoning.
The Shiman sibling sat next to him, looking around in confusion and asked, Brother Wang, what's going on? Why is no one sitting next to you, leaving so many seats empty? I have no idea either. Maybe everyone is just afraid of me.
Wang Linyuan chuckled lightly, shook his head, and continued stroking little white in his hand. At this moment, Shiman Zhaoning's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, so cute.
Can I touch it?
She looked at Wang Linyuan with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Shiman Shueishui immediately reprimanded, Zhaoning, don't be rude.
Wang Linyuan waved his hand. It's fine, it's not like it can't be touched.
After saying that, he handed over Xiaobai. However, halfway through, Xiaobai bared its teeth at Shiman Zhaoning, scaring her into pulling her hand back.
Maybe Xiaobai is a bit shy around strangers. Wang Linyuan took Xiaobai back into his arms. Xiaobai felt smug and thought, do they really think I'm just a cat? Anyone can touch me? And using me to pick up girls? Not a chance.
Wang Linyuan and Shiman Shueishui were chatting enthusiastically, discussing abilities and news about the academy. Brother Wang, I heard that the Firmament Academy has a star dome tower.
Have you heard of it?
Shiman Shueishui said excitedly.
Star Dome Tower? Never heard of it. Wang Linyuan shook his head. No problem, this Star Dome Tower is one of the unique features of our academy. It's said to have come from the universe, absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars to gain energy.
No one knows why it appeared here. Shiman Shueishui explained the origins of the Star Dome Tower, while Wang Linyuan listened intently, feeling deeply curious about this legend. The Starry Dome Tower now allows us students to undergo trials, with a total of 100 floors. Rumor has it that something magical happens upon reaching the 100th floor.
Since its opening, countless people have flocked to it, eager to test their skills.
Fewer than a handful have reached the 100th floor, and without a doubt, those who succeeded have all become peerless experts renowned in their regions.
Brother Wang, do you have any thoughts about giving it a try?
Shiman Shueishui enthusiastically invited him, and Wang Linyuan was quite interested, smiling as he said, then let's wait until this class is over, and we'll go take a look.
Alright, Brother Wang, with your strength, you'll definitely reach the 100th floor.
Shiman Shueishui said with a smile.
Calling me Brother Wang feels too formal. Just call me Linyuan. Wang Linyuan responded with a smile. Alright, Linyuan, then I'll call you Shueishui. Shiman Shueishui readily agreed.
At this moment, the teacher had already stepped onto the podium, casting a puzzled glance in Wang Linyuan's direction, but without overthinking it, he began explaining
the manipulation and usage of elemental abilities.
On the podium, accompanied by a PowerPoint presentation on the big screen, he spoke eloquently. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, humans have awakened abilities, with the most common being elemental abilities.
Those who awaken elemental abilities can harness the forces of nature.
Fire element manipulators can condense flames, unleash a sea of fire that burns everything, and even forge weapons with high-temperature flames. Water element manipulators can summon powerful streams of water, easily restrain enemies, move swiftly with the help of waves, and even purify polluted water completely.
Wind element manipulators, on the other hand, can create fierce hurricanes, construct air barriers, and briefly achieve the dream of flight.
The controller resonates with elements through mental power, but excessive use will deplete their own mental strength. Each element has distinct characteristics, and mastering them requires countless days and nights of diligent practice. The teacher on the stage kept explaining, while among the audience below, some whispered to each other, and others listened attentively.
Wang Linyuan, standing nearby, noticed that Shiman Shueishui seemed a bit bored and asked, Shueishui, aren't you planning to listen? I've known all this for a long time.
I just came today to take a casual look, otherwise, I would have skipped class and gone to the Star Dome Tower already.
Shiman Shueishui replied indifferently. How much do you know about the Eternal Legion? Wang Linyuan's heart stirred, feeling it necessary to ask him. The Eternal Legion? I know a bit.
There was a horrifying incident before. I heard they were conducting human experiments.
These lunatics are truly unbelievable. Shiman Shueishui
frowned slightly and continued, their level of madness even surpasses that of the Abyss Church, but they operate extremely covertly. To this day, no one knows where they're hiding. I remember my family mentioning that they seem to be developing some kind of enhancers or something like that.
I don't know the specifics, but they're incredibly mysterious. By the way, Linyuan, why are you asking about this? Shiman Shueishue asked in confusion. Human experiments? Enhancers? Cyborgs? There must be a connection between these. It seems the abandoned town is definitely tied to the Eternal Legion. Wang Linyuan pondered, deeply in his mind.
Hearing Shiman Shueishue's question, he snapped back to reality and softly replied, "Oh, nothing. I just found it quite mysterious and wanted to learn more." During their conversation, without realizing it, the class had already ended. "Let's go, Lin Yuan, let's check out the Star Dome Tower," Shiman Shueishue said excitedly. "Let's go." Wang Lin Yuan stored Xiaobai into the beast ring he had purchased earlier. Under the guidance of the Shiman siblings, they successfully arrived at the foot of the Star Dome Tower. The tower soared into the clouds, radiating a mysterious glow, as if heralding endless challenges and opportunities. Wang Lin Yuan's heart burned with passion. Today, he would embark on a brand new adventure. Truly, seeing is believing. This is just too magnificent. Shiman Shueishue exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "It's really so beautiful." Shiman Jianing couldn't help but praise, her face brimming with joy. As expected of the Celestial Academy, such grandeur. It was definitely worth coming, Wang Linyuan said, staring at the towering structure before him, his face full of awe. Before them stood a giant tower over 100 meters tall, its body radiating a gentle starlight, resembling a brilliant galaxy in the night sky. The top of the tower absorbed the power of the stars from the heavens, and even during the day, one could see the dazzling brilliance akin to the aurora. At this moment, there weren't many people at the Starry Dome Tower. On the electronic screen outside, a leaderboard was displayed, recording the levels each participant in the Starry Dome Tower trial had reached. The name at the very top was none other than GE, 100 levels. "Let's go in and take a look," Wang Linyuan said excitedly, heading toward the entrance, with the Shiman siblings following closely behind. "Lin Yuan, let's see who can clear more levels," Shiman Shueishue said, his face full of fighting spirit, his eyes shining as he looked at Wang Linyuan. "No problem, but I'm sure I'll be the one to reach the highest," Wang Linyuan said confidently, swiping his token at the entrance window before stepping inside. Shiman Shueishue and Shiman Jianing exchanged a glance and quickly swiped their cards to enter the Star Dome Tower. Inside the tower, Wang Linyuan looked around. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze when suddenly, an aged voice echoed, "Challenger, are you ready?" "I'm ready, bring it on." Wang Linyuan's gaze was resolute as he directly summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor. A menacing aura emanated from him, instantly tearing through the surrounding space. In front of him appeared a second-tier, first-level exotic beast, the wind-chasing leopard, which growled and lunged at him. World-destroying abyss fist. Wang Linyuan clenched his right hand into a fist and, before the wind-chasing leopard could react, instantly flashed in front of it and delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying. Roar! The wind-chasing leopard let out a miserable cry, immediately flipping over to attack, its limbs glowing with a cyan light as it lunged at Wang Linyuan. "Take your grandpa's punch." Wang Linyuan had a sudden inspiration, hellfire coiling around his fist, black flames blazing fiercely, the scorching heat searing the surrounding air. His fist collided violently with the wind-chasing leopard's head, and the black flames instantly spread across its body. Roar! 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 The wind-chasing leopard struggled continuously, but before long, it turned to ashes. 2 punches to shatter the Leopard King's dream. Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, his heart brimming with confidence. A streak of starlight flashed across the sky, instantly restoring Wang Linyuan's depleted powers and returning him to peak condition. It has such an ability. Wang Linyuan looked at himself in astonishment. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the first level. Would you like to challenge the second level? The aged voice sounded once more. Continue. Wang Linyuan responded without hesitation, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. A flash of white light, and Wang Linyuan appeared once again in a mysterious space, still shrouded in a gray haze. The voice from earlier echoed again, and 2 second-tier, first-level mutant beasts, rock-armored rhinos, appeared before him. The rock-armored rhinoceroses focused on defense. "Let's see if you can withstand my strike." Wang Linyuan sneered, then unleashed the world-destroying abyss fist, his fist enveloped in dark flames, charging toward the 2 rock-armored rhinoceroses. Bang! The 2 rock-armored rhinoceroses were sent flying, while Wang Linyuan was also forced back 2 steps. Truly worthy of being defense-oriented beasts, they are indeed extraordinary, Wang Linyuan exclaimed in surprise. Hellfire continued to burn on their bodies, and as one of the rock-armored rhinoceroses shook, a piece of rock fell off. There's even such a move? A glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes. He quickly drew the Eternal Night Demon Spear, his aura instantly surging to its peak. The seed of spear intent quietly activated, and an invisible pressure swept forward.
Heaven and earth as one, roaming the world, the moon like a hook, hard to part, hard to seek. Magnificent.
The 13 deadly spears were unleashed. In a frenzy, combined with the spear-intense seed, the damage multiplied several times, instantly piercing bloody holes in the heads of 2 alien beasts.
Can you block my punch? Can you block my spear? Wang Linyuan sneered disdainfully as he stepped forward to challenge the 3rd level. Only this can ignite my battle spirit.
At this moment, Shiman Shueishue gripped his long sword, his eyes blazing with the fire of combat,
repeatedly thrusting at the giant earth python.
The cyan blade clashed fiercely with the serpent's scales, sparks flying in all directions. Whirlwind sword technique, whirlwind sweeps the fallen leaves. Shiman Shueishue shouted as he unleashed the move, his long sword swinging like a whirlwind.
Sword energy surged one after another, fiercely attacking the giant python.
The giant earth python was furious, its snake tail as thick as a barrel suddenly lashed towards Shiman Shueishue with astonishing momentum, like a raging storm.
Final storm.
A resolute gleam flashed in Shiman Shueishue's eyes as he swiftly sheathed his long sword and conjured a miniature azure tornado in his hand, resembling
a divine dragon emerging from the sea, exuding immense power. With a wave of his hand, the tornado immediately expanded, as if it intended to devour everything. The terrifying suction force, akin to a black hole, completely engulfed the giant earth python into the tornado storm. The wind blades, sharp as knives, frantically sliced through the python's body, its scales as fragile as paper, unable to withstand the onslaught.
Amid the python's heartrending cries, it was ultimately torn to shreds, and the tornado gradually weakened until it vanished without a trace.
On to the next level.
Shiman Shueishue exhaled lightly, a smile on his face, and resolutely stepped forward to the next level, the challenge continuing.
This strength is too overwhelming, I can't beat it. Facing a tusked wild boar, Shiman Jianing was extremely anxious.
Holding a long whip, she wielded her wind-based ability, lashing fiercely at the wild boar. The crack of the whip sounded like thunder.
Roar!
The tusked wild boar, enraged, flung the whip aside and charged at Shiman Jianing with its gaping maw.
Shiman Jianing's heart tightened.
Gritting her teeth, she swung the whip with all her might, attempting to counterattack.
Seeing her attacks were ineffective, Shiman Jianing decisively chose to flee. As she ran, she kept glancing back, searching for an opportunity to strike. The tusked wild boar, consumed by fury, its eyes blood-red, charged at Shiman Jianing as if intent on tearing her apart.
Just as Shiman Jianing saw no way to dodge in time, she steeled herself and lashed out with all her strength, forcibly altering the tusked wild boar's direction and narrowly escaping disaster.
This is your fault.
Once we're out, I'm definitely going to devour you, she shouted angrily, her fighting spirit ignited. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, Windslayer 1,000 Blades. She brought her hands together, conjuring countless wind blades imperceptible to the naked eye, forming a storm domain around her, like a goddess descending.
With a wave of her
hand, countless tiny wind blades rained down on the tusked wild boar, spiraling and shredding it.
Blood splattered everywhere, and the boar's body was left utterly mutilated. Roar! The tusked wild boar bellowed furiously at Shiman Jianing before transforming into specks of starlight and vanishing from sight. It's over. My abilities are almost depleted. How am I supposed to face the next challenge?
Shiman Jianing hung her head in despair. Just as she was consumed with anxiety, a beam of starlight descended, instantly replenishing her abilities. Immediately, an aged voice echoed in his ears.
Shiman Jianing's face showed determination as he disappeared without hesitation, advancing to the next level.
Wang Linyuan fought his way through numerous challenges and charged straight into the 50th level, only to be confronted by a second-tier, 5th-stage exotic beast, the mountain-shaking bear.
Its imposing presence was as if a mountain were collapsing. Roar!
The mountain-shaking bear let out a furious roar, its massive right fist smashing down toward Wang Linyuan with great force.
It's getting stronger and stronger.
At this rate, I'll have to take down 3rd-tier exotic beasts by the 100th level,
Wang Linyuan muttered.
His right hand clenched into a fist as dark power surged within him, and hellfire burned around him, his aura soaring like a rainbow.
Bang! A loud explosion echoed as Wang Linyuan was forced back 3 steps. The mountain-shaking bear was equally unyielding, retreating 3 steps as well.
The 2 sides were evenly matched.
Looks like I'll have to use some tricks.
Wang Linyuan sneered and activated the Blood Moon Canopy. In an instant, his pupils transformed into blood-red vortexes, exuding a soul-stirring power.
The surrounding space was enveloped by a
crimson domain, suppressing the mountain-shaking bear's strength, while Wang Linyuan became immune to all slowing and immobilizing effects.
Blood Moon descends.
Wang Linyuan shouted, as a blood moon rose in the sky, turning the entire space into a crimson ocean. The mountain-shaking bear felt fear and raised its massive, fan-like paw to strike fiercely at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan gently waved his hand, and the blood moon emitted beams of crimson light, furiously bombarding the mountain-shaking bear.
2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The mountain-shaking bear's 2 paws were utterly incapable of withstanding such a dense barrage of attacks, and it was instantly battered and bruised all over. Roar! The mountain-shaking bear's roar grew faint. Let me send you on your way.
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly and shouted, Blood Moon's blessing.
A massive energy beam shot out from the blood moon, infusing into Wang Linyuan's body.
Blood energy surged forth, as if a god of slaughter had descended, instantly tripling his strength and speed. World-destroying Dark Abyss Fist.
Wang Linyuan's dark power concentrated in his right fist, combined with the power of the blood moon, forcing the mountain-shaking bear into a frenzied retreat. Ah!
Wang Linyuan roared furiously, throwing a powerful punch that shattered the mountain-shaking bear's head into pieces, killing it completely. Wang Linyuan panted heavily, feeling a beam of starlight descend upon him, instantly restoring him to peak condition.
Awesome! Wang Linyuan felt the power surging through his body, a wave of comfort washing over his heart. Keep going, keep going. He was enveloped in white light and instantly transported to the next level. Still couldn't get through, huh?
Shimen Jianing looked at the 2 Tier 1 Level 4 exotic beasts before her, feeling a pang of frustration. With her Tier 1 Level 2 cultivation, reaching the 22nd level was already quite an achievement.
One more try.
She gritted her teeth, stood up, and activated her wind-based ability, exerting herself to the fullest.
Wind sweeps the clouds.
Shimen Jianing shouted loudly, forming a small tornado in her hand.
Although it couldn't compare to Shimen Chueshue's storm, it was already her limit.
As the tornado swept in, 2 armored beasts were sucked into it, but only suffered minor external injuries.
Even after Shimen Jianing's ability was exhausted, she still couldn't kill them. My strength is still too weak. She hurriedly took out a token and infused it with spiritual energy.
Immediately, the surroundings turned dark, and the 2 armored beasts vanished into thin air. A flash of starlight replenished her abilities, and Shimen Jianing was transported out of the starry dome tower.
Brother, I hope you do your best.
She silently prayed beside the star dome tower.
My sword is almost smoking.
Shimen Chueshue panted heavily, his right hand trembling incessantly, while 5 second-tier, first-level exotic beasts, the mighty gorilla, stared at him menacingly. He noticed that the mighty gorillas had quite a few wounds on their bodies, though all were minor injuries. The 5 mighty gorillas exchanged glances and suddenly launched an attack on Shimen Chueshue.
Do you really think I'm an easy target? Do you think my SS level ability awakened for nothing? Shimen Chueshue roared angrily. Wind God's wrath.
As his voice fell, the phantom of the wind god appeared behind him. The wind god extended a massive hand, and a translucent azure giant blade slowly emerged, flickering with tiny sparks of electricity, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a single gesture from the wind god, the giant blade emitted a dragon-like screech, carrying immense power as it slashed toward the mighty gorilla. This blade, infused with the wind god's fury, radiated a chilling pressure that made one tremble.
The mighty gorilla was terrified, screaming frantically, roar, roar, roar.
However, the giant blade had already fallen, instantly splitting it in half. Shimen Chueshue saw this and finally collapsed from exhaustion.
I can't take it anymore, this is truly torture. He helplessly took out a token and infused it with spiritual energy.
A brilliant starlight streaked across, instantly pouring into Shimen Chueshue's body. His abilities rapidly returned to their peak, and the power of the starry sky tower forcibly teleported him away. As soon as he emerged, he saw Shimen Jianing with her eyes closed, hands clasped together, praying devoutly with a solemn expression.
Jianing, what are you doing? Shimen Chueshue asked in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed.
I'm praying for my brother's safe return. Shimen Jianing opened her eyes, a warm smile blooming on her face.
Will there be any problems in the starry dome tower? By the way, has Wang Linyuan come out yet?
Shimen Chueshue shook his head, trying to change the subject. No, I didn't see him when I came out. He might still be inside continuing the challenge. Shimen Jianing shook her head in response.
It seems I really lost this bet. I always thought SSS and SS were about the same, but it turns out I was too naive.
Shimen Chueshue gazed up at the starry sky tower, filled with emotion.
Brother, don't be so pessimistic. How about we leave for now? Who knows how much longer Wang Linyuan will take?
Shimen Jianing comforted him from the side. Alright, I'll send him a message once he comes out.
Shimen Chueshue nodded and left the starry sky tower with Shimen Jianing. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was still engaged in a fierce battle with the exotic beast. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? 6 nightmare beasts.
A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Your illusions are completely ineffective against these eyes of mine. Wang Linyuan effortlessly activated his double pupils.
In an instant, a golden light pierced through the eternal night demon armor, bursting forth and dispelling the illusions of the nightmare beasts one by one, trapping them instead. He looked at the dazed nightmare beasts before him, secretly astonished at how easily he had subdued them this time.
Then let me show you my new move. Wang Linyuan's voice thundered as endless chaotic energy erupted from his eyes. Double pupils opened the heavens.
In an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar space, where two golden suns hung in the sky, and countless golden patterns intertwined into a web on the ground, emanating an unparalleled mysterious power. Opposite him, the figures of 6 nightmare beasts appeared like prisoners, as golden chains materialized from the suns in the sky, instantly binding them tightly. The air was filled with crackling sounds.
Not long after, all of this transformed into dazzling starlight and instantly dissipated on the spot. It seems the beasts inside the starry sky tower are formed by the power of the stars. Wang Linyuan murmured as he watched the nightmare beasts turn into specks of starlight.
Then, he decisively left the mysterious world of the heaven-opening heavy pupils.
Oh, what an interesting little fellow. Let me see what mysteries you hold.
At this moment, at the very top of the starry dome tower, a man dressed in a white Taoist robe was idly watching a screen formed by the power of the stars in front of him.
He was observing Wang Linyuan vanish into thin air and then reappear out of nowhere.
Suddenly, his eyes burst forth with white light, staring directly at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan felt a slight unease, looked up, and frowned in confusion as he said, "Why does it feel like someone is spying on me?"
Without
hesitation, he used the world-destroying light of his double pupils. A flash of golden light, and the prying gaze vanished instantly.
Could someone really be spying on me?
Wang Linyuan didn't dwell on it and continued toward the next level of the challenge.
Well now, little one, do you think your attack works on me? But to think it even targets the soul, how fascinating.
Luckily, his cultivation level is low, otherwise, this could have
been a disaster for me.
The man in white chuckled lightly. Seeing Wang Linyuan's world-destroying light, he waved his hand, and the golden light dissipated as if it had never appeared.
Then I'll give you a bit of intensity. You really intrigue me, able to block my probing? Interesting, so interesting, the man in white muttered
to himself, waving his hand lightly. Instantly, the strength of the beasts battling Wang Linyuan increased, putting him under immense pressure.
What the hell is going on?
It's like they've been pumped full of steroids.
Wang Linyuan couldn't help but curse. Earlier, the 7
golden-horned mammoths were only testing him, but now they all charged forward, aiming their unique large horns directly at him.
Damn it! Do you think I'm a sick cat just because the tiger hasn't roared? Wang Linyuan burned with rage, quickly using spatial power for small-scale spatial movement.
The perfected Phantom Thousand Shadows technique was unleashed, and 9 identical figures appeared around him in an instant, each possessing half of his strength. World-destroying abyssal fist. All 10 Wang Linyuan struck simultaneously, their right hands surging with dark power, forming black whirlpools entwined with hellfire, instantly amplifying their destructive force.
Bang!
10 fist shadows suddenly struck the massive body of the golden-horned mammoth.
The terrifying counterforce sent Wang Linyuan and his clones flying.
Unable to withstand the impact, the clones shattered instantly, dissipating into dark energy.
Not bad.
Wang Linyuan retrieved the Eternal Night Demon Spear from the system space, his aura surging like a rainbow.
Blood Moon Canopy. Blood Moon Descent. Blood Moon Blessing. Wang Linyuan unleashed his full power, displaying his SSS level dark abilities to the fullest.
A crimson moon rose within the mysterious space, filling the entire domain with a bloody aura, trapping the 7 golden-horned mammoths within. The blood moon continuously emitted crimson beams to attack the golden-horned mammoths, while a powerful energy shot toward Wang Linyuan. Without hesitation, he absorbed the energy, instantly tripling his strength.
Listen to your lullaby.
Wang Linyuan shouted in a low voice, unleashing the deadly 13 spears one after another, each thrust stabbing toward the golden-horned mammoth.
In the blink of an eye, he had slain 2 of the beasts. Cross burst.
Wang Linyuan crossed his hands, condensing dark energy into a shockwave that shot explosively toward one of the golden-horned mammoths.
I refuse to believe I can't break through your defense. The golden-horned mammoth's defense was astonishing. Even Wang Linyuan's hellfire had barely caused any damage earlier. Wang Linyuan poured all his dark energy into the attack, the beams of the cross shockwave growing stronger and stronger until they finally broke through the golden-horned mammoth's defense. The mammoth was sent flying by the shockwave, its once impenetrable hide instantly charred black. Spatial distortion bomb.
Wang Linyuan compressed the power of space into a small energy projectile and launched it, striking one of the golden-horned mammoths.
The
Bomb exploded upon impact, distorting the surrounding space and blowing half of the mammoth's body apart, reducing it to starlight that dissipated into the air.
Spatial Rift Slash.
Wang Linyuan unleashed an attack imbued with the power of space, tearing through the air and forming small rifts during its flight. When it made contact with the golden horned mammoth, the rifts closed, inflicting cutting damage and directly slicing the mammoth in half. The golden horned mammoth roared furiously as it watched its kind perish one after another. Its golden horns continuously gathered metallic energy, launching a fierce assault toward Wang Linyuan.
Is this all you've got?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, spatial exile. With a final low shout, Wang Linyuan caused a spatial rift to suddenly appear before him. The golden horned mammoths, blinded by rage, charged recklessly toward the
rift without any regard for danger.
Completely consumed by fury, they had no time to react and plunged into the unknown spatial turbulence, vanishing instantly.
Phew,
I practically used everything I've learned in my life.
Wang Linyuan exhaled deeply, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face.
He had nearly depleted all his abilities and combat techniques to barely defeat those frenzied beasts.
This kid is actually a dual ability user?
Although it's rare,
someone as extraordinary as him is truly uncommon.
The mysterious man in white watched Wang Linyuan's battle, a look of astonishment on his face. Dark energy ability, spatial ability, and both are so powerful.
Could such an existence really belong to this planet?
He secretly felt relieved that the increased difficulty he had set did not crush Wang Linyuan but instead forced out his true strength.
Little guy, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. I
hope you can successfully reach the 100th floor, otherwise, I'll be too lonely.
The mysterious man chuckled softly and continued to focus on Wang Linyuan's fierce battle with the exotic beasts. Is this really going to be my limit? Wang Linyuan thought to himself, then shook his head. No, I have no limits.
A determined light flashed in his eyes. Today, I will see what secrets are hidden on the 100th floor. Facing the 8 exotic beasts, the crimson cloud lions, in front of him, Wang Linyuan gritted his teeth and declared, Ring of Judgment, activate. His aura surged like a rainbow, instantly rising to the 5th level of the 2nd tier. The waves of power seemed as if they could tear through the air.
Now, nothing can stop me.
He gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear, its tip brimming with power. The effect of the time stasis blade was activated, a flash of bright silver light streaked forward, piercing ahead. After imbuing the Eternal Night Demon Spear with the effect of time stasis, he unleashed the 13 death strikes. The first strike suddenly jabbed into the back of a crimson cloud lion. The lion froze instantly, motionless, watching helplessly as the Eternal Night Demon Spear pierced through its body, dissolving into specks of starlight that scattered into the air. With this power, Wang Linyuan felled one lion cub after another with a single strike, like a divine weapon descending from the heavens.
He even accidentally pierced through the fur of one lion, yet the lion remained immobilized, watching helplessly as it transformed into starlight and dissipated. The crimson cloud lion was filled with despair. This is truly the most hopeless way to die in the world. Finally reached the 99th floor. Now let me see what magical things await on the 100th floor. Wang Linyuan's face was full of excitement, with a hint of anticipation in his tone.
At that moment, 2 third-tier, first-level exotic beasts, Sangmulingjiao, suddenly appeared before him, causing alarm.
Oh, they're not second-tier, 9th-level exotic beasts?
It seems the 100th floor will pose an even greater challenge. Wang Linyuan frowned slightly but quickly set aside his doubts as his dark element abilities erupted instantly.
Ring of Judgment. He acted decisively.
During previous battles, he had already purchased a batch of energy crystals, allowing him to quickly charge the Ring of Judgment. After numerous fierce battles, Wang Linyuan had consumed nearly half of his energy crystals, but he didn't care at all.
Instead, he grew even more excited.
Why don't you all enter my mysterious world? He chuckled softly, a faint smile appearing beneath the Eternal Night Demon armor.
Heaven opens with double pupils. Wang Linyuan's double pupils activated, his eyes flashing with dazzling light.
Chaos energy quickly spread, and before the Azurewood Spirit Jiao could react, it was swept into a mysterious realm. This place was utterly desolate, with golden mist permeating the heavens and earth. In the sky, 2 golden suns hung high, while countless golden patterns intertwined on the ground, radiating a mysterious power. The moment the Azurewood Spirit Jiao entered, the suns in the sky shone brightly, and golden chains wrapped around them like lightning.
The Azurewood Spirit Jiao struggled incessantly, its furious roars deafening. Roar! 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 Their thunderous roars seemed as if they could tear apart this realm. Daring to shout even now,
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, Blood Moon Sky.
Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 major dark element innate abilities. Within the mysterious
space, scarlet blood fiend energy spread out, and the sky not only held 2 golden suns but also a blood moon hanging high, its gentle red glow illuminating the surroundings.
Blood Moon Blessing. Wan Li Yuan's aura surged instantly, showing no fear in the face of two third-tier exotic beasts.
The Azure Wood Spirit Jiao continued to struggle, faintly showing signs of breaking free, while the golden chains tightened continuously, and the golden mist corroded their bodies.
What's going on? Why did this kid suddenly disappear again?
The mysterious man looked puzzled, but then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
With a slight movement of his finger, a glimmer of starlight vanished instantly. Roar!
Just as Wang Linyuan was about to completely annihilate the two exotic beasts, they suddenly let out a furious roar, their aura surging dramatically, and they shattered the golden chains.
Damn it, what's going on here? This happened last time too, are you messing with me? Wang Linyuan was furious and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the charging Azure Wood Spirit Flood Dragon. Let's try this move. Wang Linyuan showed no signs of backing down. Phantom shadows multiplied, and 9 clones appeared simultaneously in an instant.
Infernal World-Ending Fist. Each clone formed a fist with its right hand, unleashing a surge of dark power. Hellfire entwined around them, and the force was several times stronger than the previous World-Ending Abyss Fist. The two Azure Wood Spirit Flood Dragons gathered power in their tails, resembling indestructible swords, and struck toward Wang Linyuan at an incredible speed. Their attack trajectory was as elusive as lightning, instantly piercing through 2 clones, which dissipated into dark energy.
This is really troublesome. Damn it!
Wang Linyuan burned with rage as his infernal world-destroying fist landed on one of the Azure Wood Spirit Flood Dragons, only managing to knock off a few scales, causing minor injuries.
Their defense is too strong. I only managed to knock off a few scales.
Wang Linyuan thought to himself, and in an instant, all 9 clones were annihilated.
Immediately afterward, the two Azure Wood Spirit Flood Dragons charged toward Wang Linyuan like a storm.
Seeing this, he quickly used his spatial ability to instantly leave his original position.
Wang Linyuan gripped the Eternal Night Demon Spear, its intent as radiant as a rainbow, his sharp aura enveloping the entire space. The
Time Stasis Blade endowed the Eternal Night Demon Spear with the effect of time stasis, as silver light gathered at the spear's tip.
Take this strike, Kuwenpeng!
Wang Linyuan shouted in a low voice. The spear's tip stirred the winds and clouds, which converged into the massive shadow
of a Kuwenpeng, piercing toward the two Azure Wood Spirit Jiao with unstoppable force.
It struck one of them, causing its body to momentarily freeze. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Linyuan wielded his spear like a storm, his attacks surging like tidal waves.
Bang! One Azure Wood Spirit
Jiao was sent flying, but the tail of the other struck him fiercely, sending Wang Linyuan hurtling backward, dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, the Eternal Night Demon armor protected me, so I didn't sustain serious injuries, he thought to himself, enduring the pain.
Strike while the iron is hot. Killing intent.
Wang Linyuan stood up, mobilizing all his strength to unleash the strongest move of the 13 deathly spears. Hundreds of spear shadows surged like a tide toward the injured Azure Wood Spirit Jiao, with killing intent permeating the mysterious space. As the spear momentum rose, the heavens and earth trembled, the sun and moon lost their light, as if the entire world was quaking in fear. As the spear shadows condensed, it seemed as though the shouts of 3 armies could be heard, transforming into waves of killing intent that swept through everything. The Azure Wood Spirit Jiao was completely engulfed by the overwhelming offensive, instantly disintegrating into specks of starlight that dissipated on the spot.
Finally took care of one. Wang Linyuan exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze to the other Azure Wood Spirit Jiao. Without hesitation, he
waved his hand, and the Blood Moon Thorn suddenly emitted a crimson beam of light, piercing straight toward the Azure Wood Spirit Jiao. Roar! The Azure Wood Spirit Jiao let out a furious roar, activating its innate skill, Azure Wood Ocean Command, to manipulate the surrounding water currents.
In an instant, it condensed.
A surging wave that resembled a roaring dragon, rushing toward Wang Linyuan. Caught off guard, Wang Linyuan was swept into the torrent, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, time reversal." He used the move once again, a flash of white light, and Wang Linyuan had already returned to 3 seconds earlier, before the water wave launched its attack. At this moment, he quickly utilized his spatial ability to instantly leap to a safe spot, holding his spear and assuming the preparatory stance for Dragon Defying the Heavens.
Dragon Defying the Heavens.
Wang Linyuan roared, the spear tip pointing straight at the sky. Immediately, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot upward. Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, a massive golden dragon's shadow coalesced at the spear tip, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. The dragon's shadow opened its massive jaws, coiling around the spear.
With an indomitable aura, Wang Linyuan charged straight at the Tsangmu Spirit Jiao. Roar! The Tsangmu Spirit Jiao let out an enraged cry as it was struck, then collapsed powerlessly to the ground. A large hole appeared behind it, and it disintegrated into specks of starlight, fading away. finally resolved, I hope the last level won't disappoint me.
Wang Linyuan left the mysterious space created by the heavy pupils and returned to the 99th floor of the Starry Sky Tower.
So exhausting.
Wang Linyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. The starlight power within him flickered, and his abilities and stamina instantly recovered to their peak.
Looks like I'll need to buy some
pills to restore my abilities in the future. These energy crystals recover way too slowly, he muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of white light, Wang Linyuan had already arrived at the 100th floor. As soon as Wang Linyuan opened his eyes, the scene around him left him utterly astonished. He seemed to be in the depths of the universe, with
starlight twinkling above and his feet seemingly floating in endless void. At that moment, he heard a cheerful voice coming from behind him. You're here.
Wang Linyuan turned around and saw a man dressed in white, smiling as he waved at him.
Who are you?
Where is this place? Wang Linyuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion.
This is the interior of the Star Vault Tower.
As for who I am the artifact spirit of this Star Vault Tower, the man in white said confidently. Kid, you're quite the mysterious character, possessing the top-tier abilities of time, space, and darkness.
I find you very intriguing, he added with a smile, especially those eyes of yours, they're completely unreadable to me. Wang Linyuan's heart tightened, feeling that this person was exceptionally strange. What is this 100-floor challenge?
Did you design it? He asked cautiously.
Young man, don't be so agitated. Fighting and killing are so boring.
First, take off your armor, the man in white said casually. Wang Linyuan understood in his heart that the person before him was definitely not someone he could handle, so he deactivated the
Eternal Night Demon armor and asked in confusion, Senior, what is the ultimate outcome of coming here? Will there be rewards?
The result, well, is just as you imagine.
Of course, there are rewards. It depends on what you want: cultivation techniques, weapons, pills.
The mysterious man stroked his chin, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes.
Can you give me the cultivation techniques of an invincible world? Wang Linyuan asked without hesitation. No. Then can you give me pills that make me invincible? Impossible. Then can you give me an invincible weapon? Also impossible. Wang Linyuan almost laughed out of anger. You can't do anything. Are you joking with me here? Ah, it used to be possible before, but not so much now.
The mysterious man revealed an awkward expression.
From what you're saying, does that mean there's no reward for me reaching the 100th floor this time? Wang Linyuan felt a surge of anger rising in his heart. No.
I saw you practicing your marksmanship, and I happen to have a particularly powerful gun technique here.
I'll give it to you as your reward,
the mysterious man hurriedly explained, secretly thinking he had gone too far. Additionally, I'll gift you another chance to temper your body with the power of the stars.
This is a rare opportunity.
You better make the most of it, kid, he said with a smile. Seeing that your abilities are of the dark type, this gun technique is perfect for you. I'll give it to you. After speaking, he took out a jade slip from his chest and handed it to Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan took the jade slip and carefully read its contents. Nether Shadow God-slaying spear technique. The name alone sounds powerful. He looked at the introduction, his heart filled with shock. Nether Shadow God-slaying spear technique begins with black mist surging, the spear tip condensing a chilling ghostly flame. The spear strikes like a vengeful spirit claiming lives, unseen yet tearing through the void. Wherever it passes, flesh dissolves and souls wail in agony. Those who master it can summon the netherworld river into reality, using the spear as a blade to shred divine souls and drag opponents into the abyss of eternal night, a fate beyond redemption.
This marksmanship is absolutely incredible, even stronger than the dragon reversal break.
Wang Linyuan's impression of the mysterious man instantly changed, and he found him not so annoying after all.
Put this martial technique away. Train with it after you leave here.
For now, we should begin the star body refinement. The mysterious man noticed Wang Linyuan's mood improving and said with a smile, Alright, let me experience the star body refinement.
Wang Linyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Good, get ready, kid. It's about to begin, the mysterious man said loudly. Come, close your eyes and carefully feel the power of the stars, he instructed. Wang Linyuan closed his eyes and began to sense the mysterious power of the stars. The enigmatic man waved his hands, and countless streams of stellar power surged toward Wang Linyuan. It might hurt a little, hang in there, kid, the mysterious man reminded him, then intensified the output of the stellar power.
Aga! Is this what you call a little pain? At first, Wang Linyuan could endure it, but as the stellar power grew stronger, the pain became increasingly severe.
Hold on, you're almost there, the mysterious man shouted encouragingly.
However, Wang Linyuan ultimately couldn't endure it and cried out in pain. Shortly after, he fainted amidst the intense agony. This kid, he really has no perseverance at all. The mysterious man shook his head inside. Just as he was about to further intensify the output of the starlight power, something unexpected happened. A terrifying black aura emerged from Wang Linyuan's body. The previously unconscious Wang suddenly opened his eyes, which now glowed with a black light. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally, as if he had completely awakened at this moment. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was laughing uncontrollably, his eyes filled with an unusual greed, startling the mysterious man beside him who was channeling the power of the stars. What on earth is happening? The man in white stared at Wang Linyuan in shock, his mind in chaos. He hadn't expected Wang Linyuan to actively start absorbing his star power, as if he was about to devour him in the next instant. How is this possible? He's actually actively absorbing my star power. The man in white froze, his heart filled with disbelief. He wanted to stop the flow of power, but found it impossible. Wang Linyuan was like a ravenous beast, madly drawing the star power from his body. Almost there, almost there. Thank you. Once I take over this body, I will definitely come back to devour you. Ha ha ha. Wang Linyuan's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the mysterious space, deafeningly loud. Who exactly are you, and why are you forcibly absorbing my source power? The man in white felt a surge of fear as his body gradually became illusory, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that your star power will restore my essence. Becoming a part of me is your honor. He. Wang Linyuan's expression grew increasingly deranged, as if he were completely immersed in his own frenzy. Don't worry, I won't drain you completely. Draining you would be of no benefit to me. Looking forward to our next meeting, he. As soon as he finished speaking, the black aura around Wang Linyuan began to slowly recede, and his pupils gradually returned to normal. The man in white saw Wang Linyuan regain consciousness, his heart trembled, and he immediately stopped channeling the power of the stars. What is wrong with this kid? Could it be a second personality? He actually absorbed 20% of my source power. This is a huge loss. The man in white was filled with bitterness, still pondering these thoughts, when Wang Linyuan had already woken up. He looked around in confusion and, seeing the man in white collapsed on the ground, hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, asking with concern, "Senior, what happened to you? Did my body tempering process put such a strain on you? How did you become so weak?" Forget it, don't call me senior. I should be calling you senior. Do you not know why I've ended up like this? Bai Chen looked at Wang Linyuan with a face full of resentment, his eyes flashing with a hint of dissatisfaction. Should I know? Wang Linyuan looked completely bewildered, unable to make sense of what had just happened. You really don't know? Bai Chen raised an eyebrow, asking incredulously. I really don't know, senior. What just happened? Wang Linyuan looked confused, eager to understand. Just call me Bai Chen, senior sounds too old. When I was tempering your body earlier, an extremely dense dark power surged from within you. Bai Chen's expression was serious, as if he had realized the gravity of the situation. I possess dark-type abilities. Isn't having dark power perfectly normal? Wang Linyuan asked in confusion. No, I'm talking about an extremely intense dark power. Your dark power isn't pure, that is the ultimate dark power. Bai Chen shook his head, his tone becoming more serious. Moreover, it seems you have a second personality, possibly influenced by the dark power. In any case, your current situation is far from optimistic. A second personality? Why can't I sense its existence? Wang Linyuan pointed at himself, his face full of confusion. I have good news and bad news for you, Bai Chen said mysteriously. The good news is that you used my stellar origin power to temper your body, making your physique much stronger, which is greatly beneficial to you, Bai Chen said with a playful smile, but his tone suddenly shifted. The bad news is that your other personality absorbed my stellar origin power, which might accelerate its awakening. When that happens, you'll have to fend for yourself. Speaking of this, Bai Chen looked regretful, shook his head, and said, such a good talent, sigh. It's fine, this is just my fate. Wang Linyuan was completely unconcerned, laughing freely, his confidence stemming from his powerful system. You brat, are you crazy? You might be on the verge of death, and you can still laugh. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. What else can I do? I can't stop it anyway. Wang Linyuan spread his hands, his attitude relaxed. Forget it, since I've already helped you this far, I'll give you another hand. Bai Chen casually tapped a few times on Wang Linyuan's body. Starlight flickered as Wang Linyuan curiously glanced at himself but found nothing unusual. Bai Chen, what were you just doing? Are you okay? Your figure looks so faint. Wang Linyuan asked with some concern. Nothing much, I set up a formation on you to delay the emergence of your other personality. Alright, you should go now, I'm feeling a bit tired.
Bai Chen's figure grew increasingly faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. This kid, truly a nemesis, almost drained me completely. Bai Chen transformed into specks of starlight and vanished from the spot. When Wang Linyuan opened his eyes again, he found himself outside. The starry sky tower emitted dazzling starlight, shaking the entire celestial academy. At this moment, a majestic and deep voice came from the starry sky tower. Challenger Wang Linyuan has successfully cleared 100 floors and earned the starry reward. Countless students and teachers were drawn by the dazzling starlight and came to see what was happening.
What is going on here? What a commotion! Could it be that someone has passed the 100th floor of the starry sky tower?
What beautiful starlight!
Wang Linyuan, such a familiar name. Isn't this the Demon King Wang Linyuan?
I didn't expect him to actually pass the 100th floor of the starry sky tower. Lying on the hospital bed, Xiao Fengyun heard the majestic voice and was so furious he almost exploded. Wang Linyuan, how dare you! Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted.
Wang Linyuan.
At this moment, Yang Ling's face was grim, and his clenched fists creaked.
I knew it, Wang Linyuan would definitely succeed.
Shimen Shueishue stopped his sword technique and looked toward the direction of the Star Dome Tower.
Perfect, I'll go pay him a visit.
He sheathed his long sword and strode toward the Star Dome Tower.
Xiao Yuan, I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
Wang Lin looked at the Star Dome Tower, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, then his figure moved and disappeared from the spot.
Ha! My disciple has the potential to become a king. Did you see that, old Qiu? This is my disciple.
Sun Yu boasted to Qiu Chenwei, who was playing chess with him.
Alright, that's it for today. I'm going to check on my dear disciple.
Ha! Sun Yu laughed heartily, bid farewell to Qiu Chenwei, and left the spot.
Damn, such a big commotion? Looks like staying low-key isn't an option anymore. Wang Linyuan said this, but the excited smile on his lips was impossible to suppress.
At this moment, not far away, an old man sweeping the ground had a peculiar gleam in his eyes, as if he had witnessed something incredible.
The prophecy was indeed correct.
The future Lord of Eternal Night, the creator of the Blood Moon, will be born at this moment.
The old man was
ecstatic in his heart, secretly thinking, all these years guarding the starry sky tower were not in vain, just to find you, Lord of Eternal Night.
The plan must be implemented quickly.
The master must break away from the human race and embrace the darkness. The old man thought to himself, but outwardly he remained amiable as he walked toward Wang Linyuan.
Congratulations, classmate.
Making it through the 100th floor of the Starry Dome Tower is a supreme honor. He warmly congratulated Wang Linyuan.
No, it's all luck, Grandpa. Just luck.
Wang Linyuan felt a surge of vigilance in his heart. The knowledge from novels in his past life told him that people sweeping the floor in important places were never simple.
Hearing Wang Linyuan call him Grandpa, the old man almost wanted to kneel. Having the yet-to-awaken Lord of Eternal Night, the creator of the Blood Moon era, call him Grandpa, wasn't this like pre-booking his destiny? Classmate, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary janitor, not worthy of being called Grandpa.
The old man humbly lowered his head, but inwardly, he was secretly pleased.
Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a quality every young person of the new era Yanxia Empire should possess, Wang Linyuan said with a warm smile. If you don't mind, just call me Old Yi.
The old man felt secretly delighted, though his face displayed a modest smile. Wang Linyuan looked at him, noticing his somewhat fearful demeanor, and felt puzzled. Why is everyone afraid of me?
I haven't done anything bad. Alright, Old Yi, I'll call you that then.
Wang Linyuan responded with a smile, and the old man beside him also revealed a satisfied smile.
Someone's here, classmate.
I'll go sweep the floor first. Old Man Yi glanced behind Wang Linyuan, then smiled and said goodbye, picking up his broom to continue busying himself in front of the Star Dome Tower. Even though the ground was spotless, he still swept tirelessly.
What a strange old man.
Wang Linyuan scratched his head and was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind.
Xiao Yuan.
Wang Linyuan turned around and saw quite a crowd had gathered behind him. Mentor Wang Lin, Master Sun Yu, Shimen Shueishue, and even Director Li Jie from the Academic Affairs Office and Dean Qin Feng of the Elemental Academy were all there.
Xiao Yuan, I knew I wasn't wrong about you.
Wang Lin stepped forward, patted Wang Linyuan on the shoulder, and beamed with a wide smile.
Disciple, you've really made me proud. Wang Linyuan, it seems Li Weihua didn't misjudge you.
Sun Yu and Qin Feng's smiles grew even brighter. Wang Linyuan, for reaching the 100th floor of the Star Dome Tower in this challenge, in addition to the reward of 10,000 exchange points, you can also make one request. Li Jie said with a smile from the side.
Wang Linyuan pondered over what request he should make after hearing this.
Just as he was hesitating, Sun Yu softly reminded him, Xiao Yuan, tell them.
You want to go to the Tongxian Illusory Realm. This is a rare opportunity, and the Tongxian Illusory Realm can help you comprehend spirit intent. Tongxian Illusory Realm?
Wang Lingyuan asked in confusion, then immediately said to Li Jia, I've decided, I want to choose the opportunity to enter the Tongxian Illusory Realm.
Alright,
the Tongxian Illusory Realm is a mysterious place, and only those who make great contributions to the academy can earn the chance to enter. Once you're inside, just swipe your token, and the entire school will be notified and commend you.
Li Jia said with a beaming smile before leaving. It's set, everything is set, Xiao Yuan.
This time you've secured the qualification to enter the Tongxian Illusory Realm.
Comprehending your own spirit intent has at least an 80% chance of success.
Sun Yu was so excited, it was as if he had won a grand prize himself.
Master, is this profound illusion realm really that magical? Wang Lingyuan asked with a smile.
Of course, this profound illusion realm is a special place created by a psychic ability expert from our academy. It greatly aids in comprehending martial techniques and artistic concepts.
Sun Yu explained enthusiastically, spitting as he spoke.
Alright, tone down your spitting, it's all landing on your disciple's face. Qin Feng, unable to bear it, said with a look of disdain. This profound illusion realm is indeed, as your master said, very helpful for understanding artistic concepts, so you must seize this opportunity. Qin Feng turned his head and said kindly to Wang Linyuan, That's right, Xiao Yuan, seize this opportunity and strive to comprehend the intent of the spear.
You can do it,
Wang Lin said with a smile, patting Wang Linyuan on the shoulder.
We'll head out first. Take a couple of days to rest, and then I'll take you to the secret realm for training.
With that, the three of them left. Congratulations, Linyuan, for passing the Starry Dome Tower.
I've only made it to the 50th floor myself,
Shimen Chueshua said with a smile to Wang Linyuan.
It's no big deal. The Starry Dome Tower isn't easy to get through. I just have a few more tricks up my sleeve, that's all. By the way, how many days was I in the Starry Dome Tower? Wang Linyuan reassured Shimen Chueshua before asking.
It has only been 3 days, and you broke the record for clearing the levels.
Now, the fastest is your 3 days. 3 days? I thought it had only been a few hours. Looks like my skills are still lacking, Wang Linyuan said with a hint of self-mockery, though this
also proved his strength. If Bai Chen hadn't secretly increased the difficulty, Wang Linyuan might have truly cleared all 100 levels within a few hours. Linyuan, I will keep working hard and strive to surpass you soon,
Shimen Chueshua said with high spirits. Alright, I believe you can do it, Wang Linyuan responded with a smile.
He didn't want to discourage this ambitious young man, even though he knew in his heart that Shimen Chueshua's goal was nothing short of laughable to him.
If Wang Linyuan had a system, could he still not become the number one of the new generation?
That would truly undermine all his hard work defeating monsters, earning ability points, and improving his strength. You must be tired these past few days. I'll head back to train first.
Make sure to rest well. I want to defeat you fair and square in the freshman competition,
Shimen Chueshua said, his face full of fighting spirit as he looked at Wang Linyuan.
Alright, I look forward to you defeating me, Wang Linyuan responded, his face equally filled with fighting spirit, secretly anticipating the showdown with Shimen Chueshua. After the two bid farewell, Wang Linyuan used the power of space to instantly return to his dormitory. Phew, finally back, I'm exhausted. Let me first learn about the Tongxian Illusion Realm.
Wang Linyuan sat down, started resting, and summoned the AI Xiaotian to understand the situation of the Tongxian Illusion Realm.
Xiaotian, give me the detailed information about the Tongxian Illusion Realm.
Immediately, a cartoon figure accompanied by a virtual panel appeared in front of Wang Linyuan. The Tongxian Illusion Realm of Tianqiong Academy was created by a mysterious spiritual type ability user within the academy who poured their entire life's effort into it. It is like an invisible treasure, waiting for those destined to explore it. This illusionary realm hovers deep within the Celestial Academy, shrouded in a misty blue spiritual fog. At the entrance, runes flow and shift, exuding an aura of mysterious unease.
Upon stepping inside, practitioners are immersed in
a fantastical world constructed by mental power, perhaps finding themselves amidst majestic mountains and seas, gaining insights into the ways of nature, or lost in chaotic mists, tempering their will and facing challenges head-on. The profound illusion realm simulates various scenarios based on the practitioner's inner self, helping them break through mental barriers and comprehend unique states of mind.
Countless students have broken through bottlenecks here,
achieving qualitative leaps in their mental strength. As such, it has become the most mysterious and treasured cultivation sanctuary of the Celestial Academy, carrying the dreams of generations of students striving to grow stronger. Xiao Tian's voice echoed continuously in Wang Linyuan's ears as he finished reading the introduction to the profound illusion realm, his heart brimming with
anticipation. It adapts to each person's inner self. What would mine be like?
Wang Linyuan murmured to himself, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Forget it, I'll sleep first and check out this profound illusion realm tomorrow morning. Deciding not to dwell on it, he turned back to his bed and released Xiaobai from the beast ring. As soon as Xiaobai came out, she started meowing at Wang Linyuan, as if questioning him about why he had kept her locked up for so long.
Alright, Xiaobai, I was just doing it for your safety. Don't worry, next time I'll put you back in again.
Wang Linyuan comforted her with a smile, then ignored whether Xiaobai was happy or not and burrowed into the covers to prepare for sleep. Just as Wang Linyuan was deeply asleep, Xiaobai slipped out of his arms and instantly transformed into a white-haired, imposing lady.
You damned brat, still want me to sleep with you? Dream on. A trace of embarrassment and anger flashed across Xiaobai's face before she left Wang Linyuan's room and returned to her own.
Meanwhile, the school forum was already in an uproar.
Freshman breaks the Starry Sky Tower record. Can they become the strongest freshman this year? The strongest freshman has emerged. Can they recreate the glory of Demon King Ji from back then? Various discussions were buzzing, and Wang Linyuan's name had already caught the attention of many.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan was still sound asleep, completely unaware of the storm that was about to arrive. The gears of fate had quietly begun to turn, and his legendary journey was about to unfold.
What kind of turbulent waves awaited him?
The next day, under the guidance of the AI assistant Xiao Tian, Wang Linyuan stepped into the Tongxian illusion realm.
The misty entrance emitted a faint
blue glow, with runes flickering in the air, mysterious and captivating. 10 imposing figures guarding the entrance silently observed his arrival. Wang Linyuan stepped forward and indeed heard a burly middle-aged man shout, "Ahead lies the Tongxian illusion realm, no one may pass.
This is my token, may I enter?"
Wang Linyuan slowly handed over the token in his hand. The man examined the token, his expression slightly softening. "So, you are Wang Linyuan, the one who passed through the Sky Tower.
You may enter. However, you only have 3 days.
When the time is up, the Tongxian illusion realm will transport you out." As the words fell, 10 guardians quickly formed seals, and 10 mysterious runes flew into Wang Linyuan's token.
Wang Linyuan looked at them in
confusion, and the burly man explained, "These runes are essential for you to enter the profound illusion realm.
Everyone's runes are different. Thank you."
Wang Linyuan nodded in gratitude and stepped toward the entrance.
Truly, the younger generation is remarkable.
The burly man sighed in admiration, then quickly returned to vigilance.
What is this? As soon as Wang Linyuan entered, the scene before him left him stunned. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of white nothingness. Apart from the endless whiteness, there was nothing else. Could it be that the transcendent illusion realm doesn't simulate based on everyone's inner thoughts? Why is it showing such a scene?
He couldn't help but scratch his head, looking around. At that moment, a blinding light flashed, and Wang Linyuan was instantly dazzled, unable to open his eyes.
When he opened them again,
the surroundings had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with hordes of strange beasts charging toward him.
Roar, howl, growl. Damn it, what's going on here? Wang Linyuan was startled and urgently summoned the Eternal Night Demon armor for protection.
He simultaneously unleashed his dark and spatial abilities to counterattack. He suddenly realized that these strange beasts were actually the enemies he had slain before.
If I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time.
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, gripping the Eternal Night Demon spear, feeling its excitement and thirst. Kill! Wang Linyuan roared, thrusting his spear as the 13 death strikes poured out like a raging storm. The beasts fell one after another, yet they showed no fear, continuing to charge at him as if endless. "Blood moon descends," he shouted, and the blood moon in the sky emitted an eerie red glow, sending crimson beams crashing down upon the frenzied beasts.
Time seemed to freeze at this moment.
Wang Linyuan had already become numb, mechanically swinging his spear, with slaughter becoming
his instinct.
Even when the beasts were reduced to blood mist, they stubbornly reformed and launched their attacks on him once more.
What am I doing? Where exactly is this place? Why are there so many strange beasts?
Wang Linyuan's consciousness gradually blurred, and the spear in his hand seemed to become an extension of himself.
Slaying the beasts had become his muscle memory. At this moment, the seed of Wang Linyuan's spear intent was growing rapidly.
What was once just a budding sprout had now broken through the soil and
transformed into a small tree.
He leveraged the violent scenes of the profound illusion realm, using the killing intent to nurture his spear intent. The light in his eyes grew brighter, exuding a savage, indifferent, and ferocious brilliance. Kill! Wang Linyuan roared the word once more, completely consumed by the frenzy of slaughter.
Reverse dragon shatters the heavens.
The spear tip tore through the void, surrounded by a dark red blood mist, the manifestation of his killing spear intent.
At this moment, the dragon-shaped phantom carried an intense aura and violent killing intent.
The dark red dragon body, like a demon from hell, instantly reduced the beasts in his path to dust. The violent spear momentum was as thunderous as a raging storm, as if it were about to tear the heavens and earth apart. All enemies in its path were mercilessly annihilated. In this world, only his spear reigned supreme, its domineering and murderous intent spreading like a wild gale. So this is my spear intent. Nurtured by slaughter, breaking the old shackles, today, I finally understand who I truly am.
Wang Li Yuan's gaze finally cleared, comprehending the true essence of spear intent.
Since it is nurtured by slaughter, then I shall name it Slaughter Spear Intent. Wang Li Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, and he immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly, using the Slaughter Spear Intent to continuously refine his mastery of spear intent.
At this moment, a dazzling white light flashed, and all the illusions before Wang Linyuan instantly vanished without a trace. Looks like time's up.
I didn't expect it to pass so quickly. I thought only a few hours had gone by. Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, before retracting all the killing intent of the spear.
The newly comprehended power was still unstable, and Wang Linyuan's aura at this moment was like a raging storm, brimming with murderous intent.
After waiting for a moment, Wang Linyuan found himself still standing in the same spot, not teleported away.
What's going on? Isn't it time already?
He touched his chin, muttering to himself in confusion.
Oi oi, what are you thinking about?
Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind.
Why does it sound so familiar?
Wang Linyuan frowned, turned around, and was instantly too shocked to speak. Standing in front of him was someone who looked exactly like him, except the other person had a hint of wicked charm on their face, with a completely different aura.
Wait, who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Wang Linyuan asked in confusion. Can't you tell? I'm another you.
Wang Linyuan smiled, his eyes gleaming with a sly light.
We are the same person, except I've always been hidden in your heart, and you've never noticed. Wang Linyuan gave a wicked smile, as if savoring the mockery of the moment. This move left Wang Linyuan momentarily stunned. Another me? He pointed to himself, his face full of confusion. Yes, it's you. Do you remember what Baichen said to you? What Baichen said?
Wang Linyuan tried hard to recall, and in his mind appeared what Baichen had once mentioned, that there was another personality within him, though he himself had never noticed it.
Are you another personality within me? Wang Linyuan frowned deeply, asking in disbelief. That's one way to understand it. Don't even think about killing me. As long as you're alive, I will always exist. Only if you die will I disappear along with you. Wang Linyuan gave him a sinister smile, seemingly hinting at some unspeakable secret. Don't be shocked, we are one and the same. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're thinking?
Wang Linyuan sneered disdainfully, his gaze piercing as he stared at Wang Linyuan. Wang Linyuan awkwardly scratched his head, thinking to himself, maybe I should get rid of him, otherwise he could explode at any moment and drag me down with him. Take good care of this body. When the time comes, I'll be the one to enjoy it. Unless you can suppress me, there will always be a day when I emerge. Wang Linyuan sneered, his eyes flashing with a provocative light.
How about it? Are you angry? Do you really want to hit me? He raised his eyebrows, his face full of provocation. You really deserve a beating. Wang Linyuan couldn't hold back his burning anger and instantly used his spatial ability to appear in front of Wang Linyuan, throwing a punch. What a pity, this punch hit nothing but air. You can't hit me. You have spatial abilities, and so do I.
Wang Linyuan looked at him smugly, as if to say, you're no match for me at all. Wang Linyuan sneered inwardly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Did you really think I was afraid of you?
Have you forgotten who I am?
Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant Wang Linyuan suddenly changed his expression, then surprisingly showed a hint of a fawning demeanor. Brother, I admit I was speaking too loudly earlier.
I'm apologizing to you now. I'm sorry, brother. Isn't it a bit late to say this to me now?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly. His heart was filled with confidence, thanks to the unique system he possessed.
He feared no one.
Earlier, he discovered an excellent method in the system's store to resolve inner demons. Douching barrier-breaking pill can purify all inner demons cultivated within oneself, limited to below the 5th tier, priced at 100,000 ability points.
What are you so arrogant about? You think an inner demon like you is worthy of talking to me? When the time comes, I'll directly refine you. After all, we are originally one and the same. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was no longer tense or uneasy.
The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, feeling secretly pleased.
Ha 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 ha, go ahead and speak. Ha 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 ha.
Facing Wang Linyuan's mockery, Wang Lingyuan wore a gloomy expression and coldly said, "We'll see about that," before vanishing into a wisp of black smoke.
I have a system, why should I be afraid of you?"
Wang Lingyuan said smugly. He quietly waited for the time in the profound illusion realm to end, thinking to himself, today is truly a double blessing.
I've comprehended the spear intent.
Once I gather enough ability points, I'll refine you first.
Wang Linyuan took a deep breath and spoke softly.
At that moment, a flash of white light passed, and he was transported outside the Tongshan illusion realm. "Little guy, it seems you've gained quite a lot in there." The burly man saw him come out and said with a smile,
"It's just a small breakthrough."
Wang Linyuan replied with a smile,
"I don't think so.
The aura of slaughter surrounds you, it must have been quite a significant breakthrough."
"Alright then, go back and consolidate it properly."
The burly man smiled and continued guarding the Tongshan illusion realm.
"Goodbye, sir." Wang Linyuan waved farewell and then quickly departed using the power of space. Finally back.
This time, I comprehended the spear intent, quite a significant gain.
Wang Linyuan was secretly delighted, but then his brows furrowed. He thought of the inner demon that always lingered in his mind. Bai Chen said he set up a formation on me that can delay its emergence.
I'll strive to gain 100,000 ability points during this time.
Wang Linyuan pondered to himself.
It seems this nether shadow god-slaying spear technique will have to wait for practice, but for now, it's barely sufficient.
Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Why do I have it when others don't? Could it be that someone has tampered with me? Wang Linyuan was filled with doubt. Never mind, being cautious is always good.
For now, obtaining 100,000 ability points is the most important thing.
I need to make use of the time I have. Wang Linyuan sat on the sofa and quickly brought up the system panel.
A virtual panel appeared in front of him.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation, second tier, first level, 3500/11,000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer.
Ability points, 4780. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear, Tier 3. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5.
Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter.
1. Time Reversal. 2. Spatial Distortion Bullet. 3. Time Stagnation Blade. 4. Spatial Rift Slash. 5. Space-Time Teleportation. 6. Spatial Banishment.
Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Dark Abyss Fist, Mastery, Phantom Thousand Layers, Mastery, Cross Burst Charge, Mastery, Reverse Dragon Shatters the Sky, Beginner, Heavy Pupil Technique, Incomplete, Void Shadow Assassination Technique, Novice, Netherworld Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique, Unlearned. Still 4,780 ability points left, a long way to go. Wang Linyuan sighed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Looks like I have to make another trip to the Kanglan Mountains. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens like last time. He murmured a prayer, feeling both anticipation and unease. Just then, his phone screen lit up, and Wang Lin sent a message, "Xiao Yuan, tomorrow I'll take you to the Kanglan Mountains for training. The other freshmen have already started, and we can't fall behind. Be at the gate of Sky Dome Academy at 8 a.m. tomorrow."
Wang Linyuan cheerfully replied, "Got it," then put down his phone.
Suddenly, he saw Xiao Bai appear in front of him, and Xiao Bai's playful demeanor made him burst into laughter.
"Almost forgot to feed you, Xiao Bai." He quickly took out some premium exotic beast meat from the fridge, secretly delighted. Today, Xiao Bai must be well taken care of. Watching Xiao Bai devour the food ravenously, Wang Linyuan couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Bai, when do you think I'll become an unparalleled powerhouse?" While eating, Xiao Bai shot him a disdainful look and silently thought, "You, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse? What a ridiculous dream. By the way, Xiao Bai, will you turn into a white-haired beast-eared girl?" Wang Linyuan suddenly blurted out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's pupils instantly contracted, staring at Wang Linyuan in shock while secretly thinking, could he have discovered me? Or maybe I was overthinking.
Wang Linyuan chuckled and shook his head, continuing to watch Xiao Bai savoring the exotic beast meat with great enthusiasm. Luckily, this fool didn't figure it out. I knew it, how could he possibly notice my transformation? Xiao Bai let out a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate, and then resumed enjoying the delicacies. On this day, Wang Linyuan's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that tomorrow in the Kanglan Mountains would be a crucial battle on his path to becoming a strong warrior. That's right, buy some pills that can restore abilities, just in case. "Xiaotian, help me find some pills for quickly restoring abilities." Wang Linyuan called Xiaotian out. He still had 15,000 exchange points, which he had no other use for at the moment. "Here are several types of elixirs for you. 1. Ling Shu Hui Yuan Pill, melts into a warm spiritual flow upon ingestion, instantly clearing the depleted meridians of ability users and quickly replenishing energy consumption. Tier 3 elixir priced at 100 ability points per bottle. 2. Shen Jing Huan Nung Pill. After consumption, it forms an energy vortex in the dantian, rapidly completing energy replenishment. Tier 3 elixir priced at 100 ability points per bottle. 3. Blood Marrow Restoration Pill, emits a faintly sweet and metallic aroma, directly activating the latent potential of the ability. User's body upon entry, accelerating the energy regeneration cycle. Tier 3 elixir priced at 100 ability points per bottle. 4. Daylight Condensed Energy Pill. The pill's surface shimmers with a flowing halo, capable of quickly dispelling the sluggish feeling caused by excessive use of abilities, rapidly restoring energy. Tier 3 pill priced at 100 ability points per bottle. 5. Starfall Origin Pill. Appears as a translucent deep blue, dissolving in the body to form a star orbit cycle, efficiently and stably replenishing energy reserves. Tier 3 pill priced at 100 ability points per bottle. These pills are pretty good, not bad, and not too expensive, only 100 exchange points per bottle. I'll take one of each to try them out. Wang Lingyuan cheerfully paid 500 ability points, and before long, the school's express delivery arrived at his dormitory. A few minutes later, the dormitory doorbell rang. Wang Lingyuan hurried to open the door and saw a person wearing a yellow work uniform standing at the entrance. Your pills have been delivered on time. Please sign for them, and don't forget to give a 5-star review. After saying this with a smile, Wang Lingyuan signed for the package, and the courier left. Wang Lingyuan held the package and eagerly returned to the dormitory. He opened the delivery and saw 5 small bottles inside, each labeled with the names of different pills. He opened one of the bottles, poured out a pill, which was entirely golden yellow, and upon smelling it, immediately felt a slight increase in his abilities. Entirely golden yellow, this should be the solar energy condensing pill. Not bad at all, Wang Lingyuan said with a smile, then put the pill back into the bottle. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Wang Lingyuan got up early, ate something casually, and went to the gate of Sky Academy to wait for Wang Lin's arrival. Hey, Xiao Yuan, you're here so early. Wang Lin saw the bored Wang Lingyuan and quickly walked up to him, saying, Fortunately, I just arrived too. Wang Lingyuan saw that Wang Lin had come, stood up, and walked toward him. Judging by the intense killing intent around you, did you go to the Tongxian illusion realm? Wang Lin approached and noticed the strong killing intent emanating from Wang Lingyuan, unable to resist asking. Yes, I comprehended spear intent in the Tongxian illusion realm. I just grasped it, so I'm not very skilled at controlling the killing intent yet. Wang Lingyuan scratched his head and said with a smile, This is great news, Xiao Yuan. I've never seen anyone your age comprehend spear intent before. Your killing intent now is enough to intimidate quite a few people. Wang Lin said with a smile, patting Wang Lingyuan on the shoulder. Let's go, let's train in the Kanglan Mountains for a bit. By the time we return, it will almost be time for the freshman competition. The rewards for the freshman competition are quite generous. With your spear intent, I don't think anyone will be your match. Mentor, who is the strongest among the freshmen? Wang Lingyuan asked curiously. Well, I'm not entirely sure. It should be Shiman Shuei. He's currently at the 5th level of the 1st tier. Plus, he has an SS grade. Wind ability, the Wind God's Decree. He should be the strongest, aside from you. Wang Lin said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let's go, kid. With your current 2nd tier strength, almost no one can beat you. Plus, with your gun intent, even quite a few sophomores can't take you down. Wang Lin said with a smile as he walked out. If someone can beat me, that would be strange. As long as their cultivation is higher than mine, I'll immediately use the system to add points. Otherwise, I'd be letting the system down. Wang Lingyuan muttered while laughing as he walked away. On the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range, Wang Lingyuan and Wang Lin stood side by side. Wang Lingyuan looked up at the massive crack in the sky, which had already been sealed. There were still people guarding the crack to prevent any accidents. Traces of blood and signs of battle could still faintly be seen on the surrounding ground. Sigh. Wang Lingyuan let out a soft sigh. What's wrong, Xiao Yuan? Did you recall some unpleasant memories of entering the rift in the alternate space? Wang Lin asked with concern. Not really. Will this spatial rift become a large-scale secret realm in the future? Wang Lingyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If nothing unexpected happens, it should. Officials will come to handle this place, and it will only be opened once it's safe inside. Wang Lin said with a smile, then led Wang Lingyuan deeper into the Kanglan mountain range. You killed it with just one punch? Wang Lin was dumbfounded, staring at Wang Lingyuan in disbelief. He had deliberately found a beast of the same level as Wang Linyuan to test his strength, but to his surprise, Wang Linyuan didn't even summon the Eternal Night Demon armor and directly defeated it with a single move, the world-destroying Abyss Fist. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier, first-level beast. Reward, 2,100 ability points. Isn't this normal, mentor? I didn't even use my full strength. Wang Linyuan replied with a confident smile. Don't call me mentor. We're both surnamed Wang, maybe we were even family 800 years ago. Just call me brother Wang or old Wang. Wang Lin smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. But I really underestimated your strength. Come on, let's increase the difficulty for you. Wang Lin led Wang Linyuan deep into the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range, where a human-faced demon spider appeared before them. Tier 2, Level 3. This human-faced demon spider, give it a try. This is a piece of cake for me. Watch closely, old Wang. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a devilish smile as he stepped forward toward the human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider was feeding when it noticed Wang Linyuan slowly approaching. It immediately let out a hissing sound, warning him not to come closer. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Wang Linyuan, the spider couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear. Eternal Night Demon Armor, merge, Wang Linyuan murmured in a low voice. In his previous life, he hadn't experienced the thrill of summoning armor, but in this life, he could finally savor it to the fullest. As he approached step by step, the Eternal Night Demon armor gradually adhered to his body. By the time he stood before the human-faced demon spider, an unparalleled killing intent emanated from him, forcing even the beast to retreat a few steps in fear. What a bore! Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, clenching his right fist as dark power surged in his palm, forming a black vortex that devoured the surrounding spiritual energy like a miniature black hole. Hellfire burned around him, resembling the whispers of a demon. Seizing the moment before the human-faced demon spider could react, Wang Linyuan delivered a fierce punch to its grotesque face. The immense force erupted instantly, shaking the entire Kanglan mountain range to its core. Bang! The twisted visage of the human-faced demon spider instantly contorted into a terrifyingly ghastly expression, like that of a malevolent ghost. Hiss! It kept roaring at Wang Linyuan, opening its mouth to spit out a corrosive slime, as if trying to tear him to pieces. Wang Linyuan hurriedly dodged, seeing the slime hit the tree behind him, instantly corroding a large hole, and his heart burned with rage. Screw you! He cursed under his breath and immediately drew the Eternal Night Demon Spear, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Let me use you to consecrate my spear intent. As Wang Linyuan roared in fury, a surge of killing intent erupted from him like a tidal wave. In an instant, a terrifying scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared behind him, leaving Wang Lin beside him utterly stunned. This kid's comprehension of spear intent is truly terrifying. Wang Lin took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke. His expression was secretive and complex. Go to hell. 13 death shots, White Dragon. The White Dragon on Wang Linyuan's gun, influenced by the murderous intent of the weapon, transformed into a black and red demonic dragon, radiating boundless killing intent. The human-faced demon spider, sensing the threat of death, let out a deafening roar from its ferocious face and unexpectedly spat a web toward Wang Linyuan. But Wang Linyuan did not dodge at all. The demon dragon pierced through the spider web like an arrow, directly striking the heart of the human-faced demon spider. Roar! The demon dragon let out a thunderous roar, instantly piercing through the human-faced demon spider, killing it completely. Everything happened in a flash. Wang Linyuan effortlessly killed the second-tier, third-level exotic beast with a single strike, leaving everyone stunned by how quickly the battle ended. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier, third-level exotic beast and earning 2,300 ability points. Wang Linyuan thrust the Eternal Night Demon Spear into the ground, took out a solar energy condensation pill, and swallowed it, quickly restoring the supernatural energy he had just expended. This solar energy condensation pill is truly extraordinary. The recovery speed is astonishing. He pondered silently in his heart. Crack, crack, crack. Well done, Xiao Yuan. At your current level, being invincible among your peers is not an exaggeration. Wang Lin, who was watching the battle, walked over slowly, a smile on his face. Old Wang, this is no challenge for me. It's the cross-level challenges that really get my blood pumping. Wang Linyuan pinched his thumb and pointed his index finger at Wang Lin with a smile. Come on, I'll take you to challenge even stronger beasts. I want to see your limits. Wang Lin led Wang Linyuan deeper into the area. As they continued forward, they encountered a group of blood-covered mercenaries with fierce expressions, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. One of them sneered coldly, his gaze hostile, and openly asked, "Boss, should we?" while making a throat-slitting gesture. Wang Linyuan frowned, but but Wang Lin looked at them with a smile, seemingly indifferent. Before they could speak, blood gushed from their necks, and their heads fell off, their faces frozen in the previous expression.
Wang Lingyuan glanced at Wang Lin in astonishment. Old Wang, can you teach me how to kill silently? I thought you'd ask why I killed them, but I didn't expect you to ask this. Even Sher Kai and the others asked me before.
Wang Lin sighed, then stepped forward and began searching the corpses on the ground. Before long, he found 5 storage rings on the bodies.
Of course, killing cannot leave any traces,
Wang Linyuan said coldly. Then, hellfire ignited at his fingertips, and with a light flick, the flames fell onto the corpses, instantly reducing them to ashes.
You punk are even more ruthless than me.
Wang Lin smiled and glanced at him, handing over 5 storage rings to Wang Linyuan. There's some stuff inside, not much use to me, so I'm giving it to you.
Thanks, old Wang.
Wang Linyuan took the rings, gave them a xick look, and found that besides daily necessities, there were also exotic beast corpses and spiritual herbs. He casually stored the storage rings in the system space.
Let's go, Xiao Yuan. There's an unexpected exotic beast ahead.
Wang Lin smiled mysteriously.
Unexpected? Is it really that mysterious? Wang Linyuan stroked his chin, filled with curiosity. Of course, this isn't a species from Blue Star. You'll understand when you get there. Faced with Wang Linyuan's inquiry, Wang Lin remained silent and continued walking forward. Is it really necessary to be so mysterious?
Wang Linyuan muttered to himself, then saw Wang Lin stop not far ahead and wave at him. Come quickly, Xiao Yuan. Wang Lin lay prone on the thicket, mysteriously peeking at something, as if waiting for an earth-shattering showdown to unfold. Wang Linyuan curiously stepped forward, only to unexpectedly see a strange beast bathing. Its entire body was golden, massive in size, with a shoulder height reaching 3 meters and a body length exceeding 5 meters.
Its fur resembled burning flames, the dazzling orange-red shining brilliantly under the sunlight.
Its eyes glimmered with a golden radiance, as if capable of incinerating everything. Its claws were like sharp fiery blades, both pointed and scorching, sending chills down one's spine.
This is the infernal lion, possessing a trace of supreme beast bloodline, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Extracting the bloodline from its body will be immensely beneficial to you,
Wang Lin said excitedly, his gaze fixed on the bathing infernal lion. The pond's water surged and churned, seemingly heralding the arrival of this battle.
Go ahead, Xiao Yuan.
This is the exotic beast I painstakingly found that matches your strength.
It has just broken through to Tier 2, Level 6. Wang Lin encouraged. No problem, I'll take it down in 3 moves.
Wang Linyuan said confidently, his eyes sharp as he strode toward the infernal lion.
This kid is quite confident. Wang Lin secretly praised, then concealed his aura and quietly waited for Wang Linyuan's showdown with the infernal lion.
Wang Linyuan stepped closer to the infernal lion, his eternal night demon armor shielding him like the darkness of night. When he was less than 10 meters away from the infernal lion, he gathered his strength and suddenly launched a space distortion blast, which struck the pond where the infernal lion was bathing with a thunderous impact. The infernal lion was disturbed and angrily leapt out of the pond, water splashing everywhere. Golden flames erupted from its mane, its eyes blazing with fury as it opened its mouth and spewed a fireball straight at Wang Linyuan.
Wang Linyuan used his spatial abilities to easily evade the attack.
The fireball struck the massive tree behind him with a deafening crash, instantly snapping it in half and sending splinters flying.
Your resistance is awakening my beastly instincts.
Wang Linyuan steadied his mind, standing firm with his spear in hand, surrounded by an
intense aura of slaughter.
The intent of his spear surged like a raging black tide, rushing toward the infernal lion as if to engulf it. Dragon's reversal shatters the heavens, he roared furiously. A massive black and red dragon coiled around the eternal night demon's spear like a storm, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the infernal lion.
The overwhelming aura of slaughter spread, sending chills down the spine.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan's gaze held no trace of mercy, only an overwhelming intent to kill.
He was the embodiment of death, and the spear in his hand was the scythe of the Grim Reaper, destined to write a legend in this life and death duel. The infernal lion faced the charging dragon without fear, rushing forward with a furious roar. Roar! A wave of sound rippled through, disrupting the dragon's attack trajectory.
The infernal lion, now engulfed in golden flames, unleashed 3 consecutive fireballs from its mouth.
Boom, boom, boom.
The collision produced 3 loud bangs, and the dragon's phantom only faded slightly, continuing to claw and charge toward the infernal lion. The infernal lion's golden flames formed a protective shield, blocking the attack of dragon reversal, shattering the sky, as its sharp claws fiercely struck the dragon.
Ah!
The infernal lion was struck by the dragon and sent flying, suffering significant injuries, wailing continuously from its mouth. It angrily looked at Wang Linyuan, the hatred in its eyes igniting instantly, and immediately pounced toward Wang Linyuan. A bit of skill, but that's all there is to it. Void Shadow Kill Technique. Wang Linyuan murmured softly, black energy emanating from his body as countless images of Wang Linyuan appeared around him in an instant. Now you're surrounded, surrender. After speaking, Wang Linyuan concealed himself in the void, leaving the infernal lion unable to determine which was Wang Linyuan's true form. Golden fireballs continuously spewed from its mouth. Those phantoms darted back and forth, launching attacks on the infernal lion. The hidden Wang Linyuan watched as the infernal lion, like a buffoon, kept exhausting its energy, its body now bearing numerous flesh wounds. It seems the beginner-level Void Shadow Kill technique is still insufficient. Wang Linyuan looked at the flame prison lion, covered in blood and already devoid of its earlier majesty, even its roars sounding weak. Void Myriad Shadow Slash. Wang Linyuan softly chanted, and countless images of himself emerged from the void, each wielding a black blade that relentlessly slashed toward the flame prison lion. The speed was so overwhelming that the flame prison lion couldn't react at all, being struck millions of times in an instant, causing blood to gush out wildly. No, it consumes too much supernatural power. Wang Linyuan slightly furrowed his brow, and 36 projections of Wang Linyuan simultaneously emerged from the spatial rift, delivering a strike that completely killed the infernal lion. Sorry, I really need your bloodline to aid my cultivation. Wang Linyuan stepped out from the void, his gait somewhat unsteady, as if he had been completely drained. It seems that without the proper level, I still can't use it recklessly. Wang Linyuan said this while popping 2 Lingchu Huiyuan pills into his mouth. Feeling his depleted abilities slowly recover, a look of relief appeared on his face. These Lingchu Huiyuan pills work pretty well. I'll buy a couple more bottles when I get back. Wang Linyuan removed his armor, and a hint of rosiness flashed across his pale face. Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to actually take it down in just 3 moves. I thought you were just bragging. Wang Lin, who had been hiding nearby to watch the fight, emerged at some point. But now, you're extremely weak. Remember, never expose your back to strangers when you're outside. Only you can truly rely on yourself. Wang Lin looked at the weakened Wang Linyuan in front of him, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Old Wang, aren't you the person I trust the most? Wang Linyuan said with a smile. The person you trust the most is the easiest to deceive. You still don't understand, Xiao Yuan. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Wang Lin gave him a deep look. He walked to the corpse of the infernal lion and used the power of darkness with both hands. Before long, the corpse of the flame prison lion shriveled up, turning into a dried-up husk, and a small cluster of essence blood appeared in Wang Lin's hand. Xiao Yuan, it might hurt a bit later, so you have to endure it. Wang Lin looked at Wang Linyuan with a sinister grin. What's wrong with you, old Wang? Wang Linyuan looked at Wang Lin with some confusion. You'll understand in a moment, just take a break first. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he took out a large vat from his storage ring and began adding spiritual herbs and some unknown materials into it. Come on, Xiao Yuan, add a handful of hellfire into it and boil this pot of spiritual essence. Wang Lin said, drenched in sweat. I'm exhausted today. He wiped the sweat off his face and looked at Wang Linyuan. Hearing Wang Lin's call, Wang Linyuan quickly stood up and placed a blazing hellfire into the furnace beneath the large vat. Old Wang, what are you up to? Wang Linyuan looked at the busy Wang Lin with a puzzled expression. Nothing much, once this jar opens, you just go in. Wang Lin said to Wang Linyuan with a smile. What? Old Wang, you wouldn't want to cook me and eat me, would you? Wang Linyuan said with a shocked expression. Of course not. This is for tempering your body. Although the effect isn't as good as the tempering you experienced with the power of the stars, it's still quite impressive. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he stared intently at the boiling cauldron, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Take off your clothes and get in, Xiao Yuan. Ah, can I keep my clothes on? Wang Linyuan looked distressed, feeling uneasy. No, how can you fully absorb the medicinal effects without taking off your clothes? Wang Lin's voice was serious and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. By the way, the underwear has to come off too, he added, a mischievous smile on his face. What? Old Wang, can you turn around? Wang Linyuan's face turned bright red, struggling to get the words out. What's there to be afraid of? We're 2 grown men. Wang Lin responded fearlessly. It's precisely because we're men that I'm scared. Wang Linyuan resisted in his heart, but there was nowhere to escape. Alright, you're always so fussy. Wang Lin turned around, giving him a bit of space. Xiao Yuan, not bad, you've got a good figure. As soon as he stepped into the large tub, Wang Linyuan was made red-faced by Wang Lin's teasing. What are you doing, old Wang? He protested loudly, though he felt a bit at a loss inside. Nothing, just taking a look. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Wang Lin approached with a relaxed tone and a smile. Just focus on tempering your body, it's just like taking a bath. It'll be over soon, he encouraged, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Linyuan nodded and gradually felt the warmth warmth of the medicinal bath, unable to resist letting out a sound of enjoyment. Old Wang, this feels way too good.
Then what did you mean earlier about it being painful? You'll find out soon enough.
Wang Lin smiled mysteriously, his eyes fixed on Wang Linyuan, observing the changes in him.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan's face was flushed, seemingly immersed in this wondrous experience.
As time passed, a gleam of excitement flashed in Wang Lin's eyes.
He finally decided to add the infernal lion's essence blood into the medicinal bath. Ah, old Wang, what did you put in here?
Wang Linyuan suddenly felt a wave of heat and a surge of pain, crying out in surprise. I added the infernal lion's essence blood. It carries a trace of the supreme exotic beast's bloodline, so of course, it's different.
Bear with it, kid. Wang Lin's smile grew even brighter. Wang Linyuan clenched his teeth, trying to calm down and endure the burning sensation brought by the flame prison lion's essence blood.
However, shortly after, he felt a wave of dizziness, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Looking at the unconscious Wang Linyuan, Wang Lin revealed a meaningful smile. Not easy, Xiao Yuan. This is quite the investment. This small piece of rosemary is enough to keep you asleep for 2 days. He stepped forward, took out a syringe, and without hesitation, jabbed it into Wang Linyuan's arm, extracting half a tube of bright red blood.
Xiao Yuan, this is your first lesson. Never trust anyone, except yourself.
Wang Lin gazed at the unconscious Wang Linyuan, his eyes deep, as if contemplating a grander plan.
It's been 2 days already, why hasn't he woken up yet? Could it be that I used too much of the drug?
Wang Lin stared anxiously at Wang Linyuan in front of the large vat, his heart burning with worry.
If he doesn't wake up soon, my spiritual medicine will be wasted.
He painfully tossed a rare spiritual herb into the vat, watching intently as Wang Linyuan continuously absorbed the essence of the herb, sighing inwardly, I should have used less of the drug, sigh. At that moment, Wang Linyuan's consciousness entered a pitch-black space, but there was a beam of light ahead. As if guided, he ran toward the light.
A voice kept asking in his ear, young man, do you desire power? Wang Linyuan grew increasingly irritated and roared, I need power, give it to me. But the voice coldly replied, the time is not yet right. When the time comes, you will naturally gain power. This sentence made Wang Linyuan so angry he almost burst out laughing. Who the hell are you trying to fool? You say you'll give me power but, then don't, what's the meaning of this? Cursing as he ran with all his might, he finally charged toward the light and passed through it. I'm back. Wang Linyuan suddenly opened his eyes and saw Wang Lin anxiously calling out beside him. Wang Linyuan, wake up. What's wrong with you? Wang Lin's eyes were full of worry. What happened to me? Wang Linyuan looked around in confusion. You were flailing around in the big vat like a lunatic just now, even cursing out loud. Wang Lin looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Nothing, can I come out now? Wang Linyuan asked somewhat awkwardly. Oh, sure, you can come out now. You've been tempering yourself in there for 3 days already. I really don't know how you managed to last so long. Wang Lin said with a calmness as if discussing something ordinary, practically deserving an Oscar statuette. Maybe it was just too comfortable? Turn around first, old Wang. After saying this, Wang Linyuan quickly climbed out of the big vat and got dressed. Old Wang, I have to say, this body tempering really works, though my head feels a bit dizzy. Wang Linyuan shook his head, trying to clear his mind, and immediately felt the surging power within his body. Of course you're dizzy. If I'd known earlier, I would have used less rosemary. Wang Lin muttered beside him. Old Wang, what did you say? I feel like I can now kill a first-tier exotic beast with my bare hands. Wang Linyuan excitedly clenched his fists, his face full of confidence. Naturally, your body has been tempered with the power of the stars and the essence blood of the infernal lion, so its strength is incredibly high. Wang Lin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, come on, we have a few days left. It's the perfect time for you to adapt to your newly tempered body. Then we'll head to Sky Academy for the freshman competition. You must take first place. It's too easy, old Wang. Among the new students, only Shiman Shueishue can be my match. The others are hardly worth mentioning. Wang Linyuan said nonchalantly. If someone else said this, I'd definitely think they were bragging and punch them in the face. But if it's you saying it, I believe you. Wang Lin responded with a smile. Let's go, Xiao Yuan. Our journey has just begun. Wang Lin led Wang Linyuan to continue their training. Hopefully, we can gather 100,000 ability points this time, or else it might be a bit troublesome. Wang Linyuan muttered behind him, following Wang Lin to seek out powerful exotic beasts for training. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Linyuan punched the beast's head again and again. At first, it struggled, but as Wang Linyuan's attacks intensified, the beast's skull finally exploded, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Wang Linyuan was clad in the Eternal Night Demon armor, the dark red blood proving the results of his training in the Kanglan Mountains. His scarlet eyes emitted a chilling murderous aura. This kid is becoming more terrifying by the day.
Wang Lin watched from the side, his eyes filled with nostalgia, as if he were seeing his younger self.
Seeing you reminds me so much of the old me, Wang Lin remarked with emotion.
Wang Linyuan stopped his fist, realizing that the beast pinned beneath him was already dead beyond any doubt.
Let's go, Xiao Yuan, it's time to head back, Wang Lin called out. Wang Linyuan nodded and stored the mangled beast's corpse into the system space.
Even though its head was smashed, it was still worth quite a bit of Yenxia currency.
You really are a money grubber,
Wang Lin teased as he watched him skillfully handle the beast's corpse.
No choice, I'm an orphan, no money, so I can only earn it myself.
Wang Linyuan spread his hands, his face full of helplessness.
Far away, thousands of miles away, Wang Quan suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Could it be Xiao Yuan?
A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he charged forward without hesitation, as if he had a premonition about something.
Since you won't give it to me, then I'll have to borrow it. Wang Quan's voice was as loud as thunder, carrying an air of fearless determination. Alright, if you're my student, I won't let you starve. Besides, you should have quite a bit of money, right?
Wang Lin smiled, his tone carrying a hint of teasing.
Not much, but even a small fly is still meat. Wang Linyuan looked helpless, secretly thinking that this could be considered an opportunity. Let's head back, I'm already prepared. Wang Linyuan's face was filled with excitement, his blood boiling. Of course, we have to go back. There's still 3 days until the freshman competition. I'll take you to a place to elevate your spirit. Wang Lin gave a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Elevate my spirit?
Wang Linyuan was puzzled, faintly sensing something unusual.
That's right,
you've killed so many exotic beasts these past few days. Although you've grasped the intent of the slaughter spear, your state of mind isn't stable enough. The beasts that died at your hands were either missing limbs or had their heads blown apart.
If this continues, it's easy to lose yourself. So, I'm taking you to learn how to control your killing intent.
Wang Lin smiled faintly, his tone filled with concern.
I see. Wang Linyuan suddenly understood, deeply grateful for Wang Lin's thoughtful intentions. Let's go, back home. Wang Lin patted his shoulder and strode forward without hesitation.
A few hours later, Wang Linyuan and Wang Lin returned to Sky Academy, as if they had undergone a baptism.
Come with me, Xiao Yuan, Wang Lin said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
The place I'm taking you to may not compare to the Tongshan illusion realm, but it's not too far off.
Not too far off? Wang Linyuan was momentarily confused, pondering silently in his heart. Isn't that obvious? If I could enter the Tongshan illusion realm again, how about giving me 10,000 exchange points?
Wang Linyuan responded with a smile, a hint of longing igniting in his heart.
You brat, always taking advantage of the good stuff. I was just joking with you earlier. Come with me.
Wang Lin shook his head as he walked, his tone full of teasing. With me here, you won't need to spend any exchange points this time.
If you ever want to hone your state of mind, you can come here, Wang Lin explained with a smile, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes.
This place exists because the transcendent illusion realm is too precious, so the academy built an alternative, allowing both students and teachers to come here.
Wang Lin's voice was like a battle drum, stirring Wang Linyuan's fighting spirit. We've arrived. Wang Lin led Wang Linyuan to the front of a magnificent palace. The luxurious building before him still left Wang Linyuan deeply awestruck. This is the flowing cloud illusion realm.
Although its effects can't compare to the profound illusion realm, it's definitely sufficient for you at this stage,
Wang Lin explained with a smile.
Training here requires 1,000 exchange points each time.
I've paid for this session for you.
I hope you can temper your mindset while inside. By the time you come out, the freshman competition will be just about to start.
Thank you, old Wang.
I will definitely strive to excel in the freshman competition,
Wang Linyuan said gratefully, then walked into the flowing cloud illusion with excitement. Go ahead, kid, I have my own matters to attend to. Wang Lin watched Wang Linyuan's figure as he turned and left this place. This is Wang Linyuan's blood, quickly study it carefully.
In a mysterious underground facility, the experimental equipment was fully equipped, and researchers in white lab coats were busy at work.
Wang Lin walked up to a young man and handed him Wang Linyuan's blood. Is this the legendary SSS grade blood? The young man's eyes burned with excitement, as if he saw endless opportunities. If only I could. He was so excited that he couldn't finish his sentence, but Wang Lin coldly interrupted him. Don't even think about using him for human experiments. His identity is not something you can meddle with. I know, I absolutely won't touch him. After all, this is the first time studying SSS grade blood, and I'm already thrilled.
The young man in white awkwardly smiled, but secretly calculated in his heart.
You'd better keep your promise. If something goes wrong, I won't care. After warning him, Wang Lin turned and left. What's so arrogant about that?
In the end, you'll still have to rely on me. The young man in white had a sullen expression, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. Someone, prepare to study the newly arrived test subject.
I'd like to see what new discoveries we can make,
he ordered with a cold laugh, and soon saw a group of people approaching with various instruments, while a person tightly bound lay on the operating table.
No, no,
he screamed in terror, his heart filled with despair.
Enough, give him an injection.
The young man in white gave the order, took the vial of medicine, his eyes gleaming with madness.
Sure enough, the blood of an SSS level ability user is truly extraordinary.
He stared obsessively at the white potion in his hand, his heart already filled with immense anticipation.
It's almost done, just give me a little more time,
he muttered to himself, seemingly completely consumed by his own fervor. Inject this newly developed potion into him and record the experimental data, he ordered coldly, and the person beside him quickly injected the white serum into the arm of the poor test subject.
No, I don't want to become a monster.
He struggled desperately, trying to escape this merciless fate, but it was all in vain. As the serum was injected, his body gradually stopped struggling, began convulsing, his eyes flickering with a blood-red glow, and his entire being seemed to become unrecognizable.
This time, it might just succeed.
The young man in white stared fervently at the anomaly before him, a crazed smile spreading across his face. At this moment, Wang Linyuan found himself in a magical place, a vast, boundless grassland with a clear, winding river flowing through it, surrounded by vibrant wildflowers in full bloom.
Is this a paradise on earth? After such a long period of tension, I can finally relax completely. Wang Linyuan lay on the grass, a blade of wild grass in his mouth, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility and beauty.
So comfortable, so very comfortable, I just want to take a nap. He yawned, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. A flash of white light enveloped Wang Linyuan, transforming into countless small butterflies that gracefully passed through his body.
Each time they passed, the butterflies dimmed, absorbing the baleful energy within Wang Linyuan. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Linyuan opened his eyes and stretched lazily. It's been so long since I've slept so peacefully. I feel much more relaxed all over.
He tentatively sensed his body and discovered that the killing intent previously generated from comprehending the spear intent of slaughter had completely vanished.
At this moment, Wang Linyuan's aura was restrained, yet he exuded a majestic presence akin to an ancient demon god, appearing as a supreme youth.
Wang Linyuan sat on the grass, his heart filled with excitement, and quickly brought up the system panel. A virtual panel appeared before his eyes, with information clearly displayed.
Name, Wang Linyuan. Age, 18.
Cultivation, 2nd tier, 2nd level, 1568/11,000. Abilities, Power of Time and Space, Abyss Devourer. Ability points, 147,800. Weapon, Eternal Night Demon Spear, Tier 3. Talents, 1. Blood Moon Canopy 2. Blood Moon Descent 3. Blood Moon Blessing 4. Eternal Night Demon Armor 5. Bloodline Servant, Soul Splitter. Skills, Basic Marksmanship, Mastery, 13 Deadly Shots, Mastery, Hellfire, Beginner, World-Destroying Abyssal Fist, Mastery, Phantom Mirage, Mastery, Cross Burst Charge, Mastery, Reverse, Dragon Shattering the Heavens, Beginner, Heavy Pupil Technique, Incomplete, Void Shadow Assassination Technique, Novice, Nether Absolute Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique, Unlearned.
I've finally earned 100,000 ability points.
All my hard training during this time has truly paid off.
Wang Linyuan laughed excitedly.
He quickly opened the system shop to search for the Douching Barrier Breaking Pill. Good thing this pill is only effective below the 5th tier, otherwise, I can't imagine how many ability points it would cost.
Wang Linyuan thought to himself.
Exchange successful, a white pill instantly appeared in his hand.
He smiled faintly, picked up the pill, and sniffed it. 99% pure, a rare item. Smells amazing. Without hesitation, he put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, he felt a cool stream of energy flowing through his body, as if all his fatigue had been completely swept away. A burst of black mist emerged from his head, and Wang Linyuan immediately felt his body become lighter, as if he were floating on a cloud. The effect of this pill is truly astonishing. It seems the crisis has been resolved, he couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing that there were still over 40,000 ability points left, it was just enough to learn the Nether Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique. Does the host wish to consume 40,000 ability points to begin training in the Nether Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique? Yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the Nether Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique. Wang Linyuan's heart trembled, as if he felt a powerful force awakening within him. His eyes sparkled with fiery brilliance. The battles ahead were destined to be even more thrilling and glorious. At this moment, Wang Linyuan felt the system instilling the essentials of the spear technique, and in just an instant, he had already grasped its essence. This Netherworld Shadow Godslaying Spear Technique consists of 5 moves. With my current ability, I can only perform the first move
move, but it's enough to awe the entire audience. Wang Linyuan pondered, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although my cultivation has been progressing slowly over the past few days, it has been steadily strengthening.
At that moment, a dazzling white light emanated from Wang Linyuan's body. He knew the time had come.
When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing outside the palace. Crowds surged around him, pouring endlessly into the flowing cloud illusion realm.
Looks like the enthusiasm here is quite high. Wang Linyuan sighed and prepared to leave, planning to head to the combat room to test the nether shadow god slaying spear technique.
However, as soon as he arrived at the combat room, he found it was already full, with no space available.
Seems I underestimated their passion for combat.
Wang Linyuan shook his head, ready to leave and treat himself to a good meal as a reward. Just as he turned around, he noticed a group of people surrounding a young man. His heart stirred, and he smiled.
Well, isn't this my old friend Xiao Fengyun? Are you here for some fun? Wang Linyuan stepped forward, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I haven't even come to find you, yet you've delivered yourself to me. Wang Linyuan, in tomorrow's freshman competition, I will definitely defeat you.
Xiao Fengyun said coldly, his eyes flashing with icy light.
Then I'll be waiting to see.
Wang Linyuan sneered, lightly nudged Xiao Fengyun's shoulder, and turned to leave the combat room.
Boss, should we find a few people to teach him a lesson?
A lackey beside Xiao Fengyun said ingratiatingly.
Teach him a lesson? Weren't you quite smart before? How come you're acting stupid now? Who can you find? Don't end up getting hurt yourself.
Xiao Fengyun sneered and slapped him.
Don't provoke him, I will defeat him head-on with my strength. After saying this, Xiao Fengyun resolutely walked into the battle room. You've worked hard these days, Xiao Bai. These are all delicious dishes I ordered for you. Try this steamed meteor fish.
Wang Linyuan brought Xiao Bai back to the True Delicious Hotel, where the table was filled with tempting fish delicacies.
Kid, you don't really think of me as a cat to raise, do you?
Xiao Bai said while eating, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Seeing that Xiao Bai still wanted more, Wang Linyuan immediately ordered several more sumptuous fish dishes.
Eat, Xiao Bai, eat more,
he said with a smile, offering the delicious food.
I have to admit, this fish is really well made.
Xiao Bai thought to himself, eating with even more enthusiasm.
After a sumptuous dinner, Wang Linyuan took Xiao Bai back to the dormitory, preparing to face tomorrow's grand freshman competition.
The night passed without incident.
Early in the morning, Wang Linyuan arrived at the gymnasium of Tianqiong Academy.
This expansive gymnasium featured a towering arched dome that reached into the clouds, with a massive competition arena at its center and tiered seating around it capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, the gymnasium was already packed with people. Wang Linyuan quietly observed his surroundings, surrounded by upperclassmen from the second and third years.
Stao Yuan,
a familiar voice called out. Wang Linyuan turned around to see none other than the long-missed Sure Kai.
Brother Kai, Wang Linyuan waved excitedly. How about it? Feeling confident about this year's freshman competition? Of course. This time, the first place is definitely mine. Sure Kai patted Wang Linyuan's shoulder, his gaze resolute. Confidence is good. The freshman competition is linked to the star rankings. Reaching the top of the star rankings comes with plenty of rewards, so you better give it your all. Sure Kai encouraged. That's a must. By the way, Brother Kai, are you coming to watch the competition this time? Yes, I'm coming with Chi Tian to watch your match. Anyway, it's boring to just sit around. Sure Kai replied with a smile. It's almost time for the draw, good luck. Sure Kai made a gesture and turned to head toward the audience seats. At this moment, Li Jia tapped the microphone twice. Seeing the crowd quiet down, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Silence, please. Now, the freshmen will come forward to draw lots. Each arena will host one-on-one matches, using a points system. The top 50 will advance. I hereby announce the official start of the freshman competition." Before Li Jia finished speaking, the gymnasium erupted into thunderous applause, which lasted for quite a while before gradually subsiding. Wang Linyuan stepped forward, casually drew a lot, and saw the number 1 written on it. My turn is still far off. I'll watch others fight first, Wang Linyuan said calmly, casually putting the lot away. He turned and walked toward another arena, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Would the individuals who drew the first and 100th lots please come to the stage? On the arena, the referee's voice boomed like thunder, instantly drawing everyone's attention. 2 boys stepped onto the stage, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. They cupped their fists in greeting and introduced themselves, their supernatural powers exuding an oppressive presence in the air. B-level water ability, the Fast C's laughter. Mo Yunxian.
He smiled faintly, his gaze as calm as water, exuding composure and confidence.
B-level fire ability, Wings of the Seraph. Luo Binghe.
His voice was sonorous and powerful, as if heralding an intense and fiery showdown about to unfold. The two faced off, the air thick with tension, neither willing to make the first move. Finally, Luo Binghe's patience broke, and like a tiger descending the mountain, he roared, "Flaming wings!" In an instant, a pair of blazing wings erupted from his back, as if ready to ignite the entire arena, charging straight at Mo Yunxian.
Humph! Crashing waves.
Mo Yunxian sneered, his hands moving swiftly to conjure three sharp water blades, which surged forward with unstoppable force. Luo Binghe dodged with astonishing speed, like a dancer in the wind. However, as the third water blade closed in, he clenched his right fist, flames instantly enveloping it, and smashed the ice blade with a fierce punch, the residual force undiminished.
Raging Sea Fist. Mo Yunxian seized the opportunity, his right fist enveloped in water elemental power, fiercely striking toward Luo Binghe with an earth-shaking momentum. Fiery Cloud Palm.
Luo Binghe refused to back down, his right palm igniting in flames as he met Mo Yunxian's fist head-on. The collision of fire and water resounded like thunder, shaking the entire arena.
Bang! Both retreated 3 steps simultaneously, sparks flashing in their eyes as they clearly assessed each other's strength. The audience below the stage buzzed with excitement, their blood boiling. Who do you think will win?
It's hard to say, they're both at the second level of the first stage, fighting fiercely.
Mo Yunxian has the advantage, doesn't he? After all, water counters fire. But Luo Binghe's flames seem even more intense. This is just too boring, Wang Linyuan thought to himself.
Compared to the battle between the Qiangqi and the White Tiger he had witnessed before, the small skirmish was hardly worth watching. His gaze swept across the other arenas and found that some matches were even less exciting than the fight between Mo Yunxian and Luo Binghe, leaving him feeling a wave of disappointment. It seems the winner will soon be decided.
Wang Linyuan kept his eyes fixed on the intense duel on stage, secretly anticipating the outcome.
At this moment, Mo Yunxian and Luo Binghe were both preparing their final moves, the atmosphere so heavy it felt like it could slice through the air.
Raging Sea Storm. Holy Flame Judgment. Mo Yunxian swung his arm with all his might, unleashing his power in an instant. Layers of surging waves rushed toward Luo Binghe like a raging tide.
However, Luo Binghe's entire body ignited with crimson flames. Accompanied by his furious roar, a massive pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, and a torrential rain of fire poured down, instantly evaporating the giant waves completely, leaving no trace of harm.
Bang!
Mo Yunxian was violently knocked back, spewing blood uncontrollably, utterly shocked that Luo Binghe had managed to turn the tide at the last moment.
Trembling as he stepped off the stage, Mo Yunxian hurriedly sought assistance from the medical staff.
Will numbers 2 and 99 please come to the stage? As soon as the referee's voice fell, Xiaosei and Xie Jingxing quickly stepped onto the competition stage. Kid, I advise you to just give up. You can't beat me, and don't blame me if you can't even compete in the later matches, Xiaosei said smugly, his eyes full of disdain. We'll only know if I can after the fight.
Xie Jingxing's expression was stern and unyielding as he stepped forward to launch an attack. Take your grandpa's punch. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xiaosei looked at Xie Jingxing's refined appearance, completely unprepared for him to say something so domineering.
At the moment he threw his punch, the phantom of an ancient dragon elephant appeared behind him, the force of the punch as mighty as a mountain. Xiaosei barely had time to react before hastily throwing his own punch.
Bang! Xiaosei was sent flying by the punch.
Although he wasn't severely injured, he stood up, rubbed his numb palm, and angrily shouted, "Kid, you have no sense of martial ethics, so don't blame me for being rude."
Man of Steel. Xiaosei's entire body shimmered with a metallic silver glow, resembling an iron giant, leaving the audience in awe.
No wonder he wasn't injured earlier, turns out he awakened a superpower ability.
Wang Linyuan suddenly understood. Although Xie Jingxing's punch wasn't enhanced by any ability, it still packed considerable power. The chances
of blocking it with a hasty move were slim, unless Xiaosei's cultivation was far superior to his.
But clearly, that was almost impossible. Meteor Crash.
Xiaosei roared low, channeling all his strength to enhance the impact of his bones, and charged swiftly towards Xie Jingxing.
Rock Spike Cage.
Facing Xiaosei's attack, a trace of seriousness flashed in Xie Jingxing's eyes. He slammed his palms onto the ground, causing sharp, interlocking rock spikes to rise instantly within a 10-meter radius, as if to trap Xiaosei in a cage. But he greatly underestimated Xiaosei's strength. The terrifying impact directly shattered the massive rock spikes blocking his path.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 consecutive loud crashes echoed, dirt and debris flew everywhere, and Xie Jingxing was instantly knocked away, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. I told you long ago to admit defeat, but you wouldn't listen. Sigh. Xiaosei shrugged, sighed, and leisurely walked off the stage. This kid is way too pretentious. I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to chop him with my 40-meter-long broadsword. Many in the audience, seeing Xiaosei so smug, wanted to step in and teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he raised both hands in front of the crowd and greeted them enthusiastically.
Hello there. Hello everyone. Xiaosei's smile was so unbearable that even Wang Linyuan couldn't stand it. I haven't even pretended yet, and you've already started pretending in front of me. This kid is so annoying. I hope you don't cross my path. Wang Linyuan shook his head secretly, feeling disdain in his heart. Not long after, it was Wang Linyuan's turn to take the stage.
He walked up slowly, and a burly middle-aged man with a charmingly naive demeanor approached him.
My name is Lu Zixuan.
I know you, you're Wang Linyuan.
You're very strong, but I won't admit defeat. Lu Zixuan grinned foolishly at him, his eyes full of confidence. You look a bit rushed, doesn't quite match your name. Wang Linyuan sized him up and down, teasingly remarked. Hee, my mom says the same thing. Lu Zixuan scratched his head, looking a bit shy. Alright, big guy, let's get started. Show me what you've got.
Wang Linyuan finished speaking and assumed the starting stance of the world-destroying Dark Abyss Fist.
Alright, Vajra Fist.
Lu Zixuan gave a simple and honest smile, his right hand covered with the power of Golden Spirit, exuding a sense of both heaviness and sharpness.
As Lu Zixuan's fist struck toward Wang Linyuan, he only used 30% of his strength, fearing he might send Wang Linyuan flying. Bang!
The two fists collided, but Wang Linyuan remained completely motionless, instead forcing Lu Zixuan to retreat 5 or 6 steps.
You're truly too strong. Very few people can withstand a punch from me.
He waved his slightly numb hand, looking at Wang Linyuan excitedly, his eyes shining with a fighting spirit.
Not many people can withstand a punch from me.
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly and threw another punch. This time, he didn't use the Extinction Dark Abyss Fist but relied solely on the strength
of his physical body to spar with Lu Zixuan.
He wanted to test whether he could defeat this formidable opponent using only his physical power. Seeing that Wang Linyuan wasn't using any supernatural abilities, Lu Zixuan secretly rejoiced and charged forward with bare fists.
However, the result was unexpected. Wang Linyuan's
strength was like a landslide, and not only did Lu Zixuan fail to block the punch, but he was also sent flying, crashing into the protective shield of the arena with a muffled thud. Lu Zixuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, endured the pain, stood up, and revealed a simple smile. I can't beat you, Wang Linyuan.
You're very strong. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat.
The audience below the stage saw Lu Zixuan admit defeat and began discussing.
Admitted defeat just like that? I thought there would be a fierce battle. Being able to take Wang Linyuan's punch shows he still has considerable strength. Of course, do you think awakening as SSS level is for nothing? But this Lu Zixuan does look a bit anxious. Wang Linyuan withdrew his fist, feeling a sense of admiration for this pure and sincere person. In this world of spiritual energy, revival, people who can maintain such a mindset are truly rare. You're very strong too. If there's a chance, we can spar again. Wang Linyuan smiled and nodded slightly at Lu Zixuan, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Sure, next time I'll definitely be able to take your punch. Lu Zixuan's signature smile brightened the atmosphere around him. He's really a bit simple-minded. Wang Linyuan couldn't help but laugh, then stepped off the stage, preparing for the next battle. Yo, number 2, this time we don't have to wait so long. As soon as the first match ended, Wang Linyuan quickly stepped onto the arena. Hello, my name is Zhang Feng, and I awakened an Earth-based ability, Earth.
Before he could finish speaking, Wang Linyuan's fist had already slammed heavily into his face. Zhang Feng had no time to react and was already lying on the ground unconscious.
Such a chatterbox, what's the point of saying so much?
Wang Linyuan sneered disdainfully, wiped his hands, and then stepped down from the arena, his heart ablaze, eagerly anticipating the next opponent's challenge. As Wang Linyuan consecutively defeated 4 opponents in an instant, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. All 4 opponents had been KO'd with a single punch. Is this Wang Linyuan? His strength is overwhelming. Perhaps only Shiman Chueshue can rival him. He's practically a boxing king, defeating opponents as easily as slicing vegetables. I heard his true power is even more terrifying. He's actually comprehended the seed of spear intent.
What? At this age, you can already comprehend the seed of spear intent? Are you dreaming? I said it's unreliable information. Finally, the last match. I'm exhausted. Number 1, looks like we can wrap up early.
Wang Linyuan raised an eyebrow slightly and walked toward arena number 1. He idly looked at his phone when he suddenly heard someone shouting from the opposite side. Hey, buddy, stop playing with that lousy phone.
Just admit defeat already, and I'll give you some dignity. I thought you looked a bit familiar. So it's you.
Wang Linyuan looked up and saw that the arrogant face belonged to none other than Xiaosei from before.
I haven't even started showing off, yet you beat me to it.
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, and Xiaosei panicked the moment he saw him.
Why is it you? Why can't it be me? At this moment, Xiaosei was already drenched in sweat. He couldn't believe he had actually provoked Wang Lingyuan. Discussions arose both on and off the stage. This kid is finally going to get beaten up. Previously, he only won by relying on his thick skin and exhausting the other's abilities. And he still dares to provoke Wang Lingyuan? Truly fearless. Hope he can withstand 2 moves from Wang Lingyuan, ha. Just as Xiaosei was struggling in his heart, 2 voices echoed in his mind. Black or red, it's still red. By then, you'll become famous at Tianqiong Academy for provoking Wang Lingyuan, said the black little angel Xiaosei. Stop provoking Wang Lingyuan. You can beat others, but you absolutely can't beat him, warned the white little angel Xiaosei. Wang Lingyuan gave him no chance to be distracted. Seeing his dazed expression, he sneered coldly, "You really don't take me seriously, you bastard. How dare you get distracted while dueling with me?" In an instant, he used his spatial ability to appear in front of Xiaosei. His right fist was enveloped in dark energy, and he used 50% of his strength in this punch. With just this one punch, all of Xiaosei's illusions were shattered. He was sent flying into the protective barrier at the back of the arena, producing a loud crashing sound. Xiaosei spat out blood, fell to his knees, and coughed up a tooth, muttering, I admit. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Lingyuan stepped forward and unleashed a cross-burst strike. A massive black shockwave surged toward him. You recognize your mother. I've put up with you for a long time. Wang Lingyuan roared, and the shockwave instantly reached Xiaosei. It's over. This was his last thought before passing out. At this moment, Xiaosei's entire body was charred black and in a sorry state. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, others would have thought he was already dead. You really don't take me seriously. Wang Lingyuan cast a cold glance and walked straight off the arena. It's better not to provoke him. Going against Wang Lingyuan will definitely lead to no good. It definitely won't end well, and provoking me won't end well either. You, forget it. What's the matter, looking down on me? How about a round in the ring? Let's go. Who's afraid of you? The two immediately left their seats and began to fight. Take a break during halftime. The rematch starts at 1 p.m. this afternoon. As soon as Li Jia finished speaking, Wang Lingyuan saw Shiman Shueishui and his sister Shiman Jianing approaching from a distance. Lingyuan, I didn't expect you to notice us coming toward you. I was planning to give you a scare, Shiman Shueishui said with a smile. Maybe I'm just naturally more sensitive. Wang Lingyuan responded with a smile, but in his heart, he thought, how could I not know? You've been watching me all along. If I couldn't sense it, it would be a disgrace to my double pupils. How was your morning? Did you encounter any formidable opponents? Formidable opponents? I didn't come across any. Were there any on your stage, Xiaoning? Shiman Shueishui pondered while stroking his chin. I think Li Wanner is quite strong. After all, I lost to her. Shiman Jianing admitted frankly. Shiman Shueishui was shocked upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe that his sister would lose. Oh, brother, don't look at me like that. She's really strong. Anyway, I couldn't beat her. Shiman Jianing said coquettishly. Li Wanner? What's so special about her? Wang Lingyuan asked curiously, secretly thinking that this Li Wanner must be extraordinary. Anyone who could defeat Shiman Jianing must have exceptional abilities. She, like me, awakened an S-level superpower, but her ice-based ability is Frost Calamity, and her strength is incredibly powerful. When Shiman Jianing mentioned Li Wanner, a trace of complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She's truly special, with a cute personality, completely different from other ice-based ability users. Others are all cold and distant, but she's as warm as sunshine. Shiman Jianing couldn't help but praise Li Wanner, her gaze revealing admiration. Wang Lingyuan observed from the sidelines. At first, he didn't think much of it, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was off. He tilted his head slightly, secretly watching Shiman Shueishui and Shiman Jianing. Shiman Shueishui gently patted his sister's shoulder, signaling her to stop talking. Only then did Shiman Jianing realize her loss of composure and quickly apologized. Sorry, I got a bit carried away earlier. Her ice abilities are incredibly powerful, even capable of altering the surrounding microenvironment. Wang Lingyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that Skyscape Academy truly hides many talents. That's right, anyone who can enter Skyscape Academy naturally possesses top-tier abilities. Our academy is dedicated to cultivating the most outstanding talents, Shiman Shueishui said proudly. After all, this is the top academy in the entire Yanxia Empire, and the overall quality of the students is very high, he continued, as Wang Lingyuan listened attentively, silently pondering this information. I see. Wang Lingyuan nodded in understanding, then said, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. We still have a match to play this afternoon. Lingyuan, we're not going to the cafeteria. The chef at Jinmei restaurant has already prepared a sumptuous dinner for my sister and me. Would you like to join us? Shiman Shueishui invited with great anticipation. Faced with such a warm invitation,
Wang Linyuan hesitated for a moment, holding on to his principles, but was ultimately moved by Shimen Chuechua's enthusiasm and agreed. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then.
I really hate rich people, boo-hoo.
Wang Linyuan wiped his tears while devouring the delicious bear paw of the golden claw bear.
How is it, Xiao Yuan, enjoying the food?
Shimen Chuechua said with a smile from the side.
Not bad, not bad. As expected of the chefs from the True Gourmet restaurant, it's truly delicious. Wang Linyuan wiped his mouth, a toothpick dangling from his lips, feeling secretly pleased.
Although he was too embarrassed to let Xiao buy out the delicacies, this time made him want to take advantage a bit more. When the freshman competition starts later, he can have a proper showdown with Shimen Chuechua.
The timing is just right. Let's go, Linyuan. By the time we get to the academy, it'll almost be time for the draw. Alright, let's go. Wang Linyuan took a sip of spirit soup.
This was a broth made from a century-old blood ginseng, rich and flavorful, utterly intoxicating. Xiao Bai, I'll bring you here to eat again next time, he silently said in his heart. As soon as they arrived at the gymnasium, they encountered the lively scene of the second round draw beginning.
Let's go, time to draw lots.
Wang Linyuan said to the Shimen siblings, then stepped forward and casually picked, drawing table number 25 on the 5th platform.
What's your number?
He leaned over to look at the number plate in Shimen Chuechua's hand, which read number 3 to 17. Shimen Zhaoning's number plate, on the other hand, was number 5 to 46.
Didn't expect you to be in ring number 5 as well. Maybe we'll end up standing on opposite sides.
Shimen Zhaoning, who had been smiling brightly at first, froze instantly upon hearing this.
Brother, do you think I can beat Wang Linyuan?
She glanced at her brother with a hint of grievance. Shimen Chuechua noticed his sister's low spirits and immediately comforted her. It's okay, Zhaoning.
Facing a genius of Lin Yuan's level is also a kind of training, isn't it? Let's just do our best.
Hearing this, Shimen Zhaoning's expression improved slightly, but the frustration in her heart remained. She knew she couldn't defeat Wang Linyuan, but she was still confident about advancing to the next round of the competition.
Go, Shimen Zhaoning, you can do it. She cheered herself on silently, then regained her usual smile, thinking, if I can't beat you, does that mean I can't beat anyone else? I am Shimen Zhaoning, after all. At that time, I hope you won't hesitate to share your guidance. She smiled at Wang Linyuan. Don't worry, as Shimen Chuechua's sister, I definitely won't be the same as before. Wang Linyuan smiled slightly, his expression sincere and confident. It's starting, let's go watch others compete.
Shimen Chuechua shifted everyone's attention and then led the group to the first arena to watch the first match. It's a showdown between two girls, no wonder there are so many people watching here. Shimen Chuechua finished speaking and saw Wang Linyuan already standing beside him, intently observing the two on stage.
Chuechua, what do you think of their abilities? I think, well, Luming has a better chance of winning.
Oh, why do you say that?
Wang Linyuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Yun Xianyue across the stage has awakened wood-based abilities.
Wood-based abilities rarely have offensive means, so I think Luming might win.
Shimen Chuechua expressed his opinion without hesitation. That makes sense. Wang Linyuan nodded, quietly watching the duel between the two on stage.
I just wonder if this world has wood release.
If someone awakens wood release, wouldn't they just become a healer role?
Wang Linyuan pondered to himself.
Wood vine entanglement.
Yun Xianyue made the first move, with gentle green light surging in her hands. Countless wooden vines emerged from the ground beneath her feet, winding toward Luming not far away.
Scarlet gold blade.
Lumion shouted in a low voice, and a golden light blade shot out from her palm, instantly slicing the approaching wooden vines into pieces.
Give up. The gold element naturally restrains the wood element. You can't beat me. Lumion exclaimed confidently, her face full of self-assurance.
You won't know if you can win until you fight. Yun Xianyue showed no trace of fear, sneering coldly, leaf blade. With a light wave of her arm, the leaves from the wooden vines that had just been struck down instantly transformed into sharp golden blades, swirling around her.
With a flick of her index finger, the golden blade shot rapidly toward Lumion.
Lumion's face showed great shock. She hadn't expected Yun Xianyue to possess such powerful offensive means.
Golden spirit barrier.
She hurriedly created a defense, and a golden barrier appeared in front of her, striving to block the sharp golden leaves.
I admit I underestimated you. Now I'll use my full strength,
Lumion said to Yun Xianyue, then clasped her hands together.
Her gold element ability
was pushed to the limit, and a massive golden gear with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of her, its surface covered with sharp spikes.
Falling star crush.
The gears rotated, space seemed to be torn apart, trembling incessantly, crushing forward with the ferocity of a falling star. The sharp golden aura it carried appeared as though it would destroy the surrounding space entirely.
Storm.
Yun Xianyue unleashed her ultimate move, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Under the pull of an invisible force, the golden leaves spun rapidly, forming a terrifying storm. The edges of the leaves were razor-sharp, effortlessly slicing through the enemy's body. Within the storm, they continuously cut through the air, generating suffocating heat that instantly turned the entire storm zone into a scorching inferno. The golden leaf storm tightly enveloped the golden gears, producing a screeching sound like ghostly whispers, piercingly sharp.
As countless leaves launched their frenzied
assault, the rotation speed of the golden gears gradually slowed. Lumion's face was covered in fragrant sweat, her complexion pale, clearly at the end of her strength. Although Yun Xianyuet appeared slightly fatigued, her condition was much better than Lumion's, and her inner fighting spirit grew increasingly vigorous.
But Lumion finally could no longer hold on.
The golden giant will collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into specks of golden light that vanished into the air. She panted heavily, feeling a warm and comforting sensation spread throughout her body, while her depleted abilities quietly began to recover. She looked up and saw Yun Xianyue using wood-based abilities to help her recover, and a surge of gratitude welled up in her heart.
"Thank you, Yun Xianyue. I lost, and I admit defeat wholeheartedly," Lumion said sincerely, her gaze revealing admiration for her opponent. "It doesn't matter, we're just competing."
Yun Xianyue smiled faintly, revealing two small dimples on her face, making her look incredibly adorable.
"Shiman Shueishue, you made a wrong judgment."
Wang Lingyuan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the slightly embarrassed Shiman Shueishue beside him, his tone full of certainty.
"Something unexpected happened.
I didn't expect Yun Xianyue to focus less on support martial techniques and instead put so much effort into offensive skills."
Shiman Shueishue touched his head, reflecting on himself.
"Indeed, and her strategy is extremely clever. You thought the vine entanglement was useless, but in the end, you realized it was the most fatal trap, catching people off guard."
Wang Lingyuan couldn't help but nod, his eyes full of admiration.
Yun Xianyue lured the enemy in with a posture of weakness, a strategy both ingenious and profound, leaving people in awe. "Jianing is about to take the stage, let's go check it out, Lin Yuan," Shiman Shueishue excitedly said to Wang Lingyuan beside him.
"Let's go, let's see what kind of strength your sister's opponent has." Wang Lingyuan responded indifferently and followed Shiman Shueishue to the fifth arena. Shiman Jianing saw Wang Lingyuan and Shiman Shueishue in the audience and greeted them with a smile. Then, her gaze fell on the opponent in front of her, a man dressed in black combat attire, with an otherworldly face and eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly sizing her up. "What are you looking at?"
Shiman Jianing frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased.
"I'm watching my mom,"
Sui Tao responded without any scruples, smiling wickedly. "What did he just say?"
"I didn't quite catch it."
Wang Lingyuan scratched his ear and turned his gaze to Shiman Shueishue, who looked a bit confused.
"I didn't hear it clearly either." Shiman Shueishue was stunned for a moment, as if he had been tied in a knot.
This Sui Tao isn't calling someone mom for the first time.
Could it be some kind of game? Who changed it to this? Previously, whenever he saw a pretty girl, he'd call her mom. On and off the stage, the audience was enthusiastically discussing Sui Tao's performance. "I'm not your mom."
Shiman Jianing's face turned slightly red, and the anger in her heart began to ignite. "Whirlwind devours the clouds," she shouted delicately, conjuring a small tornado in her hand. Though much weaker than Shiman Shueishue's storm, it was still one of her proud creations.
The tornado swept out fiercely, seemingly intent on pulling Sui Tao into it.
However, he remained unharmed, with only his clothes fluttering in the wind.
"Mom, your strength is far from enough." Sui Tao smirked mischievously, then used his earth-based ability to root himself to the ground, preparing to counterattack. "Earth-piercing," he shouted in a low voice, and massive earth spikes instantly emerged on the arena. Cracks spread continuously as one spike after another shot toward Shiman Jianing.
Shiman Jianing remained calm and unflustered, waving her small hand as a tornado surged forward, directly engulfing the ground spikes and turning them into fragments.
Enter the second form, Wind Spiral Annihilation.
At this moment, Shiman Jianing's expression turned icy cold, with anger burning in her heart.
The tornado continued to expand, gathering countless small wind blades around it, launching a fierce attack on Sui Tao. "Go to hell with me,"
she shouted angrily, and Sui Tao's excitement instantly turned into panic, deeply feeling the power of the whirlwind's strangling force.
"Earth Prison," he shouted loudly, trying to use earth-based abilities to resist. However, the cage's defense not only failed to trap Shiman Jianing but ended up trapping itself. "I will never let you stand before me,"
Shiman Jianing roared, further intensifying the power of the wind vortex. As the little princess of the Shiman family, she had never been humiliated like this.
Bang, bang, bang.
The wind blades continuously struck the small mound where Sui Tao was, sending dust flying as the mound was quickly eroded.
"No, I give up. Mom, I give up."
Sui Tao shouted in terror, and the referee appeared in time to rescue him from being consumed by the swirling wind vortex.
With a wave of the referee's hand, Shiman Jianing's cyclone was instantly extinguished. "Stop calling me Mom," I don't have a son like you.
Shiman Jianing shouted angrily, then stormed off the stage in a huff to find her brother Shiman Chueshui.
Brother, I'm so furious. Shiman Jianing approached Shiman Chueshui with an annoyed expression. I think it's pretty good, becoming a mom painlessly. Shiman Chueshui teased. I'm not talking to you anymore, Shiman Chueshui. Shiman Jianing turned around angrily, her fury rising. Shiman Chueshui hurriedly stepped forward to comfort.
Wang Linyuan watched this scene and couldn't help but smile, thinking, luckily, I don't have a younger sister, otherwise it would be too troublesome, especially for someone like Shiman Chueshui who was a bit of a sister complex.
Now, it's my turn to perform. Wang Linyuan's gaze swept across the field and suddenly noticed Zhang Dongxia not far away. This kid seems to be in the same ring as me. I hope you don't run into me then. I kind of regret not beating you up myself last time.
Wang Linyuan let out a cold laugh, and unexpectedly, Zhang Dongxia felt an inexplicable pressure, his heart tightening involuntarily. He quickly turned around but failed to spot Wang Linyuan, who had already hidden in the shadows. He could only mutter to himself, this guy is really trouble. Recently, I haven't been resting well, and my mind has been a bit hazy. Wang Linyuan murmured softly, though his heart was already surging with undercurrents.
It's my turn.
He heard the referee call his number, and instantly a surge of adrenaline rushed through him. With resolute steps, he walked onto the ring.
Well, if it isn't an old acquaintance. Last time I didn't get to enjoy beating you properly, but this time I'm going all out.
Zhang Dongxia's voice was filled with hostility. Wang Linyuan responded with a cold smile. The man before him was the very opponent he had faced in the abandoned town. Wang Linyuan recalled their previous encounter. Back then, he was in a hurry to return and rest, so he hadn't made a move himself, leaving everything to the soul splitter. This time, he had no intention of giving Zhang Dongxia any easy chances. He was determined to leave a lasting impression on this opponent.
Wang Linyuan, last time I was careless. This time, dare you not summon those monsters and fight me fair and square?
Zhang Dongxia's face darkened, his provocative tone tinged with a hint of nervousness. I'll give you a chance to defeat me, but how about facing my clones first?
Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile
as he unleashed the Phantom Shadows technique, summoning two figures that possessed only 30% of his cultivation power. Although Wang Linyuan had the ability to enhance the clone's strength to 50%, doing so would undoubtedly be too insulting for Zhang Dongxia. He still wanted to torment his opponent thoroughly, ensuring he remembered this lesson.
Wang Linyuan, who do you think you're looking down on? What use are those two worthless clones? You don't take me seriously at all.
Zhang Dongxia roared in anger, his heart filled with disbelief.
You're absolutely right, I do look down on you. What can you do about it? Besides, I wasn't satisfied with your earlier performance, pay attention. A
trace of coldness flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes as he waved his hand. The two clones immediately understood and launched an attack on Zhang Dongxia.
You've gone too far.
I'll make you regret this, Wang Linyuan. Zhang Dongxia burned with rage and threw a heavy punch.
Bang!
A muffled sound echoed as Zhang Dongxia staggered back 3 steps, while the clone also slightly retreated.
The disbelief on his face grew more apparent, and he was utterly shocked. He had actually lost to a clone in a direct clash.
At that moment, his confidence completely crumbled. The other clone didn't remain idle. Taking advantage of their clash, it swiftly slipped behind Zhang Dongxia, while he was momentarily stunned. The clone delivered a heavy punch to the back of his head. Caught off guard, Zhang Dongxia was instantly sent flying and crashed to the ground. Loser, you can't even beat my two clones.
What's the point of you living?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly from the side, his tone dripping with contempt.
You've infuriated me, Wang Linyuan.
Zhang Dongxia got up and cursed angrily, his left eye swollen and bruised, looking utterly disheveled.
Ha ha ha, are you cosplaying as a panda? Wang Linyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the audience erupted into chuckles as well. Whistling Gale.
Zhang Dongxia, burning with rage, drew out a large blade, its surface glowing with a cyan light resembling lightning. He charged at one of Wang Linyuan's clones, slashing 5 times in quick succession, instantly destroying one of the clones. However, another clone silently appeared beside him, as if anticipating his move. I won't make the same mistake twice.
Zhang Dongxia sneered coldly, the gale around him surging with a murderous aura. The blade's light, like green lightning, swept forth in an instant. You think you can defeat me like this?
Wang Linyuan sneered coldly. One of his clones, caught off guard, was directly annihilated. Zhang Dongxia smiled smugly at Wang Linyuan.
So, Wang Linyuan, is it your turn to make a move now? Defeating 2 of my clones makes you this proud? You're really killing me with laughter. Wang Linyuan scoffed.
With a wave of his hand, 5 deep crimson whirlpools appeared beneath his feet, and in an instant, 5 figures emerged from them. The Soul Reaper was surrounded by a scarlet mist, resembling a vengeful ghost crawling out of a blood abyss. He wielded a massive blood-red scythe, its blade engraved with twisted runes that emitted an ominous glow.
Why don't you fight me one-on-one, Wang Linyuan? Ganging up on someone doesn't make you a hero.
Zhang Dongxia trembled all over at the sight, his heart
filled with fear.
He recalled the last time he was tortured half to death by the Soul Reaper, and a shadow of dread grew even deeper in his heart.
What? Are you planning to take them all on by yourself, or let them take you on one by one?
Wang Linyuan looked at him mockingly, his heart filled with pleasure, savoring the feeling of instilling fear in others.
Go ahead, Soul Splitters.
Wang Linyuan waved his hand casually, and 5 Soul Splitters wielding blood-red scythes charged fiercely at Zhang Dongxia.
Wang Linyuan, you.
Zhang Dongxia hadn't finished speaking when he saw the Soul Splitters already swinging their blades toward him. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block.
2 fists can't fight against 4 hands, let alone 10.
Zhang Dongxia was forced to retreat step by step, and before long, his body was covered in bloodstains. The shocking scene left the audience both on and off the stage utterly stunned.
Wang Linyuan can actually use summoning skills, someone exclaimed. Could it be that he awakened a summoning ability? Another person asked in confusion. Definitely not. He awakened an SSS level dark ability. How could it be summoning? It's probably something that comes with the SSS level ability, a refined-looking man analyzed. Didn't expect you to come too, Mubai.
At this moment, a flamboyantly styled man spoke.
Didn't you come too, White Tiger?
Mubai adjusted his glasses, his gaze playful. I've told you countless times, I'm not called White Tiger, I'm Bailan.
Bailan glared at Mubai furiously.
Well, it's because you don't have fur on you, otherwise why would you be called White Tiger?
Mubai teased with a laugh. Bailan was so angry he was about to explode. Shut up. If you're not convinced, let's fight it out with our fists. A mere brute who only knows how to use his fists. Mubai curled his lips and continued to focus on the match. You, Bailan was about to retort but was stopped by the tall man beside him. In a deep voice, he said, remember why we came here. Bailan looked up at Changqing's serious expression, feeling reluctant but ultimately nodding helplessly. Mubai looked at Changqing, his gaze no longer filled with disdain but with deep solemnity. Forget it, there's nothing fun about dealing with you. Wang Linyuan yawned and turned his gaze to Zhang Dongxia, who was being chased by the Soul Splitter. He then ordered the Soul Splitter to capture Zhang Dongxia. Immediately after, 2 loud boom, boom, explosions echoed, sounds of the Soul Splitter self-destructing, shaking the entire venue. 2 large pits appeared on the arena, but they were automatically repaired in no time. Zhang Dongxia, however, was blasted away, his entire body charred black like a dead dog. He was dragged back by the Soul Splitter, completely powerless to resist. Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, stepping on Zhang Dongxia's face as he spoke slowly and mockingly. Remember this, next time you see me, take another path. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. His voice was as sharp and chilling as a blade, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Dongxia struggled to open his eyes, a trace of bitterness on his lips. He pleaded in a low voice, Brother Yuan, I was wrong. I promise I won't dare again. Yet in his heart, he secretly cursed, roaring inwardly, Wang Linyuan, once this freshman competition is over, I will definitely find someone to kill you. Wang Linyuan sensed the intense hatred in Zhang Dongxia's heart, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Kid, you've already walked into a dead end. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhang Dongxia was already on his kill list, and one more strike now wouldn't make a difference. Considering your sincerity, I'll send you on your way. Wang Linyuan said softly. Zhang Dongxia instinctively blurted out, no need. His heart tightened as he realized he had once again angered Wang Linyuan. Are you defying me? That's not up to you. Wang Linyuan's voice suddenly turned icy. He then ordered the remaining Soul Splitters to self-destruct, controlling the power to ensure it wouldn't kill him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions rang out. Zhang Dongxia was instantly blasted beyond recognition, and the entire arena was filled with the nauseating smell of roasted flesh. The referee hurried forward to check and found Zhang Dongxia's chest faintly rising and falling. He cast a deep glance at Wang Linyuan before calling for someone to carry him away for treatment. Everyone on and off the stage remained silent, quietly watching the scene, their hearts filled with shock at Wang Linyuan's ruthlessness. Only by being ruthless and decisive can one achieve great things. This is the kind of talent we need. Changqing's expression was serious, no longer regarding Wang Linyuan as just a junior. TCH, isn't it just defeating a first-tier, third-level opponent? What's so impressive about that? Bailan rolled her eyes, feeling disdainful in her heart. I'm warning you,
don't get into conflict with Wang Linyuan, and definitely don't ruin the president's plan,
Chang Qing solemnly reminded. Got it.
Bai Lan muttered sullenly, though unwillingness lingered in her heart. Evergreen watched the scene, shook his head, and thought to himself, this freshman competition is destined to be extraordinary.
Bang!
A figure was sent flying by the Soul Splitter, crashing heavily into the protective shield, spewing blood wildly, and instantly losing consciousness. Awesome, not having to do it myself feels so great. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a smile as he turned to the Soul Splitter beside him and said, next time, go easier.
Don't knock them out.
The Soul Splitter's eyes flickered with red light, seemingly responding to Wang Linyuan's command. Wang Linyuan completely let go, allowing the Soul Splitter to fight on his behalf, feeling an immense sense of relief.
How utterly boring.
He watched the final match before him with utter disinterest, only to find that the first-tier, fourth-level Soul Splitter was struggling somewhat against its opponent.
Come on, summon another one. Wang Linyuan waved his hand, and another Soul Splitter appeared instantly.
Wang Linyuan, you're not playing fair.
How could you summon another one?
Mu Yang's voice was filled with anxiety, thinking, I can't even defeat one Soul Splitter, and now with another one, there's no way I'll survive.
I never said I couldn't summon two.
Wang Linyuan shrugged, holding Xiao Bai in his arms and stroking it affectionately.
Mu Yang saw him so calm, his face turned red with anger, and he thought to himself, he doesn't take me seriously at all. Wang Linyuan, I'll cut you down. Blade of Judgment. Mu Yang roared furiously, and in an instant, dazzling light burst forth.
A golden greatsword appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering with runes, exuding immense power. He swung the Blade of Judgment, imbued with divine power, the sword's light streaking across like a meteor, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle.
Dazzling holy light burst forth from the blade, illuminating the surroundings.
Mu Yang's strongest strike directly slew two soul renders, which dissipated into black and red smoke.
I admit I underestimated you, so now I'm going to use my full strength. Wang Linyuan's expression changed, and with a wave of his hand, 10 soul renders surged forth like a torrent, the stench of blood filling the air.
Mu Yang was stunned, frozen in place. The Soul Splitter he had just killed with all his might was nothing more than a casual wave of the hand for Wang Linyuan.
10 Soul Splitters advanced toward Mu Yang in perfect unison. He gave a bitter smile and said, I give up, Wang Linyuan. I surrender.
If it were just one Soul Splitter, he might still have a chance of winning, but 10 Soul Splitters were far beyond his capability.
At least you have some self-awareness,
Wang Linyuan said nonchalantly, waving his hand as the Soul Splitter slowly disappeared into a blood-red vortex. Afterward, he left the arena holding Xiao Bai, leaving behind the desolate Mu Yang.
The last match of the day has concluded successfully. Tomorrow's freshman competition will adopt an entirely new mechanism. Everyone, disperse and go eat.
Li Jie finished speaking and quickly ran toward the first cafeteria.
The director is actually kind of adorable. Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a smile.
You'll get used to it, Xiao Yuan. That's just the kind of person he is. Sure Kai appeared out of nowhere, smiling as he looked at Wang Linyuan.
Brother Kai, do you know the rules for tomorrow's competition? Wang Linyuan asked curiously.
Of course. The competition is divided into 5 arenas, with 50 people battling it out in each. In the end, 10 spots will be
contested for.
Securing one of those spots means you've made it into the top 50 of the star rankings,
Sure Kai explained with a smile. I see. Wang Linyuan nodded thoughtfully.
With my strength, securing a spot won't be a problem. Let's go, take me to the first cafeteria for a meal. I heard there's a new barbecue place that's pretty good.
Sure thing, Brother Kai. Once I take first place, dinner's on me. Just waiting for you to say that. Ha!
At this moment, Wang Linyuan had already finished dinner with Sure Kai and was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling in deep thought. Hope tomorrow's match brings some fun, he murmured softly, then fell into a deep sleep.
Hello? Why are you calling me? Wang Lin asked, puzzled. Deputy Commander, don't get so worked up. I want to tell you the experiment was a great success, but this research has reached its final stage, and Wang Linyuan's blood is all used up. Can you get some more? Deputy Commander, Jun Hao said with a cheeky grin. My job isn't to draw blood for you, and you didn't give me any orders, got it? Wang Lin responded angrily.
Of course I know, Deputy Commander.
Isn't this because I really need you? You wouldn't want me to step in, would you? Jun Hao still wore a cheeky smile. Are you threatening me?
Let me tell you, if you dare lay a finger on him, not even the commander can protect you.
Mark my words.
After Wang Lin finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, picked up a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The smoke rose slowly, veiling his somber face as if to conceal the fury burning
within.
I hope you know better than to cross me, Jun Hao. He squinted his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips as he exhaled the smoke, a hint of disdain flashing in his gaze. On the other end of the line, Junhao's face turned livid with rage. He furiously kicked the nearby workbench, shattering test tubes on impact. Red and green liquids spilled across the floor, resembling pools of blood. His anger seemed to have no outlet, but the surrounding staff were long accustomed to such scenes and began busily cleaning up the shards. Calling you deputy commander is really giving you too much credit, Junhao said coldly, his voice brimming with endless resentment. Lu Jun, how is the research on the berserk potion coming along? He asked, his gaze sharp as a blade. It's already in the final testing phase. After extensive experiments, we've discovered that only a few individuals retained a trace of self-awareness after injection, while the rest turned into mindless killing monsters. A man in a white lab coat and glasses answered respectfully. Are there any survivors? Junhao's eyes lit up slightly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. There is, sir, but only one remains. Lu Jun's voice carried a hint of tension. Let's go, take me to see it. Junhao's heart ignited with fervor as he eagerly followed Lu Jun to a sealed laboratory. Through the glass window, Junhao saw an experimental subject covered in black and red patterns, its eyes bloodshot, emitting constant low growls. A faint aura of blood surrounded it, resembling a demon from hell. Excellent, excellent. This is the perfect test subject. Junhao's eyes sparkled with fanaticism, and a smug smile curled at the corner of his lips. Send a few test subjects in and see its strength. Junhao waved at Lu Jun, his tone brimming with anticipation. Lu Jun immediately jogged to the side, spoke with a few colleagues, and 4 men were brought into the laboratory. They looked around uneasily, staring in terror at the berserk creature. Clang, clang. The chains locking him fell with a resounding crash. The berserker stared at the 4 with bloodthirsty eyes, his low growl like thunder. Roar! He suddenly charged, lunging toward them. No, no! The 4 screamed in terror. Save me, save me! They cried out in despair, their voices piercing the air as if calling for a glimmer of hope for survival. You won't get away with this. Screams of agony instantly echoed through the laboratory. Junhao's face revealed a fanatical smile as he savored this human tragedy. This is the most beautiful sound in the world. He immersed himself in the thrill and excitement, secretly anticipating even greater experimental results. Wang Linyuan, I must capture him. No one can stop my plan. The light in Junhao's eyes burned like flames, flickering continuously and exuding an oppressive intensity. Pass down the order. As soon as Wang Linyuan leaves Tianxiang Academy, capture him immediately for me. Lu Jun nodded upon hearing this and quickly departed. You can't escape, Wang Linyuan. A trace of madness flashed in Junhao's eyes, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Wang Linyuan got up early and went to the gymnasium, where the sound of discussion surged like waves. Who do you think will have the last laugh? A classmate asked. Is there even a need to think about it? Who else but Wang Linyuan could do it? Another classmate answered without hesitation. Recently, quite a few dark horses have emerged. Shimen Shueishua, Tanjia, Xiaofengyun, and the Zhou Tian brothers, there are so many of them. Someone offered a different perspective. I disagree. I think none of what you said can beat Wang Linyuan. The speaker was brimming with confidence. Why are you so confident in Wang Linyuan? Let's make a bet. If I win, you give me 5 energy crystals. If you lose, you give me yours. A bet it is. Who's afraid of who? The atmosphere instantly became lively. Wang Linyuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Turns out his popularity wasn't bad. He looked up and saw an old acquaintance across from him, little fatty Jiaduobo. Looks like I still have supporters. Little fatty, I definitely won't let you down. Wang Linyuan's gaze softened. Will the 250 students who advanced yesterday please come forward to draw your number cards? This round will be a free-for-all mode with 5 arenas, each arena having 10 spots. Securing one of these 10 spots will ensure advancement to the next round. The competition begins now. As Li Jie finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the gymnasium. Wang Linyuan casually drew a card and saw the number 3 written on it, indicating he would head to Arena 3. Let's go and see if anyone can make me use a second move. Wang Linyuan walked toward the arena. He scanned the area and found no familiar faces, which made him anticipate whether someone might give him a surprise. The other participants at Arena 3 trembled at the sight of Wang Linyuan. Thanks to Qin Shou's publicity, Wang Linyuan's reputation at Sky Academy had skyrocketed, earning him the fearsome title of Demon King. The match began, and everyone sized each other up, unwilling to make the first move for a long time. Let's all go together and take down the strongest. Wang Linyuan, first. Qin Shou goaded from the side. However, the crowd wasn't foolish.
How could they be swayed by such a clumsy provocation? They all looked at him with peculiar expressions. If you're so capable, why don't you go? What's the point of all this talk? Amid the commotion, Qinshu was pushed in front of Wang Linyuan. Hi, hello there, Wang Lin Yuan. His face was full of fear, and his voice even trembled slightly. You look a bit familiar. So, are you here to challenge me? Wang Linyuan raised an eyebrow and asked condescendingly. No, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Qinshu repeatedly denied, an awkward smile on his face. A misunderstanding, huh? Just now, you were the one fanning the flames and shouting the loudest. Take this punch from your grandpa. Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, mercilessly throwing a punch with the strength of his body. A sonic boom instantly echoed through the air. Before Qinshu could react, he had already collapsed to the ground unconscious. Ah, youth is great, falling asleep the moment you hit the ground. Wang Linyuan glanced at Qinshu lying at his feet, raised his left eyebrow, and lightly kicked him to the edge of the arena. Before long, someone came to carry him away. At this moment, an eerie scene unfolded on ring number 3. While the other arenas were locked in fierce battles for the 10 spots, not a single person dared to make a move here. Wang Linyuan turned to look at the 48 people across from him. They, too, didn't dare to act, only staring at him in fear. Wang Linyuan touched his face and teased, "Am I that scary?" They nodded and shook their heads bobbing like rattles. Sai, among you 48 people, whoever can take 2 of my moves will qualify for one of these 10 spots. How about it, want to give it a try? Wang Linyuan asked with great interest. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly realizing there was no better option than this. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take it as your agreement, Wang Linyuan said excitedly. Finally, something fun. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The people before him were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly without hope. Relax, I won't use my full strength. Now, let the show begin. As soon as Wang Linyuan finished speaking, he unleashed a devastating Darkabus fist, casually striking one opponent. That person instantly fainted, without even a chance to react. Looks like you've lost a competitor. Wang Linyuan's smile appeared demonic in the eyes of the crowd, instilling fear in their hearts. Within mere seconds, his shadowy fists danced like phantoms, eliminating several opponents. The crowd finally realized that if they didn't act soon, they would face complete elimination. Damn it, let's go all out. A furious roar shattered the silence. Thunderclap sky split. Blazing flames engulfed the city. Frost armor ice prison. Rock ridge cage. Tornado whirlpool. One powerful attack after another surged toward Wang Linyuan, instantly enveloping the entire arena in a dazzling display of light and shadow. The ground trembled incessantly, and dust filled the air. Finally, something interesting. Wang Linyuan revealed a faint smile, seemingly enjoying the situation. He softly said, Eternal Night Demon Armor, unite. Pitch black mist surged as if tangible, and the Eternal Night Demon Armor slowly emerged, surrounded by pure dark energy. The air emitted a piercing screech, and the ground cracked inch by inch, as if succumbing to its overwhelming pressure. All the attacks surged like a tide, striking Wang Linyuan's body in succession. The arena was engulfed in waves of dust, completely obscuring his figure. Did we just win? Defeating him wasn't that hard, was it? Ha ha ha, even an SSS can't withstand our attacks. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally defeated Wang Linyuan, secretly feeling fortunate. However, at that moment, steady footsteps emerged from the smoke. Wang Linyuan appeared before them, clad in the Eternal Night Demon armor, completely unscathed, still as clean and tidy as ever, resembling a fearless war god. Seems like you're quite pleased with yourselves, Wang Linyuan said softly, his tone devoid of any emotion, yet it instilled a deep sense of fear, as if he had already become an invincible presence in this battle. Blood Moon, Sky Veil. As Wang Linyuan's deep, icy voice echoed like the call of death, scarlet blood energy surged from his body, rapidly spreading and enveloping the entire arena. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire world had been dyed in blood. In the sky, a blood-red moon quietly rose, emitting a chilling radiance that illuminated everyone, as though the heavens and earth were consumed by a sea of crimson, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Is this a domain? Aren't domain skills something only an 8th tier can comprehend? Is this the terrifying power of an SSS-level dark-type ability? The people both on and off the stage were so shocked by this scene that they were at a loss, and even the contestants standing in the ring felt a pang of unease. I kind of feel sorry for them. Born at the wrong time, sharing the same era with him is truly our misfortune. Are you ready to embrace the baptism of the Blood Moon? Wang Linyuan's cold voice pierced everyone's hearts like an ice spike, shattering their fear.
He released a trace of murderous intent, instantly dragging everyone into an endless illusion of slaughter, unable to extricate themselves. Gradually, someone on the stage was overwhelmed by the pressure, breaking down and screaming, with some even losing control in their terror.
No, I give up. I want to leave here. I surrender. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore.
More and more people couldn't bear the immense pressure and rushed toward the protective shield, pounding on it desperately.
Let me out. Let me out.
Meanwhile, Wang Linyuan watched coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his face full of smugness, savoring the sight of their mental breakdown.
Feel the fear of being dominated by me. Blood Moon descends.
As he gave the command, the Blood Moon unleashed beams of crimson light, instantly overwhelming everyone. Congratulations to the host for defeating a Tier 1 Level 2 martial artist, earning 1,200 ability points. Congratulations to the host for defeating a Tier 1 Level 1 martial artist, earning 1,100 ability points. Wang Linyuan heard the system's mechanical voice and saw the ability points on the virtual panel rising continuously, revealing a smug smile.
He looked up at the Blood Moon in the sky, and thoughts of the infinite Tsukuyomi from the Naruto world in his previous life surfaced in his mind. He hurriedly searched the system store, looking for the skill. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Infinite Tsukuyomi. He kept searching and finally found the target. Infinite Tsukuyomi, a wide-ranging and incredibly powerful illusion technique. The caster can trap all those who see the moon into a dreamlike state. Those affected will enter a virtual world constructed by the caster, fulfilling their own desires. The light can penetrate all obstructions, and ordinary people cannot resist it. Once cast, it cannot be undone even if the caster dies. A non-ranked secret technique, priced at 50,000 ability points. Perfect, I just earned 56,000 ability points, I can redeem it.
Wang Linyuan unhesitatingly redeemed this secret technique, instantly comprehending it thoroughly and reaching the perfect state.
Indeed, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch.
Wang Linyuan exclaimed, as he glanced at the unconscious crowd before him.
With a gentle wave of his hand, the Blood Moon and domain instantly vanished.
The audience below was utterly silent, and even the contestants battling nearby stopped, their gazes unanimously fixed on Wang Linyuan.
Why are you all staring at me? Keep fighting, or do you want me to fight you instead? Wang Linyuan's words thundered through the venue, intimidating everyone present. The referee hurriedly stepped forward to check their injuries. Fortunately, it was just excessive fright, and the superficial wounds were not serious. He shook his head at Li Jie on the stage. Li Jie waved his hand, signaling the competition to continue. Yang Ling, standing to the side, noticed Li Jie's displeased expression and seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Director, this Wang Linyuan has no respect for you at all. Who knows, maybe someone instigated him. His gaze swept in the direction of Wang Lin. Even if I did instigate him, so what? That's still better than someone's students. Who knows where their ashes are floating now? Wang Lin sneered disdainfully. He wasn't afraid of Yang Ling at all. What harm could a few malicious words do? You? Yang Ling's face turned red with anger upon hearing this, so furious that he couldn't speak. By the way, do you want to know why your wife has been so cold to you lately? Wang Lin glanced at him disdainfully. What do you mean, Wang Lin? I'm telling you, I've put up with you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin secretly thought to himself that his wife indeed had been very cold to him, and his face instantly turned pale and flushed alternately. I know you've been putting up with me for a long time. Just go home and check on your wife. Wang Lin's tone was firm and unyielding. No matter how much Yang Ling cursed, he kept repeating that harsh remark. Just go home and check on your wife. This left the well-versed Yang Ling momentarily speechless. With a cold snort, he stormed off in anger. Play with me? I'll let you taste what it feels like to wear a green hat. Wang Lin sneered, then continued focusing on Wang Linyuan's performance. The competition continues. After they'd had enough rest, let them compete again for those 9 spots, Li Jie announced, and the other arenas immediately resumed their heated matches. Oops, got carried away. Wang Linyuan shrugged indifferently and slowly walked off the stage, his ears filled with the crowd's admiration for him. Wang Linyuan is just too terrifying. Who wouldn't agree? Who else among the freshmen could be his match? I think only another SSS level metal ability user could stand a chance against him. An SSS level metal ability user? If there's an opportunity, I'd like to exchange ideas. Wang Linyuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he walked toward other arenas, searching for opponents who piqued his interest. This is my first time seeing a summoning ability user. Wang Linyuan stood beneath Arena 1, his gaze fixed on the girl controlling the exotic beast.
She commanded a Tier 1 Level 2 Gale Demon Wolf to charge directly at the crowd besieging her. Gale Blade, the girl shouted loudly. The Gale Demon Wolf raised its massive claw, condensing sharp wind blades that shot fiercely toward the approaching crowd. With one move, two figures were sent flying, instantly losing their combat ability. Capture the leader first. Grab her, someone shouted, charging fiercely at the girl. Really think I'm a pushover, huh? The girl sneered coldly, then launched a move called Cross Burst Charge straight at the opponent. What? The opponent, caught off guard, was sent flying out of the arena. The Gale Demon Wolf seized the opportunity to grab him and viciously flung him away. No one underestimated this beast-taming girl anymore. She successfully secured a position, showcasing her formidable strength and decisiveness, earning cheers from the audience. Summoning type, this ability is somewhat similar to my Soul Splitter. However, my Soul Splitter lacks consciousness and obeys my commands completely. Wang Linyuan mused, his gaze shifting to the girl beside him. The girl felt Wang Linyuan's gaze and immediately met his eyes. Her face turned pale in an instant, and fear was evident in her eyes. Why is this? Am I really that scary? Wang Linyuan's heart tightened. Could it be that he truly frightened people? He shook his head and stopped lingering, turning to walk toward another arena. Seeing Wang Linyuan leave, the girl let out a sigh of relief and quickly took out her phone to message her best friend. Bestie, I just made eye contact with Wang Linyuan. Will I still see the sun tomorrow? That's great. Your chances of seeing the sun tomorrow are very slim. Her best friend replied instantly, her tone laced with teasing. What should I do, my dear best friend? Cui Ting asked anxiously. You can strike first and admit your mistake to Wang Linyuan. Maybe he'll forgive you, her best friend suggested. I got it, thank you, my dear best friend. After sending the message, Cui Ting looked firmly in Wang Linyuan's direction, as if she had made up her mind. Is that Tan Jie? Wang Linyuan stared intently at Tan Jie, who was dominating the arena with his heavy sword. The sword's momentum was fierce, as if Tan Jie had stepped out from Wang Linyuan's shadow. Why does it feel more and more off? Wang Linyuan frowned deeply. Tan Jie's sword techniques were ruthless and cunning, completely different from his previous style. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. Wang Linyuan's heart sounded the alarm as he noticed a trace of madness deep within Tan Jie's eyes. He activated his dual pupils, and a chaotic aura filled his gaze, with visions of creation and destruction continuously evolving within. Fortunately, he controlled the visions, ensuring no one else noticed. The golden light of the double pupils flashed, and Wang Linyuan saw Tan Jie's heart wrapped in a strange red aura, with his mind also shrouded in red light. What's going on here? Wang Linyuan retracted his double pupils, stroked his chin, and felt deeply puzzled. Could it be that I've triggered a heart demon, or is it due to some other reason? He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further, but resolved to keep a closer eye on Tan Jie. Thousand June sun-piercing slash. Tan Jie's aura suddenly shifted, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. He raised the heavy sword high with both hands, its blade shimmering under the sunlight, as if merging with the radiance itself. He let out a loud shout, and the heavy sword, carrying immense force, slashed down fiercely. The air was instantly torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. This strike was simple and direct, yet it exuded an intimidating aura that sent chills down one's spine, cutting straight toward the opponent. Its power far surpassed the sword techniques Wang Linyuan had faced from him before, but this strike was filled with a chilling aura. The 3 or 4 opponents on the other side were completely unable to withstand the power of this strike. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Looks like after that battle, this kid has become really strong. I just hope he doesn't come looking for trouble with me. Wang Linyuan thought to himself as he watched the spirited Tan Jie on the arena. At that moment, Tan Jie inadvertently noticed Wang Linyuan, who gave him a strange smile devoid of any expression and made a throat-slitting gesture before closing his eyes. Really asking for death? Wang Linyuan sneered coldly. Earlier, he thought Tan Jie had some ambition, but now it seemed he was completely brainless. You'd better not meet me in the ring, or I'll take the chance to kill you. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he walked toward another ring. Not far away in the stands, Lin Shi revealed a peculiar smile, her gaze shifting between Wang Linyuan and Tan Jie, with a fleeting trace of madness in her eyes. Hey, big guy, if you know what's good for you, surrender and give this spot to me, or I'll make you regret it, a man arrogantly said to Lu Zixuan. My mom told me not to suffer grievances when I'm out. If you try to take my spot again, I'll have to fight you. Lu Zixuan scratched his head, looking at the man in front of him with a simple and honest expression. You're really asking for it. All of you, go at him together. Today, I'm taking his spot. Yi Feng pointed in Lu Zixuan's direction, and the people behind him immediately charged toward Lu Zixuan's spot, causing the atmosphere to become tense in an instant. My mom said, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them.
Lu Zixuan, with a simple and honest expression, scratched his head.
Seeing the person in front of him swinging a fist at him, he unhesitatingly retaliated with a punch of his own.
Vajra fist. The opponent never expected Lu Zixuan's strength to be so overwhelming. His fist bent in midair in an unbelievable way, clearly fractured.
He collapsed to the side in pain, screaming frantically. The people around, seeing this, all stopped in their tracks, exchanging uneasy glances, fear and anxiety filling their hearts.
What are you looking at? All of you, come at me together. 1 million yenxia coins per person.
Yi Feng shouted angrily, kicking a few times.
Nearby,
hearing 1 million yenxia coins, the people around him lit up and immediately activated their abilities to attack Lu Zixuan.
Golden Bell Shield.
Lu Zixuan roared, and in an instant, a massive golden bell appeared around him, enveloping his entire body and effortlessly blocking the external attacks.
Are you done? Now it's my turn.
Lu Zixuan grinned, his right fist wrapped in metallic energy as he swung it toward the small gangsters in front of him.
Bang, bang, ah.
The thuds were like kites with broken strings, sent flying one by one. They lay on the ground groaning, completely losing their ability to fight.
Yi Feng stood to the side, furiously shouting, useless, useless, all of you are useless. He then glanced at Lu Zixuan, who was still grinning foolishly, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. What just happened? Lu Zixuan scratched his head and returned to his spot. His strength was fully demonstrated at this moment, firmly securing his position. Many people gave up the idea of taking his spot. Although he looked simple-minded, his strength was not to be underestimated. He's really a bit adorably silly. Wang Lingyuan witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, secretly pondering in his heart, should I train him to become one of my subordinates? Once
this thought emerged, it snowballed rapidly. Lu Zixuan not only had strength but also a sharp mind, making him an absolutely reliable ally.
Wang Lingyuan nodded to himself, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes.
There might be opportunities to interact more. Wang Lingyuan mused to himself, then continued watching the other arenas, though the corner of his eye caught several familiar faces casting malicious glances his way. Facing these gazes, Wang Lingyuan responded with a smile one by one, causing their expressions to grow even fiercer.
What a bunch of adorable fools. I've given you face, yet you dare to threaten me. Wang Lingyuan cast a cold glance, and those so-called old acquaintances all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. A bunch of cowards. He glanced disdainfully and prepared to leave, having seen enough anyway. In the afternoon, there will be a 50 to 25 elimination match, so he needs to reward himself well. Not far away, he saw Lu Zixuan and immediately walked over, ready to take him out for a good meal. Hey, big guy, what are you doing here? Wang Lingyuan patted Lu Zixuan on the shoulder. It's you, Wang Lingyuan. I want to go eat, but the cafeteria is too crowded. I thought I'd wait a bit before going. Lu Zixuan scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly, that's easy. I'll take you to eat and make sure you get a hot meal.
Wang Lingyuan said with a confident smile.
Really, Wang Lingyuan, I'm truly very happy. Lu Zixuan grinned foolishly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let's go, follow me, and you'll definitely get to eat. Wang Lingyuan took the lead, striding toward the direction of the first cafeteria.
Speaking of Wang Lingyuan's confidence, it truly stems from his formidable reputation, which is enough to make people tremble at the mention of his name. Previously, when he went to eat, while waiting in line, the people ahead accidentally caught sight of him and immediately turned pale, hurriedly leaving with others. Just like that, in no time, the line in front completely dispersed, leaving him alone at the window to get his meal. If it weren't for others not knowing he was in this cafeteria, he felt the entire cafeteria would have fled, leaving only him behind.
Wait for me, Wang Lingyuan, you're walking too fast.
Lu Zixuan jogged from behind, and Wang Lingyuan had to slow down to wait for him. Just as they were walking side by side toward the first cafeteria, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of them.
Wang Lingyuan took a closer look and saw that it was the beast-taming girl. Why are you blocking us? He asked in confusion. I came to apologize.
She lowered her head, her voice faint.
Apologize? Apologize for what?
Wang Lingyuan touched his chin, thinking that it seemed to be the first time he had met her, and if the competition was included, it was only the second time.
I'm sorry, Wang Lingyuan, I shouldn't have looked at you. I apologize to you.
After saying this, she bowed deeply, lowering her head even further.
When is it ever right to look at me?
Wang Lingyuan, caught between laughter and tears, wanted to tease her, so he said with a cold face, since you're so eager to apologize, why not gouge out your eyeballs? Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Cui Ting burst into tears, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Wang Lingyuan hadn't anticipated such an intense reaction from her.
The people around them also cast strange looks his way, making him feel extremely uncomfortable.
Alright, I'm not angry. I was just joking. Go back now, don't let others say I bullied you.
After saying that, he left the place with Lu Zixuan. At this moment, Cui Ting lifted her head, a big bubble forming on her nose. A smile finally appeared on her face, and she felt a sense of relief.
Finally forgave me. I almost got my eyeballs gouged out.
She took out her phone and sent a message to her best friend before leaving the scene. What Wang Linyuan didn't know was that their conversation had already been recorded and uploaded to the campus forum.
Shocking. The Academy's genius actually threatens a junior? Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of humanity?
Accompanied by the edited video of Wang Linyuan threatening Cui Ting, there was only his line about gouging out eyes, while the part where she cried in fear was edited to the extreme.
Obviously, Wang Linyuan had been set up by someone.
Looking at the empty cafeteria window in front of him, Lu Zixuan was overjoyed because he hadn't had a hot meal in a long time.
Wang Linyuan, can I eat with you from now on? He scratched his head and said somewhat shyly. Of course. From now on, we're friends.
Wang Linyuan held his meal and put his arm around Lu Zixuan beside him, his face full of smiles.
Can I really be your friend? You're my first friend, hee. Lu Zixuan said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. You're also the first friend I've made in this world.
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly, found a seat, and sat down, his gaze gently fixed on Lu Zixuan, who was eating voraciously across from him.
What? What did you say, Wang Linyuan?
Lu Zixuan's cheeks were puffed up as he mumbled indistinctly, looking especially adorable.
Nothing.
Wang Linyuan smiled faintly and began to enjoy the delicacies in front of him.
Wang Linyuan, you're not like what they said. I think you're a good person. Lu Zixuan spoke earnestly, without hiding his admiration.
Why say that?
Haven't I always been a good person? Wang Linyuan blinked in confusion, secretly wondering what his reputation at Tianxiang Academy was all about. I don't know either.
A lot of people say you're up to no good, like riding on old ladies to cross the street, or sneaking into the girls' dormitory back in high school.
Lu Zixuan had an innocent expression on his face, as if he were recounting a bizarre story. Who the hell said that? Completely ruining my reputation. Although I'm not a good person, I'm definitely not a bad one.
Wang Linyuan gritted his teeth in anger, secretly thinking that if he found out who the rumor monger was, he would never let them off.
Do you know who spread it, big guy?
I don't know either. Some I saw on the school forum, and others I heard from people.
Wait for me, I haven't eaten enough, I'll go get another bowl of rice.
After Lu Zixuan finished speaking, he ran toward the cafeteria window not far away.
School forum? Wang Linyuan's heart trembled.
He rarely looked at his phone, only occasionally checking for messages.
I want to see who is spreading rumors.
He opened the forum, and a post that had just been published a few minutes ago caught his eye.
When did I ever threaten her? Has the world already become like this? Wang Linyuan clicked on the video in disbelief.
Seeing those twisted remarks, he was furious, almost wanting to rush over and confront them.
You're really asking for it, daring to spread rumors. Jade-faced young lord, is it? I want to see if you can still be your young lord. Wang Linyuan was burning with anger, gripping his phone so tightly it was almost about to break. He silently vowed to find Shi Kai and figure out who this person was, and teach them a lesson. Wang Linyuan directly dialed Shi Kai's number, and the call was instantly connected. Hey, Xiao Yuan, what's up? Did something happen? Hey, Kaiga, can you help me look into someone?
The one called Jade-faced young lord on the campus forum.
Can you find out who he is? No problem, I'll get back to you later. Thanks, Kaiga.
I'll treat you to a meal next time.
No problem, leave it to me.
Shi Kai cheerfully hung up the phone.
Hope I don't find you.
Wang Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile, then he fiercely scooped up a bite of grilled meat mixed with rice.
Delicious, so delicious, hot rice is really great. Opposite him, Lu Zixuan kept shoveling rice into his mouth until the bowl in front of him was piled high, blocking Wang Linyuan's view. Big guy, I didn't expect you to eat so much. Watching you eat makes me want to eat more too. Wang Linyuan joked. My mom says being able to eat is a blessing, so she told me to eat more when I'm out. Lu Zixuan grinned foolishly as he stuffed the last bite of rice into his mouth, not leaving a single grain behind. My mom says not to waste food. Go ahead and eat. There's still a match this afternoon.
After saying this, Wang Linyuan grabbed an energy crystal and absorbed the energy inside, patiently waiting for Lu Zixuan to finish his meal.
I've finished eating, let's go, Wang Linyuan. Lu Zixuan picked up the plate in front of him in one swift motion and walked toward the nearby tray storage area.
If it weren't for the fact that the competition was about to start, Wang Linyuan thought his posture suggested he could keep eating for another hour.
Being able to eat is a blessing, what a true saying.
Wang Linyuan also picked up his tray and followed, deciding to be a person of manners.
Now we've reached the most thrilling stage, the top 50 advancing to the top 25. Next, we'll select the remaining stars from those who were just eliminated. The competition is divided into 10 arenas, with 2 contestants battling each time to vie for a spot in the top 25. Now, let the competition begin.
Li Jie's words were like war drums, stirring everyone's passion.
Wang Linyuan and Lu Zixuan went together to draw lots. Ring number 3, looks like I'm the first one up. What number did you draw? Wang Linyuan leaned over and asked Lu Zixuan. Ring number 1, number 1. Lu Zixuan replied honestly. Looks like we're both the first ones on the ring. Let's go, big guy. Wang Linyuan chuckled as he headed toward their respective rings. Are you Wang Linyuan?
A lean man stared at him sharply.
Did your mother teach you to look at people like that?
Wang Linyuan retorted bluntly, his heart burning with anger. I am very displeased with your gaze. Wang Linyuan sneered coldly, dark energy spiraling up along his arm and gathering at his fist. His right fist shot out like lightning, unleashing a surge of dark power that formed a massive black shadow of a fist, hurtling straight toward the opponent.
Guardian of the Raging Sands.
Buyu was shocked, not expecting Wang Linyuan to strike so swiftly. He hurriedly waved his hands, and the surrounding sand quickly gathered, forming a 360-degree impenetrable protective shield.
Bang!
The black fist shadow collided with the golden sand shield, producing a deafening roar. The golden sand shield was instantly shattered. Buyu was sent flying, suffering significant injuries, and immediately took out a pill to consume.
Oh, you managed to withstand one of my strikes?
As expected, those who pass the selection do have some skill.
Wang Linyuan raised an eyebrow and remarked casually. Since that's the case, why don't you try this? A hint of mischief flashed in Wang Linyuan's eyes. Space distortion bullets. As he finished speaking, his right hand formed a pistol gesture, and spatial powers gathered, continuously shooting toward Buyu. Bayubio Bubiu.
Each time Buyu used sand to block, the sand walls were instantly torn apart by the space distortion bullets.
If this keeps up, my powers will eventually be drained.
I must take the initiative to attack. Buyu felt tense as his ability to create sand was rapidly depleting.
This is quite fun. Wang Linyuan found the newly developed space distortion projectile to be an unexpected delight. Don't push me too far, Wang Linyuan.
Buyu roared. Even though his powers were nearly depleted, he was determined to fight. In an instant, the surrounding sand seemed to respond to a summons, frantically converging into a massive sandmass that hurtled toward Wang Linyuan at high speed like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the ground wherever it passed. In a flash, the sandmass transformed into flowing sand, surging to envelop Wang Linyuan. The yellow sand filled the sky, creating an apocalyptic scene that struck fear into the heart.
Spatial expulsion.
Wang Linyuan faced all of this without the slightest panic, a faint smile on his face as if everything was within his expectations. However, this very smile was his most terrifying state. Just as the quicksand was about to engulf him, the space in front of Wang Linyuan suddenly distorted, emitting a powerful suction that continuously drew the quicksand into the spatial rift.
What?
Buyu stared at the scene in horror, a wave of despair washing over him. He hadn't expected his most powerful strike to appear so laughable in front of
Wang Linyuan.
The terrifying suction not only absorbed the sand but also frantically tugged at his body, as if trying to expel him into the spatial rift as well. No, he screamed in terror, his voice hoarse and desperate, unable to reclaim his former arrogance. Just as Buyu was about to be swallowed by the black hole, the spatial rift suddenly closed. He felt a wave of dizziness, cold sweat streaming down, and the shadow of death still lingered in his heart.
How does it feel to face death?
Wang Linyuan looked at Buyu, who was lying on the ground, with a smile, even kicking him twice before Buyu seemed to come back to his senses.
I admit defeat, it's my lack of skill. I apologize to you.
Buyu trembled, trying several times to stand up but failing.
Alright, luckily I'm in a good mood right now. Seeing you admit your mistake like this, I'll let you off this time. Wang Linyuan
said casually, towering over him, then turned and left the arena, leaving Buyu lying on the ground, his heart filled with shock.
Is this really so terrifying? Is this what death feels like?
Buyu finally stood up, muttering to himself incessantly.
What? Even Buyu couldn't withstand 3 moves from Wang Linyuan, an onlooker exclaimed in shock.
Buyu is indeed strong, but Wang Linyuan is even stronger, another person sighed.
Is this the power of the strong?
It's truly enviable. A low murmur arose from the crowd. Sai, apart from his bad reputation, everything else about him is impeccable.
Someone shook their head, their eyes full of admiration. Bad reputation? Do you know Wang Linyuan very well?
Just as he finished speaking, a sinister voice came from the side. Of course. Although I don't know him personally, I know a lot about him. he said proudly, then turned his head toward the direction of the voice. At that moment, he felt the person looked very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where.
"Oh, could you elaborate a bit?"
Sure Kai said with a smile, looking at the other person.
"Who are you to make me? I'll tell you right away."
Zhao Kan's eyes lit up as he saw Sure Kai take out a third-tier energy crystal. His heart surged with excitement. Although he could afford to buy one himself, getting it for free was undeniably delightful. Zhao Kan took the energy crystal, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was genuine, immediately began speaking. "These pieces of information are provided by a dedicated source. You might not know, but I'm an editor for our campus forum. At least 5 out of every 10 posts about Wang Linyuan are written by me, and my sources are quite reliable." He glanced around and lowered his voice to a whisper. "Do you happen to know where this source comes from?" Zhao Kan did not answer, but his hands were fidgeting, clearly showing some nervousness. "Just wait, I'll make you spill everything." Sure Kai sneered, then took out another energy crystal and handed it to him. Zhao Kan accepted it with a beaming smile and revealed without hesitation, "I got all this information from a freshman named Qin Shou."
"So it really is him."
Sure Kai was secretly pleased. He had already found out about Qin Shou's involvement in the campus forum editorial team. Originally, he planned to inform Wang Linyuan after the competition, but unexpectedly, he ran into a key player here.
Sure Kai no longer pretended to be aloof.
The smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly kind as he put his arm around Zhao Kan's shoulder and said with a cheerful grin, "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Kan was startled, alarm bells ringing in his mind.
He cautiously asked, "May I know who you are?"
"My name is Sure Kai." As Sure Kai's smile grew colder, Zhao Kan finally realized who he was. Sure Kai, ranked 3rd on the sophomore
star rankings. Moreover, he knew Sure Kai was Wang Linyuan Sr.
Saying such things in front of him was simply asking for trouble.
"Do you believe me if I say this is all a misunderstanding, bro?" Zhao Kan's forced smile became even more awkward. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not doesn't matter. What's important is that later, let Xiao Yuan decide your punishment,"
Sure Kai said with a cheerful smile, tightly wrapping his arm around his shoulder, leaving him no chance to escape. Sure Kai took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Linyuan, then turned his gaze to ring number 3. Wang Linyuan had just finished drawing lots and did not get a buy. To speed things up, the academy directly used 10 rings for simultaneous battles.
He drew the number 1 lot for ring number 10. Ding dong!
Just as Wang Linyuan stepped onto the ring, he felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out, he saw it was a message from Sure Kai.
"The information has been gathered, Xiao Yuan. Meet me under the ring after you're done."
Carrot.
"Not a bro, you're still looking at your phone even on the ring?" Zhang Yang was very dissatisfied with Wang Linyuan's behavior, and the atmosphere instantly became tense.
Standing on the stage were all-powerful individuals, and it was inevitable that there would be some arrogant ones. Zhang Yang sneered coldly, showing disdain. "Today, I want to see what kind of strength your SSS rank has, to dare to disregard me." Before the words had even finished, Zhang Yang let out a cold shout, and his movement martial skill snow-treading swallow was unleashed. In high-speed motion, his posture was as light as snowflakes, his arms rhythmically swaying slightly, resembling a wild goose spreading its wings.
Wang Linyuan didn't even lift his head.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to attack him, a blood-red scythe suddenly appeared, slashing toward him.
Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically.
He hurriedly used snow-treading flying swallow to leave his original position, secretly thinking to himself that things were not looking good. He had no idea when Wang Linyuan had summoned this soul splitter.
Wang Linyuan calmly put away his phone and waved his hand lightly.
The soul splitter instantly returned to his side. "It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Today, let's have some fun." Wang Linyuan twisted his neck and slowly walked toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression grew serious as he realized his earlier actions had been somewhat reckless. He thought to himself, if Wang Linyuan had summoned an even stronger soul splitter, he might have already been split in two.
Watching Wang Linyuan approach step by step, Zhang Yang hesitated no longer and prepared to strike first. Blazing fire blades, he shouted in
a low voice, slashing his palm through the air. 5 crimson fiery blades shot forth, slicing through the air straight toward Wang Linyuan. The flame blade traced a long fiery streak in the air, whistling as it flew toward Wang Linyuan. Cross burst. Wang Linyuan remained expressionless, bringing his index and middle fingers together and slicing in the direction of the flame blade. A black light blade shot out like lightning, striking directly at the flame blade. Bang! The flame blade was instantly shattered, turning into countless sparks that blossomed like fireworks in the air.
The dark crossblade, unstoppable, continued its assault toward Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart tightened, and he hurriedly used treading snow flying goose, instantly transforming into a streak of light to dodge away.
Boom!
A deep cross-shaped slash appeared on the ground, dust flying everywhere, showcasing the immense power of Wang Lingyuan's strike. The surrounding air seemed to tremble, sending chills down one's spine.
Well, you sure run pretty fast.
Wang Lingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. His gaze carried a hint of anticipation, as if waiting for Zhang Yang's next counterattack. At this moment, Zhang Yang was drenched in cold sweat, secretly thinking to himself, "No, if this continues, I definitely won't be able to beat him.
Forget it, I'll take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let's do this."
He silently encouraged himself, then began forming seals with his hands continuously. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, as if this move would drain him completely. In fact, it truly pushed him to his limits.
Blazing Phoenix Dance of Annihilation. Zhang Yang roared furiously, and the flames around him suddenly surged, transforming into a phoenix of nirvana. Its feathers burned with a purple-gold glow, and its tail feathers trailed down like flames. The phoenix soared high into the sky, and with a sweep of its wings, the heavens were instantly ignited. The countless fiery feathers seemed to contain the power to incinerate everything. Diving downward, it spewed golden flames from its mouth, instantly heating the memory metal on the arena to a glowing red. The air was filled with a pungent, scorching smell. Now this is interesting. You're stronger than anyone I've faced before, but that's all there is to it.
Faced with Wang Lingyuan's taunts, Zhang Yang burned with rage, his fighting spirit completely ignited.
Wang Lingyuan, let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. With Zhang Yang's furious roar, he intensified the output of his fire-based ability. The golden flames spewed by the phoenix in the
sky grew increasingly violent, resembling a divine beast engulfed in blazing fire, its impact directly targeting Wang Lingyuan. World-destroying Dark Abyss Fist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lingyuan felt a slight shock in his heart, sensing a trace of danger.
However, in his eyes, this danger was still insignificant. He didn't even summon the Eternal Night Demon armor, clearly showing his disregard for Zhang Yang's attack.